Run! Hurry, run! The zombies are attacking the city. Help! Someone please save me. Mom. Mom, where are you? My arm. Child. My child. The entire city was like a glass of water covered in cracks. A mere touch would shatter it into nothing, not even a shard left behind. Wails, clamor, and the low growls of zombies ceaselessly assailed Gu Qin's nerves. She stood atop the city wall, with a flick of her raised hand. A vine lashed out and yanked a sobbing child who had collapsed on the ground to safety. The next second an entire building crumbled, a cloud of dust billowing up and dyeing half the sky gray. Gu Qin stood there stunned, staring at the chaotic world before her. Her lips parted slightly, too shocked by the scene in front of her to find any words. Am I dreaming? The houses trembled violently. A little boy running in panic was suddenly tripped by a chunk of stone, and above him loomed a swaying, crumbling wall. Careful! Gu Qin dove forward, shoving the little boy out of harm's way. The two of them rolled several times across the ground as shattered bricks from the wall crashed down in a heap, and a massive boulder slammed into the exact spot where they had just been. I almost got flattened into a pancake. Gu Qin patted her chest in lingering fear, then set the child down. Kiddo, run. She pushed the boy away, and he staggered off, half running, half falling. Gu Qin watched him leave. One hand planted on her waist, the other rubbing the bridge of her nose. She turned to face the dense mass of zombies surging toward her. This is my dream. Shouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? You trashy zombies, taste my Thanos snap. Gu Qin snapped her fingers in the air. A stone clattered down at her feet, and a crow's desolate caw echoed from the sky above. Oh, oh, oh. The zombie tide still surged toward her, drawing ever nearer. Gu Qin swallowed awkwardly, then snapped her fingers several more times in quick succession, yet nothing whatsoever happened. Bashan and Chu waters, such desolate lands, oh, a wretched scholar cannot lay waste to heaven and earth even in a dream. Gu Qin shouted as she turned and bolted, sprinting away. As she rushed past a mysterious figure cloaked in black, the gust of wind she stirred tore the cloak's hood back. A lonely, desolate voice suddenly drifted to her ears. 55394738. The dark figure murmured softly, lifted a gun, and pressed it to his own head. Blood-tinged tears slid from the corner of his eyes as he let out a faint laugh. Gu Qin, we will meet again. Bang! A deafening blast. Gu Qin tumbled right off her bed. Ow, out. She clutched her aching backside, sitting on the floor with her blanket wrapped around her as the string of numbers replayed in her mind. Feeling inexplicably baffled, she climbed to her feet. Who stuffed their phone number into my dream? Muttering under her breath, Gu Qin grabbed her phone to check the time. In an instant she yanked up her clothes, snatched a small white bottle from the desk, and shot out the door like an arrow. Crap, I'm going to be late. Today was the entrance assessment for the new term at the Ability Academy, the infamous specialty that heralded each new semester there. A few years ago, a very small number of people suddenly began awakening abilities and were dubbed different bloods. These abilities were dangerous and difficult to control, and different bloods were each utterly unique, plunging the world into a period of chaos. To train different bloods to master their powers, the Ability Academy was officially established. Each year the Academy conducted tests on ordinary people, and once an ability was detected the person would receive admission qualifications. Pleasantly phrased as an invitation, but less politely, it was little more than forced conscription into the Ability Academy. As luck would have it, Gu Qin was one of those forcibly dragged in. But that was not the main issue. The real problem was that Gu Qin did not have any abilities at all. Yet the entrance assessment was a test of the strength of one's abilities, which meant that every time Gu Qin took part in it, she ended up battered and bruised from head to toe. Although teachers with healing-type abilities would treat her wounds the instant those injuries appeared, the pain came with them. And she feared pain more than anything. Thinking of this, Gu Qin rolled her eyes in exasperation. She looked down at the white bottle in her hand, lifting her chin in smug satisfaction. A few sprays of this would make her opponent let out unbelievably foul flatulence, forcing them to surrender in utter social humiliation. That way she could get through the entrance assessment without suffering any injuries. Gu Qin's lips curved faintly as she slipped the small white bottle into her pocket. Then she took a running start toward the window, stepped onto the sill, and vaulted straight out. Below was the arena for the entrance assessment. As long as she jumped, she could just make it in time. Suspended in midair, Gu Qin felt the intense weightlessness and her lips quirked upward. She remembered that there was a very soft haystack below. Landing on it would be perfectly safe. The haystack was almost within reach. Gu Qin raised a hand to shield her face and shut her eyes. Suddenly a pull yanked at her from behind. Instead of the soft impact she had imagined, she felt only a tight, suffocating constriction around her body. When Gu Qin slowly opened her eyes, she saw herself hanging upside down from a tree, unable to climb up or get down. Gu Qin. The broadcast kept urging. Candidate number 250, Gu Qin, please proceed to the arena. Candidate number 250, Gu Qin, please proceed to the arena. The examiner repeatedly called her name. After glancing at the time and confirming that Gu Qin had not arrived, he spoke slowly. Since candidate number 250 has not appeared, she will be considered. He had yet to finish when a girl's heart-rending scream rang out from above, cutting him off. Teacher, I'm here. I'm here. Save me. The examiner looked up to see Gu Qin hanging upside down in midair, waving her hand at him as she shouted. Gu Qin flailed her limbs, her whole body twisting like seaweed swaying in the wind. Student A, So this is the senior who's been failing out for 3 years. Ha ha ha. Student B. Only our senior could still be hanging around like this, ha ha ha. Student C. Senior hurry down, stop swaying in the wind, ha ha. The entire entrance assessment field echoed with laughter at Gu Qin's expense. She curled her lips, face darkening, and flipped off everyone present with her middle finger. A shadow flashed over her head. With a sharp splack, a lump of bird droppings landed squarely on the very finger she had raised a perfect bullseye. Gu Qin. To hell with this. Whoever wants this place can have it. So what if she flunked out for another 3 years? The Ability Academy operated on a credit system. Once you accrued enough credits, you could graduate. Earning enough credits was simple in theory. You only had to pass each subject. Of course, even if you failed a course, you could make up the credits through retakes. During her 3 years at the Ability Academy, Gu Qin's life seemed cursed with constant fails: ability class, fail math, fail language, fail English, fail, and even morality and law, fail upon fail. As a result, she did not even qualify for graduation. All she wanted was to get home safely. How could that be so impossible? In the end, Gu Qin was rescued. Standing now in the entrance assessment arena, she blinked at the boy in front of her. As long as she could make physical contact with him, she could spray the potion onto him. With that thought, Gu Qin smiled brightly and extended her hand toward the boy. Hi, I'm Gu Qin. It's a pleasure to meet. The boy eyed her offered hand and shook his head vigorously, protesting. I'm not shaking your hand. You just touched bird. I don't want to shake hands with you. You just touched bird droppings. Xiao Yanqin shook his head with open disgust. There was no way he was going to shake hands with the person in front of him, especially someone who had just been playing with bird poop. Absolutely not. Haha, this junior is so blunt. Junior, she's practically the Academy's immovable property. How are you going to survive here after offending her like that? Haha. Who knows, maybe after Junior graduates and leaves, the immovable property will still be here. Gu Qin's expression turned complicated. She lowered her gaze to her own fair slender hand. She had clearly just washed it. There wasn't the slightest trace of any smell. Where did his look of such intense disgust come from? And what did he mean by playing with bird poop? Gu Qin lifted her eyes toward Xiao Yanqin opposite her, a playful glint flashing in her gaze. She strode straight toward him, her voice carrying a barely concealed wicked delight. Hee hee. You're not getting away. You. Don't come any closer. Seeing Gu Qin reach out trying to grab him, Xiao Yanqin ducked into a crouch with his arms over his head, rolled twice across the ground, then sprang up and bolted away at full speed. Don't run. Gu Qin chased after Xiao Yanqin with her hand outstretched. The two of them turned the opening assessment arena into a stage for a ridiculous chase, one fleeing, one pursuing. Damn, Junior's movements are way too smooth. I can't take it. Who plays tag in the middle of an assessment arena? Senior, go for it. Don't let him off. The proctor, who had yet to announce the rules of the competition, watched this scene unfold and felt his vision go dark again and again. This year's new students were just like the seniors. They gave him no hope for the future. He raised his hand, and a pair of transparent giant hands materialized out of thin air, abruptly interrupting their little performance and hoisting both of them up into the air. Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin dangled there like strips of cured meat. Now that it's quiet, I'll announce the rules for this competition. The proctor cleared his throat lightly. He reached into a tube and casually drew out a bamboo stick, lowering his gaze to the tiny characters engraved on it. That was the assessment content. At the Ability Academy, the entrance examination was determined by random draw, and opponents were also selected at random, whether they were new students or seniors. Each assessment was different, but one thing never changed: the friendly handshake before the trial. It was precisely this moment that Gu Qin had targeted when she developed that bottle of white potion. Unfortunately, her opponent refused to let her so much as touch him. Gu Qin pursed her lips and glanced at Xiao Yanqin dangling very close beside her. She stretched out the hand that had just been used to flip him off and wiped it deliberately across his clothing. She might not have landed a chemical attack, but the psychological damage was more than enough to max out his mental breakdown. The instant her fingers brushed Xiao Yanqin, his pupils practically quaked. His face turned deathly pale in a heartbeat. A layer of white light flashed around his wrist, and he slipped free from the giant hand in an instant. Don't you dare come near me. Xiao Yanqin bolted, arms flailing as he ran charging off the examination platform. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, kicking up a layer of dust across the arena in an instant. Ha ha ha, his ability must be escape. No wonder his movements were so slick. He must practice all the time. What kind of abstract ability is that? It's totally useless. No wonder he got paired with Senior Gu. Are these two little good for-nothings competing to see who's more useless? Hearing the jeers from outside the arena, Gu Qin lowered her eyes and silently memorized the faces of everyone who mocked her. Quietly, she pulled the small white potion bottle from her pocket. With a hard squeeze, she crushed the plastic mouth of the bottle. The liquid trickled out into the air, and a passing breeze scattered the droplets everywhere. The proctor, who had just been about to put the bamboo stick away, stared after Xiao Yanqin's fleeing back, a giant question mark forming in his mind. How had he managed to break free of the proctor's ability so quickly? His speed was so great that even the proctor hadn't been able to react in time. Was this child's ability truly just speed? A voice suddenly sounded at his ear, and the proctor turned his head toward it. Gu Qin was still hanging there in midair. She lifted her chin slightly, watching Xiao Yanqin's retreating back, the corners of her lips curling faintly. Teacher, that counts as forfeiting, doesn't it? So that means I've won this round, right? Congratulations. With a wave of the proctor's hand, Guqin dropped from midair to the ground. He opened the booklet in his hand and began reading the next candidate's name. PFF, 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 PFF. A series of fart sounds echoed incessantly in the proctor's ears. He froze for a moment, then turned to look at the students below the platform. The students were clutching their backsides, the area below nearly devolving into utter chaos. Their faces flushed bright red as they ran around like headless flies. It stinks. I can't take this anymore. Help stop farting already. As if you're not doing it too. It wasn't just the constant farting, the cries and wails of utter breakdown rose into a chaotic roar. A faint greenish gas spread over the entire assessment field as though the place had been polluted, refusing to disperse. Guqin pressed a hand over her mouth, unable to stop the corners of her lips from curling upward. They dared mock her. Then they could wait to be mocked by her in return. She slipped the crushed bottle back into her sleeve. The potion could be spread through the air, though the effect wasn't as strong as direct contact through a handshake. At best, it could only force people to fart for a few minutes. Was this your doing? The proctor let out a cold snort, his fingertip sliding down the roster before flipping back to, when did your ability become fart control? Didn't you name it water gun full of pee? Whoever gets sprayed screams before. Teacher, anyone would scream if they got sprayed with pee. Guqin shrank her neck a little, suddenly recalling a previous entrance assessment when she had run around with a water gun full of horse urine, spraying people everywhere and throwing the entire exam into even greater chaos than today. She had successfully made it through that assessment without a single injury, and from then on it was as if a whole new world had opened before her eyes. Because of this, Guqin had even given the ability a name, water gun full of pee. Whoever gets sprayed scream. In truth, it had never been horse urine inside. Only a little potion she had concocted to mimic the color and smell. Aside from making people gag from the stench, it actually had a powerful whitening effect. No one, however, was willing to let her spray it on their face. The proctor took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth twitching as the thunderous farting continued in his ears. He felt almost suffocated, even his mind refused to function properly. He snapped the academy handbook shut and pinched the bridge of his nose in speechless frustration. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Last time it was pee spraying. This time it was mass farting. Was there no such thing as a dignified ability anymore? I'll be reporting this. Wait for further notice. Thus the entrance assessment came to an end amid a cacophony of chaos. Guqin flopped onto her bed in disgust. This was already her third year. When would her days at the Ability Academy finally come to an end? She just wanted to go home. She was an ordinary person. Why had she been dragged off to the Ability Academy out of nowhere? It made no sense at all. Guqin rolled over and sat up on the bed. She looked toward the vase on her desk and placed her hand upon it. The nearby bookshelf rotated slightly, revealing a narrow gap. By the light spilling in, she could see rows of experimental potions within. She stood, grabbed the lab coat hanging to the side, and shrugged it on. Next time, she would develop a potion that could make people die of embarrassment without causing any real harm. Come on, Guqin. You can definitely graduate from the Ability Academy in one piece. This time, with Guqin's involvement, the school entrance examination was a successful failure. This is not the first time Guqin has sabotaged the entrance examination. The last time, she ran around poking people with a spear smeared with dog feces, and the time before that she sprayed people with a water gun filled with horse urine. The principal pinched the bridge of his nose, looking at the report before him with a somewhat speechless expression, his face weathered like a night ravaged by wind and snow, reminiscent of when his mother carried him feverish to the hospital. To be honest, he suddenly began to doubt the legitimacy of establishing the Ability Academy. The existence of the Academy is meant to stabilize students' control over their abilities and to cultivate their character. Abilities should not be used in front of ordinary people. Abnormality only invites discrimination, and this practice is also a form of protection for those with abilities. The principal of the Ability Academy, Chao Xingyan, found himself at a loss with Guqin. He took a sip of coffee to calm his nerves and raised his gaze to the boy sitting across from him, saying, as the herald of the divine, "Why must you keep that child? You know very well that the child has no abilities." The boy took a sip of tea casually, setting down his cup, resting his chin on his hand, and slightly curling his lips upward. The divine has bestowed its prophecy upon us. Aren't you aware of that? Or do you truly believe that the emergence of abilities is mere coincidence? The boy leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, one arm dangling carelessly in the air, while the other supported his chin. His eyes narrowed slightly, a coldness emanating from him, and his tone grew increasingly frigid. The prophecy bestowed by the divine 3 years ago foretells that there are only 100 days left until the apocalypse arrives, and no one dares to wager whether that prophecy is real. That heavy price is one you cannot bear. Listening to the boy's words, Chao Xingyan furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes worn by time fixed intently on the boy before him, a flicker of shock passing through them. He spoke correctly. If the apocalypse truly arrived, it would not be as simple as being seen as a monster for being different. He remained silent for a long while, then raised his gaze to the boy and slowly spoke. So even as the herald of the divine, you cannot be certain, can you? The boy supported his chin, not directly answering Chao Xingyan's question. He lazily leaned against the sofa, his lowered gaze hiding his thoughts. He too hoped that the prophecy was not true. Let that child remain, or perhaps they will prove to be of great use. On the 99th day of the Doomsday Countdown, Gu Keen finally developed a somewhat respectable potion. She excitedly ran out of the laboratory thinking that no one would call her abilities unimpressive during the entrance examination now. Gu Keen has no abilities, but fortunately, she is a potion maker with a passion for researching various concoctions. Unbeknownst to others, these potions can indeed mimic the appearance of abilities. After all, the Ability Academy has strict criteria for those with abilities, even if she claims she isn't one. No one. Gu Keen, holding her potion, lay directly on her bed, enjoying the soft embrace of her mattress. Her eyes, heavy as if filled with lead, gradually closed. Just as she fell asleep, her phone suddenly vibrated violently. As she opened her eyes, she saw the message that said, "All students are required to assemble immediately in the plaza and line up for ability level testing. All students including you. Signed, your most bull-headed teacher." Does she really have to go to something like this? When Gu Keen saw the message, she felt as if the sky had fallen. She had planned to sleep, having stayed up all night before leaving her utterly exhausted. She rolled out of bed, grasping the blanket and wrapping herself up like a dumpling. Why does she have to go for the new student's ability level testing? What is she supposed to do there? Serve as a background prop? Gu Keen's expression resembled someone who had just eaten something foul. She climbed out of her blanket, floating to the plaza with disheveled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and an aura of resentment surrounding her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a vengeful spirit. She arrived at the plaza watching as new and old students gathered together in line. Upon seeing Gu Keen approach, they instinctively moved away from her. After all, no one wants to pass gas in public. The shadow of yesterday loomed over each participant's heart. Gu Keen yawned and poked the shoulder of the boy in front of her. Xiao Yanqin felt a poke on his shoulder. He turned his head to see Gu Keen, whose expression was one of utter rage. Her hair was a mess, hanging down haphazardly to cover half her face, and the dark circles under her eyes were prominent. Gu Keen said gloomily, "Where do the old students line up?" Her voice sounded as if a vengeful ghost was demanding a life. Xiao Yanqin felt as if his soul was about to escape his body, and he quickly fled, shouting as he ran, completely oblivious to the golden coin that fell from him. What the hell? A ghost? Hey, why are you running? You dropped your coin. Gu Keen's hand hovered in the air, looking bewildered as she watched Xiao Yanqin disappear without a trace. His back looked strikingly similar to that of an opponent from yesterday's examination, and even his running posture was alike. A coin. Gu Keen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bent down to reach for the coin, only to find it felt as heavy as if it were glued to the ground. Hearing that the coin had fallen, Xiao Yanqin ran back, leaning on his knees, panting heavily as he looked curiously at the ground. "Where's my coin? It's right on the ground, didn't you see it? Hurry up and pick it up. Pick up your coin." Gu Keen pointed at the gold coin lying quietly on the ground, her voice drifting down to Xiao Yanqin from above. He reached down to scoop it up, then looked up at Gu Keen, finally seeing her face. He straightened up, his pupils trembling. "Why are you cursing at me?" "Oh, it's you. The senior from yesterday, who played with bird droppings." I wouldn't mind letting you really play with it." Gu Keen's face darkened as she gradually revealed a wicked smile, looking more and more like a vengeful spirit. "The senior doesn't need to queue because there's only one senior here, right, senior sister?" But it seemed that some words struck a chord with Gu Keen, who suddenly bent her body, pretending to fall, her hands reaching into Xiao Yanqin's pocket. She remembered that he had just placed coins in that pocket, and only coins could ease her current emotions. Xiao Yanqin felt a weight on his shoulder as he turned to see Gu Keen leaning against him, looking somewhat lifeless, her hands misbehaving in his pocket. "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Hey, senior sister, don't rummage through my pockets." In the end, Gu Keen didn't succeed as Xiao Yanqin insisted that the coin was important, but he didn't know who had given it to him, only that it was related to the academy. He came here to study, also wanting to uncover the truth. Since others had said so, Gu Keen didn't dare to ask again. Xiao Yanqin looked at the seemingly endless line with confusion and asked, "So what exactly is this ability level test?" This information had indeed not been uncovered. Most of what he found out was about the previous senior's failures. Gu Keen glanced at Xiao Yanqin, and in response to his eager gaze returned an even more expectant look. Xiao Yanqin. Behind the two of them came an incongruous voice as he spoke each word clearly. "The Ability Academy conducts tests on new students every semester to assess their realms and levels. The ability levels are divided into 5 realms: spoon, bowl, ladle, basin, and pot, with each realm further divided into 3 levels: A, B, and C." Xiao Yanqin extended his hand, raising each finger as he earnestly looked at his palm. "What are you counting? Huang Rong hasn't come yet." Gu Keen rolled her eyes, feeling a bit of a headache, though every time she heard the names of these ability realms, she wanted to laugh. Which genius came up with such plain names for the ability realms? "Didn't anyone tell you that your joke is really lame?" Xiao Yanqin said with a wry smile. Suddenly he realized something and looked suspiciously towards the back of Gu Keen, asking, "By the way, who was talking just now?" Gu Keen turned her head to see someone familiar standing behind her. Lu Qingshi. The young man had striking features with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a high nose bridge complemented by a pair of piercing eyes. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his black half-sleeves revealing strong arms, and his black pants accentuating his long legs, exuding a subtle sense of detachment. Seeing the young man before him, Xiao Yanqin stepped back, hiding directly behind Gu Keen. Lu Qingshi's gaze lingered on Xiao Yanqin for 2 seconds before he nodded and extended his hand towards Gu Qin. Long time no see. Wow, how come you got caught too? Gu Qin looked at the young man with a mix of pity and surprise. She and Lu Qingshi had grown up together so familiar that she could guess the color of his underwear. Though they were childhood friends, it was the kind of rivalry that was always present. Lu Qingshi chuckled lightly, his eyes narrowing as he tilted his chin, openly mocking her. Not as dumb as you, still not graduated at this point. Gu Qin's heart was struck hard, and she glared at Lu Qingshi, crossing her arms over her chest, rolling her eyes in exasperation as her voice came out almost through gritted teeth. Call. Senior. Sister. Haha, call me president. Lu Qingshi knocked on the badge on his chest, the emblem signifying the president of the Ability Academy's student council. The student council wore blue badges, but the president's was pure white. It bore the emblem of the Ability Academy. Gu Qin naturally recognized this badge. Having been at the school for 3 years, she was clear about everything, even the dog poop in the school. You of all people could become president. With what? Your 20 points in history. Gu Qin immediately countered, and without hesitation, she threw out her cold sarcasm. Having known each other since childhood, they were well aware of each other's weaknesses. Lu Qingshi was visibly irritated by her words, his tongue grazing his upper palate, his mouth twitching slightly, and his fists clenching as the air around them subtly shifted. Xiao Yanqin swallowed hard, his inner alarm bells ringing. He watched as the two were about to fight, and turned to run. Help! The senior sister and president are about to fight. His speed was fast, and in an instant he vanished. Xiao Yanqin dashed to the teacher, who was still registering levels, slamming his hands on the table, panting heavily from running too fast. The senior sister and president are fighting. He gasped for air, his voice unclear. Ace listened to his hurried breaths, pausing in his examination of the report. He raised his eyes to meet Xiao Yanqin's anxious gaze, and tilted his head to look back. This student please queue at the back to await the ability test. Ace glanced at his phone, then tapped the table gently, his tone gentle, yet impartial. He had no time to waste, as many other students were waiting for their ability tests behind him. Xiao Yanqin took a step back, noticing that all the new students behind him were staring at him. He instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a bit frightened under so many gazes. His legs trembled slightly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a cloud of dust. When he returned, he saw Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi with their arms around each other's shoulders. Gu Qin said through gritted teeth, her hand resting on Lu Qingshi's waist, as she secretly pinched his back through his clothes. President, hurry up, and tell me, when did you arrive? I just arrived not long ago, and became president. It's quite embarrassing, senior sister. To Xiao Yanqin, the two of them looked like good buddies catching up, as if their earlier confrontation had been just a dream. He rubbed his eyes, blinking open and closed again, listening to their back and forth, one calling the other president, and the other senior sister. So their relationship is this good? So, why haven't you left yet? Gu Qin pouted, rubbing her shoulder, where Lu Qingshi had pinched her painfully. She nudged Lu Qingshi's back with her elbow. Lu Qingshi's expression remained unchanged, still smiling at Gu Qin, but his hand hidden within his sleeve, clenched tightly. Gu Qin had deliberately jabbed the exact spot he had pinched, absolutely undeniably intentional. Nothing much. I was flipping through the report sheets and found the thickest one, yours coincidentally. Thought I'd drop by and see how much your ability level has improved over these 3 years. Gu Qin. By the way, senior, what exactly is your ability level? Xiao Yanqin spoke up weakly from the side, scratching his hair. As Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi's gazes fell upon him, he instinctively stepped back and covered his mouth with his hand. Gu Qin, obviously it's Cauldron Realm. Lu Qingshi, Spoon Realm Crank. They spoke simultaneously, leaving Xiao Yanqin utterly bewildered. Though he was more inclined to believe the student council president, since the senior didn't seem reliable at all. He blinked only to see Gu Qin lunging at Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi, if you don't open your mouth, no one would take you. Lu Qingshi sidestepped the attack, letting out a light chuckle as he shrugged nonchalantly. What? How did you know Bull Realm rank? The top freshman of the new academy. Gu Qin hit the ground, propping herself up with her hands before kicking at Lu Qingshi with both feet. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Lu Qingshi reached out, grabbing Gu Qin by the ankle and lifting her up effortlessly. No, you do want to know. Gu Qin hung upside down in midair. She clicked her tongue, conjuring a small knife from somewhere with one hand, while grabbing Lu Qingshi's trousers with the other and slashing. A smirk curled at the corner of Gu Qin's lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with wicked delight. Slash his pants, and he'll be utterly humiliated. Hehehe, Lu Qingshi, you're done for. The black school trousers were cut open, revealing another pair of purple school trousers underneath. Gu Qin. Puzzled, she slashed again. Beneath the purple trousers lay white ones. Her expression grew complicated, but she stubbornly swung the knife once more, only to find blue trousers under the white. Gu Qin. Is this guy insane? Wearing so many layers of school trousers under one pair. Exhausted from her efforts, Gu Qin hung limply in the air, capping the small knife and stuffing it back into her pocket. Her face bore a listless, disdainful expression. Remember to pay for my trousers. Lu Qingshi's lips curved upward. He released his grip, and Gu Qin plummeted. The sudden drop triggered her instincts. She caught herself with her hands, executed a swift roll, and landed steadily on her feet. Are you insane? Gu Qin dusted off her sleeves, raising an eyebrow at Lu Qingshi in mockery. Seeming in high spirits, Lu Qingshi waved at her. I'm off. Your beloved president has work to do. Gu Qin squinted, glaring at Lu Qingshi before pouting and watching him leave. In this unfamiliar environment, encountering a familiar face, no matter what, instantly made her feel like she had a pillar of support. Senior, are you and the president close? Xiao Yanqin scratched his cheek, averting his gaze uncomfortably. Then he saw a mop of unruly hair brush past him. Gu Qin replied offhandedly, not close. She stood on tiptoes, gazing at the seemingly endless queue. Flicking her clothes, her eyes turned utterly serious and her entire demeanor surged, as if she could bulldoze everyone in the next second. Xiao Yanqin froze, instinctively stepping back, expecting Gu Qin to unleash some technique for a quick ability test. Then to his utter shock, she laid down on the ground. Yes, she lay down. Xiao Yanqin, what are you looking at me for? You want to sleep too? Gu Qin opened one eye, patted the ground beside her, yawned, and lazily rolled over. Tired, so incredibly tired. She had stayed up all night working on potions and hadn't closed her eyes until now. Sleep. She could do it anywhere, lying horizontally or vertically with the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed. Nothing that sleep couldn't solve. If it couldn't, then sleep again. Gu Qin actually fell asleep. Xiao Yanqin watched the scene, his mouth twitching. He subconsciously stepped farther away from Gu Qin. Somehow her thought process was just different from ordinary people. Better to keep some distance. After who knows how long, Gu Qin was woken up by a teacher. She opened her eyes to find her instructor pointing at a black stone in front of her. Just place your hand on it. AC was already accustomed to Gu Qin sleeping anywhere. As her teacher, he knew this child was always diligent, excelling in every subject, except moral and legal education. Fortunately, the principal had explicitly decreed that Gu Qin couldn't graduate, so AC simply failed her in every course. Otherwise, he feared she might do something that defied the heavens. Gu Qin sat up from the ground, yawned, and followed AC's instructions, placing her hand on the black stone. The stone was black, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror. The cool, icy touch sent a shiver through her heart. Pure cold. The moment Gu Qin touched it, the black stone glowed with a layer of white light, flickering briefly. Just once. Spoon Realm crank. AC looked at Gu Qin with some regret. After all, she hadn't improved in 3 years. While the principal must have his reasons. He was just a brick laid wherever needed. Teacher, what's with that expression? Gu Qin pouted, hands on her hips, glaring listlessly at AC. Wow, senior, you're the— Xiao Yanqin darted over, grinning at Gu Qin. You can up, no can no BB. Gu Qin stepped aside, pointing at the black stone. My ability is incredibly strong. They'll definitely leave you, senior, in the dust by 800 streets. Xiao Yanqin raised his chin, proudly leaned in to examine the ability stone, and placed his hand on it. The stone flashed with white light, flickering briefly twice. No one noticed that as the white light faded, dark golden streaks covered the entire black stone before vanishing without a trace. Spoon Realm break. AC looked at Xiao Yanqin and stated flatly. Xiao Yanqin, those 800 streets, are they a bit too close? Gu Qin immediately seized the loophole, completely unfazed that she was still a rank lower than Xiao Yanqin. Derisive laughter erupted around them. Hey, ha ha ha, what a pair of losers in crime. Am dying of laughter. B. Truly the pot calling the kettle black. Even a spring festival gala sketch wouldn't bore me like this. See, senior's going to fail again, isn't she? Ha ha. And the junior will fail right along with her. Xiao Yanqin's face instantly flushed red, and in the next moment, he shot out like a rocket, breaking the noisy atmosphere around him. The people nearby fell silent, only to be met with a burst of laughter. Hey, ha ha, as expected of the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick, even their ability levels are so close. B. No wonder they can get along so well. C. I can't take it anymore. Who will save this pair of sleeping dragon and phoenix chick? Gu Qin's eyes turned cold, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, and her delicate hand began to reach for her pocket. Her ears twitched as she plotted against those who mocked her. A gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late, but Gu Qin is just Gu Qin and not any gentleman. AC naturally understood Gu Qin's little actions. If it stirred up trouble, it would just add to his workload. After all, he had been with Gu Qin for so long, he knew all the tricks she could pull. AC knew this all too well, because last time Gu Qin wanted to take a day off, and he didn't approve, she retaliated directly by filming a toilet video. Caption: Mother's Peace. AC snorted coldly, shooting a glare at the circle of students. The cold air pressing down the suppression from their ability levels rendered the students unable to move. Mocking classmates. All of you will write ha 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 500 times, and I will check tomorrow. After AC reprimanded those mocking students, the surrounding new students all dispersed to write their punishments. He rubbed his aching temples. Having sat here for an entire day made him quite tired. Fortunately, the task was finally complete. He had managed to tally all the students' abilities. Next comes the class allocation based on ability levels. I can't stand it. All day long he is the most burdened. Truly, with a peculiar principle pointing at rice in the middle of the night, he demands to see corn filled with fruit tomorrow. Suddenly, AC noticed a burning gaze. He paused for a moment and turned to look at Gu Qin, who was being watched with ill intentions by the rowdy students, always ready to plot against him. What's wrong with you again? AC sighed, one hand on his hip, the other on his forehead, looking at Gu Qin with a helpless smile. Gu Qin mimicked a fly, rubbing her hands and moving closer to AC with flattery. Teacher, can you really not let me? Come on, I believe you will definitely graduate. AC paused, lowering his gaze to look at his student, suddenly recalling that Gu Qin had always wanted to leave this place. Forget it, with such a troublesome principal, he also wanted to stay far away from the academy. Alright. Thank you, teacher. Gu Qin watched AC leave until she could no longer see his back. She fell directly to the ground, tugging at her hair, letting out a painful wail, being brushed off again. When will I be able to leave? Gu Qin had thought about escaping, but the Ability Academy existed as a separate space maintained by abilities. The only connection to the outside world was a special ability formation, which required high-level ability permissions to activate. So sneaking out was simply impossible. Gu Qin once stayed up all night walking around the academy for a month, and still couldn't find another exit. No, if this route doesn't work, then I can only look for the higher-ups. Gu Qin was in pain for a while. She got up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, clenched her fists to encourage herself, as if the one who just howled to the sky wasn't her. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her face. Rubbing her hands together, she dashed to the principal's office, lightly knocking on the door. Until the principal's voice came from inside the room, Gu Qin abruptly pushed the door open with a bang, sliding directly to the side of the desk. Tears instantly welled up, and she clung to his leg, crying, "Principal, you must stand up for me." As she cried, she wiped her snot and tears on her black pants. But why did her pants have holes? Gu Qin pulled up the pant leg to wipe her face, and upon closer inspection the holes in her black pants revealed purple, blue, and white fabric underneath. It looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Before Gu Qin could think clearly, she heard a faint voice from above. "Gu Qin, this is my last pair of pants. What are you doing here?" Gu Qin immediately bounced back, retreating several steps to lean against the wall of the principal's office. Lu Qingshi slightly curled his lips, placing a folder on the desk. "To make you pay for my pants. Are you going to fight with my pants?" Gu Qin surveyed the room and realized the principal wasn't even in the office. She stopped pretending and directly stood on the principal's chair, one foot on the desk, pointing at Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi looked at Gu Qin with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Remember to get a size 3XL. I'm 187 centimeters tall." Gu Qin barely over 1.6 meters. "Did you get to put it on?" She extended her hand to give Lu Qingshi the middle finger just as the principal walked in through the door. He saw a disheveled girl dressed in the Ability Academy uniform, but looking like a beggar, one foot on his beloved chair and the other on his desk, giving him the middle finger. The mocking voice rang in her ears. "Did you get to put it on? Gu Qin, are you trying to fly?" Xiao Xingyan felt a rush of blood, his eyes gradually turning red. He felt like his temples were pounding like a machine gun, his fists clenched tightly. Flames erupted around him, enveloping the room in a layer of steam. Lu Qingshi's gaze darkened, his fingers hidden beneath his sleeve, twisting gently. The temperature in the room gradually dropped, and the surrounding flames weakened. Lu Qingshi smiled lightly. "You acted impulsively, principal." Xiao Xingyan pinched his temples, his fiery red eyes gradually returning to normal. He released his fists, looking at his scar-covered hands. Ever since he awakened his fire attribute ability, his temper had been affected, becoming increasingly volatile, especially as his ability level rose, his emotions became harder to control. So close to losing control. "Sorry." Xiao Xingyan completely calmed down, his eyes filled with regret, but he still pointed at Gu Qin. "Gu Qin, what do you want to do?" At this moment, Gu Qin had jumped off the stool, stealthily approaching the window, quietly preparing to climb out. Suddenly caught red-handed, she immediately turned her back to look at Xiao Xingyan. "I'm just going to the sky." "Ill. Go to the sky first." Gu Qin awkwardly scratched her cheek, stepping back as she lowered the foot she had raised. Damn, she had been caught red-handed trying to escape. Gu Qin swallowed hard, forcing a reluctant smile that stretched her lips, her tone stiff and unnatural. "What a coincidence, principal. Have you taken a dump?" Xiao Xingyan. His mouth twitched, the anger he had just suppressed reignited by Gu Qin like a lighter spark. From a distance, Xiao Yankin's urgent voice rang out, accompanied by a clattering noise. "Move. Get out of the way." Something flew straight into the office, hurtling toward Gu Qin. With a loud bang, Gu Qin was sent flying. "I think I hit something." Xiao Yanqin lifted his head from a pile of iron plates, his gaze landing on the empty window. He shook his head in confusion, then turned to Lu Qingshi. "Brother, sure, is it okay to leave it here?" "Ah, yes. Hello, principal." Xiao Yanqin let go of the iron plates, which clattered to the floor in a heap. He bowed hastily, then scurried out like a streak of light, disappearing in a flurry. "Xiao Xingyan, you." "Hello." He stared at the pile of wooden boards and iron frames on the ground, crouching to pick one up and weigh it in his hand. "Just ordinary materials. What are you planning?" "Don't worry, just some renovations." Lu Qingshi patted Xiao Xingyan's shoulder. Though his expression showed signs of fatigue, the smile at the corner of his lips deepened. A pleasant environment lifts the mood. Even if my ability can suppress your anger, it's still a ticking time bomb. "What do you think, Gu Qin?" Lu Qingshi turned and walked to the window, bending down to see Gu Qin hanging like a kite in midair, her clothes caught on a branch. Her hands dangled, radiating a faint aura of lifelessness. Her unkempt hair was tangled with twigs and leaves. A sparrow flew over with a twig in its beak, perched on her head, and tucked it in. Then it chirped and flew off, returning with another twig, repeating the process. I think I've become a bird's nest. How wonderful. My tiny head now bears a great home. Gu Qin's voice drifted out hollow and distant. Lu Qingshi couldn't help but laugh. His slender, well-defined fingers gently covered his mouth, hiding the upward curve of his lips, while his eyes crinkled with mirth. Chao Xingyan watched the scene, a chill running down his spine. He looked at Lu Qingshi's back with a complicated expression. Lu Qingshi was the captain of the special ability organization, Sleepless, rumored to be aloof and cold with a proud and icy demeanor. Could someone like that also fail to suppress a laugh? Chao Xingyan patted his face, his eyes darkening as he gathered his thoughts. Among the graduates of the Ability Academy, those who performed exceptionally could be selected to join special ability organizations. It seemed the captain of Sleepless had appeared at the academy for recruitment. That prophecy. So the ability organizations had already taken action. Forget it. Let them sort things out themselves. Chao Xingyan cleared his throat, stood up, and left his office. He looked at the flames flickering in his palm, then clenched his fist, extinguishing them. The plan needed to move forward quickly. Inside the principal's office, Gu Qin looked up to meet Lu Qingshi's smiling face. Twigs and leaves rained down from her head as she wrinkled her messy face. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingshi, let me tell you, I'm a very vengeful person now. With that, Gu Qin wrapped her arms around herself. A person with a strong hold-father complex has no smile on their face. So it's that kind of hold-father. Lu Qingshi's voice carried a hint of amusement. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk, the smile never leaving his lips. He propped himself on the windowsill and vaulted over it, landing on one knee before rising and walking slowly toward Gu Qin. Gu Qin rolled her eyes, pulled a small knife from her pocket, and sliced through the branch holding her. She dropped, twisting midair to land steadily on her feet. Ever since she was left hanging, Shed kept the knife on her. Finally she got to show off. Think you're the only one who can Gu Qin brandished the knife. Lu Qingshi shook his head, pointing at his own pants, then at her hair. I'm still the best. Gu Qin shot him a silent, exasperated look. She plopped down on the grass and patted the spot beside her, signaling him to sit. Anyway, forget that. Weren't you supposed to join the military? How did you get discharged? Lu Qingshi didn't hesitate, sitting down next to her. One long leg stretched out, his hand resting on his knee as he looked up at the azure sky. It had been so long since Head felt such tranquility. Lu Qingshi closed his eyes, gently feeling the breeze ruffle his hair. A cool sensation spread across his knee. The torn pants Gu Qin had slashed for him. He cracked open one eye to glance at Gu Qin, who had somehow lain down on the grass. He answered calmly. No, I suddenly awakened an ability and was sent here. What about you? Didn't the lab blow you up? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Gu Qin rolled her eyes. She had originally been set to join the National Research Institute, but 3 years ago she was whisked away by the Ability Academy, and she still hadn't found a way to leave. She wondered how her old colleagues at the institute were doing. And her younger brother. Had he been eating properly lately? I want to go home. Gu Qin turned over, curling into a ball, and murmured softly. Lu Qingshi's ears twitched. He had heard her clearly. His well-defined fingers tightened slightly. Why did she have to leave? At least here it was safe. Suddenly the sound of even breathing reached his ears. Lu Qingshi paused, turning to see Gu Qin fast asleep on the grass. What a pig. Lu Qingshi chuckled softly, took off his jacket, and draped it over her. He stood up, rolling his shoulders, his gaze lingering on the sleeping Gu Qin. Gu Qin was jolted awake. Opening her eyes, she found one of her legs being lifted by Lu Qingshi, her whole body dragged like a suitcase. Slowly raising her head, she saw a flight of stairs before her, and her eyes widened instantly. If her head hit those steps, she wouldn't need a pillow tonight. Her head would be the lump. Lu Qingshi, are you insane? Gu Qin immediately grabbed a nearby pillar, shouting, while pulling herself up. Lu Qingshi let go. Gu Qin clung to the pillar, watching him warily, her legs coiled around it. If you want to kill me, nothing, just saw you weren't awake, thought I'd help you wake up. Lu Qingshi chuckled, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. One leg bent slightly as he rested on the stairs, his eyes glinting with amusement devoid of any distance. Help me with something. Lu Qingshi beckoned to Gu Qin. She rolled her eyes, sticking out her tongue. Why should I? It's for the principal. If you do a good job, maybe he'll let you graduate early. Lu Qingshi's voice lingered as he turned and climbed the stairs, his fingers hidden in his sleeve, counting down. 1 step, 2, 3. Just as Lu Qingshi stepped onto the landing, before he could count to 3, Gu Qin slid into his path. Rubbing her hands together, she beamed. Helping. I love helping. What's the task? Lu Qingshi shook his head, his tone light. Nothing much, just a small favor. In the principal's office, Gu Qin stared at the wooden planks and iron frames scattered across the floor, scratching her head in confusion. What's all this for? Just helping renovate the principal's office. Any ideas? Lu Qingshi picked up an iron plate, weighing it in his hand. Before he could speak, Gu Qin energetically grabbed a wooden plank, thumping her chest. Of course. Leave it to me. Just rest assured. Lu Qingshi raised an eyebrow. If Gu Qin said that, it surely meant she was about to pull off something. Sure enough, the entire principal's office became shrouded in layers of dust until a breeze swept through the window, clearing the haze to reveal a massive scram inside. Yes, exactly, scram. A perfectly formed scram constructed from wooden planks and iron frames. Gu Qin wiped her cheek, one foot on the principal's black chair, the other on the desk, pointing at the impeccably shaped scram. This way next time the principal is upset he can just point at this word and everyone will understand. Such a practical tool, no one could be dissatisfied. What do you think? Maybe add some potted plants, make it a scram with grass. Lu Qingshi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, half leaning against it as he pondered. Good idea. Wait for me. Hearing Lu Qingshi's suggestion, Gu Qin slapped her thigh and dashed out. When she returned, she was carrying an armful of flowers and plants. By then Chao Xingyan had already returned and was discussing something with Lu Qingshi. Standing outside the principal's office, Gu Qin caught fragments of their conversation. Lu Qingshi, how do you feel? Chao Xingyan, not great. The rage is still hard to suppress, even with your method. Lu Qingshi, I have another way. He finished speaking, his gaze shifting toward the door. Gu Qin stood there holding a stack of flower pots, her hand frozen mid-knock as she peeked out from behind the pots. Are you done talking? Can I come in? Lu Qingshi nodded. Chao Xingyan was bewildered. Why had the leader of Sleepless stopped speaking? What was he plotting? What could possibly control his temper? He didn't say a word, but followed Lu Qingshi's train of thought, curious about how he could finally master his fury. After all, the side effect of his ability, irritability, could cost him his life in battle due to impulse. Gu Qin entered, clattering the flower pots onto the scram, each pot brimming with grass. Chao Xingyan's mouth twitched. He had noticed the scram from the start, but had forced himself not to look at it during their series. After all, no one would place a scram in an office, let alone a scram topped with a pot of grass. Principal, you're here? Perfect. How do you like the frame I built? Gu Qin patted the frame, grinning broadly as she began her pitch. Principal, if someone annoys you, just point at this scram and tell them to roll right out. I even added your favorite rolling grass on top. Perfect for cursing people out. Gu Qin rambled on. Chao Xingyan's eyelid twitched. He felt had seen those flower pots somewhere before. A surge of anger choked him as he pointed at the scram, his vision blurring. Scram. Yes, just like that. Point like that. Principal, you're so smart. Gu Qin clapped her hands, watching Chao Xingyan put it into practice, and gave him a thumbs up. Soon enough, she found herself in the hallway outside the principal's office, a pot of Roland grass balanced on her head. Gu Qin was sent to stand in the hall as punishment. She took the pot off her head, fiddling with the lush green grass which she had painstakingly carried from her room. Didn't the principal like it? Gu Qin rubbed her chin. To satisfy the principal and secure her early graduation, she would have to try even harder. Having figured it out, she set down the pot and scurried away. Lu Qingshi glanced at her retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. Principal, get some rest. Who knows, there might be a surprise waiting in your bedroom. Chao Xingyan sighed, extinguishing the flames in his hand. A throbbing pain pulsed at his temples as he massaged them wearily. Controlling my temper would already be a surprise. Lu Qingshi left. Chao Xingyan stood alone in his office, staring at his beloved chair covered in footprints, the scattered wood shavings and nails, the chaotic room, and the glaring scram. Flames erupted from him again, scorching the floor black. Is keeping Gu Qin here really a good thing? Chao Xingyan muttered to himself, trudging heavily to his room. The moment he opened the door, he saw that all his carefully tended Roland grass had been stripped bare, even the pots taken. Gu Qin, are you insane? Flames lit up the dark sky. Chao Xingyan exploded. The class placement list for the Ability Academy came out quickly. As soon as Gu Qin opened her eyes, her WeChat was bombarded with messages. All from Ace. Xiao Jingxi class, Gu Qin, your first ability class is at A20. Don't be late. The principal is observing today, and he specifically emphasized that you must arrive on time. Ace added another sentence. He said if you're not on time you won't graduate. Gu Qin's gaze lingered on the word graduate. Without a second thought, she scrambled out of bed, dashed into the bathroom, and emerged fully dressed. She tugged at her uniform sleeves, a dark blue blazer over a crisp white shirt accented with a navy striped tie. Her hair was perfectly smooth, cascading down her waist like a waterfall, with a few stray strands brushing her forehead. Beneath her beautiful peach blossom eyes, 2 tiny tear moles adorned her cheeks. She slipped on her shoes, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. At the classroom door, she pushed it open gently. Xiao Yanqin spotted her and waved. Senior, over here. Gu Qin nodded, carried her bag over, and sat beside Xiao Yanqin. Several new students crowded around them. Gao Ji crossed his arms, leaned on Gu Qin's desk, and sneered. Oh, isn't this our senior? How come you're in the same class as us freshmen? Han Cheng, standing behind Gao Ji, added with discontent. Seriously, what are 2 rookies doing in C class? Gu Qin curled her lips, placed a pen between her fingers, propped her chin on her hand, and lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing at them lazily and nonchalantly. Xiao Yanqin murmured weakly, because C class is the worst class. Those words made Gao Ji's hand slip, nearly sending him sprawling onto the desk. He awkwardly switched hands, his face instantly flushing crimson. Gu Qin shook her head helplessly. Every semester she faced a wave of mockery. At first she retaliated, but now she was almost numb, treating them like monkeys in a zoo. Gu Qin scanned the room. Most were new students watching the spectacle. C class was the lowest tier, so there were fewer freshmen. Her potion could probably drench everyone. Well then, sorry. Apologies to the junior students watching on the sidelines. Gu Qin stood up, pinched the pen in her hand, and with a flick tossed it into the air. The pen spun several times, spraying white liquid all over the classroom. What is this? Achu, my new clothes are ruined. No. Gao Ji coughed and glared at Gu Qin. Gu Qin, what did you do? Han Cheng frantically wiped his mouth. The strange liquid had flown straight into his mouth. The taste. Could it be urine? No way. Gu Qin flipped her blazer, performed a backflip onto the stage, and deftly opened the music player. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, she started a karaoke song. Illusions shatter. As the melody played, everyone in C class involuntarily began waving their arms and lifting their feet, stiffly dancing like marionettes. Gu Qin stood at the podium, leading the routine. Dance yet sound potion. Upon hearing music you can't help but dance. Last 5 minutes. Haven't you heard? Never mess with a senior. Gu Qin flashed a mischievous grin, waving her hands as she sang and danced on the stage. Class was about to start, and she figured it was the perfect welcome ceremony for the principal. But senior, you're catching your own people in the crossfire. Xiao Yanqin waved his arms with a look of utter despair like two marionettes. His agonized howl was drowned out by the passionate music. Xiao Xingyan, holding a book and adjusting his glasses, stood in the hallway with a headache. Lu Qingshi had told him to attend C class at Xiao Jing to learn how to control his temper. The captain of Bai wouldn't deceive him, would he? He trudged heavily toward C class, hearing the raucous singing from a distance. Karaoke forever, okay. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Xingyan's eyes. When he reached the door, he saw his dear students twisting their bodies stiffly, like robots, some crawling on the floor, like caterpillars in the shadows. It was like a zombie apocalypse. Even scarier than zombies. Gu Qin was singing and dancing on the podium. The scene was utter chaos. Xiao Xingyan's temples throbbed. He took a deep breath, and the book in his hand had already turned to ash. Gu Qin stopped, spotted Xiao Xingyan at the door, and quickly jumped off the stage. She pulled out a tissue from somewhere, wiped her hands, and respectfully made a please gesture. One honored guest this way. Gu Qin, restore the classroom right now. Xiao Xingyan roared and flames erupted around him. His pupils trembled as the fire nearly reached Gu Qin, but he quickly retracted his ability. He had almost hurt his student. His temper was getting harder to control. The potion's effect wore off, and the C-class students gradually returned to their seats, most of them slumped over their desks like little pancakes. Seeing them settle down, Xiao Xingyan cleared his throat, his eyes apologetic, and walked into the classroom. Let's forget about this incident. Next time, Gu Qin, if you do this again, you'll face punishment. Understood. He strode over and sat down on a random stool. Hearing that the principal wasn't punishing her, Gu Qin's face lit up with a grin. She trotted over to Xiao Xingyan and tapped his desk. What now? Xiao Xingyan shot her an impatient glare. Gu Qin pointed at the bag on the stool and said, Teacher, that's my seat. I need to get in. Xiao Xingyan. He sighed deeply, stood up, and let her sit down. Thanks. Gu Qin settled into her seat and flashed him a professional smile. Xiao Xingyan covered his face with his hand. Out of sight, out of mind. He silently moved to the other side of the classroom, the farthest spot from Gu Qin. Class time quickly arrived as AC walked in carrying a whole bag of rice. The strength of supernatural abilities is not merely about levels. Concentration and mental control are particularly important. If you can concentrate your supernatural ability at a single point, even a weak ability can exert tremendous influence. AC raised his hand, and a piece of chalk flew into the air. He clenched his hand, and the chalk instantly— Wow! Whoa! That's amazing, it just disappeared. The entire class erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Gu Qin yawned, propping her chin on her hand, a bit bored, as she doodled circles on her notebook. It was just using supernatural abilities to turn the chalk into invisible dust. How could it possibly disappear? Gu Qin is right, so today what we will use is this. AC nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on Gu Qin, appearing contemplative. Despite having taught her many times, he was still astonished by her terrifying insight. He brought the entire bag of rice to the podium and continued his lesson. A new student politely raised his hand and asked, But teacher, why did you bring a big bag of rice? Is it for us to cook with our supernatural abilities? Not at all. It is meant for counting. Counting rice can help focus your attention, thereby enhancing your mastery over supernatural abilities. I will give each person a bowl of rice, and you must accurately determine whether the number is odd or even. AC shook his head, raising his hand, as the bowl of rice flew out, directly floating in midair lined up around him. His supernatural ability is object manipulation, allowing him to control objects to move according to his thoughts. Controlling the bowl is just the basics. AC's gaze landed on the principal, and he nodded, signaling that he was ready to start the lesson. Xiao Xingyan nodded in response. He realized he hadn't observed how teachers conducted classes, and suddenly became interested. Xiao Xingyan rested his chin on his hand, watching AC move his fingers as each student had a full bowl of rice placed in front of them. He waved his hand, signaling AC to give him a portion as well. AC was of course prepared. He personally placed a bowl of rice in front of the principal, and extending his hand respectfully said, Principal, please. Xiao Xingyan raised his hand and poured the rice onto the table. Perhaps what Lu Qingshi said was exactly this. Training concentration, it might even help improve his temperament. AC clapped his hands and started timing with his phone. You have 15 minutes. I want an accurate count. You can use your supernatural abilities however you like. In an instant, all the students in Class C began counting the rice. Upon hearing they could use supernatural abilities, Gao Ji licked his lips confidently and raised his chin. His ability was calculation, and as long as he poured all the rice on the table, he could determine whether it was odd or even. However, not all supernatural abilities are like Gao Ji's capable of calculation. Xiao Yanqin painfully took out a small handful of rice and began counting one by one. He pouted, murmuring, "When will this ever end? How can I finish counting in 15 minutes? Don't panic, just watch me." Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqin's shoulder, holding the bowl of rice, and darting off in a her speed was incredible, and not a single grain of rice spilled from the bowl. "Jigu, can you help me count later?" Han Sheng frowned, staring at the densely packed rice on the table, and his head directly hit the table. "Sure," Gao Ji confidently said. Just as he poured all the rice onto the table, something suddenly flew over, scattering rice all over the floor. He turned to see Gu Qin's figure disappearing out the door. "You have to count the rice that fell on the ground too." AC smiled and said. Gao Ji looked at the rice scattered on the ground, speechless, and all his anger was swallowed. With the teacher and principal present, and not being a combat-type supernatural ability user, he had felt stifled since today's karaoke began. Gao Ji pushed up his glasses and shot Gu Qin a glare. Gu Qin approached Xiao Xingyan, poking his arm with her hand. "Principal, can you do me a favor?" Xiao Xingyan naturally noticed Gu Qin's actions. He suppressed his anger and directly ignored her, focusing on counting the rice on the table. "Principal, can you help me out?" Gu Qin kept pestering Xiao Xingyan, and when she reached out to poke his arm again, it caused all the rice in his hand to spill out, mixing with the rice he had just counted. What a waste. He clenched his fists, suppressing the flames of anger, his mouth twitching as he silently reminded himself. This is his test: stay calm, and do not be disturbed by external factors. Until Gu Qin sang beside him, "Dreams are shattered." Xiao Xingyan instinctively joined in karaoke forever okay. The sudden response made his mental defenses crumble instantly, causing his hand to freeze as all the rice he had just tidied up spilled out. He pressed his temples and looked at Gu Qin with a helpless expression, saying, "What are you trying to do this time?" "Principal, you acknowledged me. That's wonderful. Could you please help me borrow some fire?" Gu Qin sat in front of Xiao Xingyan, pushing her bowl of rice toward him. "What for?" Xiao Xingyan's eyes flashed with confusion. Gu Qin stood up, directly pointing at her bowl of rice. "As long as you eat this bowl of rice, if you poop it's odd, if you don't it's even." Xiao Xingyan. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Gu Qin with a dumbfounded expression. All the students in class turned their gazes to Gu Qin. She tossed her hair back, confidently patting her chest. "Because odd is convenient, and even is inconvenient." Xiao Xingyan. He felt like a fool for even considering Gu Qin's opinion. His anger surged instantly. With a loud bang, the rice was turned into rice flakes, scattering across the classroom like snowflakes, pure and full. Gu Qin reached out to catch a handful and tossed it into her mouth. "Delicious, just not sweet enough. I should add some sugar." Gu Qin nodded, shaking her head as she directly stripped off her clothes, catching handful after handful. Xiao Xingyan's fists cracked with rage as he could no longer hold back, pointing at Gu Qin and shouting, "Gu Qin, get out." Bang! The rice in the entire room exploded into rice flakes. A class focused on concentration transformed into a culinary lesson, with the head chef being Xiao Xingyan, the principal of the Ability Academy. This incident spread throughout the academy. Gu Qin was sweeping the rice scattered across the classroom with a broom, letting out a sigh. "What a shame. Senior sister, stop sighing, and just keep sweeping." Xiao Yanqin grimaced, pounding his lower back with his hand. He had foolishly eaten a piece of popped rice, and was now punished to clean the entire classroom. It was clear he shouldn't have played with Gu Qin. He always ended up in trouble. Why waste food? Gu Qin picked up a grain of rice from the floor, wiped it, gently looking at it with a pained expression, and finally with reluctance tossed it into the trash can. The two of them stuffed all the popped rice into the trash can. Gu Qin wrapped her hands around the trash bag and took it away. "Senior sister, what do you need those popped rice for?" Xiao Yanqin followed with a broom. "I'll take it home and eat it. We can't just waste food like that." Gu Qin continued, speaking to herself, her gaze becoming heavier as she recalled how she once fought with Lu Qingshi over a bun in her childhood. Every time she thought of it, she regretted not hitting Lu Qingshi a few more times. "But senior sister, they're all dirty. If you don't understand, I know someone who can help clean the dust off the popped rice." Gu Qin wiped her nose and directly put the popped rice on her back, bouncing and skipping away. That evening in the cafeteria, a bewildering dessert called popped rice balls appeared. Xiao Yanqin held a plate, staring at the popped rice in front of him, unable to bring himself to use the tongs. "If you're not going to eat, then step aside." Gao Ji shot Xiao Yanqin a glare, and Han Sheng bumped Xiao Yanqin with his shoulder. Xiao Yanqin lost his balance and fell to the ground, spilling soup all over himself. He gasped in pain, rubbing his backside, when suddenly he felt a force at his collar, lifting him up. Gu Qin stood in front of Xiao Yanqin, holding a plate of milk. With a cold huff, she shoved the plate into Xiao Yanqin's arms. She despised wasting food, especially after she had begged AIC to help clean the dust in exchange for her to serve in the cafeteria today, while enduring ridicule from Lu Qingshi. The more Gu Qin thought about it, the angrier she became. Her hand, hidden in her sleeve, gradually reached for her potion. Lu Qingshi in response grabbed Xiao Yanqin's collar and quickly sprinkled a handful of cilantro into Gu Qin's milk. "Hi, isn't this our dear senior sister? What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Han Sheng shook his arm, his physique much larger than Gu Qin's, especially his biceps, which seemed almost as big as Gu Qin. "Actually, I do have business with you." Gu Qin clenched her fist, suddenly changing her mind. She looked at Han Sheng, who stood like a wall, and swiftly appeared behind him. Han Sheng roared, his muscles bulging in an instant, making him even bigger. His muscles stretched his school uniform to its limit, and a button flew directly toward Xiao Yanqin. He immediately crouched down, and the button landed in front of Lu Qingshi, who caught it effortlessly. His gaze grew serious as he looked at the muscular Han Cheng. Although his ability enhanced his muscles, he was a bit too clumsy. Gu Qin pressed her knee against Han Cheng's shoulder, her legs wrapping around his arm as she prepared to throw him. However, Han Cheng was too heavy and she couldn't budge him. Gu Qin wriggled like an eel on Han Cheng's back. Her mouth twitched, and realizing she couldn't overpower him, she slid off his back. Han Cheng swung his fist, creating an explosive sound in the air. As he turned, his massive fist charged toward Gu Qin. She bent low and slid out from under Han Cheng, holding a long dark object. Gao Ji frowned, realizing that Gu Qin was holding her own against Han Cheng purely through skill. The senior sister, who had been in school for 3 years, was not as useless as rumored. Could it be that she was just pretending? Before he could clearly see Gu Qin's movements, he suddenly exited the ability state. Lu Qingshi raised a finger, gently placed it on his lips, and silently mouthed words. Don't disturb them. Gu Qin stood up from the ground, shaking the belt in her hand, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Han Cheng, your pants are falling down. Han Cheng's eyes widened as he looked down at his pants, his deep blue suit trousers completely falling, revealing bright red boxer shorts with a pig design. Is it your lucky year? Gu Qin opened her mouth in shock, shaking her head. Han Cheng's face flushed crimson as he quickly covered his backside with his hands, immediately exiting the ability state. He turned to run, but his trousers tangled around his legs like rope, causing him to crash into Gao Ji. The two of them crashed together like a pair of stacked toys. Gu Qin clapped her hands, then took off her jacket and covered the pig's nose on Han Cheng's shorts. Turning, she waved at Xiao Yanqin, who was drenched in soup, even his hair dripping with liquid. He saw Gu Qin waving and got up to join her. What's wrong, senior sister? Gu Qin pulled a clean tissue from her pants pocket and handed it to Xiao Yanqin. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on her bowl. The milk was no longer steaming, but the cilantro floated on top, particularly noticeable. Lu Qingshi, are you crazy? You put cilantro in my milk. She clenched her fist, picking up her milk and pointing at Lu Qingshi, scolding him. Lu Qingshi stood there whistling as he casually slid his foot on the floor tiles as if he hadn't done anything. Only you could do something like this. Gu Qin raised her milk and drank it in one go. The taste of cilantro mixed with milk surged in her brain, contorting her face. She kicked directly at Lu Qingshi. Eating cilantro is good for your health. Lu Qingshi dodged to the side. A smile crept to his lips. He knew that Gu Qin never wasted food, even if it was something she disliked, she'd still eat it. For instance, Gu Qin absolutely detested cilantro. Xiao Yanqin wiped his face with a tissue, lifting his gaze to see Gu Qin, who was chasing after Lu Qingshi with an expression of dissatisfaction. As Lu Qingshi ran, he mocked her. Xiao Yanqin stood there exclaiming in awe, indeed their relationship is quite good. After quickly cleaning the soup stains from himself, he rubbed his empty stomach and was about to leave when his eyes fell on the two collapsed figures on the ground, Gao Ji and Han Cheng, resembling potted plants. Xiao Yanqin sighed, forget it, lying here is affecting my meal. He walked over and grabbed the legs of the two, activating his ability at the ankle, causing himself and the incapacitated Gao Ji and Han Cheng to disappear from the spot. After tossing them back into their room, Xiao Yanqin went to eat. Just as he reached the entrance of the cafeteria, he saw Gu Qin waving at him, while Lu Qingshi quietly ate with his chin propped up. The two seemed to have played until they were tired, their relationship truly good, which made him feel a hint of envy. Ever since his powers were revealed to everyone, it seemed that no one wanted to play with him anymore. He was avoided like a snotty child, and had even been given the nickname Coward. Perhaps because Gu Qin, like him, was also ostracized, he unconsciously sought her out. But watching Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi's relationship, forget it, he used to be alone anyway. Xiao Yanqin thought this as he lowered his gaze, preparing to leave. Just as he lifted his foot to turn around, he heard Gu Qin's voice behind him, rabbit this. Rabbit. Xiao Yanqin was a bit puzzled, but turned around. Senior, are you calling me? Who else? Gu Qin jogged up to him with a bowl full of rice, shoving it into his hands along with a pair of chopsticks. Eat quickly. Gu Qin blinked, her eyes looking at Xiao Yanqin with anticipation. Xiao Yanqin paused, pressing his lips together. Why do you call me rabbit? Because you run fast like a rabbit. Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqin's back, her arm draped over his shoulder, smiling mischievously. Rabbits eat grass, right? Xiao Yanqin's gaze gradually shifted to the rice, shaking his head helplessly as he looked at the cilantro sprinkled on the white rice. Senior really doesn't like cilantro, huh? For a moment, he felt warmth in his heart, his fingers gently rubbing the edge of the bowl. Rabbit, fluffy and cute. Gu Qin released her hands, standing in front of Xiao Yanqin with her hands together, shaking apologetically. Please, I really can't waste food. It's okay, I love cilantro the most. Xiao Yanqin smiled at Gu Qin. Lu Qingshi, resting his chin on his hand, looked at them with a hint of warmth in his eyes as memories surged like a tide. Before he could revel in them, a pair of chopsticks snatched the chicken leg from his bowl. Lu Qingshi's expression was somewhat complicated as he looked up to see Gu Qin stealthily using chopsticks to grab the chicken leg. Suddenly caught in the act, Gu Qin's chopsticks trembled, causing the chicken leg to drop. Lu Qingshi nudged his bowl, and the chicken leg fell back into his bowl. Sorry, still mine. Lu Qingshi chuckled lightly, picking up the chicken leg with his chopsticks and taking a bite. The fragrant chicken leg burst in his mouth, the tender meat enveloped in savory sauce with a hint of sweet cola flavor. Lu Qingshi shook the bitten chicken leg playfully. TSK. Gu Qin pouted, her cheeks puffed like a pufferfish. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stabbed her chopsticks vigorously into her own bowl, revealing a mound of chopped cilantro beneath the rice. Gu Qin. The sound of breaking chopsticks echoed as she dumped the rice into Xiao Yanqin's bowl and turned to land a punch on Lu Qingshi, but unfortunately she missed. The meal passed quickly, and in the afternoon, they separated to attend classes. Lu Qingshi was not in Class C, so he wouldn't be going to class with Gu Qin. As Xiao Yanqin walked along the path, he glanced at the azure sky outside, softly mumbling, "Senior, how did you and Lu—" "Oh, you're asking this. We met while fighting over a bag of expired instant noodles." "Why the sudden question?" Gu Qin casually replied, stopping to turn and look at Xiao Yanqin. "Oh, nothing, just a bit envious of your relationship, it seems." Suddenly a hand pressed against Xiao Yanqin's mouth, silencing him. Gu Qin pulled Xiao Yanqin aside, making a shushing gesture beside her mouth as they peeked around the corner of the corridor. "Is that the principal? Senior, are you that afraid of the principal?" Xiao Yanqin looked at the familiar figure ahead, recalling the morning's class, realizing she probably had reason to be scared given how much she was often punished. "No, I just hide and secretly follow him. Whenever he needs help I appear immediately, which boosts my favorability." Gu Qin confidently patted her chest, flipping her hair. "Xiao Yanqin, you go back to class first, they'll be right there." After Gu Qin spoke, she sneakily followed along, not walking too close to Chao Xingyan, but always trailing behind. Xiao Yanqin wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat as he watched Gu Qin's stealthy following until she slipped into the men's restroom. Xiao Yanqin's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed them, uncertainly glancing at the restroom sign, and then at Gu Qin's. "Is this right, senior? That's the men's restroom." Xiao Yanqin jumped up and ran over. Inside the restroom, Chao Xingyan clutched his stomach, puzzled by the sudden onset of diarrhea. What on earth did the cafeteria mess up today? He remembered that the fried rice from today was quite good. Squatting in the restroom, after a moment of relief, he reached for the tissue box, only to find it empty, unrefilled. He sat there silently for a while, awkwardly on the toilet, just as he was about to call his employee. Suddenly a hand reached under the stall partition, holding a roll of toilet paper. "Principal, just let me graduate already." Hearing the familiar voice, Chao Xingyan nearly dropped his phone. Gu Qin, I'm in the restroom." Chao Xingyan's fists cracked as he clenched them, flames swirling around him, the surroundings scorching hot. "Then I'll bring you some toilet paper." "Go away," Gu Qin said mischievously. In a fit of rage, Chao Xingyan ignited the entire restroom stall in flames. Gu Qin quickly withdrew her hand, the toilet paper falling to the ground, where it was instantly consumed by the fire, turning to ash. Phew, that was close to becoming a roasted pig's paw. Gu Qin patted her chest, seeing that her fair hand was unharmed, and sighed in relief. She turned to leave, saying, "Principal, you've burned all the paper. They'll go get you some more." As Gu Qin shook her hand and turned to leave, a hand suddenly reached out to her with lightning speed, pulling her back out. "Senior sister, this is the men's restroom," Xiao Yanqin exclaimed, dragging Gu Qin around the corner of the hallway, moving so quickly that even the surveillance cameras failed to capture their presence. "Alright, this is the men's restroom. I was planning to." Before Gu Qin could finish her sentence, AC suddenly appeared behind them, adjusting his glasses with a serious expression, interrupting her unfinished words. "Why are you two not at the training ground yet? Skipping class? What? Hey, wait." Gu Qin still wanted to say something, but suddenly her mouth wouldn't open. She waved her hand, continuously pointing towards the restroom. AC found Gu Qin somewhat noisy. After all, he had never seen her quiet before, despite having called her for quite some time. He rubbed his aching temples, raised his hand, and both Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin were lifted into the air and tossed out through the window. AC clapped his hands, yawning tiredly as he looked out at the empty scene beyond the window, and shook his head helplessly. "Attend class properly, study hard, don't waste your talent, Gu Qin. And that little guy." In the restroom, Chao Xingyan sat on the toilet staring at his phone that had been turned to charcoal by the flames. He slapped his own face, regretting ever placing his hopes on Gu Qin. Why hasn't she come back yet? He was almost done. Although Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin had been thrown onto the training ground, the teacher Song Chashing, who was checking everyone's names, didn't notice that the two had fallen from the sky. But it was different for the students. Xiao Yanqin was fine as his ankle was caught by Han Cheng without hitting the ground, but nobody cared about Gu Qin, who landed hard, creating a small crater in the ground. "Ha, senior sister's entrance method is always different, ha. Senior sister, please stop making me laugh, okay? I can't take it anymore, this pair of rookie chickens, ha." Gu Qin got up from the ground, extending her hand to wipe the dirt from her face, but instead she just spread the dust more evenly across her skin. Xiao Yanqin hung upside down in the air, swallowing hard, reaching out to pull his leg free as Han Cheng tossed him back upright. "Sorry, you're just a bit too light," Han Cheng said apologetically as he scratched his head. His tall, muscular frame was a stark contrast to the slender Xiao Yanqin. Two extremes indeed. Ugh. After being placed on the ground, Xiao Yanqin covered his mouth and began to gag. Being thrown and then jostled felt like a roller coaster, churning his stomach, his face twisting in discomfort like a crumpled piece of toilet paper. "Han Cheng, what are you doing?" Gao Ji glared at Han Cheng, having seen everything clearly. Han Cheng had just reached out to grab Xiao Yanqin. "Jigu, it was him who brought us back to the dorm this noon." Han Cheng lowered his head, his voice growing softer as he confessed to the boy standing before him, towering at 2 meters tall. "Forget it, don't get too close to them." Gao Ji scoffed, his hand hovering in the air, ultimately not landing on Han Cheng. He admitted that he had indeed been brought back by Xiao Yanqing today, but he didn't like them, simply did not like them. This fact would not change. Understood, Ji Go. Han Sheng followed behind Gao Ji with some grievance, the two subconsciously moving to the edge of the crowd. Song Chashing heard the chattering noise below, and his hand, holding the roster, paused for a moment. His gaze fell towards the source of the noise, spotting Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqing, who had become the center of attention. He was a new teacher and had never taught Gu Qin, only seen their records. A student who had failed for 3 years, and another who was timid and a coward. Song Chashing clenched his fists, the overwhelming pressure of his unique ability enveloping the entire training ground, causing all students to kneel to the ground. Song Chashing clenched his fists, the overwhelming pressure of his unique ability enveloping the entire training ground, causing all students to kneel to the ground. It hurts. So painful. I can't breathe. Teacher. The wails instantly filled the training ground. Except for 2 people. Xiao Yanqing covered his mouth, feeling slightly better, straightening up and looking around. All the students were sprawled on the ground, while he seemed to be the only one unaffected. Senior sister. You guys. Stop shouting, I still can't get out. Gu Qin reached out, grasping the edge of the pit she had been thrown into. She had been climbing up when someone suddenly fell on her, knocking her back down. Unable to stand it any longer, Gu Qin stood up from the pit, looking up at the middle-aged man before her. Song Chashing had a deep red scar across his face, cutting through one eye, resembling a demon emerging from hell. Gu Qin had never seen this person before. Was he the new teacher? No. This person exuded an aura of danger. Rabbit, this person is not right. Gu Qin turned and shouted for Xiao Yanqing. However, in that instant, Song Chashing swiftly moved behind Gu Qin, aiming a cold gun barrel at her head, his icy voice echoing around her. You can move freely under my pressure. You are quite special. Then can you put the gun down? Gu Qin swallowed hard, her body stiffening as she forced a nervous smile. What do you think? Song Chashing held a gun, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gradually increased pressure on the trigger. A figure suddenly flashed past him, the bullet whizzing through the air with a whoosh and striking a tree, which then fell to the ground with a loud thud. Gu Qin was slung over Xiao Yanqing's shoulder, her heart racing as she realized she had narrowly escaped a bullet to the head. It seems he's not a teacher after all. Gu Qin touched her chin, extending her hand to pat Xiao Yanqing's back, signaling him to put her down. But senior sister. Xiao Yanqing took Gu Qin into the woods, peeking out from a distance. A bullet grazed his hair, causing a few strands to fall gently. Xiao Yanqing instantly dropped to the ground, covering his head and burying himself, his voice trembling as he said, Don't kill me. Gu Qin's expression grew serious. That shot had been deliberately off target. Otherwise, a few strands of hair would not have been the only consequence. It seems the other side wants to play with us a bit more. Gu Qin's hand gradually moved towards her pocket. She remembered there were still plenty left from last time. Rabbit, don't be afraid. Let's go big. Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqing's shoulder, causing him to roll into the bushes, making the foliage tremble. Gu Qin's hand hovered in midair. Never mind, Xiao Yanqing running with her was already impressive. Thud. Another shot rang out, and the tree beside Gu Qin broke towards her direction. Song Chashing blew on the muzzle of his gun, reaming with cold, murderous intent. Running won't help you. The next shot would be a headshot. He pulled the trigger, watching a corner of Gu Qin's clothing peek out from the distant woods. Song Chashing had witnessed the abilities of the one named Xiao Yanqing. His speed was so quick that even he couldn't react, and he could use his powers so freely under Song Chashing's pressure. He either had no abilities, or his abilities were superior to his own. He deliberately suppressed his ability level to grade A, so it seemed he wasn't completely useless. Interesting. A glint of amusement flashed in Song Chashing's eyes as he held the gun, curiously staring at the hiding Gu Qin. What is your ability really? The abilities listed in the booklet varied each year. He was not one of those fools. This student who had failed 3 times was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Suddenly a figure emerged from the bushes. Gu Qin performed a sliding maneuver and knelt on the ground, still grasping Xiao Yanqing's collar. Gu Qin shouted, I surrender. I surrender. I also surrender. Xiao Yanqing was pulled out from the bushes by Gu Qin. With no options left, he knelt on the ground like Gu Qin, sincerely raising his hands. Song Chashing remained silent for a long time, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Hadn't they been running with such enthusiasm moments ago? Suddenly surrendering. A bunch of spineless guys. Song Chashing snorted coldly, twirling the gun in his hand, and just as he was about to put it away, the figure in front of him suddenly vanished. Gu Qin's voice came from behind. Make your move. Gu Qin reached out for Song Chashing's shoulder. Song Chashing's body stiffened for a moment, and the next second, he snorted coldly and yanked Gu Qin, tossing her away. Too slow. He said it, but Gu Qin suddenly appearing behind him did catch him off guard. Just for a moment. Xiao Yanqing hurriedly caught Gu Qin, who flew out like a cannonball, and they slid several meters across the ground before stabilizing. Senior sister, are you okay? Xiao Yanqing asked with concern. Gu Qin shook her head, looking at her hand with a slight. She had touched him just now. Song Chashing licked his lips, the gun back in his hand. This was not the sound of gunfire, but Xiao Yanqing's gaze gradually shifted to below Song Chashing until he saw the clothes he was wearing flapping in the wind. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and stifle a laugh. Song Chashing felt as if something had struck his stomach. The gun fell to the ground, his face instantly turning red, making his original scars appear almost cute. He awkwardly sneezed, trying to cover up the sound, but the sound came in waves like a turbulent tide, causing even the pressure from his abilities to weaken until it finally dissipated. Gukeen clapped her hands, picked up the gun from the ground, fiddling with it for a moment, a slight smile on her lips. Brothers, the pressure is gone, it's safe now. One by one the new students from grade C class climbed up from the ground, chattering away. Finally not hurting anymore, it was thank you senior sister, but this smell. Gukeen shrugged, and walked over to Gaoji, pulling him up. She patted Gaoji's shoulder. Thanks brother. Your ability is really useful. TCH, stay away from me. Gaoji swatted Gukeen's hand away, shooting her a glare as he walked off with his hands in his pockets. From the beginning he had used his abilities to calculate and predict Song Chashing's powers. Although the actual situation was somewhat different, the calluses and muscles in his arms clearly showed that Song Chashing was accustomed to using a gun. He was not adept at combat, and needed to find someone skilled in fighting. For example, Gukeen, who could take down Hansheng in just a few moves. Although he detested Gukeen in terms of strength, only she could manage it. Gukeen looked at her palm, opened her mouth slightly, as if Gao Ji had touched her hand. Right? Xiao Yanqing jogged over to Hansheng, squatting down and extending his hand. Come on, let me help you up. Hansheng chuckled foolishly, reaching out to place his hand on Xiao Yanqing's. With a strong pull he yanked Xiao Yanqing down to the ground. Xiao Yanqing, who originally wanted to help Hansheng up. 5 minutes passed quickly, Song Chashing's rear no longer sang, and suddenly, he covered his eyes and went mad. A red light flashed in his hand, and an AK-47 appeared out of thin air. His ability, alchemy. Huh, how interesting. Song Chashing laughed maniacally, his mouth opened wide as a gust of wind stirred around him, caused by the movement of his abilities. Suddenly something flew towards him, and his pupils trembled as he reached out to touch his face, an awful stench rising up. He froze, collapsing straight down. Gukeen, pulling out a water gun from who knows where, aimed it at Song Chashing's face, and the water gun sprays whoever it hits. With Gukeen's involvement, the entire afternoon's practical class descended into chaos. Song Chashing could no longer continue teaching, and ultimately decided to dismiss the class. Gukeen stood up and brushed off the dust from her clothes. She took out a potion from her pocket and applied it to Song Chashing's eyes, especially focusing on the scar that crossed over them. The red scar took on a light pink hue. Gukeen nodded in satisfaction, then stood up to leave. The surrounding students had already dispersed, leaving only Gukeen and Xiao Yanqing. Gukeen moved her shoulders and casually remarked, that should do it. Senior, what are you doing? What smell? Xiao Yanqing leaned in closer. A strange odor reached his nostrils, reminiscent of a fermented restroom. He quickly covered his nose, looking at Gukeen with a somewhat disgusted expression. Scar-removing medicine, you startled me. Gukeen waved her hand, dismissively stretched, and walked out whistling, but she felt as if she had forgotten something. As Gukeen walked, she reached up to scratch her face. Suddenly a soft voice came from behind Gukeen. You skipped? Oh, no. Before Gukeen could finish her sentence, she was suddenly lifted off the ground. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was covered by AI. See, forget it, you're used to this anyway. Come with me to class. AIC raised his hand, a white thread wrapped around Gukeen's body, and at that moment Gukeen floated like a kite being pulled along by AIC. Gukeen whimpered a few times, realizing she couldn't break free. She gave up, closed her eyes, and changed to a comfortable position before falling asleep. After all, AIC couldn't just throw her into the trash. Meanwhile, Gao Ji was walking down the corridor when a sudden sharp pain gripped his stomach. He bit his lip and turned to Hansheng behind him. I need to use the restroom, you head back first. Alright, brother Ji. Gao Ji pressed his stomach and clicked his tongue. He hadn't eaten much today, so it couldn't simply be a bad reaction. Suddenly memories of his encounter with Gukeen flooded back, causing his brows to furrow into a frown. Indeed, it was Gukeen, and nothing good ever came from being involved with her. It felt as though something was pounding on his stomach. He hurriedly bent over and rushed into the restroom, flinging the door open, and as he touched his waistband, a large hand suddenly grabbed his backside. Gaoji instantly froze in place. His fingers clutched tightly at his waistband as he heard a soft voice from behind. Sorry. Gaoji's face turned as red as a sweet potato. Embarrassed, he pushed the door open and ran out. Chao Xinjian's hand stopped midair, his mouth opened as his voice grew softer. Hey, wait, do you have toilet paper? As the person ran further away, Chao Shengyan awkwardly looked at the open restroom door. Hansheng stood at the corridor entrance, his eyes widened as he watched Gao Ji rush out of the restroom. His zipper was half done, and he was flushed red, looking utterly off. So, Brother Ji, is it that the reason Brother Ji dislikes Gukeen is because he likes guys? Hansheng seemed to have uncovered a tremendous secret. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, unable to utter a word for a long while, but somehow it still spread. After all, he wasn't the only one who saw Gao Ji rush out of the men's restroom. Gukeen was awakened by the smell of the trash can. As she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a pile of garbage that emitted a strange odor. In an instant she was fully awake, her eyes wide open. She broke free from the white thread, hastily yanking it off her mouth. AIC cleared his throat, having sensed the thread's looseness, but continued teaching the students on the training ground. Controlling one's abilities requires more than just focus. Being able to use your abilities smoothly in extremely adverse environments is a fundamental lesson for you. Suddenly Gu Qin's shouting pierced through the air. Teacher! 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 AIC! Teacher! Senior seems to have fainted. Teacher! Senior fell into the trash heap. Teacher! The classroom erupted into chaos as all eyes turned to Gu Qin. AIC's mouth twitched as he turned to see Gu Qin dangling from the thread he had woven, her head already stuffed into the garbage. My trash! He raised his hand, and Gu Qin was sent flying into a nearby small fountain. AIC looked at the small pile of garbage with some regret. That pile of trash was collected from the entire Ability Academy. It took him a long time to gather so much just to use for teaching exercises with the students, not to be used to humiliate Gu Qin. Teacher, don't worry about the trash. Senior seems to be almost dead. The student's attention fell back on Gu Qin. AIC cleared his throat, raised his hand, and reorganized the garbage, evenly dividing it into small piles placed in front of each student. Do you have time to worry about others? If you can't handle it, take the trash in front of you back and cuddle with it to sleep. AIC raised his hand, and the white threads wrapped around the garbage broke apart, scattering across the ground. He flicked his sleeve, turned his back, and directed his gaze towards Gu Qin. That child should be awake now. Gu Qin crawled out of the fountain completely dry, not even a drop of water on her, and she couldn't smell the trash at all. Pouting, she turned her back to AIC and raised her middle finger. She knew AIC was deliberately using her to intimidate the new students. The throwing and falling into the trash, Gu Qin understood her teacher best. Though he often complained about her, he would worry about her being late for class, and then throw her into the classroom. Gu Qin, why didn't you take me swimming on this hot day? Lu Qingshi hugged his shoulders, leaning against a nearby tree, and from a distance he saw Gu Qin climbing out of the fountain's pool. Are you crazy? Come down. Gu Qin shot a glare at Lu Qingshi, took off her jacket and tossed it into the pool, then quickly retrieved it and threw it at Lu Qingshi. The soaked clothes splashed water everywhere, and the heavy, damp fabric flew toward Lu Qingshi's face like a cannonball. The corners of Lu Qingshi's mouth lifted slightly as he sidestepped and caught the wet clothes in his hand. He shook off the water from the fabric, but then a foot came flying toward his face. He rolled up the clothes, wrapping Gu Qin's foot in them, and sidestepped, yet his cheek still brushed against it. A sharp sting radiated from one side of his face. With a helpless sigh, he turned to look at Gu Qin, who was wrapped in the damp clothes, saying, I managed to dodge that. Gu Qin tossed the clothes aside, lay on the grass, shot a glare at Lu Qingshi, and lazily muttered, So what do you want from me? Do you have any scar removal medication? Lu Qingshi squatted down in front of Gu Qin, yanked at his wet school uniform, and twisted it vigorously, causing water to splash down and wet the nearby dirt. For that weird person? Gu Qin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Qingshi. Their eyes met for a moment, and she instantly understood. Indeed, Lu Qingshi also found that person terrifying. She lowered her eyes again, turned over, yawned, her tone filled with a lazy air. There's a small white bottle in the inner pocket of the clothes. Just apply it to your face 3 times a day. Oh, and don't touch the yellow bottle. It contains horse urine. Real horse urine. All right. Lu Qingshi nodded, following Gu Qin's instructions to find the white bottle, and also took the yellow one. His wet clothes hung on the tree, and he draped his clean clothes over Gu Qin, knowing that she would likely fall asleep right there. Sure enough, hearing her steady breathing, Lu Qingshi knew Gu Qin had fallen asleep. The corners of his lips slightly curled up as he gently shook his head and pulled out a yellow, squeaky chicken from the bag beside him. That was Lu Qingshi's backpack, the first and only one he ever had. The backpack was a dark gray overall with several patches sewn on, giving it a somewhat worn appearance. The surface of the faded backpack had a small cat paw, though the metallic claw was somewhat worn down. He carefully lifted the backpack onto his back. It was very small, resembling something a primary school student would carry, and looked out of place on Lu Qingshi's back. Lu Qingshi didn't mind this. He pressed down hard on the belly of the yellow, squeaky chicken, and it let out a loud. The sudden scream startled Gu Qin awake, and she grabbed a nearby stone and threw it at Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi, are you crazy? Sleeping on the ground will give you a cold. Lu Qingshi left behind a remark and vanished from the spot, while the stone landed and rolled far away. Gu Qin was unable to sleep. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, got up, and casually picked up the clothes covering Lu Qingshi along with her own. Oh, I forgot that I still need to compensate him for his pants. Gu Qin murmured softly, glancing at the sky as the sunset gradually descended, painting the sky with layers of gold. Then I will make it up today. Gu Qin stretched her shoulders and turned back to her room. Lu Qingshi's room was different from her dormitory. Students at the Ability Academy had independent dormitory buildings, but as the level of ability increased, accommodations would also change. For instance, Lu Qingshi's residence was an independent apartment. Coincidentally, Gu Qin had a key to his place. Gu Qin, carrying a pile of cardboard boxes, huffed her way to Lu Qingshi's doorstep, followed by a large number of gift boxes. Senior sister, isn't this inappropriate? Xiao Yanxin weakly voiced his concern, looking nervously at the password door, his mouth opening and closing in fear, his expression gradually shifting from fear to curiosity. Is this the highest-end apartment? I've never seen one before. Just don't be scared later. Gu Qin set down the cardboard box and casually pulled out a silver key. Sure, Gu has already given you the key. Xiao Yanxin looked at Gu Qin in a daze, realizing their relationship was better than he had imagined. No, he didn't want his clothes anymore. I found it in his pocket. Gu Qin shrugged nonchalantly, her fair fingers gripping the key as she inserted it directly into the keyhole. With a gentle twist of her wrist, click, the door opened. Gu Qin kicked the door open, stepping inside with the box. She looked at the familiar layout of the room. The sofa was a dark yellow placed at the far end of the living room with a small tier revealing the dark cotton inside. The coffee table was a large piece of brown-gray wood exuding a faint wood fragrance. The tabletop was polished smooth with a blurry group photo resting on it. Old yet radiating warmth, just like the room they had in the orphanage. Gu Qin opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She familiarized herself with the entrance, taking out slippers and handing them to Xiao Yanqin, watching him stand there in shock with wide eyes full of astonishment. Gu Qin waved her hand in front of Xiao Yanqin's face, tilting her head to interrupt his thoughts. What are you daydreaming? Nothing. It's just, I thought your guest home would be very upscale. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's a bit Xiao Yanqin shook his head, putting on the slippers carrying the gift box and ribbon inside, and casually closing the door. He is quite nostalgic, Gu Qin replied softly, skillfully entering Lu Qingxi's bedroom, bringing out all his school uniforms and hanging up the clothes she had given him. Xiao Yanqin sat uncomfortably on the sofa, his gaze drifting around the room until it landed on the blurry picture frame. The photo was no longer clear enough to see the faces, but it was evident that it was a group photo of children with a birthday cake in the center adorned with candles. What is this? This is... Xiao Yanqin reached out to pick up the photograph for a closer look. He felt that this old, faded picture seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Don't touch that. Gu Qin walked in carrying a plate of washed fruit. Her words directly interrupted Xiao Yanqin's, okay. Startled by Gu Qin's command, Xiao Yanqin immediately sat up straight, his face full of righteousness as he stared at the table. That's Lu Qingxi's stuff. In this whole house, only that is off limits. Anything else you could tear the roof off, and he wouldn't get angry. Gu Qin skillfully arranged the fruit on the table. After handing a toothpick to Xiao Yanqin, she somehow produced a snack cart from somewhere. This whole series of actions stunned Xiao Yanqin. It felt just like being at his own home. Are you sure this isn't your place, senior sister? No, it's not. To be honest, this is my first time here too. Gu Qin shook her head. She tore open a bag of chips and shoved them into her mouth. The crispy chips exploded in her mouth, and Gu Qin happily shook her head. You start eating. I'll go get the scissors. Well, wrap the gifts in a bit. I remember the scissors are in. Gu Qin said as she left. She tiptoed to rummage through a wooden box by the side, and promptly pulled out a pair of scissors. Xiao Yanqin watched Gu Qin's busy back. The mango in his hand dropped directly into a jar of dry yogurt bowl. Xiao Yanqin swallowed hard. His gaze fell on the peeled pomelo beside him, and tempted, he grabbed a pinch and sprinkled it in. A solid version of mango pomelo sago. Little foodie, let me have a taste. A fluffy head leaned over, startling Xiao Yanqin. He dodged behind the sofa and peeked out, seeing Gu Qin staring starry-eyed at the mango in the yogurt bowl. The golden flesh was covered in pomelo bits with white yogurt clinging to it, emitting a sweet and sour milky aroma. Gu Qin swallowed. She put the mango into her mouth. The fresh fragrance of the yogurt mixed with the sweetness of the mango plus the pomelo bits bursting in her mouth. Gu Qin's eyes lit up. She gave Xiao Yanqin a thumbs up, sincerely expressing how delicious it was. Delicious. 2 words expressing the most concise praise. Gu Qin seemed to have discovered a new continent. She cut the whole mango into thick slices, covered them with yogurt, sprinkled a thick layer of pomelo bits on top, then held it, and ate it with big mouthfuls. She didn't forget to make a large, solid version of mango pomelo sago for Xiao Yanqin. After they finished eating, they began the day's purpose. Gu Qin piled up some items from Lu Qingxi's house in the living room, along with a pile from her own room. Trash. Half a banana peel, used tissues, lollipop sticks, half a slipper, and some random potions. Senior sister, this. Weren't we supposed to give Brother Sure a gift? Xiao Yanqin blinked. He watched in confusion as Gu Qin tore off tape, put a pile of trash into a gift box, then wrapped it exquisitely, and set it aside. Exactly, it's a gift. Gu Qin nodded. She finished wrapping another gift box, mixing the waste she brought with the useful things from Lu Qingxi's house into gifts. She figured Lu Qingshi would have to unwrap them. This? Xiao Yanqin hesitated. A roll of ribbon was thrown directly at him. Xiao Yanqin instinctively reached out and caught it. He opened his mouth, then got up and sat beside Gu Qin. Senior sister, let me help you too. After the two of them neatly wrapped the gifts and placed them at the door, they took away all the food from the snack cabinet. Gu Qin stood at the door with a large bag of snacks, and just as her hand touched the doorknob, a familiar male voice suddenly came from behind her. Aren't you going to eat before leaving? Gu Qin hurriedly waved her hand, her tone light and cheerful, as if she were at home. I'll come back next time. Beside her, Xiao Yanqin did not react as naturally. He stiffened, and the white plastic bag in his hand fell to the ground, spilling chips all over. Xiao Yanqin turned his head stiffly and saw Lu Qingshi leaning against the window, one foot casually dangling in the air, the other leg resting on the windowsill, his arms crossed over his chest. A gust of wind blew, making his clothes rustle. Really not going to eat anything? Lu Qingshi chuckled softly, jumping down from the windowsill and gradually approached. Xiao Yanqin quickly reached out to pat Gu Qin's shoulder, his gaze darting back and forth between her and Lu Qingshi. The next moment, a hand grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. Xiao Yanqin fell silent, like a quail dangling in the air, held by Lu Qingshi. Then what are you going to eat? Xiao Yanqin, let me tell you, when Lu Qingshi comes back and sees us, it could be. Gu Qin shook her head, tied her shoelaces, and when she turned around she saw a familiar face standing in front of her, holding her accomplice. Xiao Yanqin, what are you doing? Gu Qin awkwardly twitched the corners of her mouth, swallowed hard, her mind racing. A stiff song burst from her lips. What? Is it that the loved ones can't be together, and the ones who hate each other haven't died? Period. It was stiff and unpleasant, not a single note in tune, even the period had its own distinct sound. Lu Qingshi sighed. After all these years your singing has not improved at all. He released his grip on Xiao Yanqin and pondered for a minute, then sighed dramatically. Gu Qin was immediately incensed by Lu Qingshi's words, placing her hands on her hips and starting to criticize him. Her gaze swept across the room and landed squarely on the open window, recalling who had opened it. It must have been someone who climbed in through the window. With that thought, Gu Qin rolled her eyes, looking defiantly at Lu Qingshi. So what? Aren't we friends? Where did you come from? Through the window. Lu Qingshi replied, this is my home. Why would I not use the front door? Lu Qingshi shook the keys in his hand, the sunlight glinting off them so brightly that Gu Qin squinted. Those keys looked familiar. Wait, weren't they the ones she had taken from Lu Qingshi's pocket? How did they end up in his pocket? Gu Qin thought. Did you forget to take the keys off the door? You order me around in my own house, and should I cook you a few dishes later? Lu Qingshi found it amusing. He licked his lips, recalling the scene from earlier, and the muscles at his temples throbbed. He found the house key hanging on the door half open, and as soon as he entered he saw Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin turning his home upside down, wrapping trash as gifts, and even packing his belongings as if afraid he wouldn't open them. He twitched the corners of his mouth and squatted down, asking, do you need my help? Gu Qin did not look up. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said directly, no need, just open the window for me. It's getting a bit hot. Do I need to refresh your memory? Lu Qingshi leaned down, gradually closing in on Gu Qin. Gu Qin stepped back a few paces until her waist hit the table behind her, knocking over the water cup on it. Watch out. Xiao Yanqin pointed at the falling cup and let out a sharp cry. Following the direction of Xiao Yanqin's finger, Gu Qin lowered her head and kicked the cup away with a single swift motion. The transparent glass flew toward Lu Qingshi. He reached out and caught the cup, but white water splashed across the entire living room, drenching all three people in the process. Now you've added another offense to your list. Lu Qingshi set down the cup, raised an eyebrow, and pointed at the large pile of dampened gifts in the living room. He shook his head helplessly and added, you have only half a day to restore my home to its original state. Gu Qin shrank back, pointing weakly at the pile of gifts. Without conviction or confidence she mumbled, are you really not going to open the presents? Before she could finish, a sharp glare from Lu Qingshi cut her off. Fine, I'll let you open them. She pouted and waved at Xiao Yanqin. The two of them crouched on the floor, beginning to unwrap the gifts they had just wrapped. Lu Qingshi watched them obediently and nodded. His gaze fell on the mechanical watch on his wrist, and he frowned with a hint of headache. Time was running short, he had a meeting to attend. He lifted his eyes, glanced at Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin, who were dutifully tidying up, then turned and walked into his bedroom. A soft click echoed, the sound of the door locking. Gu Qin's ears perked up. She sprang to her feet, grabbed Xiao Yanqin, and dashed straight out. Hey, senior, what are you doing? Xiao Yanqin was yanked along by Gu Qin, completely bewildered. He clung desperately to her clothes, terrified that Gu Qin would abandon him mid-sprint. Only a fool wouldn't run, Gu Qin declared. Inside the room, Lu Qingshi massaged his temples. His other hand tapped lightly on the desk, his face as stern as an iceberg, cold and devoid of any warmth. His icy voice emerged from his lips, continue. Yes, boss. On the video call, the assistant holding the report straightened up instantly and resumed the day's briefing. Boss, the awakening and control of abilities still remain in the hands of a select few. The higher-ups intend to establish an ability research institute to enable more people to gain powers. What does that have to do with me? Lu Qingshi crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, propped his chin on one hand, and twirled a pen with the other, as if calculating something. His sharp brows and starry eyes were tinged with a murderous aura, making the assistant swallow hard, hesitant to continue. He stared down at the report in his hands, remaining silent for a long while. Abilities are both dangerous and alluring, like poppies blooming in the submerged soil. Controlled, while they bring benefit, uncontrolled, they bring disaster. It is precisely for this reason that places like ability academies exist, to secure that precious peace. Lu Qingshi closed his eyes, switched which leg was crossed, and said in a flat tone, if they want to let them do as they, but the higher-ups want to borrow people, and they also want to recruit them. The assistant spoke slowly. No, and no. Lu Qingshi said coldly, clearly annoyed by dealing with the stubborn old-timers above him. His ears were about to develop calluses from their nagging. If it weren't for those guys, he wouldn't be appearing at the Ability Academy. Hearing Lu Qingshi's words, the assistant rolled his eyes in silence while Lu Qingshi turned around, then raised his middle finger towards the computer camera. But you know this is no small matter. If we can really research controllable abilities, the probability of acceptance for the exotic species will greatly increase. And Lu Qingshi winced at the pain in his ears. He took a deep breath, tugging at his ear with his fingers, and impatiently said, then let Menghen go. All right, boss. The assistant let out a sigh of relief, quickly nodding. After a moment, he looked up at Lu Qingshi on the screen and hesitated to speak. Is there anything else? Lu Qingshi stood up, adjusted his tie, and casually threw his coat onto the chair. He fixed his gaze on the camera and coldly said, also. There's one more thing, boss. They still want someone from above. The assistant pressed his lips together cautiously, looking at his boss, who was as irritable as ever. If it weren't for the generous compensation, he would have really wanted to quit. Wasn't it already given? Lu Qingshi's fingers tapped lightly on the cabinet door before he pulled it open. The door made a clattering sound accompanied by a pushing noise. They want Gu Qin. You know her potions are special, and the Ability Academy has been preventing her from graduating. As the cabinet door swung open to close and the assistant's voice fell to the ground in a heap, a pile of colorful skirts, a red-based northeast floral cotton coat, and various adorable Lolita dresses. The assistant stared at the pile of women's clothes that had dropped on the floor, forgetting what he wanted to say. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. He pressed his lips down hard, replaying the most miserable moments of his life in his mind, but that smile just wouldn't go away. In the end, he could only pinch his hands, calculating how much he would be docked, while he could not help but laugh. Without needing to think, Lu Qingshu knew that no one else could pull off something like this except Gu Qin. He snorted coldly, his words squeezed out through clenched teeth. Fine, do it. Inform those old geezers to wait for the notice. The assistant, who had prepared thousands of words to persuade Lu Qingshu, was momentarily frozen in place. His eyes widened as he reached up to his ear, thinking he hadn't heard correctly. Lu Qingshu actually didn't oppose it. The assistant knew about the relationship between Lu Qingshu and Gu Qin. After all, both sides would never spare each other verbally, but if danger arose they would rush to the other side at the first moment and share photos on social media. But that wasn't the biggest problem. The issue was how to explain this to Chao Xingyan. After all, the fact that he hadn't released Gu Qin for so long indicated she held a special status at the Ability Academy. However, if his boss intervened, Chao Xingyan should agree, considering he was the captain of No Night. But the assistant didn't know that Chao Xingyan would rather send Gu Qin away right now. If there's nothing else, go take the punishment. Your year-end bonus is gone. Lu Qingshu lowered his head, organizing the clothes. The originally messy clothes were neatly folded and placed back into his cabinet. But boss, this really isn't my fault. This is truly. The assistant hurriedly explained, having calculated that he would only lose his monthly bonus at most. He wouldn't even need to touch the year-end bonus. Lu Qingshu remained silent. He lifted his leg and kicked a chair which scraped noisily aside to reveal a large mirror. The assistant, looking through the lens, saw his reflection and fell into a long silence. Assistant. So the moment he rolled his eyes earlier was witnessed by Lu Qingshu, right? Lu Qingshu reached out and directly turned off the computer. He sat in the chair, pinching the bridge of his nose as his gaze gradually sank until his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Gu Qin, with a lollipop in her mouth, had her hands behind her head as she bounced forward, turning to Xiao Yanqin. Rabbit, if we were at the scene, I bet Lu Qingshi's expression would be priceless. Are we really not going to be scolded by Shige? After all, we turned his house into that mess. Xiao Yanqin pursed his lips, his head drooping slightly as he looked at Gu Qin with some regret, feeling that they had gone. No. Gu Qin waved the lollipop stick in her hand, nonchalantly watching her appear carefree. Xiao Yanqin sighed in relief. He patted his chest and handed Gu Qin another lollipop. Gu Qin shrugged, saying indifferently, Lu Qingshu usually doesn't scold people, he just acts directly. Xiao Yanqin swallowed hard, recalling Lu Qingshi's athletic figure, and goosebumps instantly covered his back. Even his voice trembled a bit. So what should we do? Shige is really powerful. Should we run away? Gu Qin reached out and grabbed Xiao Yanqin by the collar, her mouth curling slightly as she patted his shoulder. What are you running for? Let's wait until he starts to hit us before we run. Why are you so scared? As the two of them walked, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods. Gu Qin's eyes instantly darkened, and she raised a finger to her lips, signaling Xiao Yanqin behind her not to speak. Xiao Yanqin quickly covered his mouth, standing still, his head bobbing like a garlic masher, watching Gu Qin cautiously approach the bushes. A shadow darted out. In an instant, Xiao Yanqin was thrown to the side of a large tree, moving too fast for him to react. By the time he realized it, he was already against the trunk. Fortunately, he remembered Gu Qin's words and kept silent. Gu Qin looked at the shadow, crouching down to pull it up. She continuously stroked the shadow's head until it made a gurgling sound. Flower. Gu Qin gazed at the small black cat in front of her, her voice unconsciously rising as her fingers ran through its fur. So it's just a cat. Xiao Yanqin breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out to brush aside the stray hair on his forehead, but his other hand slipped while holding onto the tree trunk, causing him to fall directly from the tree and land in a nearby thicket. Bang! The sound startled the little cat in Gu Qin's arms, causing it to flee. Gu Qin slapped her own face in frustration and took a step forward, grabbing Xiao Yanqin's ankle and pulling him out. Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqin's face with her hand while her other hand rested on his wrist, checking his pulse. After confirming that he was fine, her tone became laid back. Wake up, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. Xiao Yanqin lay with his eyes tightly shut, leaves sticking to his body, his pale face smeared with dirt, looking thoroughly disheveled. Gu Qin looked at Xiao Yanqin in surprise, stroking her chin as her slender fingers gently peeled open his eyelids. Strange, he is conscious, but unable to wake up. Or is he pretending to be asleep? Gu Qin seemed to recall something, her lips curving into a smile as she muttered to herself while casually pulling out a black bottle. It was originally intended for medicinal use, but it seemed that Xiao Yanqin needed it more than she did. Gu Qin scooped a large chunk of dark green solid with a small spoon and directly shoved it into Xiao Yanqin's mouth, then quickly covered his mouth with her hand. The dark green solid melted in his mouth, and Xiao Yanqin's eyes shot open, a sour taste rushing to his senses, as if it had taken a tour through his nervous system and punched him. His entire face turned a shade of dark blue, and he clutched at Gu Qin's hand. Seeing that Xiao Yanqin had awakened, Gu Qin sat on the ground cross-legged, looking at the large chunk of black substance that had been dug out, with a somewhat pained expression. "Senior sister, why did you feed me the green plum essence?" Ugh, ugh, it's so sour it's killing me." Xiao Yanqin sat up straight, shouting at Gu Qin. His entire tongue was filled with the sour and bitter taste, and his eyes nearly rolled back, yet he still shouted at Gu Qin, not even realizing that deep down they had already planted the seed of friendship. "As long as you're awake, that's good." Gu Qin stood up and extended her hand to Xiao Yanqin. "How do you feel? Do you remember what just happened?" "I feel like I'm about to die." Xiao Yanqin pouted, placing his hand on Gu Qin's palm as she pulled him up. He was trying to recall what had just happened. He remembered coming out of Shige's room and then seemed to be missing a piece of memory. Xiao Yanqin opened his mouth, looking down at his palm, confusion filling his eyes. Memories. Seemed to be missing a piece of memory. Xiao Yanqin opened his mouth, looking down at his palm, confusion filling his... "It seems so. The black cat you saw earlier is called the thief cat, which can steal portions of memories. The longer you're unconscious, the more memories are stolen. However, strong stimuli can awaken the victim. You startled it just now, and it instinctively attacked you." Gu Qin explained, pulling out her phone from her pocket and sending a message. Her expression darkened momentarily before returning to its original brightness. "So there are such creatures in this world." Xiao Yanqin awkwardly wiped his nose. He had never heard of such creatures, and even the concept of extraordinary abilities was unfamiliar to him. "You're new here, and you'll learn about these things eventually. It's no big deal." Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqin's shoulder in a comforting manner. She glanced at the spot where the black cat had disappeared. After a few seconds of lingering, she smiled mischievously at Xiao Yanqin. "I've recently been researching a few potions. Would you like to try some? Testing the waters. They're really good." As Gu Qin smiled, a chill ran down Xiao Yanqin's back. He gulped nervously and took a few steps back, his mind filled with thoughts of the various horrid concoctions Gu Qin had been experimenting with. Xiao Yanqin quickly shook his head. He glanced at his phone. "Senior sister, my toilet is about to overflow. I need to go check on it first." Before Gu Qin could respond, Xiao Yanqin's figure vanished like flowing sand. Gu Qin sighed. "Well, forget it." She shook her head helplessly and leisurely walked toward her dormitory. In the dim grass, a black cat was hiding. The sky blue eyes reflected Gu Qin's silhouette. "Warning, warning, target acquired, scanning the target." "Warning, warning." A black figure silently appeared behind the cat. Lu Qingshi reached out and grabbed the black cat, squeezing it tightly. The screwed chip fell to the ground. Lu Qingshi's voice was cold, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "A mechanical cat with thief cat abilities, huh? So it was that group of guys. Interesting. It seems they came for you too." Lu Qingshi said, a hint of affection in his tone. His phone screen lit up with a message from Gu Qin. "Have you ever seen a cat appear in the Ability Academy? VME 50 to hear my cat sighting log." Attached is a link. It was quite rare for Gu Qin to arrive at the classroom so early, and she sported 2 dark circles. When Ace walked into the classroom, he was surprised for a few seconds. He put down the book in his hand and raised an eyebrow at Gu Qin. "Did you stay up all night?" Gu Qin leaned on the desk, looking as if her soul had been drained, completely lifeless. She had that dream again last night, dreaming that she was bitten by zombies, torn to pieces. If only sprinkled with some scallion, soy sauce, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, vinegar, white sugar, and a bit of cumin. It would taste good, even dipped in shoe sauce. This led to her waking up at 2:30 in the morning, and she couldn't fall back asleep. Not wanting to research potions either, she simply showed up in class, and then she sat there for 5 hours. And then it was successfully dawn. Ace nodded, knowing without asking that Gu Qin had woken up hungry again. He sighed and pointed to the cafeteria across the window. "So why don't you wait in the cafeteria? Aren't you hungry?" Gu Qin, who had forgotten about that, said. "Oh." Gu Qin scrambled up from her seat, patting her cheeks to rouse herself. Ace stood at the podium, waiting for the students to settle into their places. After confirming the head count, he tapped the blackboard. "Superpowers are merely a facet of this world, and aberrant beings are but its surface manifestation. Humans can possess abilities, and so too can objects." "Teacher, what do you mean by objects possessing abilities?" A student raised her hand to ask, blinking, a flicker of confusion passing through her clear eyes. Ace glanced at the inquiring student and paused. "Superpowers have never been humanity's exclusive privilege. The gods have always been impartial. Objects with abilities are called mutant species. Mutant species lack humanity and are naturally more dangerous. Today I will introduce you to all the mutant species discovered so far. Welcome to the dark side of the world, aberrant beings." Ace raised his hand, and the white screen behind him instantly lit up, displaying photographs of various mutant species. A swallow with eyes on its belly, the naval swallow, a cat that could steal memories, the thieving cat. And so many photographs flashed by that the students of Class C could hardly take them all in. Xiao Yanqin swallowed hard, raising his fingers to shield his eyes, both frightened and curious, leaving only a tiny gap to peek through. His gaze fell upon the white screen. He opened his mouth, watching a black bear gallop across the board. Its ears jagged, its fur sharp, its teeth crimson, and its eyes dark and baleful. This is the serrated ear. Its ears are jagged with immense offensive and destructive power. Its attacks come from its sharp claws and those ratchet-like ears. Unlike ordinary bears, its fur is as tough as armor, impenetrable by standard bullets. Ace explained bit by bit. He opened a video showing several figures in strange cloaks surrounding a serrated ear. The cloaks were too thick to reveal their faces. They wielded sharp long swords encircling the beast. One of them charged forward, stepping onto the serrated ear's back, and with a single stroke decapitated it. The spiky head thudded to the ground, rolling far away while crimson liquid splattered everywhere. The video cut abruptly, and the classroom erupted into uproar. Whoa, that was clean. Awesome. Who are they? Imin. Wow. Xiao Yankin's eyes were filled with admiration and envy. He opened his mouth, looked down at his own hands, and his gaze dropped. If he possessed such skill, would he no longer be laughed at as a coward? At that thought, Xiao Yanqin clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves. Beside him, Gu Qin had dozed off, sitting up, her head nodding. She agreed to everything Ace said, already lost in a drowsy stupor. Her eyes closed, a few stray locks of hair swaying over her forehead with her movements. She was utterly out of place amidst the noisy classroom. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ace's lips. He raised his hand to his mouth, and instantly the classroom fell silent. He lifted a finger, and the large screen flashed an image of the cloaks worn by the group earlier. Pure black on the outside like the night, with a silver-white emblem in the center bearing a silver leaf. That is the cloak of the Superpower Organization Guardians, hidden in the darkness. Graduates of the Superpower Academy may choose to join the organization or live their own lives. But there is also a special organization, the Special Superpower Squad. Only the cream of the crop among graduates are eligible to join. There are 5 squads in total, and the one you saw is the 5th squad, Instant Kill, specializing in eliminating dangerous mutant species. Ace paused, then replayed the video of the Instant Kill squad encircling the serrated ear. Watch closely. The angle in the video shifted slightly. Just as the beast was about to be instantly slain, the serrated ear abruptly raised its head, and in that instant its sharp claws tore through the screen. A brown bear burst forth from the video, ripping the whiteboard apart. Han City stared at the giant bear before him, his gaze falling on its massive arms. He couldn't help but marvel. Wow, so realistic. Or not. He reached out to pinch his own muscles, clearly smaller than the bear's. He wondered if a single swipe from that paw would turn him into pulp. That was Han City's thought. Gao Ji's eyes lit up instantly as he analyzed the behemoth before him. It was unmistakably the serrated ear Ace had mentioned. But unlike the one in the video, this serrated ear was smaller, with a black collar around its neck. A red dot blinked intermittently, its purpose unknown. Gao Ji tried to analyze the black collar, but the next second the serrated ear's claw swung directly at him. Mid-use of his ability, Gao Ji had no time to dodge. Watch out. With the explosive sound of claws slicing through the air, a figure appeared instantly before Gao Ji and tackled him to the ground. The serrated ear's claw struck nothing but air. It roared in fury, shattering the chandelier, which crashed to the floor in pieces. Even Han City dense as he was realized the danger of the creature before him. He instantly activated his ability, his body enlarging until he was nearly as tall as the serrated ear. He clenched his fist and swung at the bear, the two locking in a brawl, buying the other students time to escape. This is real. It's not special effects. Run, run, help. Who the hell can fight this? In an instant, Class C of Shaojing descended into chaos. Several students rushed to the classroom door only to find it locked, and the windows too wouldn't open. The entire room seemed sealed off. No matter how they pounded or cried out, they couldn't escape. Even Ace had vanished without a trace, as if evaporated. How is this possible? Where's the teacher? Where did he go? Are we going to die here? No. I don't want this. Hiss. Gao Ji, knocked down by the tackle, instantly deactivated his ability. He clutched his backside, staring at Xiao Yanqin, who was trembling and burrowing into his arms, clinging tightly to his waist. Gao Ji reached out to grab Xiao Yanqin's hair, but then remembered that if not for Xiao Yanqin tackling him, his head would have been severed. In an instant, fear surged through his mind, and his hand hovered in the air, unable to descend. A girl who had been screaming in fear earlier pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Gao Ji and Xiao Yanqin. Wow, when we see a young couple, what do we say? Gao Ji. Han Cheng was flung away by Chi air, and coincidentally he flew in the direction where Gu Qin was sleeping. The table was crushed under Han Cheng's weight, and with a loud bang it directly knocked Gu Qin down. Gu Qin woke up slowly, opening one eye and looking at Han Cheng, who lay on the ground with several claw marks of blood on him. His abilities had strengthened his body, preventing deeper wounds, but the pain was still unavoidable. Han Cheng fainted, his ability state dissipated, and he shrank significantly. Gu Qin clicked her tongue casually, pulling out a green potion and splashing it on Han Cheng. An angry roar reached her ears, and she slowly turned her head in the direction of the sound. Chi air waved its sharp claws in the air, the claws slicing through the air with explosive sounds. Its fur stood upright like inverted steel needles, and it was evident that the various scratches on Han Cheng's body were caused by this fur. Gu Qin stood still, her head suddenly tilting as her gaze fell on the device around Chi air's neck. She reached into her pocket and thought, so that's how it is. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she raised her middle finger at Chi-Er. Chi-Er seemed enraged by her gesture, letting out a furious roar into the air, its ears spikes, instantly standing on end. Han Sheng pulled Xiao Yanqing out and shouted at Gu Qin, "Are you a tiger? What good does it do to anger it? We can't even run away now. You'll. What will happen? When did you become so Gu Qin raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm as she looked at the dazed Gao Xi sitting on the ground. She leaped, deftly dodging Chi-Er's claws, which shattered a chair into pieces. Wow, I have to say this is the first time I've seen something like this. I wonder if its fur is as tough as the rumors say. Gu Qin casually picked up a piece of iron and jabbed at Chi-Er's claws, but the iron was instantly flattened. Chi-Er remained unharmed while the flattened piece caused a cut on Gu Qin's hand. Chi-Er let out a low growl, a hint of mockery in its tone. Gu Qin pouted, using her uninjured hand to push against the ground, her legs clamping around Chi-Er's waist. With a forceful push, Chi-Er didn't get thrown off, but she ended up doing a sit-up while holding onto it. Strange, it was all too strange. The entire Class C, originally enveloped in fear, suddenly gaped in astonishment at Gu Qin's bizarre and curious actions. Xiao Yanqing also stood up from the ground, swallowing hard as his throat moved several times. He gripped the fabric of his clothes tightly, his gaze fixed on Gu Qin, ready to step forward. But as he turned to look at Chi-Er's sharp fur, he shrank back. He was still afraid. Gu Qin, its weakness is in its eyes. Gao Xi's eyes lit up with a faint golden glow. Adjusting his glasses, he analyzed Chi-Er. Gu Qin's words had jolted him awake, but as she had said, he had indeed lost his composure moments ago. In fact, due to his fear, he even forgot what his own abilities were. He didn't have the defensive capabilities like Han Cheng, but he had his wits. Chi-Er seemed to understand Gao Xi's words. It stretched out its claws and flung Gu Qin away, then turned and roared at Gao Xi. "Xiao Yanqing, carry me and run. Don't let it catch you." Gao Xi said calmly, and Xiao Yanqing nodded at the command. He carried Gao Xi and darted around the classroom. The other students from Class C, seeing Gao Xi and Xiao Yanqing joining the fray, exchanged glances and also hurled their abilities at Chi-Er, though it proved ineffective. Most of the students in Class C were not suited for combat, and even if they had offensive abilities, they were extremely weak. A group of students unskilled in attack gathered together, facing off against the defensively stacked Chi-Er, their previously gathered momentum deflating once more. Chi-Er let out a roar. The previous attacks felt like small insects crawling over its body. No pain, just annoyance. It extended its claws and threw a wooden board at the students who had attacked it. A figure flashed by, and the board was instantly shattered. Gu Qin moved her shoulder, navigating through the broken boards while wielding a long sword. The sword shimmered with fine golden ripples, its sharp blade gleaming under the light, seemingly capable of slicing through the air, with a pure black hilt adorned with shattered dragon scales. Gao Xi recognized that the long sword was the one held by the instant kill from the videos. Where did Gu Qin get that? In an instant, fear spread within him, and memories of Gu Qin easily knocking Han Cheng down during their practical class resurfaced. Only Shi and Xiao Yanqing had not been affected by the pressure of abilities. Gao Xi's back became drenched in cold sweat, uncontrollably seeping out. He swallowed hard. People often have an infinite fear of the unknown, and Gu Qin was a bit too enigmatic. What exactly was she capable of? Gu Qin, oblivious to Gao Xi's thoughts, looked at the long sword in her hand, her mouth agape in surprise. She reached out to tap the sword's body. Wow, did Ace really collect such a good sword? But it's a bit too heavy. Gu Qin attempted to perform a shoulder throw with the long sword, but she ended up sitting on the ground, gripping the hilt tightly. Her small face contorted from the effort, and the sword was firmly embedded into the tiles, unable to be pulled out. Gao Xi, who had been wary of Gu Qin moments ago, said. He slapped his forehead with his hand, feeling a wave of darkness wash over his vision. Forget it, she was just a senior who had been suspended for 3 years. How strong could she be? Indeed, it was just his illusion. Chi-Er seemed to recognize the long sword. The moment it saw Gu Qin pick it up, its fur stood on end. This time it didn't roar, but curled itself into a ball, its sharp fur making it resemble a sea urchin rolling on land. It rolled rapidly across the ground, creating a large dent in the floor. Fine sand drifted from the room, kicking up layers of dust that gradually obscured Gao Xi's vision. He covered his eyes, his ability forcibly dissipated, unable to see what was happening in the dust. A sense of dread gripped Gao Xi's heart. Gao Xi, are you okay? Xiao Yanqing set Gao Xi down, coughing a few times while covering his mouth. The dust was overwhelming, and in the sealed classroom, he suddenly felt as if he was suffocating. Be careful, Chi-Er is angry, Gao Xi said coldly, closing his eyes. Gao Xi's eyes were continuously streaming with tears as he tightly closed them. A wave of pain accompanied the overwhelming emotions, forcing his ability to recede, leaving him even more helpless. He took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, and reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes, shouting in the enclosure, "Smash the window open." With that command, the classmates of Class C, like headless flies that had found their heads, began to strike the windows with iron rods they picked up from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The originally sturdy window suddenly developed cracks, spreading like a spider's web across the entire transparent glass. Quick, smash it a few more times. Hurry. Han Cheng was also dragged away by other classmates to a safe corner. Although he was still unconscious, his visible wounds began to heal seemingly, due to Gu Qin's medicine. However, he exuded a foul smell akin to that of a bathroom, as if he hadn't bathed in years, which made the other classmates keep their distance. Xiao Yanqin stood in place, unable to see through the dust, unaware of what was happening inside. Fear spread through his heart as he suddenly recalled Gu Qin laughingly saying he ran as fast as a rabbit the first time someone had not mocked his ability, but merely fled. Xiao Yanqin did not want Gu Qin to die, though he wanted to help. He picked up the iron rod from the ground. Just as he was about to charge forward, he felt a pat on his shoulder. It was the girl who had asked the question in class. Xiao Xiao, the same girl who had dragged Han Sheng away. Don't just stand there, run. The window is going to shatter. Xiao Xiao pointed at the shattered window, then crouched down to take a running start. She closed her eyes and charged through the window, the glass shards scattering like snowflakes. Xiao Xiao leaped out, reaching for a tree branch to pull herself down, landing on the ground, her clothes torn with bloodstains, unsure if it was from the branch or the glass. Enduring the pain, Xiao Xiao waved her hand and shouted, "Come down." One person jumped down, and soon more followed. Before long, the classroom was mostly empty. The dust gradually dissipated as Gao Ji slowly opened his eyes, looking towards Han Cheng. Rubbing his eyes, he walked towards the corner of the room. Gao Ji crouched down to look at Han Cheng. A wave of foul odor surged up his nose, his stomach churned, as if he were covered in years' worth of dirty socks. His face contorted in disgust, as he covered his nose with one hand, and shook Han Cheng with the other. "Wake up. Ugh, wake up, Han Cheng, ugh." The foul smell assaulted his brain, and Gao Ji felt like he was about to vomit his last meal. He grabbed Han Cheng's leg, forcing himself to drag him outside step by step despite the nausea. Sensing he was being moved, Han Cheng's brows twitched. He slowly opened his eyes to see Gao Ji pinching his nose, looking pained as he dragged him along. "Ji go." Han Cheng, excited, pulled Gao Ji into a tight embrace, and a stronger odor surged into Gao Ji's nostrils, causing him to faint immediately. "Ji go. Ji go. Wake up. Wake up quickly." Seeing Gao Ji faint, Han Cheng began to panic. He took a deep breath, preparing to shake Gao Ji awake, but suddenly something disturbed his nose. Han Cheng's mind went blank. What smell is that? His mind was filled with question marks as he looked down at his clothes covered in dark green sticky liquid. Uncertain of what it was, Han Cheng gently tugged at it and sniffed. "Ugh, ugh, ugh. Who smeared their big snot on me?" Han Cheng looked at himself in disgust, covered in the foul-smelling green liquid. It was clearly big snot. "Don't throw it away, don't throw it away. It's a good thing." In the dust, Gu Qin's voice shouted, and as the dust gradually cleared, she stood there holding a long sword. In front of her lay a coiled Zhu air, covered in blood, its sharp spikes seemingly severed by something scattered chaotically on the ground. The room was filled with the smell of blood, and no one knew what had happened in the dust. Gu Qin appeared unscathed in Xiao Yanqin's line of sight. Xiao Yanqin let out a long sigh and sat down weakly on the ground. "Senior, you. Did you kill the Zhu air?" Xiao Yanqin's eyes drooped, his voice filled with guilt and a hint of relief, grateful that Gu Qin was safe. "You mean that spike? No, you think I have that capability?" Just as Gu Qin raised the long sword, its weight suddenly filled her entire arm. She wasn't able to hold it steady, and the sword dropped heavily onto the ground, remaining as clean as new, without a single drop of blood on it, leaving deep marks on the floor. "Gu Qin, I just pulled the sword out. How did it get stuck back in?" Gu Qin remained silent for a long time. She turned around and pulled at the long sword a few times, puzzled as to why it was made so heavy that she could barely lift it. Gao Ji coughed violently, clutching his chest. Slowly opening his eyes, he grasped the nearby, undamaged table to prop himself up. Cough, cough. "No. It's impossible, you can't kill it." The table beside him gave way under Gao Ji's lean, breaking in half. Without support, he collapsed back onto the ground. Han Cheng watched Gao Ji trying to stand, and quickly reached out his hand to help, but Gao Ji swatted it away, rolling his eyes at Han Cheng, warning him, "Stay away from me, you stink." Han Cheng hung his head, pouting, looking at his clothes with a pitiful expression. "Oh." Hearing the two conversing, Gu Qin, who had been pulling out the sword, suddenly dashed to their side, shaking Gao Ji vigorously, while simultaneously filling a bottle with the green liquid from Han Cheng, muttering incessantly, "You don't understand. A wild boar cannot handle fine food. This is the snot of a snake during a cold, specifically used to stop bleeding and heal wounds. Do you know how hard it is to find a snake? Do you know how difficult it is to make it catch a cold? You know." Han Cheng exclaimed in surprise. "So, is it really snot?" He looked at his arm where the small wounds had already healed, and apart from the foul smell, it seemed that nothing was too bad. What else could it be? Gu Qin rolled her eyes, tightening the jar filled with snot. She stood up and walked over to the Zhu air, starting to pick up the scattered sharp spikes from the ground, casually calling out, "Rabbit, come help." Oh, it's coming." Xiao Yanqin heard Gu Qin calling him and hurried over to help her collect the spines. He extended his hand to stack the spines together, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and curiously asked, "Senior, what do you need these spines for?" His gaze kept drifting towards the spines, surprised at how tough and heavy the fur of the cheer was. "For medicine. The spines of the cheer are quite valuable. After all, ordinary people can't get their hands on these." Gu Qin licked her lips, stood up to stretch her shoulders, her eyes brimming with excitement. After all, mutated species are not something one can encounter easily, especially the rare cheer. Forget about using it for medicine, even selling it alone would fetch a high price. Gao Ji quietly watched Gu Qin, his eyes gradually turning golden. Gu Qin had no extraordinary abilities, and that knife was just an ordinary one with no special features. If she couldn't even hold the knife steady, then it was impossible for her to have killed it. The spines all over the cheer were cut off cleanly. Oh, was it done by this sword? Gao Ji swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the corpse of the cheer from top to bottom until it landed on its neck, where a metal ring was emitting black mist and flickering with electric currents. So that's how it is. You knew all along, didn't you? Gao Ji snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he walked over to the cheer's corpse. He reached out and yanked the metal ring off its neck, tossing it at Gu Qin's feet. This is a strangulation device, right? You didn't do anything, what died on its own. Gu Qin raised an eyebrow, lightly passing by Gao Ji with the collected spines in her arms. She let out a soft snort. Guess what? Xiao Yanqin followed behind her with the spine in his arms like a small tail, nodding gently at Gao Ji as he hurried away. Gao Ji's hand hidden beneath his sleeve clenched tightly, his tone icy. Tisk, what a great act. He flicked his hand and shouted to Han Chang, let's go. Ace's figure appeared on the podium, surveying the wreckage of the classroom. He raised his hand, and the long sword embedded in the ground flew directly into his palm. Long time no see, old buddy. Ace swung the long sword, its blade emitting a blinding light. The sound of the sword ringing accompanied a familiar yet strange voice. Long time no see, but happy to see you again, Captain. Ace stood still, twirling the sword in the air without turning his head. The long sword flew out and struck the ground, perfectly blocking the sudden appearance of several figures in black cloaks. The first black-cloaked figure looked at the sword firmly embedded before him. He took a deep breath and reached out to pull down his cloak, which got snagged on the sword. A slip fell to the ground beside Ace, starting to cry. Captain, you are still so ruthless. It's been so long, do you even know how long we've been looking for you? You didn't want us at all. The first black-cloaked figure grew more and more upset as he spoke, tugging at Ace's clothing while blowing his nose, wrinkling Ace's clothes and making them damp. The second black-cloaked figure also turned around, lifting his head as if that would prevent his tears from falling. Ace reached out and yanked his clothing disdainfully, pulling up the collar of the first black-cloaked figure, lifting him up. Tang Xuanlu, you've made a mess of me. Tang Xuanlu chuckled, adjusted his clothes, wiped his tears, and obediently stood behind Ace. Hong Xiao, when did you become so sentimental? Ace raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the second black-cloaked figure, his tone dripping with playful mockery. Hong Xiao lowered his head to look at Ace, the corners of his eyes red. Captain, we missed you so much. Ace reached out to ruffle Hong Xiao's hair. Long time no see. Tang Xuanlu burst out from behind Ace, grabbing his arm, while swaying his head, seemingly trying to persuade Ace with his charming demeanor. Wow, Captain, Hong Xiao is being so emotional. You should just come back. Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. Ace withdrew his arm, shaking his head. His gaze fell on the long sword, a complex emotion flashing through his pupils. The sword was still as sharp as it was 5 years ago, and familiar faces were just as present as they were 5 years ago, as if the 5 years of separation had never existed. Why not, Captain? The instant kill team can't do without you. Tang Xuanlu began to cling to Ace's arm again, tugging at his clothing, swaying left and right occasionally, signaling Hong Xiao to join in on the charm. Hong Xiao clenched his fist, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. Just as he was about to reach out to tug Ace's arm, Ace spoke, suddenly cutting off their movements. Because you don't have enough seniority. Ace rolled his eyes in silence, suddenly recalling 5 years ago when he received secret orders and was assigned to the Ability Academy for a mission. To maintain appearances, he even signed an agreement with Chao Xingyan to work as a teacher at the Ability Academy. However, he completed the mission too quickly, and the agreement spanned 7 years, leading to his current inability to leave the Ability Academy. Just thinking about it made Ace feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, the captain of the instant kill team couldn't even handle a simple agreement and still hadn't regained his freedom force to remain at the Ability Academy as a teacher while encountering a once-in-a-century talent, Gu Qin. However, Gu Qin also added some color to his dull teaching life, being his most outstanding student. Ace briefly explained to Hong Xiao and Tang Xuanlu his situation at the Ability Academy over the past few years and why he couldn't leave. Tang Xuanlu was in tears, knowing only that after the higher-ups handed them this long sword there had been no further news. No matter how much they inquired, they couldn't find out where Ace was, or if he was still alive, leaving only one word: wait. And that wait lasted 5 years. Tang Xuanlu, this time sniffling while grabbing Hong Xiao's collar, glanced around the room that resembled a ruin and suddenly remembered something, asking, by the way, where did Su Ming go? She probably went looking for that little girl. Although the captain intentionally let the dust accumulate in the room, making the entire classroom murky, you saw that little girl, she. Hong Xiao stroked his chin, analyzing seriously. His gaze fell on Ace, who merely nodded lightly, making it somewhat difficult to read. Senior, can these thorns really be used for medicine? Xiao Yanqin followed behind Gu Qin, looking at the black thorns in his arms that were as hard as steel needles. After much hesitation, he finally voiced his doubt. I won't use all of them. I plan to make something else. Let's go to. Gu Qin suddenly felt an intense killing intent coming from behind her. She released her grip, and the sharp thorns fell to the ground. She quickly turned around and kicked one of the black thorns away, sending it flying like a missile. Xiao Yanqin stood frozen in place, his eyes widening as he watched the thorn approaching him. He gulped and thought, run. Xiao Yanqin's mind was consumed by the singular thought of running. He swallowed hard, his gaze landing on Gukeen's face. She stood still, her eyes filled with killing intent. Strangely, he felt no fear if the target of that intent was not him. Since it was not him, there was nothing to hide from. Xiao Yanxin closed his eyes, releasing his grip and letting the thorns fall to the ground. The thorns came flying toward him, and a black whip swiftly lashed out, wrapping around the long thorns on the ground. A mature female voice rang out from the tree. She let out a cold laugh and threw the thorns to the ground. "You dare to attack your partner?" Gukeen remained composed, looking up at the woman in the black cloak. The woman held a black and gold whip adorned with fragmented golden inscriptions that resembled scales radiating a faint golden light. "Finally come out. You've been following us since we left. What do you intend to do?" Gukeen spoke coldly. She had noticed someone following them from the very beginning, but hadn't expected it to be a member of the instant kill team. It was known that special ability squads were not something ordinary beings could join. The person before her must possess great strength. If they were here to collect these black thorns, that would be troublesome. Gukeen kicked a nearby black thorn away, holding one tightly in her hand as she fixed her cold gaze on the cloaked woman. Xiao Yanxin pressed his lips together, picking up the black thorns one by one and inching towards Gukeen's back. She seemed very concerned about these thorns. If the situation turned unfavorable, he could still escape with her and the thorns. Why do you care about what I do?" The woman in black flicked her whip and leaped down from the tree. The whip coiled around the black thorns on the ground and lunged directly at Gukeen. Gukeen turned and twirled her own long thorn, blocking the incoming attack. The clash of black against black produced a piercing sound. In the next moment, the woman in black appeared behind Gukeen, one hand gripping the whip and the other around her neck. The speed was so fast that Gukeen couldn't react in time. Her throat was already in the opponent's grasp. Gukeen's heart stopped for a few seconds as she swallowed, her nose twitching slightly, as if recalling something, the corner of her mouth curling into an almost imperceptible arc. She reached out and placed her hand on the pale wrist of the woman in black, gently rubbing it for a moment. As expected, the scent of my sister comes from the whip that came first. This action sent chills down the spine of the woman in black, causing her to shake Gukeen's hand off violently. She then kicked directly at Gukeen's waist. Gukeen grasped the whip, using its force to spin away from the kick. Her hands tangled in the whip, her gaze fixed on the woman's foot, feeling a chilling sensation in her waist. If this kick landed, her waist might never straighten again. Gukeen exerted herself, pulling the whip tightly around her wrist. She gasped and took a few steps back, one hand pressed against her arm, which bore several red marks. The woman in black chuckled lightly, flicking her whip, which cracked through the air with a resounding bang, accompanied by a foul. The corners of the woman's mouth fell instantly, her pupils constricting as a series of groans emanated from her stomach. The stench in the air flushed her face crimson. The source of the odor was her. Though silent, the rebellion of her stomach and the slight sway of her cloak made her composure waver, as if she were a tire filled to bursting, about to explode at any moment. "What did you do to me?" The whip in the woman's hand trembled as she exuded a fierce, killing intent, causing the surrounding leaves to swirl around her. Even the wind dared not make a sound, merely swirling around her. Gukeen clutched her arm, laughing softly. The fiery pain from her wound made her face pale. Although she had applied medicine, the pain remained. She glanced at the marks seared onto her fair arm, resembling golden snakes entwined upon it. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Gukeen straightened her back and taunted the woman in black. "Sister, guess what?" Xiao Yanxin stood frozen, unsure of what Gukeen had done, but seeing her injured, he couldn't help but tense up. He took a few steps forward and asked softly, "Senior, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but this sister might not be." Gukeen shook the white plastic bottle in her hand. Xiao Yanxin truly had no idea what it was, having run off before the medicine even took effect. However, he had heard that Gukeen could make someone pass gas. But that had nothing to do with the person in front of her, as there were no sounds of flatulence. During the few minutes of contemplation, the woman in black clenched her fist, the sound echoing as it cracked. Through the black cloak, her face resembled a red monkey's backside, almost dripping with blood. A gust of wind blew and Xiao Yankin's nose twitched slightly. He frowned and said, "What is that smell?" "I smell rotten eggs." Upon hearing Xiao Yankin's words, the woman's mental defenses crumbled completely. She lashed her whip, and a black python materialized out of thin air, charging toward Gukeen. An intense sense of pressure froze time for a moment. Xiao Yanxin knew that this attack was beyond their capability to. A layer of dark red light flickered beneath his feet as he grasped Gukeen's arm. The golden python brushed past him, creating a loud crash that stirred up dust. "Missed." The woman in black clicked her tongue coldly, a chilling aura rippling in her eyes. Just a group of students, she never truly intended to take their lives. However, those who could escape under her nose were no ordinary people. And that girl named Gukeen was bold enough to take action against her. Indeed, quite interesting. "Is this your student, Captain?" The woman in black sighed, the sudden relaxation causing her to lose control for a moment, a wave of heat surging from her abdomen, never to return. The woman in black slapped her face, feeling more embarrassed than ever. She rarely expelled gas from her body, much less in front of others. Leaning against a tree, she pulled her cloak down to cover her cheeks. The woman in black slapped her own face, feeling more embarrassed than ever. She rarely expelled gas from her body, let alone in front of others. Leaning against a tree, she pulled her cloak down to cover her cheeks. As the heat dissipated, a gentle breeze stirred her cloak, filling the air with the fragrance of flowers. The woman in black felt as though she was walking on cotton, so light and carefree. She lowered her head to look at her arm, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. After expelling the turbid energy, she felt on the grass before her a shadow loomed. The woman in black looked up to see a familiar face, and she forced a smile, saying, "Captain, long time no see. How do you feel?" Ace approached, tilting his chin slightly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the shattered ground. The resilient marble was deeply cracked with scattered fragments glinting in the light. A bunch of troublesome folks. The woman in black pouted, removing her cloak and resting her head against the tree, her face full of defiance. "Wow. Did you really smash the ground like this, Su Ming? Have you developed a murderous intent?" Tang Xuanlu observed the uneven ground, running his finger across it. Golden powder fell onto his finger, undeniably confirming that the unevenness was caused by Su Ming's whip. TCH. Su Ming only spoke a single word before falling silent. She stood there with her head drooping, resembling a child who had done something wrong, standing before Ace. Ace, witnessing this scene, said nothing. He reached out and patted Su Ming on the shoulder, showing no concern, as if this incident had never happened. It was unclear whether he was certain Su Ming wouldn't kill Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin, or if he believed the two could escape from Su Ming's grasp. "Now that everyone's here, let's talk about how you ended up in this place." Ace turned, his gaze darkening as he looked at his long-lost. Gu Qin poured the potion onto her wrist. With a splash, the entire wrist was covered in white foam, a tingling pain stimulating her nerves. She gritted her teeth tightly. "It hurts. Be gentle." Xiao Yanqin shouted from the side, tears welling up in his eyes. His hands were restless, causing a hole to appear in the nearby doll. Lu Qingshi toyed with the black thorn in his hand. Hearing Xiao Yanqin's heart-wrenching screams, he paused, confusion filling his eyes. Why was Gu Qin applying medicine to herself, while Xiao Yanqin was wailing so tragically? Lu Qingshi turned around to see Gu Qin biting Xiao Yanqin's arm fiercely, making him grimace in pain, while one hand flailed about, turning his toy rabbit into a battered mess. Lu Qingshi said, "Reasonable." He sighed, tapped the sharp thorn, and raised his hand to forcibly. His tone was filled with helplessness. "Stop messing around. Now tell me, what do you need from me?" "It's nothing. I just want to ask you to craft something for me," Gu Qin replied, loosening her grip. The pain from the wound faded and the pale arm began to regrow flesh, although some red scars remained, still looking fierce, but at least it no longer hurt. As for a complete recovery, it would take about a week. Her potion was ultimately no match for healing powers. "I'm not a craftsman. Why are you looking for me?" "Huh. Do you know who can help?" Xiao Yanqin wiped his hands, glancing sadly at the 2 rows of deep bite marks left on his arm, while casually pulling out the head of the rabbit he had just bitten. Gu Qin wiggled her fingers, propped her chin up, and said mysteriously, "You know who I'm looking for. Gu Qin, can you not be a little foolish?" Lu Qingshi placed the sharp object on the table, leaning back in his chair, his long legs crossed, and his bony fingers casually resting on his waist. Gu Qin remained silent, merely chuckling softly and confidently, staring at Lu Qingshi. Xiao Yanqin, lost in thought, tilted his head, resting his chin on his hands as his gaze flitted between the two. "There was no way around it. Oh, I guessed it when you asked me for the scar removal ointment." Gu Qin shrugged. The person's ability was exactly what she needed, otherwise she wouldn't have come to ask Lu Qingshi. Xiao Yanqin listened quietly, silently, stuffing a French fry into his mouth, recalling their conversation. The person they mentioned must be someone they knew well, but since he didn't recognize them, he decided to leave. Sometimes with his brother around, the senior should not encounter any danger. Xiao Yanqin made a silent judgment as he pondered, offering an apologetic smile to Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi before standing up and saying, "Sorry, I have something to attend to, so I'll excuse myself. Bye-bye." Gu Qin waved goodbye to Xiao Yanqin, watching him leave. Suddenly a peculiar idea popped into her mind. She pulled out a sheet of white paper from the drawer of the coffee table and began to doodle on it. This should work. Gu Qin held the paper up in front of Lu Qingshi, raising an eyebrow with confidence in her eyes. In contrast, Lu Qingshi stared at the chaotic scribbles on the paper, lost in thought, his bony fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. "You won't be needing this, will you?" Gu Qin nodded. Although the thorny ears could be used for medicine, the black-clad woman from earlier had suddenly shifted her thoughts. Such a rare material should be used for something more meaningful. Suddenly a figure appeared in her mind, prompting her to change her destination and directly appear at Lu Qingshi's door. Gu Qin pointed at the paper with her pen, while holding a French fry in her mouth. The fry bobbed as she spoke, with a few drops of ketchup clinging to it. "Right, but someone will find it useful. What do you think? For an alchemist, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? I saw him easily crafting a long spear last time." Gu Qin recalled the man with the scar on his face. His broad fingers were calloused, his tan skin not smooth, with dark stubble. A bright red scar ran across his eye, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Such a person would definitely be a formidable presence on the battlefield. Clearly he had let down his guard during their last encounter. Gu Qin swallowed the last fry and pushed a bottle of white potion towards Lu Qingshi, casually asking, "What do you think?" "Sure." A strange voice echoed in the room, but it wasn't Lu Qingshi speaking. He quietly leaned against his chair, fingers tapping absently on his arm, his propped up foot swaying idly. The unfamiliar voice sounded again, "Sure, I can help you, but in return I want the scar removal ointment from last time." This time Gu Qin found the source of the voice. She lowered her head, glancing at the phone screen on the table that lit up. The caller was none other than the alchemist from last time, Song Chashing. No problem, I have plenty of scar removal ointment. Gu Qin nodded hastily. For her the scar removal ointment was abundant, but the piece of equipment she desired was a rare treasure. She had consulted numerous documents knowing that alchemy abilities were exceedingly scarce, let alone those who could master the craft to forge equipment. As luck would have it, Lu Qingshi knew such a person, so she saw no reason not to leverage his connections. Let's exchange contact information, and then... Song Chashing's voice came through the phone, but before he could finish a light cough interrupted him. Lu Qingshi cleared his throat, nonchalantly glancing at his phone with an air of indifference. What got phlegm stuck? Gu Qin poured a glass of water and slid it toward Lu Qingshi. He didn't move, staring at the rolling steam rising from the transparent cup. If he recalled correctly, this was boiling water. He rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with resentment. Are you trying to scald me to death? Gu Qin chuckled softly, teasing. I thought you weren't afraid of boiling water. Their exchange reached Song Chashing's ears. He swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. How dare someone speak to the boss like that? And even call the boss a dead pig. How terrifying. Whoa, if only he hadn't laid a hand on that girl. He should have known that anyone who could move freely under his intimidation was no ordinary person. The more Song Chashing thought about it, the more panicked he became. His left hand gripping the phone trembled, and a trace of grievance flickered across his fierce face. Then, they'll come over now. They'll be humble you. And what do you think? 3 minutes. Lu Qingshi said calmly. What are you pretending for? Gu Qin retorted defiantly. She tossed a piece of apple into her mouth, accidentally knocking a cup off the table beside her. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the room. Naturally, it reached Song Chashing's ears. Hearing the noise of breaking glass, he quickly hung up the phone. Is the boss being beaten? I'm coming. Damn it. Boss, don't panic. I'm here to save you. What started as a jog turned into him activating his ability, conjuring a motorcycle out of thin air. He swung his long leg over and mounted it. Vroom was the sound of the engine starting. He quickly arrived outside Lu Qingshi's apartment. Glancing at the time, and then at the open window in Lu Qingshi's home, he rubbed his hands together, reached out, grabbed the external water pipe, and began to climb. Taking the stairs would be much slower than climbing the window. Don't worry, boss, I'm coming to save you. Gu Qin was cleaning up the water stains with a mop. She dragged it bit by bit, gradually moving toward where Lu Qingshi was sitting, even though there was no water there. As she mopped, she pulled Lu Qingshi's chair backward. Lu Qingshi watched her mischief in silence, still looking at her with a cool, detached expression. Gu Qin pulled Lu Qingshi's chair all the way to the window before stopping. She straightened up, wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from her brow, and said with satisfaction, let's just stay where it's cooler. This scene was exactly what Song Chashing saw as he climbed in through the window. His mouth fell open, and he froze entirely, turning to stone from sheer shock. Let's just stay where it's cool. After Gu Qin finished speaking, she heard a rustling sound outside the window, faintly mixed with the crunch of stones. Holding a mop, she followed the sound, and saw a petrified face pressed against the window, as if it had suffered some immense psychological trauma. Gu Qin blinked, wedging the mop against Lu Qingshi's leg, and turned to walk towards Song Chashing, her fair fingers reaching out to him, as she gently asked, do you need a hand? Song Chashing watched as Gu Qin skillfully threw the mop to his boss, who didn't dare to breathe. The person in front of him was indeed putting on an act. The more Song Chashing thought about it, the chillier his back became. He quickly waved his hand in response. No need. He'll just stay where it's cool. Gu Qin was slightly bewildered by this scene. Wasn't this teacher rather arrogant before? Why suddenly so fierce? She scratched her cheek, full of confusion in her eyes, but still kindly reminded, do you know you're waving your hand? Of course I know, Song Chashing nodded, looking down at his suspended hand, suddenly realizing he was still climbing outside. His hands were flailing in the air, and with his feet on the pipe, no matter how strong his core strength was, he couldn't hang there forever. He still lost his balance and fell to the ground, his head getting stuck in the leaves with half a leg sticking out. He shook his foot, afraid of worrying Lu Qingshi, and added, it's fine, I can stay here for a while. Gu Qin, is it still possible to return this? She looked meaningfully at Lu Qingshi, who raised an eyebrow, and gave Gu Qin a reassuring look. He took a sip of the lukewarm water on the table, lazily saying, although Song Chashing's personality is a bit, his strength can be trusted. Lu Qingshi understood Song Chashing very well. He appeared fierce on the outside, but in reality, he was a bit naive. The dangerous aura he exuded was purely an act. Their first meeting was like this. He pretended to be incredibly formidable, like a little thug, and then got beaten up by him. Since then, he had been following him around. Of course, to be a member of the Eternal Night, Team Song Chashing was more reliable than Gu Qin had imagined. As for his role as the leader of the Special Abilities Team, Eternal Night, Gu Qin didn't need to know. Otherwise, with Gu Qin's personality, it would likely cause a ruckus. Song Chashing had climbed up himself, covered in leaves, his clothes scratched by branches with some small blood stains. His fierce-looking face also bore several red lines, but the scar crossing his eye was no longer as menacing. Instead, it was covered with a layer of light pink. Gu Qin looked at the man in front of her, her gaze landing on the scar on his face, and indeed, it was the effect of her medicine, which had done well in recovery. Sorry to keep you waiting. Song Chashing pulled the branches off his head and patted his clothes. His smile was somewhat flattering, making his already fierce face appear strangely so. This smile sent a chill down Gu Qin's back. She feared that she would have nightmares today. It's fine, a guest is always welcome. Come have some water. Gu Qin skillfully entered the kitchen, taking out a clean cup, and also retrieving an aged tea that Lu Qingshi had treasured for a long time. Lu Qingshi had no habit of drinking tea, but Gu Qin enjoyed it very much. Therefore, on Lu Qingshi's 16th birthday, Gu Qin spent a fortune to buy a pack of exquisite tea leaves as a gift for him, determined to give it to him precisely because he wouldn't drink it. Indeed, all these years Lu Qingshi had not touched it at all, and even the place where it was kept had not changed. In the few minutes Gu Qin was in the kitchen, Song Chashing quickly stood up and looked at Lu Qingshi. He didn't dare to speak, just quietly observing his leader with the leaves on his head, adding a touch of absurdity. Boss, is she the new team member you were looking for? She can adjust potions and seems quite capable. I can't see any special abilities in her. Song Chashing blurted out a long string of words in one breath. Initially, he wasn't very interested in Gu Qin until he saw that she could still move freely under his pressure. He was surprised to see his boss being pointed at by Gu Qin, who said stay where it's cool without being punished. This inevitably sparked his curiosity. He knew his boss well, and there must be something extraordinary about the girl named Gu Qin. He thought about it, speaking as he looked at Lu Qingshi, soon closing his mouth. Lu Qingshi raised his hand and made a shushing gesture, not directly answering Song Chashing's question. He languidly leaned against the chair, his long legs casually crossed with a few strands of hair falling over his eyes, obscuring his expression. Do your best to meet her requests. She is just an ordinary person, so don't let her know anything about the endless night. Lu Qingshi said lightly. Through the glass he watched Gu Qin in the kitchen bustling about and couldn't help but smile slightly, his fingers gently stroking the fabric, seemingly lost in thought. Understood. Song Chashing nodded. He straightened up and a hint of disappointment surged in his eyes. It seemed that his boss did not intend to let Gu Qin become a teammate. Gu Qin placed the brewed tea on the table and looked up to see Song Chashing standing at attention, which sparked her curiosity. She pushed the teacup in front of Song Chashing and looked at him questioningly. What are you two talking about? Nothing, just casual chat. Lu Qingshi straightened up, reached out, and nudged the teacup in front of Song Chashing to himself. He took a small sip and the fragrance of tea blossomed in his mouth, while the bitterness quickly spread in his oral cavity. He frowned slightly, pressed his tongue against his lips, and slowly placed the teacup back on the table. Indeed, he still couldn't get used to tea. What are you stealing? This is yours. Gu Qin naturally knew Lu Qingshi's preferences, as she had given him the tea. After all, for Gu Qin's 16th birthday, Lu Qingshi had gifted her a sheep dung coffee bean. That night in the small kitchen, a strong stench wafted through. Gu Qin reached out and tapped Lu Qingshi's hand, taking a cup of hot milk from the plate and placing it in front of him. Next to the milk was a black candy with crooked writing that read, sheep dung coffee bean. Gu Qin sat down and handed the drawing she had just completed to Song Chashing, briefly explaining her thoughts. Song Chashing picked up the drawing, opened his mouth, and stared at the chaotic strokes, falling into contemplation. Is it difficult? Gu Qin propped her face on her hand, a lollipop in her mouth, tilting her head in confusion. She remembered that her ideas weren't difficult at all. Moreover, he had been very clear about what he said. Song Chashing put down the drawing, shook his head. Although he didn't understand Gu Qin's drawing, he understood everything she articulated and found it feasible, yet there was one aspect that was quite challenging. His gaze landed on the black spikes on the ground. Lifting his hand, a long spike appeared out of thin air from his palm. With a casual wave, the spike vanished into his hand. The sharp sound echoed throughout the room. Lu Qingshi leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his eyes were calm as water, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Gu Qin's eyes instantly brightened. She had just seen Song Chashing throw the spike directly, the speed so swift that she could only vaguely capture the shadow. The sound of the sharp clash was indeed produced by the long spike colliding with something, but it was a spike conjured by Song Chashing's ability. Upon realizing this, Gu Qin understood something, her eyes filled with excitement. Indeed, during their last encounter, Song Chashing had displayed remarkable control over his abilities, and with such skills her intuition told her that his identity was not simple. It might be significantly related to the special ability organization that AIC had mentioned earlier. Gu Qin rested her chin in thought, her expression gradually turning solemn, her beautiful eyes seeming to see through. This scene was precisely captured by Song Chashing. He swallowed hard, a chill running down his back as he recalled Lu Qingshi's orders. If Gu Qin discovered his true identity, the boss would surely end him. He turned stiffly, having only thought about showing off earlier and completely forgetting to conceal his strength. He couldn't let the existence of the special ability team be exposed. Song Chashing awkwardly scratched his face, his gaze evasively looking at Gu Qin. What's the matter? Gu Qin paused, her thoughts, her eyes lighting up again, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. What kind of toothpick do you usually use to pick your teeth? Song Chashing. Huh. His lips twitched uncontrollably, his heart racing to his throat. Being asked this by Gu Qin made the cold sweat on his back turn into question marks, seeping into his clothes. Song Chashing lightly coughed. Just go along with the adjustments. Can that thing even be adjusted? Ugh. Gu Qin nodded. She hadn't finished her sentence when Lu Qingshi covered her mouth. Lu Qingshi's ears turned slightly red. He knew Gu Qin too well. Once she got going, she wouldn't stop easily. Quick resolution. Lu Qingshi raised his eyes to look at Song Chashing. Song Chashing blinked. Even though he didn't understand what Gu Qin was saying since his boss had said, so he couldn't dawdle. Alright, no problem. To be honest, I'm a bit at a loss. The objects created by my ability cannot cut through these black spikes, let alone melt or refine them. I need a fierce flame. Ordinary flames won't do. The thorns and ears are too resilient. Only a flame with great destructive power can melt them, but fire-type abilities are quite rare. Although I have some. Friends asking for their help is really. Speaking of friends, Song Chashing paused for a moment. He glanced at Lu Qingshi beside him, and a face he hadn't seen for years floated in his mind. If it weren't for what happened back, then he might have been able to join the special ability team no night, but alas there are no ifs. What's wrong with him? Gu Qin blinked her eyes, sensing the flavor of gossip in the air. Her eyes gradually brightened as she casually grabbed a piece of watermelon and tossed it into her mouth. Song Chashing awkwardly scratched his face, his gaze instinctively dodging. We had a fight and haven't made up yet. He remained silent for a long time. It was said that after that incident back then, that person applied to teach at the Ability Academy, but who knows how they are doing now, whether the students listen to them. Song Chashing pondered for a moment, and then continued, however it's not impossible. Coincidentally, he also teaches in this school. Oh, I just don't know if he would help me with this. Gu Qin instantly became interested. She had been in this school for many years. Which teacher didn't she know? Which teacher hadn't taught her? Gu Qin had ample experience with the antiques of the Ability Academy. However, she didn't recall any teacher with fire-type abilities, only the principal. After the last time she was left alone in the restroom by him, she had been subjected to his cold violence, and hadn't seen him for several days. Thinking of this, Gu Qin had a bad premonition. She opened her mouth and asked which teacher. What is their name? Maybe him. His name is Chao Xingyan. Chao Xingyan, carefully read the documents from the suggestion box. These were all the opinions from the students of the Ability Academy for the week, ranging from how much their ability levels had improved to what dishes they had for dinner, what they liked, and what they disliked. As the principal, he needed to know the status of these children. The Ability Academy is a closed environment, and for the mental and physical health of the children, he reads the students' suggestions every week and implements them on Mondays. The toilet paper may be late, but it will never be absent. Your toilet paper has arrived. Chao Xingyan looked at the scribbled handwriting on the note, and felt a headache coming on as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He was all too familiar with this handwriting. Over the past 3 years, Gu Qin's writing had not improved at all. If I had known, I wouldn't have deleted her from my friends list, that way I wouldn't have to suffer from Gu Qin's handwriting. Chao Xingyan sighed. He had been avoiding Gu Qin these past few days, even blocking all her contact information. He helplessly brushed aside a leaf nearby, and sat up straight against the tree trunk. If it weren't for Gu Qin blocking his office door every day, he wouldn't have to work on a tree trunk. I really miss my soft, cushy chair. Achoo. Chao Xingyan sneezed, wiping his nose with a leaf, and said somewhat perplexedly, who is cursing me? Forget it, never mind. Let's continue reading. Gu Qin collapsed onto the chair like an incapable husband after hearing who Song Chashing was, weakly muttering, is it him? I knew it, that's bad. Upon hearing Gu Qin's words, Song Chashing stood up excitedly, his hands pressed on the table, constantly repeating what happened to him. Are you too close? Has he taught you anything? Does he still have hair? Bang. With that sound, Song Chashing seemed to slip and sat down on the floor, the table shifting slightly as well. He awkwardly chuckled, a fox cunning. Gu Qin nodded and stood up, extending her hand towards Song Chashing, answering his questions in turn. He's doing well. Our relation. We had a small argument recently. He hasn't taught me anything. You mentioned hair. Some brothers have it. Lu Qingshi retracted his foot that had kicked Song Chashing, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he rested his chin on his hand lazily, saying the reason for the argument was that I forgot him in the restroom, causing him to become a dried sausage. Hee hee. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Pulling up Song Chashing, Gu Qin let out a series of strange laughs. She grabbed a grape and hurled it at Lu Qingshi with force. Lu Qingshi kicked back a chair, tilting his head to dodge, and the grape flew out like a small steel ball, directly striking a tall tree outside the window, accompanied by a sharp scream. I hit someone. I'm going. Gu Qin got up, casually tugging at a long rope. She ran towards the window, placing one foot on the window frame, and jumped out. One hand wrapped around the rope a few times while the other pulled down the person who fell from the tree. The two hung half in the air, uninjured. Gu Qin let out a sigh of relief. When she lowered her head to see who she had pulled, a big question mark floated in her mind. Principal, why are you in the tree? Chao Xingyan's fists cracked loudly, his voice barely squeezing out from between his teeth. Gu Qin, did I blow up the galaxy in my last life, just to meet you in this one? A wave of heat surged, and he took a deep breath, suppressing the flames. His gaze turned cold as he glanced at his palm, the scorching temperature constantly reminding him. His temper was becoming increasingly difficult to control. This is not a good thing. Don't say that, Principal. Look, didn't I come to save you with a rope? But speaking of which, what is this rope's texture? Gu Qin hung in the air, tugging at the thing wrapped around her wrist. A chill spread from her wrist, slippery and cool like ice cream in summer. She looked up, noticing smooth scales surrounding the rope, shimmering beautifully in the sunlight, with dark blue ripples swirling around it. The rope danced around Gu Qin's wrist, the end even tapped her arm a few times, curiously inspecting it. Oh, it's not a rope, it's a snake, then it's fine. She mumbled a few words softly, then calmly looked at Chao Xingyin. Principal, I'm going to let you down now. As the words fell along with it came 2 sharp teeth and a bloody mouth. Gu Qin. Be careful. The crimson maw lunged at Gu Qin, its sharp teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight, while its long tongue swayed in the air, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Gu Qin squinted, her dark pupils reflecting the giant serpent's head. Vaguely she perceived another head, and something shooting out. The rear head was pierced instantly, and a mist of blood spread through the air, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulting her senses. Gu Qin murmured softly, showing no sign of fear, only an uncontrollable excitement in her eyes, as she lightly licked the corner of her mouth. As the name suggests, the double-head snake possesses 2 heads linked together and is extremely venomous. A single drop of its venom could cause death within minutes. It is a mutated species of cobra with dark green scales adorned with eye-like patterns. However, she had only seen this creature in trees before, as she wondered what would happen if it were used in medicine. This was Gu Qin's thought process. She felt no fear, only excitement at the prospect of studying a new experimental subject. Gu Qin, what are you dawdling for? Hurry, and throw me down. I will kill it. Chao Xingyin shouted, being pulled by Gu Qin. His other hand was clenched into a fist, searing flames enveloping it. Anger burned in his eyes as the flames compressed, yet he hesitated to unleash them. The distance was too close, the range of his fire damage was too broad, and would inevitably affect Gu Qin, an ordinary person without abilities who could not withstand such a blow. Gu Qin would die because of him. Thinking of this, Chao Xinjian's hands trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. To be honest, he did not like Gu Qin. Their shared memories were not pleasant, but he simply could not allow her to die by his hand. No need, principal, it's already dead. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. Gu Qin shook her feet, loosening her grip on the giant snake's tail. The 2 of them slid down toward the ground, and just before they reached it, Gu Qin exerted her strength, causing the snake's tail to wrap around her hand once more. They halted at the point closest to the ground. Dead. Chao Xingyan landed on the ground and looked up at the double-head snake, which was indeed dead. One half of its head had been blown off, while the other dangled in the air, dripping blood incessantly. The entire body was wrapped around the window, hanging outside like a rope. There was no sound, and it died in a baffling manner. The wound was not made by a sharp weapon, but rather by a gun. The entire head was blown away without a gunshot or an explosion. Such skilled marksmanship could only belong to him. A face he hadn't seen in years surfaced in Chao Xinjian's mind, and he snorted coldly. Song Chaxing, I owe you. He certainly knew that Song Chaxing had come here to teach, as the paperwork was handled by Lu Qingshi, and with Lu Qingshi present, it was only a matter of time before his team appeared at the Ability Academy. Although he had conflicts with Song Chaxing, his students also needed a teacher with such strength for guidance. Not a single member of the special abilities team was a pushover. No wonder Gu Qin was so calm. It seemed she had known that Song Chaxing was here all along. Gu Qin patted her clothes, a mischievous smile appearing on her face as she approached Chao Xingyan, like a fly rubbing its hands together. Since you owe a favor, let's settle it now. Since I owe someone a favor, it wouldn't hurt to repay it now. Gu Qin said with a smile, her eyes slightly narrowed, and a strange arc formed at the corners of her mouth. In a moment of daze, a sense of foreboding rose within Chao Xinjian's heart, unsettling and eerie, as if he had become prey for a ferocious beast. It was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Gu Qin blinked, tilting her head as she watched Chao Xingyan standing there in a dazed confusion evident in her eyes. She opened her mouth slowly and asked, "What's wrong?" Before she could finish, a sudden wave of intense killing intent struck her from behind. Her pupils constricted and she whipped around to see Song Chaxing slowly descending from the wall, holding the severed head of a two-faced snake. He weighed the giant snake's head in his hand, having smashed it to pieces with a single shot. He deliberately controlled the force, minimizing the noise while maximizing the damage, murmuring to himself, "This snake is surprisingly heavy." Sensing the source of the murderous intent, Gu Qin pulled out 2 silver needles from her pocket and hurled them towards Song Chaxing. "Let go. Song Chaxing, it's dangerous." "What?" Song Chaxing, not understanding Gu Qin's meaning, watched as the 2 silver needles flew towards him, immediately followed by 2 fiery red flames. "What the hell is going on?" Song Chaxing was taken aback, but quickly dodged the silver needles and flames. Years of combat experience had ingrained instinctive reactions in him. He released his grip, and the snake's head crashed to the ground, splattering blood everywhere and rolling far away. "Whew, that was close," he exclaimed, patting his chest. He took a deep breath. While Gu Qin's silver needles wouldn't be fatal, the 2 fireballs were no joke. He glanced at Chao Xingyan, realizing this guy really intended to kill him. Chao Xingyan rolled his eyes, crossing his arms to hide his hands. The flames scorched the fabric, emitting a burnt smell as he coldly said, "What are you pretending for? You think you can dodge it?" Song Chaxing stood up, looking at Chao Xingyan. That familiar face overlapped with memories, but the face before him seemed older, with more wrinkles and thinning hair resembling a receding hairline. With this thought, Song Chaxing's mouth twitched slightly, and he awkwardly coughed, pretending to be angry as he shouted at Chao Xingyan, "Know about what happened back then? I think it would be better if you 2 didn't argue first." Gu Qin stepped between the 2, interrupting their conversation. The coldness in the air did not dissipate. Instead, the oppressive atmosphere grew closer. She took a few steps forward, blocking Chao Xinjian's line of sight. "Principal, did you feel that?" Just now something treated us as prey. Chao Xingyan also retracted his anger. He clenched his wrist, the scorching airflow swirling in the air. He wrapped Gu Qin in the airflow and said sternly, Gu Qin, you need to leave here first. Gu Qin has no abilities and would only get hurt here. As the principal and a teacher, he naturally had to protect his students far better than that useless person who couldn't even protect his loved one. With that thought, he looked toward Song Chashing. Even if Song Chashing was oblivious, he could sense the faint killing intent. Holding a gun, his fingertips lightly rested on the trigger. He glanced at Gu Qin, speaking gently, it's best if you leave here. After all, I can't let you get hurt. Lu Qingshi stood by the window silently surveying the scene below, first a stolen cat, then a pair of ears, now a two-headed serpent. The Esper Academy was sealed, no wild animals should have been present. Clearly those insufferable pests had struck again. Yet those individuals could not possibly know he had come here, meaning these creatures were not targeting him. He clenched his fist, his gaze darkening as his lips parted in a soft, breathless murmur. Gu Qin. How am I to protect you? Below, Gu Qin distinctly felt the killing intent, aimed directly at her. She remained rooted in place, every nerve taut with vigilance. She had faced combat before, but none that threatened her life. Thus she had never truly felt fear. Yet this time intuition whispered otherwise. This was no mere confrontation. This was death come calling. She turned toward the source of that lethal aura, fingertips already poised around several silver needles, each laced with paralytic toxin. A single prick would not kill, but would render her utterly motionless, stripped of conscious control. Rustle. A single leaf drifted down onto the ground, then a gentle breeze lifted it skyward once more. Gu Qin stayed still, her eyes fixed on the vast, cloudless expanse of cerulean sky, only scattered leaves spiraling downward and upward in silent, weightless arcs. She parted her lips as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Chao Xingyan and Song Chashing rarely agreed, but this time both insisted Gu Qin leave immediately, even joking they'd stuff her into a takeout bag and carry her off themselves. Chao Xingyan clicked his tongue, massaging his temples with weary resignation. Gu Qin, why are you still standing there? Song Chashing, far gentler in tone, scratched the back of his head and offered a warm, earnest smile. Gu Qin, what are you looking at? He rose onto his toes, scanning repeatedly in the direction of her gaze, yet saw nothing. Though Gu Qin's strength remained an enigma, he could not fathom the danger looming now was utterly unknown, and the unknown he knew bred the deepest dread. He refused to let her remain here, not when this young woman belonged to his own formidable superior. Gu Qin shook her head slightly. Her fingers relaxed, and the silver needles slipped soundlessly from her grasp onto. She offered an apologetic smile, then withdrew her gaze, only for her eyes to ignite with lethal intensity the next instant. In one fluid motion, she drew a water pistol from her waist and sprayed it squarely at Song Chashing. Song Chashing, get down. At the sight of that familiar weapon, Song Chashing's mind flashed back to their last encounter. When Gu Qin had aimed the same pistol directly at his face, its reservoir, filled not with water, but with urine. That incident had left him with profound psychological trauma. His throat tightened. Without hesitation, he dropped flat to the ground. Hiss! A sudden chill struck his cheek. His heart leapt into his throat. The same visceral shock he'd felt when drenched by her before. A wave of icy nausea surged through his gut. Slowly, cautiously, he cracked open one eye, only to see Gu Qin relentlessly spraying water straight into his face. He reached up, touching the dampness on his skin. No acrid odor reached his nostrils, and with that the crushing weight in his chest dissolved. He exhaled sharply, relieved yet embarrassed. For a moment he'd feared it was urine again. Confused, he asked, what is this? You told me to lie down, so why spray me? As he spoke, Song Chashing pushed himself upright, then froze mid-motion, eyes wide, throat muscles working involuntarily. A long rifle materialized instantly in his palm. Combat mode engaged in a heartbeat. Gu Qin watched his reaction, a faint knowing smile lifting her lips as she holstered the water pistol. Shrugging lightly, she unscrewed its reservoir cap and poured some liquid onto her palm, then rubbed it across her face while saying exactly, lying down makes you easier to hit. Saves me the trouble of chasing you. She closed her eyes and stood still for several seconds. When she opened them again, a colossal serpent loomed before her. Tongue flickering, scales gleaming dark emerald under sunlight, each scale the size of a kitten's head, shimmering like ripples upon water. Its triangular head bore razor-sharp fangs, and behind it swayed a second identical head. So, this is the true form of the two-faced serpent. And, admittedly, my reagent works remarkably well. It lets me see this. Gu Qin flicked her tongue across her lower lip, eyes alight with unrestrained exhilaration. Years spent formulating elixirs among toxic herbs had honed her senses, especially her olfactory acuity. She had detected the faintest trace of venom in the air earlier, but only confirmed its source when, glancing upward, she noticed the unnatural ripple of leaves beneath the sun, the serpent's silhouette revealed at last. It camouflages itself through thermal dispersion. No wonder it shimmers in sunlight. That was her deduction. Once, while searching cliff faces for herbs capable of negating thermal interference, she'd discovered one, and today, by sheer coincidence, she happened to carry it. This thing isn't dead. Song Chashing leveled his sniper rifle, his expression fierce, his entire being radiating cold menace. No wonder I felt that chill. So it's been watching us all along. Chao Xingyan listened to their exchange, uncertain of the full situation, but he too sensed the creeping frost in the air. Highly attuned to temperature shifts, he felt an eerie draft slithering down his spine. Clearly the serpent lived, and Gu Qin's reagent had pierced its concealment. Gu Qin, I want whatever lets you see that serpent. Chao Xingyan extended his hand, waving it lightly. Gu Qin slid the pistol back into her waistband, then stuck out her tongue, bluntly refusing no. Headmaster, I don't even have your contact information. What if this reagent causes unforeseen side effects? And you've been avoiding me entirely. I can't provide after-sales support, so I dare not administer it to you. Gu Qin wore an expression of genuine regret, shrugging helplessly. Chao Xingyan. His knuckles cracked audibly as he ground out the words, voice seething from between clenched teeth. Fine. I'll drag you out of the black room myself. Satisfied, Gu Qin feigned contemplation for a beat, then sighed, placing a hand gently on her water pistol. But I can't find you either. I'm truly troubled by this. What should I do, Headmaster? Okay. Chao Xingyan's voice emerged harshly from between his teeth. He could not understand how Gu Qin could still joke under such circumstances. Clearly devoid of any special abilities, she appeared unfazed, almost as if she did not cherish her own life. All right, Principal, you handle the matter. Gu Qin tossed the water gun at Chao Xingyan, her gaze fixed on the two-faced snake. The giant serpent flicked its tongue, its head swaying back and forth, always poised to strike. Strangely, the two-faced snake did not attack, its eyes never leaving Gu Qin. Chao Xingyan caught the water gun, unscrewed the magazine, and tilted it, attempting to pour the liquid into his palm. The magazine shook in his hand, only a few drops of clear white liquid fell. It was an empty bottle. Chao Xingyan shot a glare at Gu Qin. The high temperature in his hand melted the plastic bottle completely, the scalding liquid splattering on the ground and burning holes into it. Gu Qin, why isn't it moving yet? Gu Qin turned her head, feigning deep thought, as she stroked her chin, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She subtly shifted closer to Song Chashing. I don't know, but it seems like it's waiting for something. Song Chashing shook his head. He held his gun, but did not fire, remaining on guard. Sensing someone approaching from behind, he turned to Gu Qin. What type of weapon are you used to? I can craft one for you. Is it that convenient? Give me a... For a moment, Gu Qin's mind went blank. She genuinely did not know what kind of weapon she was suited for. Typically, she used whatever she found or resorted to various poisons. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought much poison today. Thinking of this, her lips twitched. Having abilities is really convenient. It's alright, but everyone relies too much on their powers. True combat with real weapons is rare. Having a suitable weapon is always helpful. What kind of weapon do you want? Song Chashing pondered. Since Gu Qin had used a water gun several times, she might be adept with firearms. With that thought, he tossed the long gun he was holding to Gu Qin. Use this, it's fully loaded with bullets, so feel free to... Gu Qin caught the long gun, its heavy weight nearly causing her to stumble back several steps, almost sitting down on the ground. This was her first time handling a long gun. Although similar to those in TV dramas, she truly did not know how to use it. Wow, it's so heavy. How do you use this? Gu Qin weighed the gun in her hands, examining the sleek black body, her eyes revealing envy. The entire school was centered around abilities, while she was just an ordinary person without any power. You don't know how to use it? Song Chashing was surprised as he crafted an AK-47 for himself. Didn't she seem to enjoy using the water gun before? How could she not even know how to use a gun? Of course I can't. I'm a law-abiding youth. How could I use such a thing? Gu Qin blinked innocently at Song Chashing. A strange sound echoed in her ears like some sort of ultrasonic wave. She looked up just in time to see the giant snake move. In an instant, the massive body of the two-faced snake surrounded them, flicking its tongue, and two streams of dark green venom sprayed out from its sharp fangs. Danger! Danger! This phrase was uttered by Chao Xingyan, who rushed over and directly tackled Song Chashing. The two rolled on the ground several times, until Song Chashing pushed himself up, bringing the two to a stop. When will you be more careful? Chao Xingyan's voice was almost a roar as he slammed his hand onto the ground. In an instant, flames surged up, scorching his sleeve. With one hand on the ground, and the other ablaze, he shot flames toward Gu Qin. The crimson fire struck the serpent's body directly. Have you forgotten how Xiao Ai died? You caused her death, and now you want to endanger yourself too. Chao Xingyan shouted angrily, the temperature around them rising sharply, revealing the lurking double-faced serpent to the entire area. The serpent sensed the intense heat, and twisted its body to distance itself from the searing flames. I'm sorry. Song Chashing remained silent for a long time, his eyes darkening as he fell into deeper... With a loud bang, Song Chashing's thoughts were jolted back. He turned sharply to see Gu Qin sitting on the ground, cradling the long gun he had thrown, its muzzle still smoking. Gu Qin had fired. Sorry, it's my first time shooting, and I'm not very good at it. Gu Qin awkwardly scratched the back of her head, chuckling. From the very beginning, strange sounds had been echoing in her ears, making her head ache, as if someone were scratching a chalkboard next to her with chicken claws. Frustrated, she looked at the long gun in her hands, recalling how Lu Qingshi had taught her to shoot. Taking a deep breath, she pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet flew out of the muzzle, and the powerful recoil caused Gu Qin to lose her balance and sit down on the ground. This sound also snapped Song Chashing back to reality. I understand now. Song Chashing pressed his lips together, his gaze growing resolute. He raised his hand, and a desert eagle appeared in his grasp. Standing up, he aimed the handgun at the serpent's eyes and fired several shots with speed, accuracy, and ferocity, each shot striking true, turning the serpent's front half of its head into a mesh of destruction. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, saturating the air with a strong metallic scent. The double-faced serpent writhed in agony, its massive form crashing into a nearby tree, snapping the trunk cleanly. Its other half of the head turned around, searching for an escape route. Once again, the strange sound resonated in her ears. Gu Qian frowned, her eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly trying to locate the source of the sound. The double-faced serpent too was agitated by this noise. What had initially been a retreat now seemed controlled by some unseen force. It stiffly turned around, dragging its bloody half-head toward Gu Qian, preparing to strike. Bang! This time it was Gu Qian who fired. Having learned from her previous experience, she didn't sit down, but still staggered back a few steps from the recoil. The serpent's head was pierced by the bullet exiting through its upper jaw. Blood drenched its entire head, and its dark green snake eyes dimmed. The double-faced serpent crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. What is this? Song Chasheng pulled back his gun, having noticed the serpent's strange behavior. It had seemed poised to flee, yet it had returned to meet its end. Moreover, he slowly glanced at Gu Qian, observing the long gun in her hands, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Was she fooling him? Hadn't she said she couldn't shoot? In the shadows, a mysterious figure discarded the flute in his hand, glaring venomously at Gu Qian. His fists clenched with an audible crack. Curse it, the two-faced serpent couldn't kill her. But even if she won't die, she can't escape. Before the mysterious figure could finish, a languid voice echoed behind him. But I can kill you right now. In an instant, goosebumps erupted all over the mysterious figure. When had he arrived? How had he sensed no killing intent? Stiffly, he turned around to see Lu Qingshi leaning against a stone wall, casually twirling a pistol in his hand. Do you think this gun will blow your head off like before? Lu Qingshi let out a soft laugh. His hand paused mid-twirl, and the chill in his eyes was as frigid as an ice cavern. You're joking, right? How could you be here? The mysterious figure's entire body stiffened at the sight of Lu Qingshi's face. He spun around to flee, only to stumble and fall heavily, terror nearly drowning his eyes. No way. The captain of Sleepless is in the Ability Academy. The intelligence never mentioned this. I'm dead this time. He scrambled frantically, but the icy muzzle of a gun pressed against his head. His heart seized instantly, and even his crawling movements came to a halt. Lu Qingshi's eyes gleamed with amusement. He aimed the gun at the mysterious figure's back, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips, and his lazy drawl stretched out long. Farewell. Provoked by Lu Qingshi, the mysterious figure spun around, twisting the gun barrel, a wild laughter spilling from his lips. Seemingly aware of his own doom, his eyes were bloodshot. Ha ha. Even if you kill me, what difference does it make? Don't you know? The blood of the two-faced serpent is highly toxic. Exposed to air for long, just a single inhale will kill you within 3 days. Ha ha ha. The one who could formulate the antidote vanished 3 years ago. They're doomed. But his words seemed not to rattle Lu Qingshi. Unfazed, he pulled the trigger. His deep, unfathomable eyes betrayed no thought as his thin lips parted. Sure, I know. Bang! In an instant, the man before him ceased to breathe. Lu Qingshi tossed the gun behind him and strode past the corpse as if it mattered less to him than the trash Gu Qian had picked up. He said flatly, "Clean this up." "Yes, Captain." "Is this completely dead?" Song Chasheng slumped to the ground, his head dizzy and limbs weak, as if his abilities had drained him completely. Strange, had only used them a few times today. Chao Shengyan's face was equally pale, his chest heaving slightly, an unnatural flush blooming on his cheeks. He clutched his head, swaying, and collapsed before he could steady himself. Gu Qian hurried over, reaching out to catch him, her brows furrowing at their abnormal states. Poisoned? How could this be? Gu Qian's small face scrunched up. She quickly laid Chao Shengyan flat on the ground. Strange, how had they been poisoned? When was the toxin administered, and what kind was it? She sniffed lightly, and caught a bizarre scent in the air hidden beneath the smell of blood. Crouching beside the unconscious Chao Shengyan and the limp Song Chasheng, she recalled an ancient text she had once read. South of the Longevity Ridge lies a serpent king. Its blood is fatally toxic. Spreading through the air, those who inhale it will suffer fever and weakness, and in mild cases death. So this serpent king must be the two-faced serpent. Song Chasheng gasped, clutching his chest, his voice feeble. Mild cases mean death. Then what about severe? Gu Qian placed her hands on Chao Shengyan's wrist, her brows locked tight. Severe cases lead to total decay, a gruesome death, and after burial, not a single blade of grass will grow for 100 miles. Song Chasheng. He felt his heart stop, whether from the toxin's effect or Gu Qian's words. Gu Qian walked over to Song Chasheng, pulled a small knife from his waist, and smiled reassuringly. Come on, don't look so glum. At least there's a silver lining, right? What? Song Chasheng's discomfort surged again. His eyelids felt like lead and his breaths grew heavy, a warm coppery taste flooding his mouth. He lifted his eyes to see Gu Qian extending her arm to feed him her blood. His military knife lay still on the ground, smeared with crimson. As the metallic taste spread through his mouth, the suffocation began to recede, though he remained weak and limp. At least no one can joke that the grass on your grave is 3 meters tall. Gu Qin withdrew her hand, watching Song Cha-sheng slowly open his eyes. Satisfied, she fed some blood to Chao Shengyan as well. The toxic vapor lingered in the air, yet she remained unaffected. Perhaps her long-term exposure to various potions had imbued her blood with some resistance, slowing the venom spread. Good news, she recalled an antidote recipe from an ancient text. Bad news, the required herbs were in the longevity ridge. She had to get out. Lu Qingshi walked over, arms crossed. His gaze lingered on Song Cha-sheng for a few seconds before shifting, his eyes darkening with a hint of anger. Then let's get out. Why are you here? Don't you know this thing is poisonous? Gu Qin tore a strip from her clothes to bandage her bleeding arm. Regrettably, she hadn't brought any healing potions today. She grabbed whatever she happened to pick up in the morning. I know, but don't worry. The Ability Academy is a sealed space with its own air purification system. The air was only toxic for that one moment. Lu Qingshi made a quick phone call. Soon a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Xiao Yanqin, who carried a first aid kit. Hey brother, sure you called for me. You asked me to bring a kit. Is someone hurt? Xiao Yanqin set the medical kit down, surveying the scene, the blood-soaked serpent corpse, the unconscious teacher and principal, and Gu Qin with blood seeping from her arm. What on earth happened here? Time waits for no one. Can you lend a hand first? Gu Qin walked over to the medical kit, undoing her hastily bandaged wound to reapply medicine and dress it properly. Suddenly a cloud of dust kicked up behind her. Take him to the infirmary. Leave it to me. Xiao Yanqing lifted the unconscious Chao Shengyan off the ground and onto his back. Just as he was about to activate his ability, he seemed to hear Gu Qin's voice. Senior, did you call for me? Hold on a moment. I need to escort the principal. With that, a blur streaked past Gu Qin, leaving only stirred dust in its wake. The figure vanished in an instant, stirring a flicker of envy in Gu Qin's heart. In the time it took her to change her dressing, Xiao Yanqing had already delivered Song Chunsheng and Xiao Xingyan to the infirmary. Gu Qin. Honestly, you ability-wielding dogs. Crouching on the ground, Gu Qin picked up some iodine and began drawing circles on the floor, looking utterly deflated. If she had ears, they would have drooped like airplane wings. After a few circles, a crucial thought struck her. She sprang up like a coiled spring and trotted over to the two-headed serpent's corpse. Picking up a knife, she drove it into the creature's mangled head. With practiced ease, she dismembered the serpent, collecting the useful parts while casually chatting with Lu Qingshi. By the way, Lu Qingshi, you study at the Ability Academy too, but I've never seen you use your powers. What's your ability? Lu Qingshi was silent for a moment. His fingers twitched slightly before he spoke slowly. You'll know in time. TCH, as if I care. Anyway, let's get down to business. The two-headed serpent's venom isn't incurable. We need to gather something from Chongqing Ridge to make the antidote. But you know I can't leave this place. Gu Qin rolled her eyes in exasperation. She pried out the serpent's fangs, then picked up a lighter to set the entire carcass ablaze. The two-headed serpent wasn't a medicinal ingredient. Only its venomous fangs held research value. Since Song Chunsheng had already blown its head off, only the two fangs remained usable. Burning it was also a way to dispose of the body, as the two-headed serpent's corpse was unique and could only be destroyed by fire. You took the only lighter from my place. Listening to Gu Qin, Lu Qingshi's gaze darkened, as if calculating something. He squinted, and in a daze the lighter in her hand looked familiar. Oh, it was the one he kept under his coffee table for lighting candles. Gu Qin had pilfered it again. Something always went missing from his home every time. Ahem, you're seeing things. Gu Qin coughed awkwardly, hiding her hands behind her back and concealing the lighter. The flames behind her rose into the sky, and the acrid smell of burning filled the air. Minutes later the fire died out, and the stench of charred flesh dissipated. Apart from the scorch marks on the ground, it was as if the two-headed serpent had never existed. As Lu Qingshi had said, the academy had its own air purification system. I've been here for 3 years and never knew it. Gu Qin took a deep breath of the fresh air, then her expression dimmed. No, I have to apply for leave. Time is running out. I don't know how long my blood can keep them going. If they can't hold on after 3 days, we're in trouble. They'll go find Ace first. With that, she tore off her torn clothes and turned to leave, but Lu Qingshi blocked her path. He tilted his chin, signaling for her to look into the distance. Xiao Yanqing came running back, his cheeks flushed from the sprint. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily. Brother Sure, Senior, I'm back. Everything's taken care of. Lu Qingshi nodded. Good. Let's go. Gu Qin's face scrunched up. She didn't want to waste time, but Lu Qingshi must have his reasons. She followed him, asked, Lu Qingshi, Chongqing Ridge. Gu Qin followed Lu Qingshi to the most secluded sports field in the Ability Academy. The entire field was eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life. Once basketball games were held here, but one day it was as if the place had been abandoned. Fewer and fewer people came, and the field gradually fell into disuse. Gu Qin had stumbled upon this place once while groping for an exit in the dark, but unfortunately there was nothing here. Gu Qin introduced the gymnasium, casually brushing her hand against a piece of sports equipment. Thick dust billowed up with her movement, giving her an intimate embrace. There's a formation here that can transport us wherever we want to go. Lu Qingshi walked to the center of the basketball court. He knelt down, his slender fingers gently sweeping away the dust on the floor. His lips parted slightly as he muttered something. A golden light illuminated the ground, and a circular formation materialized. Gu Qin had never seen such patterns or this formation before. She had been here before, feeling around the floor, but finding nothing, only getting covered in dust. That had infuriated her so much that she cleaned the entire gymnasium the next day. She stared at Lu Qingshi with a serious expression. Though she didn't know if this formation could truly take them to Chongqing Ridge, one thing was certain: she could clearly feel the flow of energy within it like a stream continuously drawing power from Lu Qingshi. Xiao Yanqing was also stunned. He covered his mouth to stifle any sound, his trembling pupils reflecting Lu Qingshi's figure. The latter was bathed in a golden glow, golden runes appearing on his face. The runes gradually flew off his face, forming a portal in the air. All right, let's go. Lu Qingshi remained expressionless. He stood up and wiped his hands with a wet wipe as if nothing had happened. Xiao Yanqing circled around him in admiration. Damn brother, sure you're amazing. How did you know about this? Hey senior, did you know? If I did, I would have run away long ago. Gu Qin's expression darkened. She was lying. Even if she had known about the formation, she couldn't have activated it because it required ability as fuel, and the amount needed was far from trivial. Gu Qin could sense the continuous flow of energy. Lu Qingshi's ability level was far more formidable than she had, so Lu Qingshi was the real show-off among them. Just jump in. Gu Qin suddenly asked. Lu Qingshi nodded. Yes. With a running start, Gu Qin kicked him in the back. Get in there, show-off. Get lost, you dog. Gu Qin raised her foot and kicked towards Lu Qingshi, who dodged to the side, pulling Xiao Yanqing along with him. This caused Gu Qin to miss her kick, losing her balance, and tumbling into the teleportation portal, her figure quickly dissipating without a trace. Xiao Yanqing patted his chest, genuinely surprised that Gu Qin would suddenly attack him. Not with her hands, but with her feet, barely avoiding being kicked in. I'm used to it, let's go in. Lu Qingshi, unfazed by Gu Qin's earlier action, seemed to anticipate her ambush and offered no further explanation. Gu Qin should have figured something out by now, but there would be plenty of opportunities to clarify later. He paused, lifted his foot, and stepped into the portal. Xiao Yanqing pouted and followed after. At Chongqing Ridge, the sky was overcast with dark clouds. It was pitch black, and it was unclear who had placed the inkstone there. The sound of raindrops falling was clear, accompanied by Gu Qin's screams. Gu Qin had stumbled into the teleportation portal, and coincidentally her landing spot was on a slope where she could not stand firm. She rolled down like a Swiss roll, collecting leaves and dirt, becoming increasingly round until she could roll no more. She was rolled up in leaves and grass, her mouth twitching, soaked to the skin. Mud mixed with raindrops slid down her body, and the bandage on her arm was soaked too, causing a faint pain in her injured spot. Taking a sharp breath, Gu Qin crawled out of the Swiss roll, brushed off the dirt from her body, and removed the leaves and grass. Conveniently, there was a small river nearby, where she could wash her wound as she walked along it. Where am I? Gu Qin surveyed her surroundings. The dense woods, the gloomy sky, the occasional clear chirping of birds, and the sounds of animals roaring. She had rolled down without knowing how far, and with the rain pouring there were no footprints on the ground. She wondered if Lu Qingshi and the others could find her. Thus Gu Qin decided to tend to her wound first, and then figure out how to contact Lu Qingshi. Being alone in an unfamiliar forest was too dangerous. She had no self-defense tools except for a military knife stained with poison that she had taken from Song Chashing and an old lighter. Her medicinal supplies were also exhausted. Walking along the riverbank was due to her search for herbs close to the stream. Oh, it's been 3 years. This is the breath of nature. In Gu Qin's eyes there was no fear, only excitement at the thought of returning to the real world. Although the 3 years at the Ability Academy were not harsh, it felt like being a canary trapped in a cage, unable to touch the sky. The invisible shackles were the most fatal. Gu Qin disliked this feeling as she looked at the beneficial grass growing on the ground. This herb was bitter, accompanied by a fishy smell, and was also known as fishy grass. Crushed and sprinkled on wounds, it could help stop bleeding and significantly aid in healing. She crouched down, plucked a leaf, and chewed it. Her small face, covered in dirt, instantly contorted into a whirlpool. With a twisted expression, she spat the herb onto her wrist. The contact with the wound caused a sting, and the strong, bitter, fishy taste overwhelmed her. Gu Qin had never felt such torment. She wrapped her wound again with a clean leaf, completing the simple treatment, and stood up to look at the sky. The pitch-black sky was like a blanket hiding the sun's position and making it impossible to discern directions. She had lost her phone while rolling down the mountain and had no idea where it ended up. Gu Qin sighed, and ultimately decided to find a place to take shelter from the rain, at least to wait for the sun to come out. Based on the time they had emerged, it was now 3 in the afternoon, leaving her with 4 hours of activity. This rain doesn't seem like it will stop. At least this rain had made the animals a bit more subdued. Gu Qin muttered to herself, her ears twitching slightly as she heard hurried footsteps in the distance, as if some large creature was chasing something. It crashed into a tree and a large number of leaves fell down, even knocking over a sturdy trunk. Gu Qin frowned slightly as the sound grew closer. She quickly climbed up a tree, gaining height, to see a scarred lion running frantically on the ground, followed by a small figure, seemingly a person. Gu Qin. This is reversed. Shouldn't it be the lion chasing the person? Nowhere did a person come from in this wilderness. The boy eyed her offered hand and shook his head vigorously, protest. Gu Qin watched as the lion crashed around the forest like a headless fly, its trajectory heading towards her. She quickly jumped down from the tree and dove into a thicket far away. The lion was fast, Just as Gu Qin rolled into the bush, it crashed into the large tree she had just occupied, piercing through it, leaving behind a trail of fresh blood. This is no ordinary lion. Gu Qin peeked her head out from the grass, squinting her eyes as she watched the lion disappear into the distance. This lion was even larger than the usual ones, with sharp, thin teeth, its claws clipped, and one of its teeth broken. Its long hair was standing up, somewhat resembling the spikes on its back. It was these spikes that had allowed the lion to pierce through the tree, and its body was covered in blood from various wounds, dripping blood everywhere. It was evident that this lion had been running for a long time and would soon exhaust itself. Gu Qin's expression darkened. She had never seen this lion in the mutated species catalog. After thinking for a few seconds, she burrowed back into the thicket. Swish! A figure flashed out, cloaked in black with strange patterns on the robe. In the center of the patterns was a skull topped with a pointed hat like a wizard's and holding a staff. Her feet were suspended above a dark red array, flying by like a maglev train. Just as she flew past Gu Qin's thicket, she suddenly turned her head to look into the bush, her hat obscuring her brow. Gu Qin couldn't see her face, but a chill crept down her back. In that instant it felt as if she had been seen. The figure clad in a cloak, dressed like a sorcerer, glanced in Gu Qin's direction before soaring into the sky. Gu Qin felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps erupting all over her body. She had an unsettling feeling that she had just been seen. Who was that person just now? Gu Qin squinted her eyes, sensing the strangeness radiating from that person. Unlike ordinary individuals who ran, this one had flown away. Was it a different species? Moreover, chasing after an unfamiliar type of lion in a nearly deserted forest suggested that this person's strength was likely beyond her capabilities. Gu Qin gave a thumbs up to the air, smiling as she spoke, her tone chilling, as if emitted by some AI. Impressive, truly impressive. To think they can fly, oh, it's yet another day of envying others' abilities. Gu Qin merely sighed. She remembered her mission and knew she could not take risks. So she crawled out from the thicket. The rain had gradually stopped, revealing the golden sun. Gu Qin brushed away the leaves from her head, stretched her body, and loosened her muscles. The herb she sought was named duanqing, growing on the western side of Chongqing Ridge. Its leaves were small and spiky, with flowers resembling raindrops appearing white and translucent. This herb only grew atop cliffs, and on each sheer cliff only one such plant would thrive. Once duanqing grew, no other plants would sprout on the entire cliff, as the name suggests, duanqing meaning to sever life. This herb is highly toxic, just the antidote needed to neutralize the venom of the dual-faced snake. Thus it can be used as a medicinal herb. Gu Qin looked up at the sky after the rain had passed. A few white clouds floated across the azure mirror, and the warm sunlight bathed her, dispelling the chill brought by the raindrops. As the fog dissipated, sharp mountain peaks emerged, covered in thick snow, with the very tips appearing black. This was characteristic of Chongqing Ridge, marking its very center. Gu Qin was also relying on this confirmation. This was indeed the Chongqing Ridge they were destined for. It seems we are very close to the cliff now. Gu Qin licked the corner of her lips as she headed westward towards Chongqing Ridge, staying alert to every sound in the surrounding forest. After the rain, animals in the forest emerged to hunt, making it easy to encounter various carnivorous creatures, even mutated ones. Chongqing Ridge was certainly not a place of eternal life. As Gu Qin walked, an ice shard flew towards her. She swiftly drew her knife, and the moment the sharp blade touched the ice, a powerful shockwave caused her hand to go numb. The knife flew out and lodged into the ground. Gu Qin looked up to see a woman in sorcerer's attire standing before her. Her pupils constricted slightly, and she pressed her arm against her heart racing. The woman had returned so quickly. Sure enough, she had seen her. The woman flicked her hair back, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her voice both eerie and enchanting. Oh ho, found you. 1 hour earlier inside a cave on Chongqing Ridge. By the way, where did senior sister go? Xiao Yanqing twisted his wet clothes, water splattering everywhere. He pouted. Oh, ever since they arrived it had been raining without pause, leaving him no choice but to find a place to shelter. He had no idea where Gu Qin had gone. Not a single signal, not even a phone call was possible. Lu Qingshi sat on the ground, warming himself by the fire while watching the incessant rain outside, and softly said, "She has her own considerations." Xiao Yanqing had packed some essentials after learning he would be attending the Abilities Academy, including a lighter which he used to ignite a small pile of dry branches he'd found in the cave to keep warm. He plopped down beside Lu Qingshi, saying, "Here's some compressed biscuits." "Thank you." Lu Qingshi accepted the biscuits, ruffling Xiao Yanqing's hair gently, his eyes darkening slightly, a faint smile on his lips, as if he enjoyed the time spent with Xiao Yanqing. "What are you thanking me for? Brother, sure you are willing to play with me, and even teach me to use my abilities without looking down on me because of my powers. I should be the one thanking you." Xiao Yanqing felt a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his head. He took a bite of the compressed biscuit, his gratitude was sincere. A timid person like him, when faced with danger, could only run away. Those lacking a shred of masculinity or utility would have no friends. Until he met Lu Qingshi and Gu Qin, it seemed like everything was turning for the better. Could he also become a favored child of fortune and enjoy all this? "You really haven't changed at all." Lu Qingshi took a bite of his compressed biscuit, his tone still calm, but laced with a hint of emotion. Sitting beside him, Xiao Yanqing blinked, tilting his head in confusion. "Huh, changed. Brother, sure did we know each other before?" Lu Qingshi shook his head, pointing towards the cave entrance. "Who knows?" The sky cleared up. Xiao Yanqing looked in the direction Lu Qingshi indicated, his mouth agape, as he jumped with excitement. Wow, it really is. Let's hurry and find senior sister. He grabbed the mostly dry clothes and put them on, packed his bag, and was just about to head out of the cave when Lu Qingshi— Wait! Lu Qingshi's gaze was filled with intense staring towards the cave entrance, as if sensing something. What's wrong? Xiao Yanqing didn't know what was happening, but since Lu Qingshi said to wait, he complied. He nodded obediently, standing behind Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi stood firm, drawing a long knife from his waist, a smile on his lips, but his tone icy. Have you seen enough? He nodded obediently, standing behind Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi stood firm, drawing a long knife from his waist, a smile. Hiding behind Lu Qingshi, Xiao Yanqing gasped, staring at the black cloak in shock, muttering softly. Wasn't it said that Chongqing Ridge was quite remote? How are there people here? The black-cloaked man heard this and shot a glare at Xiao Yanqing, raising his hand to hurl a dagger at him. Help! Xiao Yanqing watched the dagger fly towards him. Just as he was about to activate his abilities to escape, he found his legs seemingly bound, unable to utilize any powers. As the dagger drew nearer, Xiao Yanqing's face turned pale. He suddenly crouched down, and the dagger whizzed past his head, slicing off a large chunk of his hair, leaving him with a bald patch. The black-cloaked man laughed heartily at the sight of Xiao Yanqing trembling on the ground. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingshi, why haven't you made a move yet? Look at how scared your companion is. Huh. Xiao Yanqing, stand up. Lu Qingshi held a long sword in his hand, hesitating to draw it, seemingly not intending to make a move. He looked calmly at the figure in the black cloak. The face of the cloaked man was obscured by the hood, rendering his features indistinguishable. One of his hands was exposed, marked with dark scars that coiled around like a curse. The other side of the cloak was sunken, as if it were missing something. Brother Shirai, I am scared. Xiao Yanqing closed his eyes, curling himself into a ball, trembling all over. He was very afraid his abilities had suddenly become ineffective, and he couldn't even escape. His legs felt weak, making it difficult to stand. Open your eyes, see clearly. Don't be afraid, I am here. Lu Qingshi reached out and patted Xiao Yanqing on the shoulder, speaking gently, continuously guiding him. The power of words is boundless, as is physical contact. His comforting words, accompanied by courage, were conveyed to Xiao Yanqing. Slowly he opened his eyes, looking at the black cloak before him. The pitch-black pupils reflected the skull on the cloak, and at the moment he locked eyes with the man, a chill ran down his spine, as if a layer of ice had formed along his spine. In an instant, Xiao Yanqing curled up again, retreating behind Lu Qingshi. Haha, your companion is truly useless. Lu Qingshi, do you know how long I searched for you? If it weren't for you, would I have ended up— The man roared, pulling off his cloak. The black cloak flew away, revealing a face covered in scars, and a hat. Lu Qingshi remained silent for a moment. Xiao Yanqing was still avoiding the confrontation. He sighed, his well-defined hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze directed at the man before him. Tilting his head, he asked blandly, who are you? Lu Qingshi, you don't remember me. Why don't you remember me? If it weren't for you cutting off my arm back, then would I have been— Do you know how I've spent all these years? Why don't you remember me? I will carve my name Shang Duji on your tombstone. Shang Duji laughed maniacally, raising his only arm. The temperature around them plummeted instantly, and faintly the damp earth began to form into ice pillars. A dagger made of ice appeared in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement, the crimson pupils resembling black holes eager to devour Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi pondered for a moment, shaking his head. I don't remember, never mind, it's not important. He originally intended to train Xiao Yanqing, but seeing Xiao Yanqing's state, he decided to look for another opportunity. Next time, there was still time. You. Shang Duji gasped, his eyes bloodshot, emanating an icy aura that lowered the surrounding temperature by several degrees. 3 years ago, Lu Qingshi had severed his arm, and from that moment the seeds of hatred were sown. For 3 years he had diligently trained solely for the day when he could personally kill Lu Qingshi. Wow, it's so cold. Are you secretly eating ice cream behind my back? A familiar voice appeared at the cave entrance. Lu Qingshi, who was about to draw his sword, relaxed his grip, speaking somewhat resentfully to Gu Qin, who leaned against the cave entrance. You're so slow. What do you know? Heroes always show up at crucial moments. Gu Qin said lazily, her hands in her pockets. She had green grass leaves tied around her wrists, and her body was covered in leaves and dirt, looking as if she had just crawled out of a pile of dirt. Shang Duji turned his head, facing Gu Qin, who was wrapped in dirt and leaves. His heart raced, and his pupils dilated as he quickly stepped back. What the hell? Sorry, just crawled out of the dirt. Gu Qin wiped the dirt off her face, bending down to look at the dagger made of ice. She reached out to tap it, asking, what flavor of popsicle is this? It looks quite realistic. Damn it, get away from me. Shang Duji, sitting on the ground, threw the dagger away. It flew swiftly toward Gu Qin's throat, but she remained unfazed. One hand gripped the blade of the dagger, stopping it just a few centimeters from her throat. Warm blood dripped down the blade, mixing with melting ice water, creating beautiful red flowers on the ground. That was close. Gu Qin sighed in relief, glad her reaction was quick. She took the dagger with her other hand, weighing it in her palm, feeling the icy pain, and plunged it into the ground. Shang Duji, terrified, raised his hand to shield his eyes. He slowly opened them, peering through his fingers at the girl he had cut with his ice blade. You are human, not a ghost. Gu Qin raised an eyebrow, casually replying, do you think your life is worth much? Damn it, are you messing with me? Shang Duji realized he had been deceived, and he instantly flew into a rage. Sharp ice pillars formed around him, plunging straight towards Guqin. She stood still, not moving, a sly smile curling her lips, and then her figure vanished from sight. Senior sister, I brought bandages. Let me help you bandage it up. Xiao Yanqin pulled Guqin behind him. His gaze landed on her bleeding hand, and for a moment he was speechless. Pouting, he hurriedly opened his small backpack, pulling out clean gauze and purified water. He squatted on the low hill, rebandaging Guqin's wrist and palm. He also stuffed a piece of compressed biscuit into her mouth, saying, "That's it. Senior sister, don't get it wet for now." Xiao Yanqin smiled at Guqin, feeling a weight lifted off his heart. Earlier he had vaguely heard Guqin's voice, and upon opening his eyes he saw her standing still as sharp ice pillars flew in the air. He rushed over to pull her back, but had he just activated his abilities? Strange, it was clearly not possible earlier. Guqin stood up, looking at Xiao Yanqin, who appeared somewhat bewildered, tilting her head as she asked while using her uninjured hand to pull him up. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Yanqin shook his head, squeezing his palm. Perhaps it was because he was too weak that his abilities couldn't activate. Shang Duji watched the few people laughing and chatting, fury surging in his mind. He raised his hand, and a storm erupted in the cave, the entrance frozen into an ice sculpture. "Lu Qingshi, what's going on?" Guqin gestured toward Shang Duji with her chin, a chill surging in her eyes. She had never seen this man before, but it seemed he shared some connection with Lu Qingshi. Her gaze never strayed from Lu Qingshi. He shook his head, handing the longsword at his waist to Guqin. "I don't know him. Your turn." Guqin looked up, meeting Lu Qingshi's eyes, and let out a helpless sigh. "Fine." Guqin drew the longsword. Its silver blade was etched with golden dragon patterns. The hilt bore traces of dark gold dragon claws, and a red tassel hung from it. The scabbard's golden dragon scales shimmered faintly. Admiring the sword, she praised, "Truly beautiful. Where did you get this?" Lu Qingshi instantly caught her intent, walking to the side to sit on a withered log in the cave, crossing his long legs. "It's mine." Their casual chatter made Shang Duji unable to contain himself. He summoned dozens of ice spikes, hurling them fiercely at Lu Qingshi while roaring, "Die! Your opponent is me." Guqin swung the longsword, charging toward the ice spikes. The blade transformed into a dark golden dragon, biting through the incoming projectiles. The ice spikes shattered into pieces, crackling like firecrackers. Guqin opened her mouth in awe. "Wow, this is something special." Her gaze darkened, and her ear twitched slightly. She thought she had faintly heard a dragon's roar. Shang Duji stared at the broken ice spikes, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. How is this possible? How do you have a dragon's roar? That is..." Before Shang Duji could finish, Guqin flopped onto the ground with a thud, sliding a considerable distance while muttering, "Oh, it hurts so much, I'm injured." Shang Duji, who had done nothing, stood there bewildered. Shang Duji was utterly confused, almost as if he needed a question mark drawn on his head. He couldn't fathom Guqin's move. She held the dragon's roar, a sword capable of shattering his ice pillars with a single swing, yet she fell flat like that. Before he could react, Lu Qingshi, who had been sitting nearby, stood up and ran toward him, shouting, "How dare you hurt her?" Then, under Shang Duji's bewildered gaze, Lu Qingshi collapsed to the ground, sliding far away while yelling, "Help! There's an ambush! I'm injured!" His tone and manner mirrored Guqin's perfectly, like two cunning wide noodles slipping out of a hot pot. Shang Duji, who had done nothing, stood there dumbfounded. Xiao Yanqin, crouching in a far corner, watched the scene unfold. His pupils trembled as he rushed over to the prone Lu Qingshi, and Guqin shaking them gently. "Brother Shi, senior sister." Unfortunately, neither responded, lying motionless on the icy ground stained with red blood. Xiao Yanqin clenched his fists, scanning the cave until his eyes landed on the frozen entrance. The only escape was sealed. He couldn't carry them out. Trembling with fear, Xiao Yanqin knelt, tears streaming from his eyes. No matter how he called, Lu Qingshi and Guqin remained silent. The dragon's roar slid to his leg. He looked at the sharp, beautiful sword, grasped it, and raised his head to glare at Shang Duji. "It's you. You hurt them." Xiao Yanqin gripped the dragon's roar tightly, rising to his feet. The surrounding storm was dispelled by a powerful aura, replaced by his own formidable energy. He pointed the dragon's roar at Shang Duji. "Give me back my brother Shi and senior sister. It wasn't me. I never laid a hand on them." Shang Duji roared, pointing at the fallen Guqin and Lu Qingshi. "They had fallen on their own, which I saw him at." The cave howled with wind as heavy snowflakes drifted down. Xiao Yanqin held the dragon's roar, tears sliding from his eyes and turning into silver icicles on the ground. He shouted, "I don't believe you. Are you blind? They fell on their own." Shang Duji retorted, angrily watching the changes in Xiao Yanqin. His scarred face turned pale. The person who had cowered at a mere glance earlier now had his aura shifting the air currents around him. Was this the dragon's roar? Shang Duji stepped back, conjuring an ice shield with his energy. "You're lying. I don't believe you." Xiao Yanqin closed his eyes, feeling the dragon's roar in his hand. Guided by the sword he swung. A golden dragon charged toward Shang Duji, shattering his ice shield and bursting out of the cave, accompanied by a resounding roar. Roar! Shang Duji knelt speechless with shock, staring at the empty cave. Xiao Yanqin and the others had vanished, the surrounding ice melting into dripping water. The golden dragon had broken his shield, but veered past him, heading straight for the entrance and shattering the frozen seal. This? I. You've lost again, what a pity you missed the sight, a woman dressed as a mage said, tapping her cane as she draped a black cloak over Shang Duji. Wesley, shut up. Shang Duji knelt hoarsely, staring at his empty arms, silent for a long time. He had waited 3 years, yet he still— Wesley patted Shang Duji's shoulder, looking at the dripping cave entrance. The girl from earlier lingered in her mind. She sighed. Let's go back. The experiment is over. The master is waiting for us. Phew, that scared me. Good thing I ran fast. Xiao Yanxin plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath, nearly collapsing against a large tree. But brother Sure, senior sister, are you really okay? You fell pretty hard back there. Fine. Lu Qingshi nodded calmly. Gu Qin waved a hand dismissively, taking a big gulp of water before turning to Xiao Yanxin and draping an arm over his shoulder. How do you feel? What do you mean? Xiao Yanxin slumped to the ground, utterly drained from the relief. He had truly believed Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi were hurt, but luckily, they had just slipped. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't hurt anyone, and thank goodness you're both safe. But who was that man? And why was there a skull on that cloak? A black cloak. The one bearing a skull emblem. Gu Qin swung her legs idly, then sat upright the moment she heard the word skull. I encountered her too. Though fortunately she had no intention of killing me. Lu Qingshi, learning that Gu Qin had also met the figure, let his normally placid tone sharpen with urgency. Are you unharmed? Gu Qin narrowed her eyes slightly, leaning in close. Her smile held a mischievous glint. You're worried about me? No, he replied flatly. I'm merely debating which plot of earth would suit your grave best. Lu Qingshi shoved her head aside with one hand. His gaze darkened as he rose, snapped off a branch, and sketched a skull onto the damp soil, identical to the emblem on Xanadu Ji's cloak. They belong to Igue Ku, the Abyssal Heresy sect. That organization conducts abominable experiments underground using humans, aberrants, and mutated beings as test subjects. As for the precise nature of their research, I do not know. He paused, his voice growing colder still. That sect is no ally. They've slaughtered countless adepts, especially those from sanctioned cultivation clans. Erasure is their specialty. Kill. Xiao Yanxin stiffened at the word, springing upright. How can anyone kill people? This is a Rulio-Flaw society. Murder violates the law. Unlike Xiao Yanxin, Gu Qin remained calm. She nodded once. Understood. Xiao Yanxin fell silent, his gaze drifting to Gu Qin's face, smudged with dirt, and leaves her hair tangled with twigs. Even their first meeting had found her in such disarray. Senior sister. Gu Qin tapped Xiao Yanxin's skull lightly with her knuckles, then stretched languidly, glancing up at the deepening twilight. What's on your mind, Ui? We simply run when we meet such an organization. You truly intend to fight them? Gu Qin planted one foot onto the trunk and seized a low-hanging branch. With a deft pull she vaulted upward and settled onto a thick bough, swinging her legs lazily. It's growing late. Let's rest early. First half of the night Lu Qingshi stands watch, second half I take over. She rolled onto her side, turning her back to Lu Qingshi and Xiao Yanxin. One pale arm draped carelessly across the branch, and as a breeze stirred her sleeve a delicate silver chain emerged bearing a small white skull pendant. Lu Qingshi, rest well. Arms crossed he leaned against the broad trunk. Night descended swiftly over the rain-damp forest. Every surface slick with moisture, every twig too sodden to kindle. Even a lighter would fail here. Long In hung quietly at his waist. Eyes closed he stood motionless, breathing like stone. Xiao Yanxin watched speechless, then grasped a branch and attempted to climb, mimicking Gu Qin. But his grip faltered, his foot slipped on moss, balance vanished, and he plummeted downward. Danger! Gu Qin flipped midair onto an adjacent branch and lunged, seizing Xiao Yanxin's trousers just before he vanished into the undergrowth. Xiao Yanxin dangled upside down, his pants stretched taut on both sides, already threatening surrender. A flash of crimson lace peeked beneath the strain. His face flushed scarlet as he clutched his waist. Senior sister, don't look. Don't look. Put me down now. Gu Qin squeezed her eyes shut, then released him with theatrical precision, flashing a thumbs up. Okay. Xiao Yanxin dropped like a stone, instinctively curling tight, shielding his head, bracing for impact. Yet no pain came. Slowly he opened his eyes, to see damp earth inches from his nose. Tilting his gaze upward, he found Lu Qingshi holding him aloft by the collar, suspended mere handbreadths above the ground. Be more careful. Xiao Yanxin offered an embarrassed chuckle, scratching his tousled hair. Thanks, brother Shi. After lowering him, Lu Qingshi returned to his post, and glanced sidelong. You're rather superstitious. Xiao Yanxin blinked, bewildered. Huh, how did you know, brother Shi? Before he could process the question, a rustling cascade answered at his trousers snagged high in the canopy. He craned his neck downward, and froze. Bright red long johns flared beneath his coat. For a breathless moment the world collapsed. He buried his face in his palms, wishing desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Gu Qin sat up on her branch, gasping softly. Recalling Xiao Yanxin's earlier outburst, she shook her head vigorously. I didn't look. I swear. I had no idea you were superstitious, or that this year's your Benming Nian. Xiao Yanxin, never mind the crack. My toes have already excavated a full 3-bedroom apartment. He scrambled up, yanked his pants free, then carved branches and layered fallen leaves into a makeshift bed, before collapsing onto it with exhausted relief. Gu Qin leaned against the trunk, sleep elusive. Her thoughts drifted back to the woman she'd seen earlier, the one clad like a sorceress. Little AI sister. Oh, found you. Visai floated midair, staff pressed to Gu Qin's throat. Golden light pulsed along its length. Instinct screamed danger. Gu Qin recoiled, then snatched at Visai's hat, dropped into a sharp backbend, and braced herself on her palms. In that instant, searing flame erupted from the staff, punching straight through the ancient tree behind her. Still inverted, she cartwheeled backward, landing upright, and faced Visai fully. Unveiled, the sorceress's face was a resting porcelain skin, almond-shaped eyes, long lashes casting soft shadows, a delicate nose above a gently rounded jaw, pure luminous sweetness. Gu Qin parted her lips, breathless. So beautiful. Flattery won't spare you, little one. Visai twirled her staff, a playful smile curving her lips, while her obsidian eyes bled into deep crimson. Behind her, a blood-dark sigil unfurled in the air. Not good. Gu Qin stepped back, acutely aware of the lethal aura radiating from the woman, and the sinister glyph hovering at her back. She drew her knife, its blade still gleamed faintly with dried blood. Her gaze locked onto Visai's, sharp, wary, unblinking. Visai hovered effortlessly, her cloak rippling like smoke. Crimson fire coalesced behind her, forming a blazing sphere. Her predatory gaze swept Gu Qin's frame, then halted, fixed upon the bandaged wrist. Little one, do you know herbs? Hey. Gu Qin instinctively hid her wounded arm behind her back. Sensing communication was possible, she ventured cautiously. What do you want? Can you formulate scar-erasing salve? Visai's eyes narrowed, appraising her. Gu Qin nodded, tossing the stolen hat toward her. Yes, but I must see the scar first. And once the salve is prepared, you release me. That depends entirely on whether you possess the skill. Visai caught the hat, placed it atop her head, then shrugged off her cloak, revealing one shoulder. A vivid, jagged brand marred her skin. A wound clearly inflicted by a piercing weapon, its trail vanishing beneath her garment. Gu Qin's breath hitched as she glimpsed the full expanse of scarring across Visai's back. A trauma born of near-fatal impalement. She tightened her grip on the dagger, arching one brow. Aren't you afraid I'll strike you down? Little one, you flatter yourself far too much. An ordinary human, devoid of any awakened ability, believes she could slay me. Visai moistened her lower lip, refastened her robe, then turned fully to Gu Qin, who had already sheathed her blade, and squatted on the forest floor, sketching ingredients and instructions with a twig. I cannot compound it now. I lack most of the required herbs. Visai stepped beside her, peering at the handwritten list. A flicker of genuine intrigue lit her crimson eyes. She'd studied botanical lore for years, seeking remedies for her own scars, and recognized every herb Gu Qin named. To find this girl actually writing a valid formula. Unexpected yet undeniable. You are intriguing, little one. Thank you, but there's something I must ask. Speak. Why is your hat so pointed? Wei Sai. Gu Qin turned a wooden branch and wrote down her contact information on the ground. Oh right, let me leave you a string of my contact details. You can reach out to me with any questions. I handle after-sales service. Wei Sai licked her lips, a smile gracing her features as she confidently lifted her chin. Little one, sometimes I wonder if you're clever or just foolish. Aren't you afraid I might kill you later? You won't do that. Let's not even discuss whether this potion is effective. That scar has tormented you for a long time, hasn't it, sister? What if you try it, and it's poison? Sister, you wouldn't dare take that bet. Plus, sister, you can't kill me. Gu Qin chuckled softly. In a sudden leap, she snatched the staff from Wei Si's hands, and clutching it tightly crawled up from the ground, and dashed towards the forest. She had been observing for a long time. The abilities that woman used were all related to this staff. Let's see how you use your powers once I take it away. Hey, stop! Wei Si was momentarily stunned by Gu Qin's actions. She took a photo of the ground with her phone, and then chased after Gu Qin. Gu Qin, holding the staff, ran ahead, occasionally waving it around. The staff was made of golden silkwood wrapped in pine resin, with a red gem in the middle resembling a beating heart. When Gu Qin reached out to touch it, she felt a pulsating sensation, as if the red gem were alive. This is... Stop. Little girl, stand still. Wei Si slowed down, panting heavily, her face flushed. Sweat dripped from her temples, dampening her hair at the sides. Gu Qin shouted while running, I want. Otherwise you'll kill me. I won't kill you. I don't believe you. You should trust me. Gu Qin kept running until she could no longer hear Wei Si's heavy breaths. Only then did she stop, turning around to search for the lady dressed as a magician. Wei Si lay on the ground unconscious. Her body gradually withered, and her originally delicate and soft skin began to wrinkle, resembling the roots of a millennia-old tree. As expected, Gu Qin clicked her tongue and walked over to Wei Si's side, shoving the staff into her hands. As Wei Si received the staff, her form began to regain its roundness, her skin becoming smooth and supple once more, as if the earlier aging had never happened. Gu Qin offered some water to her lips, quietly waiting for Wei Si to wake up. A few minutes later, Wei Si still showed no signs of waking. Gu Qin pondered for a moment. What if I just hit her to... With an idea in mind, she climbed a tree and chopped down a sturdy branch. Holding the branch high, she was about to swing it down at Wei Si when the long lashes of Wei Si fluttered slightly. Slowly she opened her eyes, coincidentally locking gazes with Gu Qin, who was about to strike her. Wei Si. Gu Qin. You are awake. Gu Qin dropped the large branch she was holding, awkwardly whistling and kicking the dirt beside her. Wei Sai remained silent for a moment, propping herself up with the staff, her expression complex, as she looked at Gu Qin. You know everything, don't you? That staff is your heart, right? Gu Qin pondered for a moment, recalling the pulsating sensation from the gem. She looked up and locked eyes with Wei Sai. In that case, your heart is beating a bit fast, huh? Of course. If you run that fast, how can your heart not race? Wei Sai shot Gu Qin a glare, but the staff in her hand did not glow, as if she had no intention of harming Gu Qin. Gu Qin chuckled and quickly waved her hands. In that case, let me prescribe something for you. Not 998, not 888, just 88000. You won't regret it, and you won't be fooled. For example, applying a laxative on your back. Wei Sai rolled her eyes, her tone exasperated. Gu Qin. She scratched her cheek, feeling guilty, occasionally sneaking glances at Wei Sai. How does she know about herbs? She even recognized that the prescription she wrote was for a laxative. How infuriating. You swindler. Wei Sai straightened up. Let me guess, the contact information you left is for someone you dislike, right? Once again, Gu Qin was guessed correctly. The weather is really nice today. My pig at home is boiling, so I have to go now. After saying that, she dashed away, even faster than when she was carrying the staff. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match Wei Sai's speed. Wei Sai sat on the staff and quickly flew in front of Gu Qin, blocking her path. Wait. Gu Qin saw that there was no way forward. With a slide, she slipped through the gap, where Wei Sai floated, shouting, I won't. Wei Sai, sitting on the staff, watched as Gu Qin ran further away, shaking her head. Forget it. According to the rules, I should have killed you. But you are amusing, so I changed my mind. You can keep this. At least those guys won't harm you. After saying this, she raised her hand. White energy flowed from her fingertips, gradually drifting onto Gu Qin's wrist, leaving behind a white bracelet with a skull pendant. Gu Qin lay on a tree branch, unable to close her eyes until late at night, her mind filled with the image of that red gem pulsating like a heart. It seemed that the beautiful sister was indeed from the otherworldly cave. Was the experiment they were conducting similar to that heart-like gem? The next morning, as Xiao Yanqin opened his eyes, what greeted him was a mess of fallen hair. Holy crap! Xiao Yanqin was instantly startled awake. He bolted upright and hid beneath a large tree behind him, curling himself into a ball. He squatted on the ground, hugging his head with both hands, trembling and mumbling, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Gu Qin. Is it really that scary? She stuffed the last bite of a compressed biscuit into her mouth, patted her hands, and looked at Lu Qingshi, who was quietly drinking water against the tree. Not scary, but it's a bit strange. Lu Qingshi put down his water bottle, wiped the corner of his mouth, brushed past Gu Qin, and reached out to pat Xiao Yanqin, pulling out a bag of compressed biscuits and handing it to him. Do you want something to eat? Brother, sure. Xiao Yanqin looked at Lu Qingshi with teary eyes. He picked up the bag of compressed biscuits, but before he could react, it was snatched away by Gu Qin, who jumped down from the tree. I'll eat it if you don't. Xiao Yanqin stood up and reached for the biscuits in Gu Qin's hand. Give it to me. I want to eat. Gu Qin quickly stepped back, holding the biscuits high in one hand, while pressing down on Xiao Yanqin's head with the other. Lu Qingshi looked at the two of them, causing a ruckus with a hint of exasperation. He organized his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and quietly walked ahead. As he passed Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin, he said lightly, If we don't leave soon, I'm going without you. Coming. Gu Qin released her grip, threw the compressed biscuits to Xiao Yanqin, and strode ahead. Let's go find Duanxi. Xiao Yanqin hurriedly stuffed the biscuits into his mouth. Brother, sure, senior sister, wait for me. Gu Qin squatted down, using a small knife to cut a medicinal herb and tossing it into her backpack behind her. She stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked at the suddenly cracked ground, which was just stones and soil, not a single blade of grass in sight. Gu Qin knew she was in the right place this time. She pointed with her small knife and said, We have arrived. This is the growth location of Duanxing, right? Xiao Yanqin peeked out from behind a grass taller than himself. Along the way, Gu Qin kept digging up the vibrant green grass and tossing it aside, her eyes sparkling as she looked toward another patch of grass. He didn't recognize these plants, but surely they were all useful given the effort Gu Qin put into collecting them. Lu Qingshi held on to Longyin, quietly standing to the side. His sleeves were already stained red with blood, though it wasn't his own. Along the way, they encountered some disturbances and had killed quite a few mutated creatures. Gradually, their clothes became stained with the blood of these creatures, resembling beautiful fireworks blooming at the edges of their garments. Gu Qin even gathered a large pile of medicinal materials as a result. Alright, I'm going down to gather some. You two wait for me here. Gu Qin nodded, setting down her backpack. She turned to find Xiao Yanqin holding a bunch of random herbs. She blinked, asking, What are you holding all those poisonous herbs for? You're going to get poisoned later. Hearing Gu Qin's words, Xiao Yanqin froze and placed the poisonous herbs, slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. What? Poisonous herbs? He mumbled under his breath, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, finding it hard to breathe. He clutched his chest and shouted, I'm poisoned. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Qin. Her mouth twitched as she drew out a military knife, standing up to look at Lu Qingshi. I was just teasing him. Be careful. They'll keep an eye on him. Lu Qingshi and Gu Qin exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. The pile of grass was not poisonous, it was just a bunch of ordinary weeds. If it were poisonous, Gu Qin would have put it in her backpack long ago, let alone let Xiao Yanqing touch it. He fainted from his own fright. Gu Qin made an okay sign with her hand. She took out some vine and tied it around her waist, securing the other end to a nearby boulder. This was what she had cut along the way. The vine was very resilient and soft, making it the most suitable choice for a rope. Once secured, Gu Qin cautiously approached the edge of the cliff, testing her way down inch by inch, her gaze sweeping across the cliff. Unfortunately, all she could see was white mist, nothing else. Gu Qin felt tired and leaned back against the cliff. Splash! 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 Her heart began to race, suddenly causing her face to change color. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath to calm herself down. The sudden abnormality made her cold sweat seep through the fabric of her clothes. She clutched her chest, panting heavily. What on earth is going on? Gu Qin's heart raced faster and faster, making it difficult to breathe. Her vision became blurry. She steadied herself, refusing to let herself fall. This doesn't feel like oxygen deprivation. Gu Qin could no longer stand. Her legs weakened, and she sat down on the ground. A small piece of ground beneath her suddenly crumbled, leaving half of her leg hanging in the air. Tisk! Gu Qin raised her hand, tightly gripping her wrist, and exerted force. A sharp pain shot through her wrist, overpowering the sudden dizziness. Bright red blood dripped from her wrist onto the ground. Wow! Suddenly a strange sound came to her ears, as if someone was whispering beside her. She knocked on her head to shake off the sound. What are you doing, hitting yourself? A voice drifted from afar, mocking Gu Qin for hitting herself. Who are you? I've never seen you before. You look really strange. The voice continued, echoing, accompanied by the hollow reverberations. Gu Qin's ears twitched as she listened to the echo around her, constantly searching for the source of the voice, until she suddenly looked up and saw a grass poking out from above her. Gu Qin's pupils flashed. Found you! The grass retracted, covering its face with a stone, shouting, not fun, not fun. You can talk. Can you speak grass speech? The small hidden sprig poked its head out. Not only can I speak grass speech, I can curse in it too. Do you believe me? Gu Qin confidently flicked her hair. The pain vanished the moment she grasped her wrist, and she felt suddenly invigorated. Hearing that it could curse, the little sprig leapt down, hopped onto Gu Qin's shoulder, and danced about. Then teach me. Teach me, will you? My friends, and I always lose when we argue. Gu Qin gestured for the sprig to stand upon her hand. The plant obligingly sprang onto her palm. You must be Duanqing, right? Gu Qin poked the tiny plant. It wore an inverted V of leaves studded with tiny barbs, a dark inky green. The root and stem were a paler green. You know me? Duanqing wavered, its leaves paused, and gradually leaned toward Gu Qin's fingers. What scent is this? So fragrant. Duanqing pointed with a leaf at Gu Qin's wrist, already rimmed with blood. So fragrant, so fragrant. You want my blood? Gu Qin's gaze darkened as she set her wounded arm before Duanqing. The plant sprang up to climb, but Gu Qin pulled back. It leaped and missed, tumbling to the ground. Hey, let me taste. Duanqing hopped and writhed upon the earth. Gu Qin's lips curved as she crouched and cupped the little plant in her hands. Very well, but we must make a bargain. What bargain? Duanqing slapped its stem and flared its leaves. Gu Qin rolled her wrist, arched a brow, and spoke slowly. I will give you my blood, but in return, I want your sap to heal someone. Bitten on both sides. Sigh. Easy enough, easy enough. Give me one taste, and I'll give you my life. Duanqing was not stingy. It snapped off a leaf, then immediately grew another. It cradled the severed leaf and offered it to Gu Qin. Brew it in water. Now may I eat? Please. Gu Qin nodded. She unwrapped the bandage to reveal a long wound that bled steadily. Duanqing waved its leaf, leapt onto her wrist, touched the blood with the leaf, and then bounded away. Delicious, delicious. I like it. Duanqing trembled its leaf. New shoots sprouted from its head, a vivid green, unlike its former dark hue. It hopped in place. The bright red stain on its leaf vanished, as if it had never been. Thanks for the treat. Shame I cannot leave this place. If I could, I would cling to you. No need. Gu Qin sniffed, shoved Duanqing's leaf into her pocket, and cut a strip from her trousers with a small knife to rebind the wound. She grasped the Tunglio vine at her waist, preparing to climb. Having obtained what she came for, there was no reason to tarry long. Are you leaving? Duanqing watched Gu Qin pulling at the Tunglio with a hint of disappointment. Yes, saving lives takes precedence. Gu Qin tugged the vine. The motion aggravated the wound in her wrist, and she inhaled sharply from the pain. All right, I'll help you after all. Duanqing dove into a fissure in the rock, and a stout vine surged from the cliffside. It wound itself about Gu Qin's waist and bore her upward. Gu Qin regarded the stem, thicker than her own limb, and suddenly understood why nothing else grew on the cliff. Duanqing had severed the interior of the rock, monopolizing the place. Gently Duanqing set Gu Qin upon the ground, patted her head, and waved its sturdy leaves before her, as if to say farewell. Farewell. Gu Qin waved one hand in the air, while her other hand pressed upon the hilt of Longyin to signal Lu Qingshi not to move. Duanqing shook its robust leaves, and began to slip back into the cliff, then halted, and returned. Can you teach me to curse in grass speech? The hulking frond blanket enveloped Gu Qin, yet she showed no fear. She stroked a leaf, drew a deep breath, and shouted, Damn it! The leaves stiffened at once, satisfied, and Duanqing departed. Gu Qin watched it leave, then turned to Lu Qingshi. We have it. Let us return. Is Xiao Yanqing awake? Lu Qingshi sheathed his blade and pointed to Xiao Yanqing, who lay unconscious on the ground. He just woke a moment ago, but you frightened him, and he passed out again. Xiao Yanqing weakly raised a hand. His voice came faintly. No. I'm awake. You know the way back, right? After Gu Qin tidied her things, she looked to Lu Qingshi. He nodded, bit his finger, and traced odd sigils upon the earth. The glyphs rose into the air, cast a red glow, and then the figures of the group vanished from that place. Chao Xingyan awoke. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was clamber from the bed, murmuring, "How is Song Chashing?" And then Gu Qin. Gu Qin. He had no strength. He failed to steady himself and collapsed to the floor. Gu Qin, who was changing the water, hurried over and helped Chao Xingyan back into bed. "Principal, you've just woken. Take it slowly." Gu Qin poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Chao Xingyan, leaning close with a mischievous smile. "Principal, when you were in such a hurry just now, were you rushing down to check if I was all right?" Caught by the remark, Chao Xingyan turned away. His gaze darted about the room as if seeking an excuse until it settled on the closed bathroom door. "Who cares about you? I rushed out because I needed the bathroom." Gu Qin responded with an "oh," and smacked her forehead in sudden comprehension. "Of course, you've been asleep for days." She rose, slipped into the bathroom, and returned with a basin, which she placed respectfully before Chao Xingyan, making a courteous beckoning gesture. "Principal, you don't have the strength to use this. Is this proper, Gu Qin?" Chao Xingyan shot Gu Qin a glare, barely restraining his ire. The water in his hand had begun to seethe. Gu Qin glanced between basin and Principal, slapped her thigh, and dashed from the room. "Oh, I understand. Principal, you think you can't go with me in the room, right? Wait, I'll leave at once." Chao Xingyan. He sidestepped the cup upon the table, feeling his temples throb. He pinched the bridge of his nose. With a creak, the door opened. Gu Qin poked her head in. "Principal, haven't you gone yet? They'll bring you some paper. Tell me when you're done, and they'll take it away for you. Get out." Another day of classes had passed, and Gu Qin dragged her weary body back to her room. It had been 3 days since her last return, during which she not only had to catch up on the assignments she had missed, but also discussed the pendant crafted from the melted spikes of the thorny ear with Song Chashing. The fire that melted the spikes was of course provided by Chao Xingyan. However, after Chao Xingyan melted the spikes, Gu Qin hadn't seen him again. As the principal, he had numerous responsibilities, and he had been particularly busy lately. It seemed as if someone was looking for something, and even Lu Qingshi had disappeared. Gu Qin lay on her bed staring at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting back to the past. She remembered the blood letter Lu Qingshi had drawn upon his return. In her eagerness to come back, she hadn't asked why he had used the formation to go out and return. It was important to note that the Ability Academy was an independent space where students were not allowed to learn except for teachers and the principal to prevent students from escaping, and because the formation consumed immense energy, making it difficult to control. "I truly don't believe Lu Qingshi is so impressive. He hasn't shown any abilities until now." Gu Qin's eyes darkened as she propped herself up and donned the research outfit hanging on the rack. Last time she went out, she gathered quite a few herbs, as she wondered what she could research this time. Gu Qin's fatigue stemmed not only from the daytime classes, but also from the uninterrupted research at night. In the 3 days since her return, she had slept for no more than 12 hours. There was too much to study: the sudden appearance of mutated species, the strange dizziness she experienced after jumping off the cliff, and that mysterious skeletal organism. It was likely that one day the Ability Academy would become dangerous, becoming an invisible threat. Without any abilities, Gu Qin felt even more powerless in the face of danger, as she needed to ensure her survival. Gu Qin donned her goggles and placed the skeletal bracelet on the table. She reached over and nudged the vase next to her. The bookshelf slowly moved, revealing the laboratory inside. She stepped forward and dove in. After an unknown amount of time, someone knocked on Gu Qin's door. Xiao Yanqing stood at the entrance, biting his lip, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he glanced at the empty corridor. His phone screen flickered, constantly displaying the time of 1 o'clock in the morning. "What was, senior? Please open the door. It's too quiet, and I'm a bit scared," Xiao Yanqing whimpered while knocking on the door. To avoid disturbing other students, he knocked very softly, and Gu Qin, hidden in the laboratory, naturally couldn't hear him. It wasn't until she finished her experiment that she dragged her heavy body out. She placed the prepared potion next to the skeletal bracelet, took off her protective clothing, and prepared to wash up and sleep. Glancing at the surveillance monitor at the door, she saw Xiao Yanqing crouched at her door, curled up quietly like a doll. Why is he here? What time is it now? Gu Qin frowned and glanced at the time. It was 1:47. How long had she been here? Having been in the laboratory, she hadn't heard any sounds from outside, and didn't realize someone was sitting at her door. Gu Qin sighed, took a blanket from the cupboard, gently opened her door, crouched down, and covered Xiao Yanqing with the blanket. She prodded his shoulder with her hand. "Wake up, gently wake up. Senior." Xiao Yanqing was awakened by Gu Qin. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the person before him with a pitiful expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Crystal-clear teardrops shimmered at the corners of his eyes and his cheeks were puffed up. This scene made Gu Qin laugh. She patted Xiao Yanqing's shoulder and teased, "You look like a frog in a stinky pond during summer. But, didn't you tell me to come at 1 o'clock in the morning, senior?" He wrapped himself in the blanket, curling up. Gu Qin blinked, as she didn't remember messaging Xiao Yanqing, let alone telling him to come find her at 1 o'clock in the morning. A sudden sense of unease emerged in Gu Qin's mind. Her gaze darkened as she stood up and pulled Xiao Yanqing up. Let's go inside. Gu Qin turned on the living room light and prepared a cup of warm tea for Xiao Yanqing sitting across from him. I never told you to come find me at 1 o'clock in the morning, and how could I let you come here alone at that hour? Aren't you afraid of the dark? Well, that may be true. But yesterday you told me to come find you at 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Yanqing held the warm tea looking up into Gu Qin's bewildered eyes. The words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Yesterday. Gu Qin rested her chin on her hand, closing her eyes to ponder for a moment. She was quite certain that she hadn't told Xiao Yanqing to come find her yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday you said that after we had lunch together in the afternoon. Gu Qin stood up, furrowing her brow. I didn't eat in the cafeteria yesterday. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yanqing's back prickled with sweat, his pupils constricting slightly, and his voice trembled. Then, who did I have lunch with? Gu Qin fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she recalled the memory-stealing cat, a creature capable of stealing memories. She felt that this matter was somehow related to it. Gu Qin looked up at Xiao Yanqing, extended her hand to pat his shoulder, and comforted him. You must still be sleepy, go ahead and rest. He'll get you a blanket and pillow. But... Xiao Yanqing lowered his head, staring at the now cold tea that reflected his face. Outside it was eerily quiet. The dark night sky seemed ready to swallow everything. He was afraid of the dark, but because Gu Qin asked him to come he did. But what if that wasn't Gu Qin? Could it be some ghastly creature? This is terrifying, too terrifying. He hugged his head, his thoughts drifting to the image of a ghostly face staring at him, until a sudden voice interrupted his reverie. What are you dawdling for? Come sleep, I've already prepared a bed for you. Gu Qin waved at Xiao Yanqing. This dormitory was a single room with only one bed and a living room. So she laid out the blanket and pillow in the living room along with her own sheets and quilt. Senior. What's this? Xiao Yanqing looked at the two pillows on the floor, blinking as he pointed. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep after all. It is because of me. Gu Qin flicked her hair, lifted the covers, and slipped inside, her head nuzzling against the pillow as she turned to look at Xiao Yanqing. So, senior sister. Am I haunted by a ghost? Xiao Yanqing also pulled the covers over himself, staring at the ceiling as he asked. Ask brother, sure, tomorrow, he knows everything. Gu Qin yawned, her eyelids heavy as lead impossible to lift. Her breathing gradually steadied, and soon she drifted into a deep slumber. Xiao Yanqing wanted to say more, but he heard by his ear the sound of steady breathing. Strangely, he felt less afraid. The presence of another person always brought a sense of security. Xiao Yanqing nodded and whispered softly good night. Closing his eyes, that night passed without dreams. When Xiao Yanqing woke, it was already noon. With a slice of bread in his mouth, he tugged one sleeve over his arm, while pulling the bread away with his other hand. I'm doomed. I'm going to be late. He sprinted down the hallway, shouting at the top of his lungs. The class bell had long since rung, and Ace was nearly finished with the lesson. Xiao Yanqing's sudden appearance interrupted Ace's lecture. Ace glanced at the disheveled Xiao Yanqing, but said nothing, merely pointing to his seat before continuing the class. Panting heavily, Xiao Yanqing plopped down beside Gu Qin and nudged her gently with his elbow. Whispering, he asked, Senior sister, when did you leave? Why didn't you wake me up? Gu Qin pulled out her phone, tapping it lightly to show the chat history between them. I came when it was time. I sent you a WeChat message, but you never replied. Is that so? Ha. Xiao Yanqing let out an awkward laugh and scratched his head, feeling something was off. He looked around the room. Everything seemed the same as usual. Was he overthinking things? Xiao Yanqing lowered his head, staring at his phone. It displayed a barrage of 99 missed calls from Gu Qin. Suddenly a piece of chalk flew past his head, striking him squarely. Pay attention in class. Ace picked up another piece of chalk and turned back to the blackboard. Gu Qin retrieved the chalk that had hit Xiao Yanqing and wrote on a piece of paper, What's wrong with you? Xiao Yanqing shook his head. He opened his phone's chat interface and sent a message in the group chat. He still felt something was off. Xiao Yanqing, brother, sure, senior sister, I think I might be haunted. Something feels strange today. Lu Qingshi, did you not sleep well? Why are you suddenly so paranoid? Gu Qin, there's no such thing as ghosts. You're acting so weird today. Aren't you usually the first one in the classroom? Why didn't you answer any of my calls today? Xiao Yanqing, is it because I didn't sleep well? Gu Qin, that must be it. Why don't you sneak in a nap? They'll lend you my math notes later. Wait, Ace is looking this way. Just as Gu Qin sent the message, Ace appeared before her like a specter. He fixed his gaze on her, reached out, and slammed his hand on her desk. Hand over your phone, and get out to listen. Startled, Xiao Yanqing immediately pulled out his phone and, head bowed, walked out into the hallway under Ace's icy. Gu Qin stood beside him. Unlike Xiao Yanqing, who was filled with guilt and self-reproach, she seemed unfazed. She traced circles on the floor with her foot, glanced at Ace lecturing, and confirmed he wasn't watching. Then she leaned close to Xiao Yanqing and whispered, I take back what I said. There really are ghosts in this world. Ghosts? Xiao Yanqing almost shouted, but quickly covered his mouth. His pupils trembled. That move from Ace just now was just like a ghost, scarier than one too. No other teacher acts like that, only him. Terrifying. Gu Qin pursed her lips and shot a glance at Ace. As if sensing her gaze, Ace instantly looked up. Their eyes met, and Gu Qin immediately stood up straight. After a moment, Gu Qin leaned in again and nudged Xiao Yanqing with her elbow. What do you want to eat after class? Xiao Yanqing shook his head, mouthing silently, I don't know yet. Gu Qin raised an eyebrow and placed her hand on his shoulder. I have a plan. Before Gu Qin could voice her idea, Ace's gaze lashed onto her like a vengeful spirit. Gu Qin, stand up straight. No slouching or arm draping. The class ended quickly. Xiao Yanqin and Gu Qin arrived at the cafeteria as promised, followed by the tardy Lu Qingshi. Senior sister, what was your plan? Xiao Yanqin tilted his head, holding his tray as he asked softly. We can buy each other's meals like opening a blind box. That way we don't have to decide what to eat ourselves. Gu Qin patted her chest, confidently straightening her back. But deciding what the other person eats is just like taking off your pants to fart. Pointless. Lu Qingshi rolled his eyes, stood up, and walked to one of the counters to get his meal. Gu Qin glared at his retreating back, then turned and patted Xiao Yanqin's shoulder. It's fine, he won't play. We'll do it ourselves. Xiao Yanqin pointed at the counter where Lu Qingshi was standing and said weakly, but senior sister brother Shi is getting your favorite dish. Since when did I like that dish? That place doesn't even have cilantro. Don't you know? Cilantro is my absolute. Gu Qin pouted, giving Lu Qingshi's back the middle finger as she spoke disdainfully. Xiao Yanqin's body stiffened, frozen in place. The tray in his hands clattered to the floor. The lingering strangeness that had plagued him since the beginning finally pierced his nerves. Didn't Gu Qin never eat cilantro? Xiao Yanqin's mind went blank. Suddenly a clean metal tray was thrust before him. He looked up to meet Gu Qin's slightly exasperated face. She reached out and touched his forehead. What's wrong with you? You couldn't even hold your tray. I got you a new one. She pressed the clean tray into Xiao Yanqin's hands, then picked up the dirty one from the floor and placed it in the return area. As if remembering something, she turned back to look at him. Oh right, Xiao Yanqin. Are you free at 1 in the morning? Can you come to my dorm? I have something I need to tell you. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Xiao Yanqin froze in place, an odd look in his eyes as he stared at Gu Qin in front of him. Suddenly he understood why there was an eerie feeling. Gu Qin never ate cilantro, never took notes, and the subject taught by AC was not even mathematics. Moreover, Gu Qin knew that he was afraid of the dark and would never put himself in darkness alone, let alone at 1 in the morning. No, this was too wrong. How did he only just realize it now? I said come find me tonight, I have something to tell you. Gu Qin blinked her eyes, repeating the words she had just said in confusion. Looking at Xiao Yanqin, who was continuously retreating, her lips curled into an unnatural arc. What's wrong with you? What kind of look is that? I am your senior sister. No, you're not. Who are you? Xiao Yanqin took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from Gu Qin. He raised his hand to shield himself, his legs slightly bent, adopting a posture ready to flee. He crouched on the ground, preparing to activate his ability. One lift of his leg didn't produce the expected speed. His ability was gone. Right? He was running to school this morning. He didn't use his ability at all. Where did his ability go? Xiao Yanqin's eyes widened in shock, his attention drifting away with his thoughts, completely unaware that he had tripped over his left foot and fell to the ground. Suddenly a hand reached out from behind, sliding across his neck, sending a chill down his back, as if he were wrapped in ice. Gu Qin leaned close to Xiao Yanqin's ear, gently blowing a breath, and grasped his neck with slender fingers, applying pressure that left bloody marks on his skin. Why are you running, Xiao Yanqin? I am your senior sister. Help. Help. Xiao Yanqin lay on the ground, enveloped by the sensation of suffocation, his body devoid of strength. His eyelids felt heavy, unable to lift. The surrounding classmates seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own activities, allowing Gu Qin to grip Xiao Yanqin's neck. Lu Qingshi walked over after finishing his meal, glancing down at Xiao Yanqin with a gaze that swept over him, as if he were mere grass, lifting his leg to step over Xiao Yanqin, and said to Gu Qin, hey, race your meal, no cilantro added. Sick. Gu Qin rolled her eyes, snatching the plate from Lu Qingshi's hands, and turning to head back to her seat, while Lu Qingshi silently followed suit. Xiao Yanqin lay on the ground, watching the backs of the two leave, whispering softly, senior sister. Sure go. Senior sister. Sure go. Don't go. Xiao Yanqin lay on the bed, softly murmuring. Lu Qingshi frowned slightly, sitting beside Xiao Yanqin, and placing his hand on Xiao Yanqin's wrist. A faint blue energy wave transmitted to Xiao Yanqin, who closed his eyes to sense something. Lu Qingshi let go, his face pale, his brows knitted tight enough to crush a fly. His usually indifferent expression revealed concern. This won't do. A significant portion of his memory is missing. His current state is not good. Just now he called our names. Does his current memory concern us? Gu Qin emerged from the laboratory, holding a bottle of white liquid, removing her goggles, and walking up to Lu Qingshi, shaking the glass bottle in her hand. Yes, with a segment of memory missing, the brain will automatically fill in a non-existent memory. His current memories are likely confused to the point we don't exist anymore. Lu Qingshi nodded, pinching the bridge of his nose. Earlier he had transmitted his ability into Xiao Yanqin's body from memory sharing, discovering a large segment of his memory was missing. The extent of the confusion was unknown, but once the memory was completely disarrayed, Xiao Yanqin would no longer be Xiao Yanqin. Even he wouldn't know what Xiao Yanqin would become. Gu Qin patted Lu Qingshi's shoulder, shaking the white liquid in her hand. This potion can allow me to enter his memories, but it requires a link. You can do it, right? How confident are you? Lu Qingshi did not directly answer Gu Qin's question. His gaze flickered over the white potion. He knew Gu Qin was capable of making potions, but this one related to memory was the first time he had seen her create. Gu Qin looked troubled, lowering her head and holding up 3 fingers. Lu Qingshi closed his eyes, indicating he understood. Gu Qin pouted, shaking her 3 fingers. Hey, why don't you ask what this means? What if it's only 30%? Aren't you afraid? Lu Qingshi chuckled, leaning back in his chair, hands resting behind his head, long legs crossed. You mean it's okay? Move can't fool you, not fun, not fun. Gu Qin plopped down on the bed, waving her hand, unscrewing the glass bottle, her eyes meeting Lu Qingshi's for a moment. What do I need to do? Even though Lu Qingshi didn't directly answer her question, she understood that he could become the link for her to enter Xiao Yan. Lu Qingshi extended his hand in front of Gu Qin, while placing the other on Xiao Yanqin's wrist, closing his eyes, and softly saying, let Xiao Yanqin find himself again. Gu Qin smiled, placing one hand on Lu Qingshi's while with the other, she suddenly poured the white liquid into her mouth. A wave of dizziness hit her entire brain, her vision darkened, and she collapsed. Lu Qingshi's wrist shimmered with a faint blue light enveloping the entire room and forming an invisible barrier. Boss, that was. He made a move, right? Tang Xuanlu raised his hand to glance at the faint blue light that had suddenly flashed by his eyes, filled with surprise and joy. Yes, it's his ability. AC nodded, gripping a long sword in his hand, closing his eyes to feel the surrounding environment. A black cloak draped over him as he pulled up his hood, obscuring his face. Let's go. Tang Xuanlu excitedly watched AC rush off. After 5 years, that familiar figure finally reappeared before his eyes. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he matched his pace with AC. Here we go, boss, we can finally act together again, right, Hong Xiao? Not getting a response, he turned to see the empty space beside him, suddenly remembering something. Oh, I forgot Hong Xiao went to substitute for you, boss. I wonder how those kids are doing. Oh, it doesn't sound fun at all. Mind your own business, Su Ming has already set off. Ace did not look back at Tang Xuanlu as he dashed through the academy, his figure swift as he stepped onto the roof tiles, leaping lightly to a large tree far away. Alright, I'll head to my area now, Captain. Tang Xuanlu pouted, stopping his steps, and turned to run in the opposite direction of Ace. The current mission was to locate a creature named the Thieving Cat variant within the entire Ability Academy. Honestly, a little cat that keeps stealing didn't require the whole team to take action. No, not the whole team. Hong Xiao had gone to teach the students, and he wondered if he could handle those chattering kids. Tang Xuanlu found it amusing to think about Hong Xiao standing among the students, unable to utter a word, when asked, his lips involuntarily curling up. What a pity, had I known I would have gone to the scene. I really wanted to see that guy's expression. He arrived at the location he was supposed to patrol, looking at the quiet teaching building, and sat down on a tree trunk. Through the glass, he watched the students in class, the teacher's voice drifting through the window, which made him yawn. As soon as he heard the teachers lecturing, he couldn't help but feel sleepy, and he wondered when he could change this habit. Suddenly sensing something, Tang Xuanlu flipped down. The branch he was standing on was instantly snapped by a whip. Tang Xuanlu cautiously placed his hand on the curved dagger at his waist, his gaze scanning the surroundings, not letting even a falling leaf escape his notice. A dark shadow flashed through the grass, a slender braid whipping towards Tang Xuanlu's neck. Hong Xiao stood at the podium, chalk in hand, watching the students in their seats, chattering and asking him questions. Teacher, are you new here? Hong Xiao replied, yes. Teacher, is all that muscle on you real? Hong Xiao responded, yes. Teacher, can I? Hong Xiao said, sure. Teacher, can we end class? Hong Xiao answered, no. A bunch of machines. Gao Ji looked speechlessly at his classmates, asking the unfamiliar teacher questions of no value. A sudden thought crossed his mind. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to use his ability to analyze this unfamiliar bulky teacher, but strangely, he couldn't see through the teacher's abilities. Even if he stared at Hong Xiao until his eyes went blind, he still couldn't discern what his powers were. Was it that the level of his abilities was too high to be analyzed? Gao Ji stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Hong Xiao. Beside him, Han Sheng naturally noticed Gao Ji's intense gaze on Hong Xiao. He looked at the towering Hong Xiao and felt a rush of envy and jealousy. Wouldn't it be great if he could also build himself up like that, making Zhiga stare at him the same way? Suddenly a hand reached out, interrupting Han Sheng's thoughts. He turned, and a face loomed right in front of him. Gao Ji squinted, staring at Han Sheng, as if he wanted to see through him like he did with Hong Xiao. What's wrong, Zhiga? Han Sheng averted his gaze, his ears slightly reddening. He ran a hand through his hair, and asked in confusion. Gao Ji's expression turned serious, his gaze landing on the 2 empty seats in the front row. Those were Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin spots. Neither of them showed up today. Ace had also found someone to take the class, and his ability had vanished alongside it. Something must have happened at school, and it was definitely related to Gu Qin. He pondered as the broadcast announced, afternoon practical classes are cancelled, instead there will be a theory class. Please make sure to arrive on time for class. Yay? No need to be drilled by Song Chashing. Me too. How could I possibly endure that level of training? Thank goodness I won't have to run 8 laps with my abilities. That's 8 laps. Hong Xiao watched the students chattering about Song Chashing, and said, we are colleagues, he's a very nice person. Akio. Song Chashing rubbed his nose, sitting in the principal's office. After sneezing, he glanced at the documents in hand, and wondered, who is cursing me? He frowned, looking at the densely packed documents in his hand. His hand trembled as he wrote a character meaning to read. This had already been the countless times he had written the character to read. Ever since they woke up, Chao Xingyan had gone to an off-campus meeting without even healing his injuries. The documents of the Ability Academy needed to be reviewed daily. In the past, such situations were handled by Ace, but today Ace had to execute a mission, so it fell to him to review them, as was the original instruction from his superior Lu Qingshi. Song Chashing slammed his hands down on the desk, the papers in his fingertips fluttering to the ground. He sighed heavily, his voice laced with resentment. Why do even issues like the restroom is too smelly to relieve oneself need to be written in the documents, and it's anonymous at that? Who could it be? Is this the memory of Xiao Yanqin? Gu Qin opened her eyes, and what came into view was a prestigious school named Gaosheng, with its sign adorned with embedded gold radiating unparalleled luxury from just its entrance. So this is the school. Ooh, I didn't expect his family to be this wealthy. Gu Qin looked at the school's grand entrance, shaking her head in frustration. Gaosheng Academy is the most renowned private school in S City where every student is the child of a CEO. Although Gu Qin also lives in S City, she had never toured the school before, primarily because Gaosheng Academy ensured the safety of every child, prohibiting outsiders from visiting. This was why Gu Qin shook her head in frustration. This is going to be difficult. Gu Qin looked around, noting that the gate required a facial scan to enter, surrounded by an electric fence. She wondered how. Suddenly a voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey, you standing at the door. The security guard at the entrance called out to me. Gu Qin pointed to herself, feeling uneasy. Was she really going to be chased away just for squatting at the... As expected of a prestigious school, the security was indeed stringent. It seemed she had to find another way in. She quickly stood up to leave when she heard the guard shout again. Yes, you. What are you still standing around for? Class is about to start. Where else do you think you're going? Hurry and come in for class. Gu Qin walked over in a daze, her expression bewildered as she wiped her face, and then stepped into the school, still looking confused. She had originally planned to slip a laxative to the gatekeeper and sneak in while he was distracted, but she never expected that the way to enter the school would be like this. How formal. How could this school have my face? What exactly is hidden in Xiao Yanqin's memories? Gu Qin glanced around. On the surface, the prestigious school didn't seem much different from an ordinary one, with cement paths paved with brick, students in blue uniforms coming and going, and in the center a large pool, quietly holding goldfish with gilded edges. Ordinary schools don't have this, do they? Gu Qin opened her mouth in surprise. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at the pure gold fish jumping in front of her, and suddenly understood why it was called a prestigious school. Gu Qin was astonished, and a girl's naive voice reached her ears. Gu Qin, what are you looking at? You're going to be late for class? Gu Qin turned around to see a very clean-looking girl standing behind her. The girl's hair was styled high, her uniform was neat and tidy, and her backpack straps hung on her shoulders. She had a youthful and cute appearance with a fair and clean face. Gu Qin looked at the unfamiliar girl in front of her, stepping back warily. Who are you? Ha ha, Gu Qin, you're so cute. What are you playing today? Role-playing. How could you forget me? I'm Qin Yan. Qin Yan chuckled sweetly, reached out to grab Gu Qin's arm, and said, come on, if you're late for class the teacher will make you stand outside again. Gu Qin, still bewildered, was pulled away by Qin Yan. She looked at Qin Yan's profile, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for a long time. However, Gu Qin clearly remembered that she had never met anyone named Qin Yan and had never attended this school. Is it because of the confusion in Xiao Yanqin's memories that her sudden appearance needs justification? You're right, pay rate. A familiar cold voice surged into Gu Qin's mind. Without a doubt it belonged to Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin. She was pulled into the classroom by Qin Yan and pressed into a seat, staring at the clean blackboard and the students coming in and out of the classroom with a bewildered expression. Gu Qin pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to recall everything that had happened. What is going on? And was that Lu Qingshi's voice just now? When did he get into my head? Moreover, that tone could only belong to him. Gu Qin thought to herself. Yes, it's me. Lu Qingshi's voice echoed in Gu Qin's mind. I can use my abilities as a link to achieve a shared state with you so naturally, I can transmit my voice into your mind. Gu Qin thought, then how can I scold you? For ease of reading, Gu Qin's inner thoughts will be marked with this symbol. This will be removed after the chapter ends. Gu Qin pouted. She adjusted her attire, and her gaze fell on the class schedule next to the blackboard, pulling out the math book she needed for the next class from her desk. Just then the class bell rang, and the teacher walked in with some books, energetically explaining mathematical concepts. However, for Gu Qin, she was in no mood to attend class at all. Gu Qin, what on earth is happening? Lu Qingshi remained silent for a long time before speaking again in Gu Qin's mind. Xiao Yanqin's memories are even more chaotic than I imagined. Your presence hasn't disturbed the order here. Either you exist in the depths of his memories, and now you have replaced the original you in those memories, or he simply has no memory of you, and his brain is automatically filling in the traces of your appearance for coherence. Gu Qin, I understand. I really hope it's the former. Being forgotten by your good friend is not a good thing. Lu Qingshi, only we can bring him back. Gu Qin waved her finger with confidence, patting her chest. No, right now it can only be me. You can only speak in my mind. Lu Qingshi, is that so? His voice carried a hint of amusement. The math teacher pointed to the PPT on the whiteboard, smiling at his lovely students as he gently asked, which student can answer this question? Completely uninterested in the lesson, Gu Qin found her hand lifted uncontrollably. Gu Qin. Lu Qingshi, you dog. She instantly understood Lu Qingshi's strange, yet playful smile. He could not only speak in her mind, but also control her body. Gu Qin raised her hand. That's quite rare, so why don't you come and answer it? The math teacher looked at Gu Qin in surprise, gesturing for her to answer the question. Gu Qin's raised hand fell limply, as if losing control. She realized Lu Qingshi had withdrawn his control, and she chuckled, scratching her head sheepishly. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. Ha, the senior is going to the bathroom again. B, lazy people have to relieve themselves often. C, why doesn't she just live in the bathroom? D, why not just open a class for her called the toilet class? Ha. The chattering voices passed by Gu Qin's ears. She clenched her fist hidden in her sleeve, and a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Lu Qingshi's voice echoed in her mind. Calm down. Gu Qin replied, don't worry, I won't take action. The coldness in her eyes faded, replaced by her playful grin. The math teacher sighed helplessly. He had thought Gu Qin would be able to answer this question. Thank you, teacher. Gu Qin still went to the restroom, her eyes filled with excitement. Lu Qingshi, do you think the toilets in the elite school have gold-trimmed toilets? Lu Qingshi did not answer Gu Qin's question. He remained silent for a long time. Gu Qin didn't pay much attention and walked to the restroom door, gazing at the shining floor. The mirror above the sink was polished to a brilliant shine, and next to the mirror sat a cleaning robot. She entered the restroom, and instead of the smell of waste, a pleasant fragrance of gardenias greeted her. Each restroom door was adorned with a layer of golden trim, and the doors were made of frosted glass. When unoccupied, one could see the interior, but once someone entered, the frosted surface obscured all views. How luxurious! Gu Qin exclaimed repeatedly, utterly enamored with the restroom. She could hardly imagine how delightful it would feel to sit on a toilet surrounded by gold trim. Do you mess around? Lu Qingshi's voice floated into Gu Qin's mind. If I do, I do. Gu Qin rolled her eyes in exasperation and casually opened the empty restroom door, preparing to relieve herself, when she heard Lu Qingshi's voice echoing softly. Why would you go into the men's restroom if you don't? Gu Qin was taken aback, staring blankly at the door handle. Her head suddenly turned against her will. Behind her, the restroom door clearly bore the 3 large words men's restroom. Oh, is this also trimmed with gold? Lu Qingshi replied. He relinquished control over Gu Qin's body. With no control, her head spun around, and her body followed suit. Losing her balance, she sat directly on the cleaning robot. The robot, with one hand gripping a mop and the other grasping Gu Qin's school uniform, dashed into the depths of the restroom. The restroom was spacious, featuring numerous large stalls, each an independent space, with exceptional soundproofing. If one wished to unleash a powerful urge, they could rush into a stall without anyone noticing. The robot tugged fiercely at Gu Qin's clothing, treating it like a rag. It soaked the hem of her uniform in the sink, then began cleaning the floor with it. Gu Qin sat on the robot's head, her body half hanging off as she awkwardly held onto her clothes. The two moved together, and beside the restroom stall, sounds of heavy impacts could be heard, along with cries and anguished wails. I was wrong, please stop hitting me. It hurts so much, really hurts. Beg me. Huh. A bumpkin adopted from an orphanage dares to speak to me like this. Wrong. What did I do wrong? If you ask me, you should be wrong for living in this world, coming here to be beaten. Oh, just don't die, don't hit my face, anything else is fine. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please don't hit me anymore. Who will? Who will save me? Woo. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Just then the cleaning robot approached, singing. I love cleaning restrooms, it's so good. Oh. The noises in the restroom stall faded away, and one of the lackeys glanced at the leading boy, waiting for him to issue orders. Boss, should we continue? Is someone coming? The leading boy waved his hand. Yes, why not? It's just a robot cleaning. At this time no one will come. As long as it doesn't die, hit it hard. Another lackey stared at the door, his voice trembling, as if he had seen something terrifying. He quickly tapped the shoulder of the leading boy. Boss. Look, someone is coming. What person? It's just a robot. The leading boy impatiently turned around, and in an instant his pupils contracted. His mouth gaped open as if he could swallow an elephant, and he jumped up, his pupils reflecting a bizarre blue figure. Gu Qin hid her head in her clothes, gripping her uniform's hem tightly, her legs protruding like parentheses tangled around the robot's chest. The robot continued to sing. I love cleaning restrooms, it's so good. Oh. This strange scene frightened the leading boy, causing his legs to give way, and he fainted. The other lackeys, seeing their boss faint, quickly hoisted him and ran out. Inside the restroom, the robot's song mixed with Gu Qin's desperate attempts to pull her clothes, accompanied by heavy breaths hidden within. Gu Qin made one last effort, pulling her clothes free. She poked her head out, rearranged her outfit, her hem wrinkled and hanging down, perfectly covering her backside, a natural curtain. Gu Qin sat on the robot's head, blinking her eyes as she questioned. Lu Qingshi replied. I can feel you, what you can't hear I can't hear either. There's nothing to be done, the robot's singing is too loud. Gu Qin sighed, preparing to leave unnoticed, when a faint cry for help buzzed like a mosquito. Help. Save me. This time Gu Qin heard. She jumped off the robot and followed the sound to the innermost restroom stall, where a partially open door revealed a purple-blue arm extending out. Gu Qin gently pulled open the door, and before her appeared the face she had been searching for. Xiao Yanqin. When Xiao Yanqin woke up, he found himself in the school's infirmary, staring at the white ceiling, his eyes blank. Are you hungry? Gu Qin held a small knife in one hand while the other grasped an apple, which she spun in her hand. The bright red skin peeled into long strips, then cut into small pieces placed in a fruit bowl. Noticing that Xiao Yanqin said nothing, she got up and placed the fruit bowl next to his pillow, even thoughtfully inserting a toothpick. Xiao Yanqin. He remained silent, quietly watching Gu Qin bustle about, then sat down heavily on the chair, reaching out to grab the fruit peel and stuffing it into his mouth. Lu Qingshi, are you sick? Gu Kuan shouted at the air, taking a big gulp of water. She had intended to take a bite of the apple, but was suddenly overpowered by Lu Qingshi, who shoved the apple peel towards her mouth. It wasn't that Gu Kuan disliked eating peels, but the apple hadn't been washed. Lu Qingshi seized upon this detail to stuff the peel into her mouth. Lu Qingshi let out a light snort, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he had tricked Gu Kuan, his expression one of mild satisfaction. Gu Kuan naturally sensed Lu Qingshi's emotions. Perhaps it was their shared perception, or perhaps she simply understood him too well. She raised her hand, pointing at the air, and exclaimed in realization, I got it. You experienced it too, didn't you? Hey, we share sensations. You can feel what I feel, right? Lu Qingshi. Xiao Yanqin lay in bed, turning his head to see someone throwing left hooks and shouting at the air, muttering to themselves. He found it somewhat baffling. Is this person out of their mind? How much do you want? I can give it to you. Xiao Yanqin's hoarse voice interrupted Gu Kuan's actions. He propped himself up and looked at the clothes hanging nearby. There's a black card in that pocket, take it. I don't want money. Gu Kuan shook her head, sitting back down in the chair, her long legs crossed, hands casually resting on her lap, a hint of a smile in her eyes. I only have money. Never mind, everyone here is either rich or noble. Who cares about money? Xiao Yanqin lay back down, staring at the white ceiling, his gaze vacant, devoid of any emotion. Who are those that bullied you? Did they cause the bruises on your arms? Gu Kuan's gaze fell on a small portion of Xiao Yanqin's exposed arm, which was covered in marks from beatings, blue and purple bruises. Xiao Yanqin. He silently tucked his arm back under the covers, curling up as if he had no intention of discussing the matter. Gu Kuan had no intention of prying into Xiao Yanqin's silence. She stood up and pulled a black card from his clothing. I forgot to tell you, I'm in need of money. Hey, do you want to hire me to protect you? I'm quite formidable, you know. As Gu Kuan spoke, she flexed her muscles. Xiao Yanqin glanced at her, recalling her earlier self-talk and punching at the air, which hardly seemed impressive. Never mind, what did he care about that fool? Surviving was already a struggle for him. He grabbed the blanket and covered himself completely. Just trust me, Xiao Yanqin. Gu Kuan rested her chin on her hand, tossing a piece of apple into her mouth with a crunch just as the door behind her swung open. Gu Kuan looked back, warily squinting her eyes. She placed a small knife next to Xiao Yanqin's pillow, ensuring he could reach it with just a stretch. She didn't think she couldn't handle a group of students, but having a weapon would give Xiao Yanqin a sense of security. Gu Kuan, I've been looking for you for a while. What are you doing here? Qing Yin stood at the door of the infirmary. She walked in and closed the door behind her, her gaze falling on the white lump on the infirmary bed. Her body stiffened and a hint of coldness flickered across her originally fair and beautiful face, quickly dissipating. I came to see a friend. Do you want an apple? Gu Kuan stepped forward, blocking Qing Yan's line of sight. She lifted a fruit plate and presented it to her. Sure, then I'll wait for you in the classroom. Qing Yan used a toothpick to stab a piece of apple and popped it into her mouth, smiling as she bid farewell to Gu Kuan. She waved from the doorway, wishing your friend a speedy recovery. Gu Kuan watched Qing Yan's departing figure, squinting her eyes. Did you feel that? Qing Yan just emitted a faint, killing intent. She seems to harbor some secrets, Lu Qingshi replied with a sound of acknowledgement. Xiao Yanqin's personal file doesn't mention her, so she shouldn't be very significant. But Gu Kuan, remember what I'm about to say. The content recorded in the file does not reflect the harshness of reality. Gu Kuan pulled the fruit knife from the bedside, closed the window, and gently poked Xiao Yanqin's blanket. Since I'm being paid, I will help you out. Now you are my boss, don't worry, you'll handle the rest. Xiao Yanqin still didn't respond. Gu Kuan wasn't angry as she returned the black card and left the room. Gu Kuan stood in the corridor, leaning on the windowsill with one hand supporting her chin, her gaze on the playground outside the window, where students were still in physical education class. She took a deep breath, her eyes darkening. Let's continue. Xiao Yanqin was adopted from the orphanage by the Pei family because their son had hemophilia and needed a blood donor. They targeted Xiao Yanqin, whose blood type matched. Initially his treatment was on par with the Pei family's own son, but once the medication for hemophilia was developed, Xiao Yanqin became expendable. After that, Lu Qingshi did not finish his sentence. Of course, even without saying it, Gu Kuan understood the scars on his body were a testament to the truth. Gu Kuan, the medication for hemophilia? Could it be the one I researched? Her gaze darkened. 3 years ago, before she was forcibly taken to the Ability Academy, she had participated in research on hemophilia, developing a remedy that could fundamentally resolve the issue. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Lu Qingshi remained silent, but Gu Kuan understood that her guess was correct. Although this only represented the deepest memories of Xiao Yanqin, memories are ultimately influenced by reality. No matter how chaotic, they cannot escape the shadows of reality. Gu Kuan. She lifted her face, turned, and sat on the windowsill, her legs dangling in the air. She took a deep breath and murmured softly, Lu Qingshi, what if the medication had never been developed? Would Xiao Yanqin have avoided such treatment? Gu Kuan knew the extent of Xiao Yanqing's injuries. They were all recent wounds. She had already applied medicine while he was unconscious. With so many injuries, how much pain must he endure? Gu Kuan murmured. She feared pain more than anything, and even though she had medication to alleviate her own pain, Xiao Yanqing had no one but himself. Clearly those wounds had not been properly treated. Lu Qingshi could no longer bear to watch. He seized control of Gu Kuan's body and stood her up, reaching out to pat her face. Gu Kuan, this is merely a fragment of his memory, not reality. And you know very well how many lives that medication could save. The true harm to Xiao Yanqing comes from the hearts of people. Gu Qin, you are right, but you should understand very well, Lu Qingshi, that I not only protect my own, but also seek revenge. Her gaze darkened as she seized control back from Lu Qingshi, adjusted her clothes, and walked towards her classroom. Passing the infirmary, she deliberately glanced inside, and felt relieved to see Xiao Yanqing asleep. Gu Qin thought, even if this is Xiao Yanqing's memory, we still live in a society governed by law. Don't go too far, otherwise if Xiao Yanqing's 3 views collapse, this place will collapse too. Lu Qingshi, you really don't understand me at all. I above all enjoy annoying bratty kids. Gu Qin licked her lips, pulling herself away from the guilt she felt earlier. She stretched lazily, paused at the door of the classroom, and said, but before that I need to go back to class. Lu Qingshi watched Gu Qin genuinely studying, and shook his head helplessly, as expected. You are still you. In the infirmary shortly after Gu Qin left, Xiao Yanqing climbed up from the bed. He endured the soreness coursing through his body, dressed himself, and felt as if he were being torn apart. Each bone's collision made him gasp. Unable to maintain his balance, he stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling as he stood up again and walked out of the infirmary. It wasn't the first or second time he had been beaten like this. He had once thought of resisting, but all he received was indifference from his family, and even harsher beatings. Oh, they weren't family. He was a child from the orphanage, an outsider adopted at a young age. He had no family. Xiao Yanqing wandered the corridor like a walking corpse. He had no friends, no family, and didn't know where to go or for whom to live. Dingling. The bell signaling the end of school rang, and the flow of people in the corridor increased. Xiao Yanqing pressed against the wall, wobbling down the stairs. He lost his footing and almost fell from the top of the stairs. Finally, he walked out of the school gate and slowly returned to his rented room. Since his brother got better, his family gave him a black card and then kicked him out. With nowhere to go, he rented a small place for himself. He didn't touch the money on the black card. The rent came from his scholarship over the years. The scholarship at the elite school was a staggering amount. If saved, it could cover 3 years of study. Once he graduated, he could start working. He could leave this place. Xiao Yanqing lay on the bed, his eyelids heavy, even his breathing weakened. He had no strength, feeling as light as a feather on the bare wooden bed with only a single blanket, and he fell into a deep sleep. Gu Qin stood on the pipe, looking through the glass at the soundly sleeping Xiao Yanqing, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's asleep. I thought he might be contemplating ending it all. After all, those lifeless eyes are quite frightening. Gu Qin's first thing after school was to find Xiao Yanqing. She discovered he wasn't in the infirmary, which made her panic and run around until she finally saw his figure at the school gate, so she followed him here. It's a pity I can't brew any potions right now. Gu Qin sighed regretfully, otherwise Xiao Yanqing would be able to say goodbye to all his injuries, and he wouldn't have to suffer so much anymore. Gu Qin shook her head, preparing to let go, and jumped down from the pipe. After all, it wasn't polite to stay on someone else's building for too long. Fortunately, the place where Xiao Yanqing lived wasn't high, so climbing up didn't take much effort. Good night, Xiao Yanqing. Gu Qin said softly. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the living room light was turned on. Gu Qin quickly withdrew her head, crouching behind the window, talking with Lu Qingshi. Stranger, there are other people in Xiao Yanqing's house. Lu Qingshi, someone came in with a key. They have a key to Xiao Yanqing's house. Gu Qin felt a bit curious. She peeked out from behind the window, and upon seeing the person's face was so shocked that she almost fell from the pipe. Gu Qin, why is Qingyan here? Lu Qingshi was also taken aback. Through Gu Qin's eyes, he saw the unfamiliar girl entering the room, picking up a broom and rag, and cautiously starting to clean Xiao Yanqing's home, afraid to make a sound that would wake him. Gu Qin hid under the window, quietly watching this scene, her mind racing with arguments with Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin. Oh no, Qingyan is acting as a nanny for Xiao Yanqing. I knew this person must know Xiao Yanqing. Oh, I felt something was off when I saw the killing intent radiating from Xiao Yanqing. Lu Qingshi, you just found out. Gu Qin, how could that be? I knew it a long time ago. I didn't say it just to avoid spoiling it for you. What do you think I'm doing it for the forum? Lu Qingshi. I don't believe it. Gu Qin, don't doubt me. I'm telling you, they must have some relationship. You said Qingyan has never appeared in Xiao Yanqing's file. That shouldn't be the case. The new student files clearly record even the number of relationships they've had. Lu Qingshi, the file won't be wrong. A Qingyan is not as simple as you think. Be careful. Neither of them noticed that Qingyan was already walking toward them. Gu Qin instantly hung upside down on the pipe, her long legs hooking onto it, one hand gripping a protrusion, hiding herself. Qingyan opened the window, took a deep breath, nodded in satisfaction, and quietly put the tools she was holding back in place. She fanned herself with her hand, beads of sweat already soaking her bangs, making her feel sticky all over. Qingyan skillfully entered the bathroom, The door closed behind her, and the sound of water splashing came from inside. Gu Qin realized that Qin Yan was going to take a shower, so she quickly climbed up from below the pipe, crouching on it, watching the room being cleaned thoroughly, while Xiao Yanqin was still sleeping soundly. She carefully jumped through the window, placing a bag of candy on Xiao Yanqin's bedside, which she had bought when passing by the convenience store on her way to class. Originally, she intended to buy him more snacks, but a bag of candy cost her thousands, which was quite a hit on her wallet, showing just how expensive it was at the elite academy. She stealthily glanced at Xiao Yanqin, who was lying on the bed still in his clothes and not covered with a blanket. She shook her head helplessly and picked up the blanket from the bedside, covering Xiao Yanqin with it. "You're not even afraid of catching a cold." As Gu Qin was covering Xiao Yanqin with the blanket, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind. And who allowed you to appear here?" Qin Yan, wrapped in a white bath towel, walked barefoot across the cold floor, one hand clutching the edges of the towel, while the other pointed at Gu Qin. Gu Qin glanced at Xiao Yanqin behind her, and instinctively stepped in front of him. "Wait." Gu Qin grabbed a neatly folded blanket and lunged toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan raised her hand, a white light flashing from her wrist, and a massive wave of energy enveloped the charging Gu Qin. Time around them seemed to freeze, even the falling leaves slowed their descent. "Get lost." A chill flickered in Qin Yan's eyes as she glared at Gu Qin. Gu Qin's body stiffened, and the shockwave sent her flying, her back crashing into a cabinet nearby. The glass atop it wobbled twice. Who had Qin Yan been looking at just now? Gu Qin clearly felt that gaze land on her, yet it wasn't directed at her. It was looking through her. "Lu Qingshi, Lu Qingshi, are you there?" Gu Qin's mind was silent, devoid of Lu Qingshi's voice. How did Qin Yan know that Lu Qingshi resided in her head? She clutched her waist, staring at the blanket beneath her, a searing pain radiating from her back. If not for the blanket cushioning the impact, she would have been wincing in agony. Gu Qin jerked her head up, locking eyes with Qin Yan. "You? Who are you? Why are you in Xiao Yanqin's home?" Qin Yan didn't answer Gu Qin. Her murderous aura remained, settling instead on Xiao Yanqin, the covers draped over him, and the bag of candy quietly resting on the table. Was this her doing? Qin Yan's gaze softened slightly, as if lost in thought. Gu Qin narrowed her eyes and rose to her feet, licking her lips as her gaze fell on the sleeping Xiao Yanqin. He hadn't woken. He turned over, clutching the blanket to his chest, revealing his purplish back. Relieved that Xiao Yanqin remained asleep, Gu Qin's expression darkened. She tossed the blanket to Qin Yan. "I don't know who you are, but please put on some clothes and let's settle this outside. Don't disturb him, he's still sleeping." "No need." Qin Yan caught the blanket. She stepped toward Xiao Yanqin, draping it over his exposed back. Drops of water still clung to her body, her hair dripping steadily. Why are you in Xiao Yanqin's home? And do you know about the injuries on his body?" Gu Qin rubbed her back. She had no desire to fight Qin Yan. First, because she had no potions or abilities, and even Lu Qingshi was out of reach. Second, because Qin Yan seemed to have no intention of harming Xiao Yanqin. Qin Yan reached out and gently caressed Xiao Yanqin's cheek, her expression tender, devoid of the earlier ferocity. Her voice was soft as a feather, but her words carried sharp thorns. "Isn't it rude to suddenly intrude into someone's memories without apologizing first?" Gu Qin immediately bent over, launching into an apology. "Oh, sorry about that. So can you answer my questions now?" Qin Yan. Lu Qingshi knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. One hand braced on the bed, the other wiped the blood from his lips as he raised his eyes to gaze at the unconscious Xiao Yanqin and Gu Qin. He let out a cold tch. "Just as I thought." He stood up, tucked the blanket around Gu Qin, wiped away the blood on the floor, grabbed his coat from the rack, and strode out of the room. A faint anger seemed to chill the air around him. Tang Xuanlu abruptly spun around his black whip, lashing against a nearby tree, splitting the bark to reveal the pale yellow wood within. "Who's there?" His hand moved to his lower back as he warily scanned his surroundings. A figure flickered through the woods, rustling the leaves. Tang Xuanlu closed his eyes, sensing the shifts around him, then fixed his gaze on a thicket behind him. He swiftly drew the nunchaku from his back. "Found you." In an instant, the nunchaku clashed with the whip. Tang Xuanlu stared at the figure before him, his jaw dropping wide enough to swallow an apple whole. "This whip is Meng Mei." The one holding the whip was none other than the youngest girl in their flash kill squad, Su Meng. Strange, hadn't Su Meng gone ahead for the mission? Why wasn't she at her designated patrol spot? And why was she attacking a teammate? "Meng Meng, it's me, your brother Lu." Tang Xuanlu swung his nunchaku with force, releasing his grip, so the other end whipped out, trapping the whip between its segments. With a yank, he pulled the whip toward him. Su Meng remained silent, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if her soul had been drained. Gripping her whip with both hands, she leaped into the air, spinning mid-turn, and drove a kick into Tang Xuanlu's arm, before aiming a flying kick straight at his neck. "Damn, Meng Meng, you're aiming to kill. Straight for the neck, huh? Phew, scared me. Thought my head was about to part ways with my body. But seriously, Meng Meng, aren't you a—" Tang Xuanlu ducked low to dodge, releasing the nunchaku as it fell from his hands. He flipped midair, kicking the nunchaku, which flew and caught Su Meng's whip, wedging it in a tree branch. Su Meng stumbled from the force, tugging at the whip, but her strength was too weak to free it. Unlike Tang Xuanlu's brute force, she relied on agility and speed. Realizing she couldn't retrieve it, she let go and lunged at Tang Xuanlu with a kick. Tang Xuanlu dodged and retreated until his heel hit a wall behind him. He leaned back to avoid another kick from Su Ming. She spun in the air one foot, striking while the other followed. Tang Xuanlu clicked his tongue, raising an arm to block her attack. Using her momentum, he trapped her with his other hand. Mengming, give it up. You can't beat me. I'm way stronger. And now without weapons you really can't win with just fists. Trapped, Su Ming couldn't muster any strength. One leg on the ground, the other unable to break free, she clenched her fists and charged straight at Tang Xuanlu. He released her, shoving her hard, and she stumbled, landing on the ground. Seriously, Ming, why are you so stubborn? I mean it. You're really stubborn. Did you skip your meal again today? Tang Xuanlu muttered to himself, his mouth moving incessantly during the skirmish between the two. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly, her vacant eyes trembling, as if she were annoyed by Tang Xuanlu's chatter. Suddenly she pushed herself up with both hands, executing a high kick that landed squarely on Tang Xuanlu's face. The impact was all too real. Tang Xuanlu felt a warm stream trickle down his nose, bright red blood dripping onto the ground. My handsome nose. Mengming, you've gone too far. Your brother hasn't even found a partner yet, and you've ruined my looks. I'm going to make a fuss. Seeing the blood trickle down Tang Xuanlu's face, Su Ming's hand froze midair, not knowing whether to bring it down. Mengming, stop. Look, I'm bleeding. I don't even know if I can report an injury to the captain. I want a vacation. Tang Xuanlu howled to the heavens, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the blood. While he was busy cleaning, Su Ming moved, raising her palm to strike at Tang Xuanlu's neck. He quickly sat down to dodge the attack, patting his chest and sighing, I'm going. You startled me. Men, can you give me a heads up before you strike? I nearly met my end. Now I really have to find the captain. He must grant me leave, or I will roll around in his office. How do you plan to roll around? Lu Qingshi had one hand draped in his coat, while the other rose into the air, lightly snapping his fingers. The air around him trembled, as if in response. Su Ming's body softened and plummeted toward the ground. Tang Xuanlu sprang up and caught Su Ming just in time, preventing her from crashing down. Who are you? Tang Xuanlu held Su Ming in his arms, his mouth agape, as he stared in shock at Lu Qingshi. That earlier tremor had unmistakably come from the captain of the night squad. It was said that he was not only cold and aloof, but also exceptionally powerful. Due to his aversion to crowded places apart from the captain of the special abilities squad, only the ultimers above knew his true appearance. Tang Xuanlu froze, his eyes reflecting Lu Qingshi's figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs casually crossed, leaning against a tree, exuding a lazy demeanor. His tousled hair fell carelessly, and beneath his sharp brows and starry eyes lay a prominent nose. He didn't expect someone so young. He looked several years younger than him. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. Nuwa, I hate you. Lu Qingshi placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Tang Xuanlu instantly understood and shut his mouth. He quickly nodded, glancing at the Su Ming in his arms, still wanting to speak. Lu Qingshi turned away, flicking his coat, and said coolly, she's fine, just asleep. Next time I hope to see you rolling around in person. Lu Qingshi departed, and Tang Xuanlu set Su Ming down on a bench, extending his hand to support himself against the tree as he gasped for air. He retrieved his phone and sent a long voice message to AC. I went to see the captain. Let me tell you, I met him in person. You know that one. He's so young. How can someone so young possess such immense powers? It's terrifying. What's going on, boss? Mengming suddenly attacked me out of nowhere. What was his name again? Lu Danqing. That's it, the captain of the night squad. With a snap of his fingers, he knocked Mengming out cold and claimed she was just sleeping. Should I wait for her to wake up and ask? The reply came swiftly in the form of a voice message. Tang Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback, as AC never replied to him so quickly. When he did respond, it was usually only a few useful messages. Their chat interface was filled with large blocks of green. Of course, all of it was Tang Xuanlu's voice messages. Since he read it, AC, he had been sending him a barrage of messages daily. There was nothing significant to say, just pure harassment, even more frequent than Gu Qin. Tang Xuanlu chuckled to himself, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He turned his phone's volume to maximum and held it to his ear to play the voice message. However, the voice was not that of his beloved captain, but rather carried a strange coolness, though somehow familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He cleared his throat gently and pressed the phone to send a voice message back. Who are you? Why do you have my captain's phone? On the other end, a rapid reply came, and Tang Xuanlu eagerly opened it. He froze, the phone slipped from his hand. From the phone, Lu Qingshi's voice echoed softly, Lu Danqing. I'm sorry, the child at home is a bit unruly. AC showed no remorse as he leisurely sipped tea, and Lu Qingshi pushed the phone toward AC, his expression cold. The teacup before him still emanated steam, an odd contrast to his tense face. It's fine. Lu Qingshi spoke calmly, seemingly unconcerned about the incident. When he found AC, he had been pouring himself tea, and the phone was still playing Tang Xuanlu's long string of voice messages like background music. Coincidentally, as Lu Qingshi arrived, AC's phone was just playing the last message from Tang Xuanlu, prompting AC to push the phone to Lu Qingshi for a response. After all, teasing his subordinates was quite amusing. Lu Qingshi lazily propped his chin on his hand, his gaze darkening as he watched the few drifting leaves in his tea. He spoke softly, did you catch them? The person is dead. I don't know how they got in. After I caught them, they committed suicide by poison, leaving no trace behind. not even bones. AC took a sip of tea and replied calmly, I didn't get anything out of them. There's a formation in the stadium that allows communication, but it requires a significant amount of abilities as a price. Look into all the students above the floating realm, and see who has faint golden patterns on them. Lu Qingshi rolled up his sleeves, revealing faint golden patterns on his arms, a remnant from the formation at the stadium. These remnants had no side effects. The developer simply thought they looked nice and left them behind. It was precisely because of this inexplicable thought from the developer that Lu Qingshi had grasped the lead. He had long noticed the unusual fluctuations of abilities at the stadium, and there were traces of abilities left behind. However, he only activated it after confirming the safety of the formation. AC nodded. Alright, what will you do next? You look a bit displeased. Is it because of your two friends? Lu Qingshi stood up, his tone slightly tinged with displeasure. Go investigate the matter regarding dreams. I'm sorry, can you answer me now? Gu Qin spoke softly, while Qing Yan remained silent for a moment, her gaze falling on the still candy lying there. She got up and waved to Gu Qin, saying, follow me. Gu Qin hurriedly followed, even kindly closing the door behind her. Qing Yan pulled out a chair and sat down, raising her hand to indicate for Gu Qin to sit opposite her. Gu Qin gently lifted the stool, which was quite old with much of its pale golden paint chipped off, revealing wood of varying colors. From outside the window, only the bedroom could be clearly seen, while the living room remained obscured. Qing Yan poured a glass of water and handed it to Gu Qin, saying, drink first, I'll go get dressed. After she finished speaking, she quickly slipped into the bathroom. Gu Qin looked up and scanned the entire room. It wasn't large, the living room only had a table and 2 chairs. The window was half open, lacking curtains, and one could immediately see the stove. The bathroom was next to the toilet, barely wide enough for a door. Did Xiao Yanqin always live here? Gu Qin muttered softly, her mind still devoid of Lu Qingshi's voice, likely severed by Qing Yan. It seemed she needed to go out to clarify Qing Yan's identity first. Yes. Qing Yan emerged, dressed, her hair tied back into a high ponytail, a few strands tucked behind her ear. Her expression was indifferent, her eyes dulling. Gu Qin turned to look at Qing Yan, her gaze icy, as if she wanted to see right through her. Unfortunately, she lacked the extraordinary abilities of a high intellect. Her lips parted slightly as she asked, I'm very curious, how did you know Xiao Yanqin's residence and the key? That's not something you need to know. Qing Yan advanced toward Gu Qin, narrowing her eyes, cornering her. She gently lifted Gu Qin's chin, scrutinizing her face, saying, yet you don't belong here. What are you doing here, and what is your relationship with Xiao Yanqin? Gu Qin looked up at Qing Yan's fair face, a faint scent of body wash lingering at the tip of her nose. She swallowed hard, a warm current flowing at her nose as bright red blood dripped down onto the floor. Qing Yan. She hurriedly grabbed several pieces of tissue from the table and threw them at Gu Qin's face. Gu Qin removed the tissue from her face, wiped away the lingering blood, then squatted down to clean up the bloodstains on the floor, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head, saying, you smell too good. Hey, you can't just bleed everywhere. Qing Yan's voice rose slightly. She turned her gaze away from Gu Qin, her ears turning slightly red. Unlike her earlier display of aggression, she now seemed more like a shy girl. The girl's blush outshone everything. Gu Qin suddenly thought of a mischievous idea as she recalled how Qing Yan had thrown her against the cabinet earlier. Gu Qin flipped her hair back, extending her hand to pin Qing Yan against the table. Leaning down, she gradually approached Qing Yan, mimicking her earlier gesture, resting her hand on Qing Yan's chin and gently turning her face, saying, you look so cute like this. You. Get away. Qing Yan pushed Gu Qin away, leaning against the table, her fair face flushing bright red. Who are you really? You still haven't answered me. Gu Qin smirked, feeling that the girl in front of her resembled a little cat with its fur bristled. She twirled a strand of her hair casually, saying, don't you know my name? Then you should know who I am. Qing Yan's face turned crimson as she pointed at Gu Qin, shouting, who would know you? Xiao Yanqin has no memory of you at all. Suddenly realizing she had misspoken, she hurriedly covered her mouth. After all, she was still a young girl and couldn't outplay Gu Qin saying memory. Gu Qin fell into thought. Indeed, Xiao Yanqin's memory had become so muddled that even her shadow was absent. Then you know my name, which means you've peeked into my memory. Gu Qin's mind raced as she pondered. Qing Yan pointed at the school badge on Gu Qin's chest, rolling her eyes in disbelief. No, it's because your badge has your name on it, and you carry an aura I dislike. I didn't like it, so I wanted it gone. She wanted to pry into Gu Qin's memories, but as she activated her powers, she was repelled, unable to see anything. Gu Qin was too much of a mystery, appearing in this world like an intruder, yet suddenly saving Xiao Yanqin, following him to deliver a bag of candy, and even teasing her. This person is too bizarre. Gu Qin looked down at the badge hanging on her chest, her name written prominently on it. Alright, it was her misunderstanding. Gu Qin raised her gaze, looking seriously at Qing Yan. I didn't intend to harm Xiao Yanqin, otherwise we wouldn't be here talking. I'm sorry, it's my duty to protect Xiao Yanqin. Your sudden appearance has put me on edge, so I have no reason to trust. Gu Qin interrupted Qing Yan as she opened her arms, seemingly knowing what Qing Yan was going to say. That's fine. What about it? Qing Yan asked. Gu Qin suddenly lifted her shirt from the back, pointing to the bruise on her lower back. But you've been so negligent. Xiao Yanqin was beaten up like that, and you didn't retaliate. Instead, you threw me, an innocent bystander. Qing Yin lowered her head, pouting slightly, as she murmured, which innocent good person climbs into someone else's window. Protecting Xiao Yanqin was her task, but she could only act against outsiders. She couldn't even touch those who harmed Xiao Yanqin. Alright, stop dawdling. Come, I will show you my memories. Gu Qin shook her hand, obediently standing still with her eyes closed. Qing Yin raised her hand, placing her palm on Gu Qin's head. Her palm illuminated with a pearly glow, and Gu Qin's memories played in Qing Yan's mind like a slideshow. Oddly, the memories seen were not complete. In Gu Qin's mind, only memories from the past 7 days were accessible, the rest locked away, with a prominently displayed notice: paid content viewing prohibited. By the second year, Xiao Yanqin could take care of himself and eat on his own, which brought some relief to Qing Yan. She lay on the sofa while Xiao Yanqin rested in bed, quietly listening. Is it ready? Gu Qin opened her eyes. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all, just a slight itch on her head, as if something— I believe you. Qing Yan retracted her hand and stood up, walking towards the door. One hand held onto her shoe heel, while the other supported the wall. She turned back, her loose strands of hair cascading down, as she softly asked, do you have a place to stay? If not, come with me. Gu Qin didn't say much about Qing Yan's sudden change in attitude. She shook her head logically. I should have a place to stay, but this isn't the place to discuss it. If Xiao Yanqin wakes up and sees us here, it will be troublesome. Qing Yan's home was the upper 2 floors of Xiao Yanqin's house. Compared to the old and simple decor of Xiao Yanqin's place, Qing Yan's room exuded warmth. Upon opening the door, there was a cute kawaii cat plush carpet with fluffy little dog slippers lying quietly on it. A few rabbit toys were placed on the light yellow sofa, and the entire room was filled with traces of a girl's presence. Of course, this is my home, Qing Yan said, placing her hands on her hips. With a slightly proud lift of her chin, she prepared some fruits for Gu Qin, and then sat on the sofa, holding a cat-shaped pillow. Since you're not planning to harm Xiao Yanqin, I should have no reason to hide things from you. What I'm about to say will surprise you. Of course, if you want to scream, that's allowed too. Gu Qin picked up a grape and popped it into her mouth, raising an eyebrow. For example, are you going to say that you're not human, and that your mission is to protect Xiao Yanqin? How did you know? Qing Yan exclaimed, standing up and shook her mouth agape as she pointed at Gu Qin in disbelief. I don't know, I just said it casually. Gu Qin shrugged. When Qing Yan touched her memory, something seemed to flash through her mind, making her head itch. As for the previous remarks, she had indeed just said them casually. Since Qing Yan had reacted with surprise, she figured she might as well guess wildly. You just said it casually. Qing Yan's mouth opened wide, her words caught in her throat, unable to express herself. What else do you know? She squinted, her eyes, astonishment turning into curiosity, as she became genuinely interested in what Gu Qin had in. I don't know, I really am just clueless. You can't think I'm smart just because I guessed correctly, though I don't even know that 1 + 1. Gu Qin waved her hand, pulling Qing Yan into an embrace, and resting her head on Qing Yan's shoulder. Tell me what is going on here. Gu Qin suddenly getting close made Qing Yan sit up straight, her face turning a light shade of red. Too close. Get away from me. Qing Yan raised her hand, her wrist glowing with white light, as a wave of air pushed Gu Qin away, causing her to crash directly into the wall. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Qing Yan hurriedly ran over to help Gu Qin up. Gu Qin held her back with one hand, while Qing Yan supported her. Her lips trembled, her face pale from the fall, her voice quivering as she said, It's fine. It'll take a moment, you can continue. Qing Yan sat down, hugging a white plush toy and burying her head in it. So the thing is, my lord, you are. Qing Yan knelt on one knee, gazing reverently at the man before her. He leaned back in his chair, his back turned so his features were obscured, the clean floor tiles reflecting the light and casting the shadow of his long straight legs. The man toyed with a gold coin in his hand, his voice rising with a playful tone as he said, although I don't believe his words, don't you think it's quite amusing? Ha 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 ha, to speak so arrogantly, claiming the world will end and foolishly believing he can change that fate. My lord, are you still determined to help him? Qing Yan lowered her head, her voice laced with doubt, yet she dared not show any displeasure toward the man. Help? Ha 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 ha, I help no one. Everything I do is for my own amusement. The man placed the coin on his thumb, flicking it lightly into the air. Under the light, it gleamed with a pure radiance. He raised his hand, catching the coin in his palm, and rose from the chair. Qing Yan, do you know? The first thing a true deceiver must do is deceive himself. Protect him, for if he dies, all of this would cease to be entertaining. The man held the coin between his fingers, then flicked it away. As it flew, his form gradually dissipated, transforming into the shape of an infant lying quietly on the ground. The coin struck the floor with a heavy clatter, rolling to a stop at Qing Yan's feet. She bowed her head, crystalline tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She picked up the coin, murmuring softly, my lord. Qing Yan pocketed the coin, rose, and cradled the infant in her arms. With her other hand, she wiped the tears from her face. The baby looked up at her, grinning widely, waving his chubby little hand to tug at her clothes. You? Fine, the Lord always acts without regard for consequences. From now on you shall be called Xiao Yanqin. Wait, that's not right. You should be a person from the real world. This place is merely the depths of Xiao Yanqin's. Gu Qin narrowed her eyes, quickly spotting the inconsistency. If Qing Yan knew all this, she should exist in reality. And who was this lord she spoke of? The end of the world. Amusing. All of this left Gu Qin bewildered. There was too much information with no. Because I died on the night of Xiao Yanqin's 4th birthday. I entrusted someone I despise. Know a friend to seal my soul in the depths of his memories, all to protect Xiao Yanqin. But lately, things have been unsettled. Qing Yin shook her head, her eyelashes fluttering softly, as her gaze darkened, tinged with reluctance. She puffed out her cheeks, resembling an angry pufferfish. Gu Qin was silent for a moment, then quickly composed her thoughts. Perhaps I know why things are unsettled, and that is precisely why I am here. Can you tell me what has been happening recently? Qing Yin nodded. Although this is the deepest memory of Xiao Yanqin, I have altered it, creating a significant deviation from reality. Here I crafted a complete family for Xiao Yanqin. Close friends, loving parents, even excellent grades. But recently these altered memories have been fading, replaced by the truth, gradually leading to this state. You want to know Xiao Yanqin's past? Qing Yin paused for a long time, as if reluctant to speak of Xiao Yanqin's past. She lifted her gaze, her dark eyes reflecting Gu Qin's face. Gu Qin nodded firmly. After a long hesitation, Qing Yin finally spoke. Milk powder, milk powder, milk powder. No, this is hot water. Boiling, boiling. Qing Yin tilted her head, a half-empty bag of milk powder clamped between her neck and shoulder. With one hand holding a baby bottle, and the other a kettle, she poured hot water into the bottle. The hot water splashed onto her slender fingers, instantly reddening a large patch of skin. She reflexively threw the bottle away, which crashed against the wall, with a clatter, shattering into pieces. The milk powder from her neck spilled, mixing with the hot water on her clothes, leaving everything sticky and messy. Why is it everywhere? Qing Yin quickly rinsed her hand with cold water, then turned to grab a mop to clean the floor. But she lost her footing, slipping, and with a thud, she landed squarely on a nearby trash bin, scattering garbage everywhere and splattering grease on her clothes. Qing Yin couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Her hair was a mess, tied hastily with a black elastic band. The pain in her fingers and rear, combined with clothes soiled by kitchen waste and milk powder, overwhelmed her. She curled up, sobbing quietly. Ever since the Lord left, she had been alone to care for Xiao Yanqin. But Qing Yin was only 14, with no idea how to care for a baby, relying on online guides for every step. The ratio of milk powder to water. The temperature of the water for the milk. All of this she did for one reason: the man's command to take care of him. Why do I have to take care of him? I'm just a child too. But the Lord said to take care of him, sob sob. Qing Yin wiped her tears, composed herself, and climbed off the trash bin. She set the mop aside, threw the garbage back in, but as she looked up she accidentally knocked over a bowl, which shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Qing Yin patted her cheeks, forcing a resigned smile, and picked up the porcelain shards. A sharp edge cut her finger, leaving a bloody gash on her pale wrist. Hiss! She sucked in a sharp breath, pulled herself together, and cleaned the kitchen. As she wiped the countertop with a cloth, she felt a tug at her pant leg. Xiao Yanqin crawled on the ground, holding a piece of white tissue in one hand and tugging at her pants with the other, babbling indistinctly, "Anti-paper." In an instant, Qing Yan's vision blurred, tears falling like raindrops onto Xiao Yanqin's face. Xiao Yanqin grinned, revealing his tiny front teeth. "Annie, don't cry, wipe. Why are you so ugly, Xiao Yanqin?" By the second year, Xiao Yanqin could take care of himself and eat on his own, which brought some relief to Qing Yan. She lay on the sofa while Xiao Yanqin rested in bed, quietly listening to the fairy tales she narrated. And so the big bad wolf and the little lamb lived happily ever after. Qing Yin closed a fairy tale book she had found somewhere and reached out to poke Xiao Yanqin's chubby cheek. "Isn't it time for you to sleep, little one? I want Annie to hold me while I sleep, okay, Annie?" Xiao Yanqin blinked, looking at her with pitiful eyes, his fingers clutching the soft blanket like an adorable little puppy. "No, look at the time." Qing Yin pointed at the clock on the wall, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yanqin. He pouted, his eyes sparkling like translucent black gems, and said softly, "Annie, can I have a good night kiss?" "I'm already 15, ew, I don't do such childish things." Qing Yin turned her head away, hugging her shoulders with a proud air. "Then can I give Annie a good night kiss? I'm only 2, and I don't think it's childish at all." Xiao Yanqin laughed, spreading his arms. His eyes curved, and when he smiled they looked like two parentheses bent at a 90-degree angle. "Troublesome." Qing Yin bent down and offered her cheek, waiting until she felt a warm sensation before straightening up. "Good night." Xiao Yanqin waved, adjusted his blanket, and lay down obediently. Little brats are so troublesome. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Qing Yan's lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. She touched the spot where she had been kissed, a warm current spreading through her body. Over the course of a year, she had grown fond of this little being. She turned off the lights and closed the door, then walked to the window, gazing up at the pitch-black sky scattered with glistening stars. The summer night breeze was cool and gentle, brushing against Qing Yan's loose hair. "Master, I've taken good care of Xiao Yanqin all by myself." "Yanqin Qing Yan. The surname follows yours. Isn't that a clever name, master? I wish you would praise me. I miss you so much." Qing Yan murmured to herself, the stars in the night sky, silently listening. After speaking, she shook her head helplessly. The master had long since dissipated and could not hear her words. She tiptoed to close the window and turned back into the room. In the third year after Xiao Yanqin could take care of himself, Qing Yin resumed her studies. She was a day student, attending classes during the day and returning home at night to look after Xiao Yanqin, keeping herself busy every day. Xiao Yanqin was very well behaved. He could heat up food with a microwave, play with toys, or watch TV when bored and sleep when tired. His first task every day was to wait for Qing Yin to come home. As soon as the doorknob turned, he would patter over to the door and throw himself at her shouting, "Welcome home, the best auntie in the world." Every time this happened, Qing Yin would reach out and ruffle Xiao Yanqin's hair, then pinch his chubby little face. "Go Xiao Qinzi, fetch the empress her slippers." And Xiao Yanqin would patter away, calling out in a soft, sticky voice, "Your servant obeys." Today was no different. Xiao Yanqin was dozing on the sofa when he heard the doorknob click. He jumped off the sofa and stood obediently by the door. As it swung open, he beamed and spread his arms. "Welcome home, the best auntie in the world." But instead of Qing Yin, a masked stranger entered. The stranger looked down at Xiao Yanqin, frowning. "There's a child. Who are you?" "You're not auntie." Xiao Yanqin shouted, sensing something was wrong, and trying to run outside, but the man grabbed him and pulled him back. The stranger held Xiao Yanqin with one hand, calmly closed the door, and then flung him to the floor. "Ha, just a little brat." He cursed under his breath, his eyes sweeping across the room, searching for anything valuable to steal. He had known the owner was just a student whose parents were never around, and he had planned everything out. Taking advantage of the owner being at school, he intended to ransack the place thoroughly. But he hadn't expected a child to be home. The intel was inaccurate. Still, it didn't matter. A child a few years old couldn't cause any trouble. Xiao Yanqin was thrown heavily to the ground, pain radiating through his entire body, making it hard even to get up. He looked up and watched the stranger ransacking his home, smashing the photo frame of him, and Qing Yin throwing chairs onto tables and pulling out all the cabinets as if searching for something. Why isn't there anything valuable here? Weren't these people supposed to be rich? The man grew furious, glaring viciously at Xiao Yanqin. His gaze swept over the closed door, and he licked his lips. "Oh, maybe it's in the bedroom." The man rubbed his hands together like a fly, greed flickering in his eyes as he licked his cracked lips even drier. "No, don't." Auntie said no one is allowed in her room. Xiao Yanqin lay on the ground, pushing himself up with difficulty, struggling to his feet. He walked toward the man on his little legs and lunged at his trouser leg, grabbing hold. "Don't go into Auntie's room." Xiao Yanqin clung tightly to the stranger's pant leg, shouting, and bit down hard on the man's calf. "Damn you, you little bastard." The man felt a sharp pain from the bite and kicked Xiao Yanqin in the head, trying to shake him off. But Xiao Yanqin clung like a plaster, refusing to let go, his teeth still sunk into the man's leg. The man grabbed a stool and smashed it against Xiao Yanqin's head, once, twice. Red droplets of blood scattered like fireworks of death across the room. Xiao Yanqin's face became a bloody mess, his teeth shattered, and his breathing grew faint. Yet he still clung to the man's calf, refusing to release his grip until he had no strength left, until darkness closed in, and he lost all signs of life. The man kicked the lifeless Xiao Yanqin away, his body covered in blood. He spat and cursed, "Damn it. What a damn jinx." The man wiped the blood from his face, his fingers twisting the knob of Qing Yin's door and forcing it open. Qing Yin finished the last problem on her paper. She clutched her chest and turned to look out the window, where the sky was shrouded in dark clouds with golden lightning occasionally streaking across. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling as if she had lost something, a hollow emptiness in her heart. Why do I have a bad feeling? Therefore, for this question, we choose C. The math teacher was lecturing at the podium, while Qing Yin sat at her desk, pen in hand, her heart racing with an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if something ominous was about to happen. It felt as if she had lost something. A coin slipped from her pocket, and without warning rolled onto the ground with a crisp clink. Qing Yin suddenly stood up, her pupils trembling, her whole body shaking. The math teacher looked up in surprise and softly asked, "Qing Yin, what's wrong?" "Teacher, I need to go out." Qing Yin crouched down hastily to pick up the coin, and amidst the astonished gazes of her teacher and classmates, jumped from the third floor. Xiao Yanqin was in trouble. Qing Yin landed on one knee, not stopping to think, as she sprinted toward home. A coin would not simply fall to the ground without reason. A Xiao Yanqin was definitely in danger. Qing Yin leaped onto a tree, gently vaulting onto the ventilation pipe on the side of the building, and dashed across the room. She gritted her teeth tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. "Xiao Yanqin, you must be all right." Xiao Yanqin was dead, crushed to death. His small body lay on the cold floor, blood splattered everywhere. A strange man paid no attention to Xiao Yanqin's corpse as he reached for the doorknob, suddenly feeling a chill creep up his back, goosebumps erupting all over his body, stiffening his hand, halting on the doorknob. Who is it? He turned around abruptly, but there was nothing behind him, just the cold corpse. He clicked his tongue and kicked at Xiao Yanqin's body. Damn, what bad luck. Before his foot even touched Xiao Yanqin's body, his own leg suddenly twisted, and the air filled with the sound of a bone snapping. Half of the strange man's leg fell off, blood gushing down in a torrent. "It hurts. So painful. Damn it, what the hell? Please don't kill me, don't kill me." The man rolled on the ground in agony, fear causing him to curl into a ball, his eyes tightly shut, trembling all over. "Did I not say, do not enter her room?" A cold voice echoed in the chaotic room, replacing the innocent voice of a child with the clear voice of an adult. "A ghost! A ghost!" The man knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head, his forehead already stained with red blood mixing with tears that streamed down his face. "Oh dear, if recognizing your mistake was so easy, it wouldn't be fun anymore." Xiao Yanqin's corpse floated up, blood mist dispersing, wounds gradually healing, even his figure becoming ethereal, transforming into a young man. If Qing Yin were present, she would recognize that young man as the one she longed for. Haha, plead for mercy, I don't agree, oh come stand up. Xiao Yanqing young version chuckled lightly, raising his hand, causing the strange man to float up along with the severed leg. Xiao Yanqing young version beckoned with his finger, and the severed leg flew towards the man's bleeding wound, forcefully embedding itself. Oh, it hurts. Please spare me. The man reached out to cover his crushed half-leg, groaning in pain, as if this would grant him a glimmer of hope to survive. Xiao Yanqing young version seemed to ignore him, smiling slightly, with the surrounding air swirling around his fingertips, his dark eyes mingled with coldness. Oh dear, the fun isn't over yet. Why be so glum? Come stand up, and he'll give you a leg back. He lowered his hand, and the strange man was forced to stand upright. Let me see how you fought earlier. Xiao Yanqing young version pouted in anger, then raised his head in contemplation, quickly clapping his hands. I got it. Let's play whack-a-mole. Xiao Yanqing adult version raised another hand, summoning a golden hammer into his palm, then brought it down fiercely at the strange man's feet, instantly smashing the ground to pieces. The strange man, terrified, tried to run back, but found himself yanked back, standing straight. Sorry, missed. Xiao Yanqing young version covered his mouth apologetically, draping a piece of white cloth over his eyes, smirking as he lifted the hammer. Let's see how many hits it takes to hit you. Please. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed him, please forgive me. Blood mixed with tears streamed down the man's face, soaking the ground beneath him. He pleaded for Xiao Yanqing young version as forgiveness, but Xiao Yanqing young version had already covered his eyes, unable to see anything. He continued to confine the strange man, hammering blow after blow until the man was silent, until the air was thick with a strong metallic scent. Xiao Yanqing young version withdrew his hand, shaking his head in resignation as he squatted down. Exactly 48 hits, here you go. He yawned tiredly until a voice called from behind, Master. Xiao Yanqing young version turned around to see Qing Yin panting heavily and tilted his head with a light smile. Qing Yin, long time no see. Then Xiao Yanqing young version became ethereal like a bubble in water until the bubble burst, returning to his original child form, his wounds completely healed as if he had never been injured. Master. Xiao Yanqing. Qing Yin murmured softly, running over to pick up Xiao Yanqing. She touched his nose, feeling his steady breathing, and sighed in relief. Turning to look around, the entire house was in shambles, vases scattered on the floor, shards everywhere, blood splattered throughout the room, tables and chairs lying askew. The floor collapsed into a large pit with a mass of blood and flesh inside. Only her door remained unscathed, as if nothing had ever happened. What exactly happened? Qing Yin opened her mouth, her heart racing as she sensed the fluctuations of abilities around her. She closed her eyes and activated her powers. Everything that had transpired in the room reflected in her mind. She hurriedly covered her chest, looking at the sleeping Xiao Yanqing in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. She knelt on the ground, holding him tightly, whispering in self-reproach, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. On the other side, quick. An abnormal ability fluctuation has been detected. Code 7034. Xiao Yan, everyone on high alert. Those dressed in special military uniforms surrounded the entire Jincheng community, holding guns and vigilantly watching the 16th floor of Building 4A, showing no intention to act rashly. Everyone, do not act recklessly. That is Xiao Yan, a being beyond what our ability teams can handle. The organization has dispatched a special ability team. We only need to keep an eye on Xiao Yan. A few minutes later, 3 figures draped in black cloaks approached. The right side of the black cloaks bore a dark golden medal inscribed with Knight, the insignia of the Endless Knights special ability team. However, that was not the most astonishing part. The most surprising was the child walking at the forefront, no taller than a meter, with a tense expression on his youthful face, and a long sword taller than him strapped to his back. Song Chashing removed his cloak and apologetically smiled. Sorry, we are late. What is the situation now? The leader in special military attire slightly bent forward, briefly explaining the circumstances here. Special ability team, greetings. I am Bai Nian, the captain of the ability organization in Jincheng City. Here's what happened. Xiao Yan. It's him, boss, what do you think? Song Chashing stroked his chin, remaining silent for a moment before squatting down to look at the child, who was shorter than the sword. The child wore a cold expression, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly filled with anger, hands in pockets, gazing up at the 16th floor of Building 4 in the Jincheng community. Quick and decisive. After saying that, the child dashed out, leaping onto a tree, his figure vanishing from sight. Song Chashing smiled apologetically and hurriedly followed. Sorry, our boss was just awakened from a nap and is a bit grumpy. Su Ming, come here. Song Chashing looked at the last person in a black cloak, waving with a smile. Su Ming helplessly rubbed her temple's side and followed, coming. Bai Nian watched the 3 rush away and let out a sigh of relief. If it's the special ability team, they should be able to handle it, right? Captain, why is there a child? Are they really the special ability team? That medal is unmistakable. Since it was sent by the organization, it must be strong. Believe in them. Although Bai Nian said this, he still felt a bit uneasy as the image of that tense little face lingered in his mind. Such a small child. If it weren't for the Endless Knight medal, he wouldn't have believed it. The door of room 4167 on the 16th floor of Building 4 in Jincheng community stood wide open. Qing Yin sat on the ground, holding Xiao Yanqing, crying. Suddenly a strong murderous intent hit her from behind. She turned sharply and a long knife engraved with dragon scales slashed towards her, stopping right in front of her. You are not Xiaoyan. The child in the black cloak clearly saw Qing Yin sitting on the ground. His gaze fell on the sleeping Xiaoyan Qing, and he sheathed the long blade which was taller than him on his back. With a cold expression on his small face, he plopped down on the ground, hugging his shoulders and yawning. Qing Yin stared at the child in front of her, her pupils constricting slightly. The person before her emitted an aura she detested. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as her abilities erupted from within, white strands of ability rushing towards the child. Qing Yin shouted as if the child before her was her enemy. It's you. Danger. Song Chashing rushed over, conjuring a long spear with his abilities, aiming it at Qing Yin, his finger ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly the spear transformed into golden light and dissipated in his hand. The white ability strands attacking the child in the black cloak also vanished without a trace, dispersing the ability fluctuations in the entire room. What is this? Song Chashing glanced at his palm, pausing for a few seconds, muttering softly. Su Ming approached and patted Song Chashing's shoulder. The boss has taken action. Yua, go die. Qing Yin grabbed a nearby iron frame and charged at the child in the black cloak. The child merely hugged his shoulders, lowering his head as if he had no intention of dodging. Qing Yan's hand tightly gripped the iron frame, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly a sticky voice rang in her ear, causing her body to stiffen. Auntie. Xiao Yanqin rolled over, nudging his head against Qing Yan's body, murmuring softly. Qing Yan's expression grew complex. She dropped the iron frame in her hand and reached out to pat Xiao Yanqin's back, saying, Auntie's here, be good, sleep now. Song Chashing watched bewildered. He quickly elbowed Su Ming. Su Ming lifted her leg and walked over, just as Song Chashing's elbow hit empty air, causing him to fall to the ground. He pouted, rubbing his thigh that hurt from the fall, complaining, Ming, you're not using your wings. Su Ming squatted on the ground, reaching her hand towards Qing Yin. This child. Qing Yin glared at Su Ming, holding Xiao Yanqin tighter in her arms. She quickly stood up and retreated to the window, saying, Don't come closer or don't blame me for being rude. Su Ming smiled at Qing Yin, her tone cold and devoid of any warmth. The area is surrounded by ability teams, all armed with guns. If you jump down now, you'll only be shot to pieces along with the child in your arms. What do you mean? Qing Yin placed one foot on the window, warily watching Su Ming. She had never seen these people before and was unaware of their strength or intentions. Do not think about using abilities, as you can see it is impossible to use abilities here at all. Su Ming stood up, closing her eyes. A dark starry sky appeared beneath her feet, and the next second the starry sky vanished without a trace, the abilities scattered. What do you want to say? Qing Yin naturally noticed the abilities being dispersed. Her gaze fell on the child in the black cloak, who was hugging his shoulders. She took a deep breath and jumped down from the window. You are also an ability user. You should know well that if your abilities are discovered, you will be sent to the Ability Academy. However, your situation is quite special, so you probably won't be able to go. Su Ming looked down at the blood pit created by the impact, as well as the blood splattered all over the room. In such a situation, the creature was classified as a malicious type and would be sent to the Ability Management Center. You can only enter the Ability Management Center, but you should know that from there it takes at least a year. Su Ming continued, What do you— Qing Yin looked at Xiao Yanqin in her arms, raising her gaze to meet Su Ming's icy eyes reflecting her face. What? A trace of surprise flashed in Qing Yan's eyes, and she quickly took a step back. Can't you choose another one? I'm not of age. I won't sell myself. Song Chasheng, who was equally shocked, hurriedly ran to Su Ming's side. Ming, what did you just say? Hey, don't misunderstand, I just want you to join us. Your abilities seem quite rare, and I'm very interested. Su Ming smiled slightly, stepping forward to extend her hand towards Qing Yin. You are free as long as you don't have tasks. Of course, for the sake of allowances, we will cover all expenses for you and your child. Facing such an enticing condition, Qing Yan's gaze shifted to the child in the black cloak behind Su Ming. She quickly shook her head and stepped onto the window ledge. No way, I cannot be with him, let alone listen to him. Su Ming paused for a moment, following Qing Yan's line of sight to the child in the black cloak, who was hugging a sword taller than himself, resting his head on it. If you dislike our boss, you can act at any time. I won't stop you, and you really can kill him. Hearing Su Ming's words, Song Chasheng quickly stood in front of her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ming, this is a bit too much. Our boss is just a kid. You have to know, suddenly pulling a stranger into the group, especially one who would act against your own boss, is quite concerning, and most importantly, how old is our boss? A little brat. Su Ming showed no hesitation, turning her gaze sharply to Song Chasheng. Do you not believe in our— Wasn't the last time he got beaten up enough? Song Chasheng. He fell silent, recalling the last time when he had no strength to fight back against their boss' display of power, a chill creeping up his spine as his entire skeleton cracked and creaked. With no protest left, Su Ming reached out her hand again. So how about it? What are your thoughts? Qing Yin thought for a moment. After the adults agreed to collaborate with that person, both the adults and that person disappeared. She had never seen that person, but she still remembered the unpleasant aura, as she did not like it. Now that child in the black cloak has the same aura, which she utterly detests. Regardless of whether that black cloak child is related to that person, she must kill him. After making up her mind, Qing Yin jumped down again, stepped forward, and asked, "Is it okay if I kill him?" Of course there is no rule against mutual killing in the Special Abilities Team regulations. Su Ming chuckled lightly, gripping Qing Yan's hand. "Welcome, new member. I am Su Ming, and that big guy is Song Cha-sheng. Our boss is named Lu Qingshi, and he is currently in kindergarten." Qing Yin shook off her hand and walked past Su Ming, while holding Xiao Yin Qin, proudly stating, "Qing Yin and I have not agreed to join you yet." "No worries, Qing Yin, we have plenty of time." Su Ming smiled, her gaze leaving Qing Yin as she playfully poked Song Cha-sheng's arm. "Carry the boss back, we're leaving." Oh okay." Song Cha-sheng squatted down to carry Lu Qingshi's long yin on his back, then lifted Lu Qingshi into his arms. Lu Qingshi had his eyes closed, peacefully asleep. At this time it was his nap time, and he was already tired. He had been called up for a task before waking up, so naturally he felt quite sleepy. Song Cha-sheng carefully cradled Lu Qingshi in his arms, afraid of waking him. Otherwise Lu Qingshi would definitely give him a good beating. Song Cha-sheng tiptoed, gently lifting his pant legs, silently singing in his heart. "Tiptoe, lift the skirt's edge." Moving agilely, he tried to avoid the damaged floor and sharp objects on the ground until he reached the door, without making a sound. He let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to step outside. The ground beneath him suddenly crumbled, making a cracking sound. "Crap. Oh no." Song Cha-sheng thought to himself. Just then Lu Qingshi woke up. He opened his eyes and gave Song Cha-sheng's head a heavy thump. Song Cha-sheng fell to the ground, and Lu Qingshi jumped over him, pulling back his long yin and resting it on his back. Then yawning sleepily, his small face tightened, showing his impatience from not waking up. Song Cha-sheng covered his head, silently wailing, "Woo-woo. The boss is bullying again, woo-woo. Fourth year Peace Hotel. Captain, we can't get anything out of this person. He just insists he knows nothing." Si Yuan looked at the report with some frustration, slumped in his chair. Bai Nian walked out of the kitchen wearing a white apron and a chef's hat, bringing out a plate of appetizing guabao roe. "Si Yuan, the dishes are ready. We're short on staff, and discussing organizational matters is prohibited during restaurant business hours." Alright, which table is this for? Let me see. Table 8. Si Yuan dropped the report in his hand, stood up to take the guabao roe, glanced at the bill, and headed towards table 8. Bai Nian shook his head helplessly, lightly rubbing his wrist. The ability organization cannot reveal itself in the city, so every ability team that protects the city hides in various forms. Bai Nian's organization, 1027, codenamed Peace, appears to be a restaurant, but is actually a 5-star hotel. Everyone in Jin City knows that Bai Nian is an excellent cook. Bai Nian took off his chef's hat side and called the organization, seeking assistance. This incident is definitely not simple. The person they captured is likely just a scapegoat. After hanging up, he took a short break, preparing to go back to the cafeteria to get the ingredients needed for tomorrow. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and the Peace Hotel will surely be packed. Even now there are already many people at the Peace Hotel, and he heard the light footsteps of a girl behind him. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. May I ask if you're a teacher, Bai Nian?" Bai Nian turned around to see a girl in a black cloak in front of him. The badge on the cloak bore the character Knight, which is the insignia of the Special Abilities Team, no Night Team. "That's me, and you are?" "Hello, Qing Yin." Qing Yin smiled and extended her hand. Bai Nian reached out to shake it, glancing behind her with a hint of confusion. "Is it just you?" The badge cannot be mistaken. This person is indeed a member of the Special Abilities Team, no Night Team. But isn't this a bit too fast? He just finished the call. I'm resting this afternoon. Everyone else is already on the plane." Qing Yin nodded, her blue backpack still slung over her shoulder, clearly just having finished school. "What happened?" Qing Yin asked softly. She had been part of the organization for a year now, and during that time she had executed a task on average once a month. However, this month was particularly busy. It was only the beginning of the month, and she had already gone out for 3 missions. This left her with considerably less time with Xiao Yanqin. She had simply placed Xiao Yanqin in the orphanage where Lu Qingshi normally stayed, but she was also surprised to find out that Lu Qingshi was actually an orphan. "Follow me." Bai Nian shook his head helplessly and took off his apron to lead Qing Yin. He opened the small compartment at the back of the kitchen. Behind it was a dimly lit passage. Bai Nian bent down and crawled in, while Qing Yin, being considerably shorter, did not need to bend. She followed behind Bai Nian, curiously examining the small dark passageway, until Bai Nian stopped. He pushed open the iron door in front of him. The moment the door opened, Bai Nian smelled a strange foul odor. He rushed inside, where the man tied to the chair had already lost his breath. "TSK. Too late again." Bai Nian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he looked at the lifeless body. Did he take the medicine? This strange smell. Qing Yin walked over, her nostrils twitching slightly, her brows furrowing. The air was thick with a putrid stench, and the man tied to the chair had his head tilted awkwardly, his body beginning to rot, chunks of skin falling away, dark red blood dripping onto the floor. Recently, Jin City has been unstable. There have been continuous disappearances, and the missing persons are all a group of homeless individuals that no one cares about. I suspect these people are the targets of the attacks. So our people disguise themselves as homeless, but coincidentally this man was about to attack our people. When he realized something was wrong, he tried to flee, but was captured. However, after being caught, he couldn't reveal anything. The lead ended with him. Bai Nian put on gloves preparing to handle the body before tossing a mask to Qing Yan. Put this on and it'll take care of the body. Don't move. Qing Yan extended her hand to catch it, putting it on her face. Then white threads floated in the air as she closed her eyes, her figure beginning to levitate. The threads spread toward the corpse, wrapping it entirely. Memories from the corpse surged into Qing Yan's mind. She vaguely saw a few individuals dressed in black coats gathered together. Their faces were unclear, but she could distinctly see that all their coats had a common feature: a skull. How did the experiment turn out this time? They're all dead, all of them. As expected, our experimental materials are dwindling. If this continues, we will inevitably— I know a place with plenty of materials to use. That place is impossible. As long as someone goes missing, it will draw attention. Even if our targets are the homeless, it won't be long before we are discovered. What if I said it was an orphanage? Those children have no parents. If they disappear, no one will care. Besides, children adapt far better than those physically disabled homeless people. Alright, let's proceed with that. You as usual see if you can trick some homeless people back. B, and I will prepare to abduct those orphans. C nodded, no problem. Hearing about the orphanage, Qing Yan's expression changed. She raised her hand, and the fragments of memory dispersed like starlight. Replacing them was another memory. C, with his hands in his pockets, was walking down the street, his gaze scanning back and forth until it landed on a wretched homeless person. The homeless man noticed the gaze and tapped his earpiece. Captain, someone is watching me. Bai Nian's voice came through his earpiece. See you and be careful. Si Yuan nodded, dragging his half-severed leg as he painfully sat on the ground. His heavy military coat was tattered, revealing cotton that had been stained black with dust. His face was covered in grime, and his hair was matted as if he hadn't taken care of it for a long time. He held an uneven small iron bowl, begging from passers-by, until a coin was thrown towards him. Do you want to come with me? I have food. Si smiled, reaching out his hand towards Si Yuan. Si Yuan's pupils flashed as he quickly nodded, fearing the man in front of him would change his mind. Okay. He limped along behind Si, using a small cane that made a clattering sound on the ground. He was moving very slowly, and the man in front showed great patience, not urging Si Yuan along, but kept his hands hidden in his sleeves. Until they turned into an empty alley. Si Yuan's expression turned serious as he watched C's back warily. Suddenly, Si turned around and lunged forward with a transparent syringe towards Si Yuan. Damn! Si Yuan quickly stepped back, startled by C's unexpected attack. His ability was released, revealing the youthful vigor he truly possessed. Si Yuan's power was disguise. He could change his appearance, but once his emotions became unstable or were detected, the disguise would be broken. You're not a homeless person. Just right for you. Si was momentarily surprised, wildly waving the syringe. Si Yuan took a few steps back, spinning his cane in his hand, before swiftly drawing out a short knife, cutting the syringe in half, causing the liquid to spill everywhere. Si looked at the syringe in his hand, panic rising instantly. He turned to run, but was quickly subdued by Si Yuan. There was no need to see what happened next. The scene cut off. Qing Yan withdrew her ability, glancing at the foul-smelling corpse on the ground, coldly stating, Skull's orphanages. Investigate how many orphanages there are in Jin City. Be especially wary of those with skulls. Qing Yan's heart raced. After all, Xiao Yanqin was also in the orphanage, and she still didn't know if he was safe. She turned and ran towards the exit, dialing Su Meng's number. Sister Meng, how many orphanages are there in Jin City? Su Meng paused for a moment before replying. There's only one orphanage in Jin City, but I just bought it today. It's currently being renovated, and the children have already been sent to Shanjing City. What's wrong? Su Meng and Song Chashing moved swiftly, soon converging with Qing Yan. Qing Yan stood with her hands in her pockets, blowing a bubblegum bubble as she awaited their arrival. Draped in a black cloak, she appeared quite languid. I've been waiting for you for ages, she said, straightening up. She wrapped the gum in its paper and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Song Chashing offered an apologetic smile. With practiced ease, he lifted Qing Yan's backpack from her back and slung it over his own shoulder. We were delayed on the way. My apologies. Where's Lu Qingshi? Qing Yan nodded, tilting her head to look behind Song Chashing. Su Meng shook her head. The boss had to go to kindergarten today and took Xiao Yanqin along. But don't worry, they've made plenty of new friends. With that, Su Meng pulled out her phone and sent Qing Yan a photo. It showed Xiao Yanqin wearing a birthday hat, blowing out candles. Behind him stood Lu Qingshi, holding a small shield and keeping a safe distance. A strange girl was stealthily grabbing a handful of cream, sneaking up behind the wish-making Xiao Yanqin, poised to strike. Qing Yan let out a chuckle. It's adorable. She set the photo as her wallpaper, then led Su Meng and Song Chashing to the Peace Restaurant to rendezvous with the Peace Squad. Wait. A sudden outburst shattered the shared memory. Gu Qin slammed the table and shot to her feet. Damn, how did that photo get here? Huh? What photo? Qing Yan stiffened, her pupils trembling. Did Lu Qingshi still keep that photo? So that kid was Xiao Yanqin. Gu Qin muttered under her breath. She pulled out her phone and retrieved the photo from her favorites, showing it to Qing Yan. I never knew who that kid was, but Lu Qingshi said he wasn't an orphan, just staying there for the day. He mentioned it was his birthday, so Lu Qingshi and I pooled our savings to buy him a cake. I see. So that stranger was you. Qing Yan nodded in understanding. Suddenly a pair of hands reached toward her. Pay up. For the cake. Gu Qin demanded, shaking her hand with unjustified confidence. She even gestured to show the size and type of cake. Qing Yan rolled her eyes. She got up and headed to her room, presumably to fetch the money for Gu Qin. As Qing Yin left, Gu Qin's gaze darkened. The special ability squad, Sleepless. Song Chasheng was a member and Lu Qingshi was its captain. Humph. So that's why she couldn't find Lu Qingshi after her afternoon naps. She thought he was secretly studying to get ahead, but he was out on missions. Still hiding it from her, huh? You're finished, Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin's face darkened. A thunderous boom echoed as dark clouds veiled the blue sky, black lightning streaking across the canvas of the heavens. She glanced outside, a sense of dread washing over her. Xiao Yanqin was afraid of the dark, and now the sky had turned pitch black. Damn it. Gu Qin grabbed her coat and shoved her feet into her shoes before dashing out. In her room, Qing Yin was rummaging through her piggy bank. Hearing the thunder, she jerked her head up. Damn. That kid's afraid of the dark. Qing Yin dropped what she was doing and stepped out, but found no trace of Gu Qin. Only an empty room and her coat. Odd, where had that cockroach costume she left on the rack gone? That was the outfit she'd stayed up all night to make for the school gala. But Qing Yin had no time to dwell on it. She turned, stepped onto the windowsill, grabbed the ventilation pipe, and swung herself out. Her feet landed on the balcony below and she jumped down to the ground. She glanced up at the increasingly gloomy sky. The forecast had promised sunshine, but the sudden storm filled her with unease. This reflected Xiao Yanqin's inner world. Such a drastic shift meant something had happened to him. Qing Yin closed her eyes. White threads emerged from her body, spreading across the neighborhood and beyond. Gu Qin reached Xiao Yanqin's doorstep. Seeing the door ajar, a flicker of dread crossed her mind. She rushed inside, shouting Xiao Yanqin. But aside from her own voice, the room was eerily silent. He's not here. A half-open door doesn't look like he left on his own. Something must have happened. Gu Qin clicked her tongue in frustration. She pulled the hood of her coat over her head and looked in the mirror, which reflected her disheveled form. The cockroach costume was flipped upside down, puffed up on her body like a dung beetle's ball of filth that had been rolled for ages. Her lips twitched. How had she not noticed? That ugly outfit hanging in Qing Yin's place looked like some repulsive insect. But Gu Qin couldn't worry about that now. She scanned the room once more, ready to leave, when her foot kicked a jelly bean. She paused, bent down, and picked it up. Those were the jelly beans she'd bought for Xiao Yanqin. Why were they here? Gu Qin's pupils trembled. She began a methodical search for more jelly beans, eventually finding them scattered in a broken line. She followed the trail to the back door downstairs, which was usually locked, but now stood ajar. Frowning, she pushed it open and slipped out. A truck ready to depart was parked at the entrance, its doors tightly sealed, obscuring the contents. But by the side of the cargo door lay the last jelly beans, silent and still. This truck was trouble. Gu Qin licked her lips, her gaze sweeping toward the cab. Two unfamiliar men were whispering to each other. They were too far away for her to make out the words, catching only fragments. The shipment. Delivered to someone once. Frustrated by the indistinct murmurs, Gu Qin stealthily crept to the back of the truck. The door was bolted shut, and a strange sweet scent wafted from the cargo area. She leaned in and sniffed. It was a sleep incense, a type of sedative. The fragrance was peculiar but harmless, inducing temporary unconsciousness without leaving any trace of poisoning. If mysterious fragrance is used in this car, then it is definitely not just a human, but something illicit. Gu Qin squinted her eyes. She decided to follow the vehicle. Cautiously, she moved to the other side of the car. While one man went to the restroom, and the other was distracted by his phone, she quickly slipped into the vehicle. She rolled and hid beneath the seat, waiting quietly. Looking up, she inadvertently caught sight of a notebook that had fallen on the ground. She quickly reached out to retrieve it and flipped through the pages. It contained a list of traffickers and their addresses, along with the amount each person was sold for. Gu Qin quietly flipped through the notebook, her fingers gently exploring the fabric until her gaze fell upon a densely written sheet of paper. Trafficking target Xiao Yanqin, buyer pay yen amount 15 million, along with locations and times where Xiao Yanqin usually appeared, all meticulously detailed across the entire page. Strange. Who is Pei Yen? Why spend so much money to buy Xiao Yanqin? And why is the information so detailed? Could it be that someone is tracking Xiao Yanqin 24 hours a day? But how come she and Qing Yin are unaware of it? With too many questions, Gu Qin pondered repeatedly. However, one thing was certain: Xiao Yanqin was in this car, and there were many others inside who had been trafficked. It seemed action was necessary. Gu Qin stroked her chin, brainstorming methods in her mind. Suddenly, the weight of a seat pressed down on her. She realized that the two men had just gotten into the car. The car's engine emitted a whoosh sound, and the vehicle shook slightly. Gu Qin squinted, watching her limbs cautiously. To be honest, she shouldn't be under the seat. That made one want to grab at their ankles. Gu Qin kept her composure, suppressing her mischievous instincts. Strange, where did my notebook go? The man in the passenger seat was searching the vehicle, and the seat pressed even deeper. Gu Qin felt as if she were about to be squashed flat. Clenching her fist, she pushed the book to the side of the seat. The man in the passenger seat bent down, puzzled as he picked up the book, muttering, "Strange, how did this book end up here? This cannot be lost. The wizard wrote spells on it. As long as we write down the target's name, all their information will be revealed. If it gets lost, you know the consequences." The man in the driver's seat replied, spinning the steering wheel with a cigarette in his mouth. The passenger nodded. It was just a moment of carelessness, don't you think? What? He suddenly bent down to look under his seat, but instead of a face, he was confronted with an enormous cockroach. Damn it. The man in the passenger seat screamed in terror. "Stop the car. Quickly stop the car. There's a cockroach." The driver Su Feng looked at Zhang Cheng with a somewhat speechless expression. He stopped the car and nudged Zhang Cheng with his arm. You're overreacting. There can't possibly be a cockroach in this car. Su Feng bent down to look under the seat, and right in front of his face was a cockroach nearly the size of a human. The cockroach even flipped over and waved at him. Damn. Su Feng bent down to look under the seat, and right in front of his face was a cockroach nearly the size of a human. The cockroach even flipped over and waved at him. Damn. A cockroach. Why is it so big? And it freaking waved at me, Su Feng struggled on the seat, feeling blood rush to his head, as his rationality was completely overwhelmed. He flailed about like a pig being slaughtered for the new year. The still-lit cigarette fell onto Zhang Cheng's arm, the hot ash burning him. Zhang Cheng immediately slapped Su Feng. Watch your temper. Calm down. How could there be a cockroach greeting you? Zhang Cheng bent down, unbuckled his seatbelt, pulled out a small knife, and once again looked under the seat. But when he looked again, he found nothing there. Where's the cockroach? Zhang Cheng looked at the bottom of the car in astonishment. He reached out to pat Su Feng, but encountered a soft, mushy texture. What is this feeling? He muttered softly, just as he was about to rise to check. A foot suddenly kicked towards his face. Your dad is here. Without the seatbelt holding him, Zhang Cheng flew out, rolling down the slope. Gu Qin clapped her hands, glancing at Su Feng, who had fainted from shock, and stealthily grabbed a key from his waist. Taking advantage of the chaos between Su Feng and Zhang Cheng, she slipped out from the back and suddenly appeared to scare Su Feng unconscious, then kicked Zhang Cheng away, her movements flowing seamlessly. Gu Qin jumped out of the car, dusting herself off and admiring her cockroach outfit. Believe it or not, it looked quite good. Xiao Yanqing curled himself into a ball, tears at the corners of his eyes. It seemed the effects of the drug were wearing off. He opened his eyes to the pitch-black surroundings where many children like him lay tied up, sprawled out here and there. Xiao Yanqing's body trembled constantly, his eyes tightly shut, even his breathing quickened. Fear. So afraid. Where's this? Who will come? Who will save me? Suddenly the face of Gu Qin, smiling and patting her chest, flashed in his mind, looking so confident. From now on, your safety is in my hands. He let out a sob. Why did I suddenly think of her? We've only met once, and she confidently promised to protect me, yet she didn't even collect a protection fee. A liar. You are a liar. No one will come to save you, and no one will notice your signal for help. Tears crystal clear rolled down Xiao Yanqing's face, splattering onto the ground, and leaving dark little. Suddenly a beam of light pierced through the dark room. Xiao Yanqing looked up sharply to see a giant cockroach in front of him. Did I just hear someone calling me a liar? Gu Qin squeezed and smiling as she extended her hand toward Xiao Yanqing. Speaking of honesty, I always keep you. I'm here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiao Yanqing. You. Xiao Yanqing squinted, his eyes stinging from the sudden light. The tears that had been swirling in his eyes finally fell plopping down. Gu Qin stepped forward, raising an eyebrow as she pulled Xiao Yanqing up, and simply wiped away the tears staining his face with her sleeve. Stop crying, let's talk later. We need to get out of here first. Xiao Yanqing took a step back, sniffing as he wiped his face with his sleeve. His voice was choked with sobs and somewhat unclear. No. Why are you dressed so ugly? Gu Qin replied. Just keep crying. Afterward, Gu Qin called the police and an ambulance. All the children in the car were rescued. Zhang Cheng, who had just climbed back up after rolling down, ran into the police and was immediately arrested. However, when Gu Qin reported the incident, the police almost arrested her as well. After all, no one would wander around dressed in a giant cockroach costume. Though Xiao Yanqing had woken up, he still couldn't resist Gu Qin and ended up going to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Xiao Yanqing was fine, and the abducted children were also safe. Zhang Cheng and Su Feng were sentenced, but none of this concerned Gu Qin anymore. She sat with her legs crossed, one hand holding the book filled with information on human trafficking, her fingers gently rubbing the worn pages. She closed her eyes, feeling the residual energy within the book. The targets written in the book were comprehensive, but it could only record events from the previous day, with a retention period of merely 4 hours. Now the book had turned into blank pages, leaving no trace behind. This ability to spy seems a bit familiar, doesn't it? Gu Qin murmured softly. At this moment she had changed back into ordinary clothes as strongly requested by the police, since it was too torturous to suppress laughter while working. Although they had received professional training, they couldn't withstand Gu Qin's outfit. Her delicate face was completely covered by the cockroach costume, revealing only her nose, eyes, and mouth. The cockroach jacket was bulging like a ball, with its antennae standing upright, swaying with her movements. Before she could speak, one couldn't help but laugh at Gu Qin's appearance. So they simply let Gu Qin change back into her regular clothes. That said, Xiao Yanqing reflected on the earlier scene, where Gu Qin spoke with the police, and still felt somewhat dazed. He lay on the bed feeling numb, tilting his head to watch Gu Qin, who seemed troubled and lost in thought, mumbling something he couldn't understand. Finally, in frustration, he gently placed the book he was holding on the table, clenched his hand into a fist, and slammed it down, then stomped furiously. Once everything was settled, she gently patted the book on the table, and softly comforted, that was just a bad review. Let's not look at it. Xiao Yanqing replied. Sometimes he really felt that Gu Qin was like an AI, but AI wouldn't be this inexplicably strange. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Qin Yin rushed in, panting, and angrily shouted Gu Qin. At that moment, Gu Qin was animatedly moving her body. One foot was on the ground, her knees slightly bent, while the other leg was straight, half of her waist lifted in the air. She was throwing punches at the air, and when she heard someone calling her, she turned to stand upright. I'm here, what's wrong, Qing Yan? Where's Xiao Yanqing? Why didn't you tell me? Running off so fast by yourselves. Do you know how worried I was about Qing Yan walked over, pulling on Gu Qin's ear with one hand, and tugging Xiao Yanqing's ear with the other, shouting at the two of them. Her anger had swallowed her rationality, leaving only concern for them. Xiao Yanqing looked at the furious girl, and felt that she looked very familiar. He stood frozen, completely forgetting the slight pain in his ears. You are Auntie. Xiao Yanqing was taken aback. The hazy memory was completely unveiled from the mist. He remembered Qing Yan, his most beloved aunt, but one day she disappeared, and then he was taken in by the Pei family until recently, when they completely abandoned him. Long time no see, Xiao Yanqing. Qing Yan let go of her hands and looked apologetically at the boy in front of her. Although she secretly visited Xiao Yanqing every day, it was the first time he saw her. Auntie, you. Xiao Yanqing's gaze fell on Qing Yan's face. Her hair was still in a high ponytail, a few strands falling by her ears. She wore a school uniform, and her youthful face was slightly flushed, probably from running earlier. She looked just like his aunt when he was 4 years old. 4 years old. Xiao Yanqing suddenly realized something. A sharp pain shot through his brain as disordered memories surged forth, causing his entire body to ache, as if it were being violently slammed into the ground, continuously kicked. A sense of dizziness filled Xiao Yanqing's mind. He felt his vision blur, and even the surrounding sounds were indistinct. Xiao Yanqing. Xiao Yanqing slammed down hard towards the ground. Qing Yan tried to reach out to catch him, but he slipped through her hands. Fortunately, Gu Qin reacted quickly and prevented Xiao Yanqing from hitting the ground. Gu Qin gently placed Xiao Yanqing on the bed and prepared to press the call button, but was stopped by Qing Yan. Standing still, she looked down at her hands, and her original body suddenly began to turn transparent, flickering and becoming ethereal. Useless. Xiao Yanqing has started to reject me. He has already sensed it, which is why I have never been able to reveal myself to him. I am already dead, and my body is forever trapped in this year. Qing Yan crossed her arms, shaking her head helplessly. She had died long ago. Now she merely existed as a spiritual entity in Xiao Yanqing's memories, destined to vanish. Qing Yan closed her eyes, white threads emanating from her body. Gu Qin distinctly felt the fluctuations of energy in the room, and then Qing Yan's form gradually shifted from ethereal back to her original state. Are you okay? Gu Qin leaned in, reaching out to poke Qing Yan's face. Just as Qing Yan opened her eyes, her face was right in front of Gu Qin's, the two of them, so close that they could feel each other's breath. That's too close. Qing Yan's face flushed instantly, and she pushed Gu Qin away forcefully. Gu Qin placed her hand on her neck, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips, as an air of effortless confidence graced her face. With a swift sidestep, she evaded Qing Yan's hand, which thrust forward from behind her and met nothing but air. Bracing her hands on the ground, she executed a full flip and landed steadily on her feet. So, how about my perfect dodge? Pretty cool, huh? Gu Qin arched both eyebrows, speaking with a cheeky tone. She then instantly wiped the grin off her face, hands on her hips, in a serious demeanor. Never mind that. How are you? How is Xiao Yanqing? Xiao Yanqing is fine. It's just a stress reaction caused by two conflicting streams of memory colliding in his mind. When he wakes up, tell him that seeing me was an illusion. You must erase my existence. He has already remembered me. I'm really sorry to trouble you. Qing Yan's voice sounded somewhat weak. She sat down wearily on a nearby stool, her once rosy cheeks now pale. Gu Qin naturally noticed Qing Yan's change, her eyes darkening. Qing Yan's condition was far from fine, and she had only mentioned that Xiao Yanqing was okay, deliberately avoiding talking about herself. Qing Yan must be hiding something. Oh, by the way, can you take a look at this for me? Gu Qin pointed at the book lying quietly on the table, tactfully steering clear of the topic. Since Qing Yan wasn't saying anything she knew, she wouldn't get an answer anyway. Qing Yan's gaze fell upon the book beside her. She reached out and flipped through it, only to find it completely blank, not a single word. What do you want with a blank book? No, that's not right. Her fingers gently traced the cover of the book, her expression shifting dramatically. She frantically turned the empty pages as if searching for something. This aura is wrong. This thing doesn't belong to this world. I didn't bring this here. Gu Qin shook her head. She shrugged and briefly described how the book worked. Where did you get this book? Qing Yan's gaze darkened, her expression turning grave. No wonder Xiao Yanqing's memories were in disarray. It seemed deliberate. It was when you tried to catch up with us on foot, but by the time you arrived we had already been taken away by the police. You came all the way for nothing. Qing Yan. That was it. The reason she had been absent all this time was that she had relied purely on her exceptional physical fitness to run and find Xiao Yanqing. But just as she located him, Xiao Yanqing and Gu Qin got into a police car. After learning they had gone to the hospital, Qing Yan ran all the way there on foot, which was why she was so late. But because she was so worried, she had rushed straight into Xiao Yanqing's hospital room and collided with him head-on. Qing Yan didn't want to relive that embarrassing memory. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She had been so worried about Xiao Yanqing that she had completely forgotten she could take a taxi. By the time she realized it, she was already on the outskirts of the city with no cabs in sight. Qing Yan quickly changed the subject to cover up her humiliation. She rubbed her chin, crossed her legs, and stared at the book in her hand with confusion. But what's their goal? Xiao Yanqin is just an ordinary person. Could it be related to the Pei family? After all, the Pei family appeared in this book before. Gu Qin sat on the bed, her fingers gently tapping the soft mattress as she pondered. It seems we need to pay a visit to the... Gu Qin stood up, grabbed her coat from the rack, and headed for the door. The Pei family. I hadn't thought of that. But how are you going to get there? Climb through the window. Xing Yin thought for a moment, then got up and followed Gu Qin. As she left, she glanced back at Xiao Yanqin, who was still unconscious, and shook her head helplessly. Why would I climb through the window? It's not like I'm delivering candy to the Pei family. Gu Qin shrugged. Mid-sentence, a sudden realization struck her, and she slammed her arm onto Qin Yan's shoulder. That's right. Why don't I deliver candy to the Pei family? Qin Yan, you've just given me an idea. Held by Gu Qin, Qin Yan's ears flushed red. She turned her head away and reached out to push Gu Qin's approaching face. Too close. Shortly after the two left the ward, a dark figure slipped in through the window. Then a shadow loomed over Xiao Yanqin, who was still lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Xiao Xingyan walked down the corridor, holding a file, an air of exhaustion seeping out uncontrollably. It wasn't his fault, he had been in meetings for days straight. He wondered what the Academy of Supernatural Abilities would be like in his absence. But with the special supernatural squad stationed there, it should be fine, right? After all, the captains of Sleepless and Instant Kill were both there. He loosened his tie, leaned against the window, and sparked a flame between his fingers to light a pocky stick. Smoking was prohibited at headquarters, and Xiao Xingyan wasn't fond of it anyway. But they say smoking relieves stress, so he simply lit a pocky stick instead. Both were long and slender. Close enough, he figured. Xiao Xingyan found himself missing Gu Qin. Whenever he was under pressure, she would pester him, and he'd vent all his frustration in a burst of anger. As Xiao Xingyan mused to himself, the pocky stick between his fingers grew shorter and shorter until a gust of wind blew out the tiny flame. He looked up and saw two familiar figures dart past him, accompanied by a biting wind and a thick aura of killing intent. This is... Xiao Xingyan squinted, recognizing the silhouettes. His jaw dropped, and the pocky stick fell from his hand, snapping in two on the ground. Wasn't that Lu Qingshi and Ace, the captains of Sleepless and Instant Kill? Hadn't he just thought that both special supernatural squads were stationed at the academy only for them to appear right before his eyes the next second? Then who was in charge of the academy? Lu Qingshi held a coat in one hand and kept the other in his pocket. He walked up to the closed door and delivered a fierce kick. The door caved in with a dent, then slammed onto the ground with a loud bang, knocked flat. Ace said nothing upon seeing Lu Qingshi's fury. He stepped inside, knowing full well that Lu Qingshi was angry. Of course he was furious too. His two students were still missing, their fate unknown. And then there was his squad member Su Meng. Someone had to answer for this. The room was empty save for a desk, an office chair, a whiteboard, a row of bookshelves, and a potted plant. Lu Qingshi tossed his coat onto the desk and walked over to the bookshelf. He reached out, touched a red book, and gently turned it. With a creak, the bookshelf swung open, revealing a hidden chamber. Lu Qingshi's face bore no expression as the air around him crackled with energy. Ace understood that this was caused by Lu Qingshi's abilities. The room he had just opened was not an ordinary one, but a confined realm of powers. Entering required a substantial amount of energy, and every moment spent inside would drain his own supply, relying solely on his own capabilities to see and find what he needed. The books inside, however, were divine tomes rumored to be remnants left by deities, preserved only within the realm of powers, who once taken out, they would turn to ashes. Naturally, Lu Qingshi possessed the abilities to enter. He turned his head to glance at Ace, his tone flat and devoid of any discernible emotion. Can you keep up? Yes. Ace nodded, removing his coat and hanging it on a nearby rack before stepping into the realm of powers. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Ace's heart raced as more than half of his internal energy was siphoned away. Being clever in the Basin realm, he was already exceptional among the different types of abilities. His steps faltered slightly, but he quickly steadied himself. After all, he was the captain of a special abilities team known for his adaptability. He took a deep breath, adjusting the flow of energy within his body. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he opened his eyes, fully capable of moving within the realm now. He'll head to Area C. Ace turned towards the section marked with the C area sign. The interior of the realm resembled a library divided into 3 sections, A, B, and C, each containing thousands of divine tomes, all jumbled together, making it even harder to search. This is troublesome. Lu Qingshi nodded, then picked up a tome, flipping through it briefly before putting it back. It seemed that moving about in the realm was quite easy for him, no different from being outside. Ace's gaze darkened. Just how powerful was Lu Qingshi's ability? In this realm, he showed no sign of effort, as if it were as simple as drinking water. Ace sighed helplessly. He raised his hand, using his energy to retrieve a divine tome from the shelf. His fingers lightly brushed over the paper. It was his first time here, and the divine tomes were no different from the books in the library. However, it was rumored that these were handwritten by deities. Ace thought to himself as he gently turned a page, revealing a series of strange symbols. Each character's strokes appeared in the most unexpected places, while punctuation seemed to sprout wings as if ready to take flight. Ace's mouth twitched. He was skeptical and picked up another book, but it still had the same chaotic script. This font was just as ugly as the handwriting of Gu Qin's little dog. So hideous. With experience correcting Gu Qin's assignments, Ace found he could manage to read the divine tome in his hands at least better than nothing. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling as if his eyes were being tormented by mosquitoes. Sometimes not having anything at all would be preferable. The two continued to browse, unaware of how much time had passed, until Lu Qingshi's calm voice broke the silence. Lu Qingshi raised his hand, shaking the divine tome he held. His expression remained unchanged as he read in a flat tone. Shattering Mingzi, a creature resembling ginseng, but not quite humanoid, blackish yellow, when fully formed, capable of stealing and controlling dreams, mischievous in nature, and enjoys preying on memory-based beings. They live in Chongqing Ridge, and their numbers are scarce. Note, unless you win millions in the lottery, you won't encounter one. End of note. Memory-based beings. Ace remained silent for a moment before closing the book in his hands. But there are no abilities related to memory among the students of the Ability Academy. Memory-based beings naturally included those with memory-related powers, yet there were no memory-related students in the academy. The condition of them suddenly appearing at the Ability Academy was already untenable. No, there's one, a member of the Special Abilities Team Knight, who can manipulate memory. The victim of the Jincheng orphanage incident, Qin Yan. Lu Qingshi closed the book and returned it to the shelf, noticing Ace's face had turned pale. He added, "Let's talk outside." The moment the two stepped out of the realm, the bookshelf returned to its original state, as if it had never been disturbed. Ace's internal energy flow immediately went out of control, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Qingshi reached out and grabbed Ace's hand. It seemed he was not affected by the realm, helping Ace to a chair. Leaning back, Ace rested against the desk behind him, crossing his long legs and folding his arms, his expression calm and indifferent. Ace adjusted the flow of energy within him, slightly feeling a bit better. His gaze deepened as he slowly spoke. "Isn't Qin Yan already? But, have you heard of the memory prison?" Lu Qingshi spoke slowly. Upon hearing memory prison, Ace's pupils trembled for a moment before he regained his composure. After all, he was the captain of a special team possessing strong capabilities for resisting fear and emotional regulation. He knew very well what the memory prison was. It was one of the 10 forbidden techniques. It forcibly extracts the souls of the living from their bodies, sealing them permanently within memories to obtain others' powers. Due to its brutal methods, it was classified as a forbidden technique, but he never expected Lu Qingshi would resort to such means against his own team member. Lu Qingshi, despite his seemingly cold demeanor, was fiercely protective of his own. It was inconceivable that he would cruelly harm a teammate. What exactly had happened back then? He had seen the girl named Qin Yan before. She was cheerful, her eyes filled with light, often accompanied by a child named Xiao Yanqin. Unfortunately, she was permanently sealed during the Jincheng orphanage incident. Although he found something off about it, he ultimately lacked the authority to investigate. Ace's brows furrowed slightly, his fingers gripping tightly in his sleeves, his eyes faintly revealing red streaks. This is what Qin Yan thought, as she knew she wouldn't survive. So she asked me to seal her soul within Xiao Yanqin's memories, Ace muttered softly. Xiao Yanqin. It turns out they're not just sharing a name. So, your plan is to sell candied hawthorn at the gate of the pay. Qin Yan was using a stick to serve yogurt skewers to Qing Wang, reluctantly handing one to Gu Qin. Shouldn't they be barging into the Pei family and robbing everything instead? Yet selling candied hawthorn. What do you know? I'm just a little girl selling candied hawthorn. Gu Qin took the candied hawthorn that Qin Yan had prepared and rolled it in the pot. The hawthorn wrapped in yogurt was covered with a crystal clear candy coating. Then Gu Qin dipped the yogurt-covered hawthorn into ice water for a moment before coating it with the prepared milk skin and finally rolling it in the pot for a layer of candy coating. Gu Qin placed the candied hawthorn into the freezer and then began making the next batch. Qin Yan watched this scene, her lips twitching. Are you going to light the candied hawthorn later and then see sparks and have hallucinations? Do you think you're the little match girl? Qin Yan pinched her aching nose, feeling as if she was hallucinating. Gu Qin shouldn't be here. How do you know? Gu Qin stretched her hand around Qin Yan's shoulder, while the other hand shoved a freshly coated candied hawthorn into Qin Yan's mouth. The uncooked candy coating was sticky and smeared onto Qin Yan's clothes, leaving trails of white threads. Silence, Qin Yan tapped Gu Qin's head. She glared at Gu Qin, and then silently began threading fruit skewers, as if having spent too long with Gu Qin, she even threw a combination punch at the air. Qin Yan, feeling annoyed, swung her fists, causing the fruits in her hand to fly out and roll several circles on the ground, landing right by Gu Qin's feet. Gu Qin, not paying attention, was biting into a piece of fruit, preparing to put the last candied hawthorn into the refrigerator, but slipped on the fruit and crashed towards Qin Yan. Watch out, watch out. Get out of the way. Hearing Gu Qin's shout, Qin Yan turned her head in confusion, only to see Gu Qin getting closer and suddenly stopping in front of her, flailing her limbs exaggeratedly, like seaweed floating in water. Qin Yan. Bang. With a sound, Gu Qin fell to the ground like a paper toy, her candied hawthorn held high above her head, not dropping to the floor. Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity, bring on the red envelopes. Gu Qin said somewhat stiffly. Qin Yan. She glanced at the clear sky outside, where it was over 20 degrees, and there wasn't even a snowflake in sight. It's still summer. Gu Qin awkwardly got up from the ground, put the candied hawthorn into the freezer, and began to clean up the candy coating that had spilled everywhere from her fall. Although the hawthorn hadn't fallen, the candy coating had gotten sticky everywhere, easily attracting the southern ponytail gentleman. This won't do. Qing Yin helped out beside her, handling the housework and tidying up the kitchen with ease. After the two of them finished everything, the candied hawthorn in the freezer was nearly frozen. They prepared a thermal box and a small cart and set off. This time their task was to sell candied hawthorn at the entrance of the Pei family for 1 yuan per skewer. Qing Yin reluctantly followed behind Gu Qin, holding an umbrella and shielding her face over and over. Gu Qin, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned, cheerfully shouting as if she didn't feel tired at all, bouncing along the way. Candied hawthorn. Hawthorn. 1 yuan per skewer. Many people hurried over upon hearing the call, for it was rare for someone to sell candied hawthorn outside in the summer, especially for 1 yuan a skewer. The price seemed off, instantly piquing the curiosity of customers who eagerly reached out for Gu Qin's candied hawthorn. It wasn't until the two of them appeared at the Pei family's entrance that Huang Qi heard Gu Qin's cries, feeling it was somewhat strange. After all, the Pei family was quite far from the city, and their sudden appearance here must have some mystery. He leaned out from the second-floor room, watching vigilantly at the entrance of the Pei family, where a little girl with a cart of candied hawthorn was shouting, followed by a person holding an umbrella. The umbrella obscured the view, making it impossible to see who was inside. Uncle Huang, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Young master, you can't eat yet. Wait until you recover, okay? Huang Qi replied, pushing his glasses as he walked to Pei Ze's bedside, gently holding out the dark medicinal soup near Pei Ze's lips. Pei Ze propped himself up and skillfully drank the medicinal soup in one go. The air was filled with a bitter taste, but Pei Ze seemed already numb to it, showing no expression. Huang Qi watched Pei Ze finish the medicine, respectfully bending down to take the bowl away before closing the room. Pei Ze looked painfully at the dark ceiling. The room was quiet, with only the sound of the liquid dripping from the shelf, the glucose sustaining Pei Ze's life. He had been lying like this for a long time, as if the world had been paused. He really wanted to go downstairs. And he really wanted to eat candied hawthorn. Suddenly the dark room was illuminated by sunlight, stabbing Pei Ze's eyes painfully. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, and the syringe in his hand moved slightly, causing him to wince in pain. He turned to look at the light, and saw a strange girl shaking a skewer of candied hawthorn at him, still chanting, candied hawthorn. Hawthorn. 1 yuan per skewer, do you want some? It's really delicious. You? Pei Ze was momentarily stunned. Perhaps the sunlight was too glaring, or perhaps the candied hawthorn's crystal-like reflection hurt his eyes, making everything feel like an illusion. Gu Qin hurriedly climbed up, placing the thermal box from her back on the ground, and walked in front of Pei Ze. Candied hawthorn, do you want to eat? I. Pei Ze opened his mouth, his gaze landing on the candied hawthorn that emanated a sweet aroma. In the whole room filled with the scent of medicinal soup, it seemed out of place. Each piece of fruit was covered in candy, quietly strung together, as if beckoning to Pei Ze. Pei Ze opened his mouth, his eyes brimming with tears, as if to say he really wanted to eat that candied hawthorn. Gu Qin reached out and stuffed the candied hawthorn into Pei Ze's mouth. Her nose twitched as she smelled the medicinal soup in the air, which was the medicine needed for scurvy. Thinking of this, Gu Qin's gaze darkened again. Hadn't the Pei family bought the medicine for scurvy? Why hadn't Pei Ze recovered until now? Moreover, according to the timeline, in reality her potion should have taken effect long ago. Gu Qin stroked her chin, briefly scanning the equipment in the room. Her nose twitched slightly, and her brows furrowed in confusion. Strange, why was there still a faint scent of ginseng in the air? Isn't blood poisoning most averse to invigorating blood with ginseng? Thinking of this, Gu Qin's gaze dimmed as it fell upon Pei Ze, who was chewing on a candied hawthorn. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in her mind. She extended her delicate fair hand and said, "Hello, pay up. How much?" Pei Ze was taking small bites of the candied hawthorn. The icy coating shattered in his mouth, making a crisp sound, while the fruit burst open, flooding his taste buds with sweet juice. After all, having eaten her food, it was only reasonable to pay. He picked up his phone, which was quietly lying on the bedside, preparing to transfer the payment to Gu Qin. 100 million. Gu Qin said calmly. 100 million. Pei Ze exclaimed. What? His voice trembled, and even his volume rose a few notches. 100 million, Gu Qin reiterated calmly. Did you not say 1 yuan? Pei Ze's face paled slightly. Gu Qin's words made his breathing quicken. His already pale face appeared even more ghastly. Gu Qin shook her hand and emphasized, 100 million is correct. Since you can't pay, then you'll have to compensate with yourself. After saying this, Gu Qin slapped her hand on Pei Ze's back. With that, he blacked out. Gu Qin stuffed some necessary medicines into her pocket and threw Pei Ze over her shoulder like a sack, turning towards the half-open window. It would be easy to jump down from here. As Gu Qin thought this, she stepped on the window frame with one foot and held onto the glass with the other hand, leaving deep fingerprints. Just as she was about to jump down, a sudden sound of a door opening came from behind her. It was not a strange and urgent voice, but a lively female voice. Qing Yin twisted the doorknob with one hand and leaned against the door, her voice filled with mild complaint. Gu Qin, you're so slow. Just as Gu Qin was about to jump down, she heard Qing Yan's voice. She lowered her leg that was about to leap and turned to face Qing Yan. What are you doing here? Did you come in through the front door? Qing Yan confidently raised her chin, her gaze sweeping over the entire room until it landed on Gu Qin. She squinted, her eyes lingering on Gu Qin until her gaze fell on the unconscious Pei Ze. I didn't hear anything from you for a long time, so I barged in. Don't worry, I used my powers to put them to sleep. No one will know we came here. Let's first look for clues then. What are you doing carrying Peize? Taking him away, didn't we say we need clues? This is the clue. Gu Qin patted Peize's thigh and walked confidently towards Qing Yan. You should have said that earlier, I wouldn't have had to climb out the window. Qing Yan replied. Forget it, I'm used to it. Qing Yan let out a bitter laugh as she rubbed her forehead. Their plan this time was to infiltrate the Pei family and find evidence of human trafficking directly, alerting the police to intervene in the Pei family. But now Gu Qin had simply taken Peize away. What was the point of calling the police? Were they going to have the police arrest Gu Qin? The two of them went down the stairs, and Gu Qin even flashed a peace sign at the corner of the stairs right at the surveillance camera. So blatant it seemed as if she was telling the Pei family, I'm here. I've taken your son. I'm leaving. Pure provocation. Are you about to leave your ID card at the Pei family's doorstep? Qing Yan kicked Gu Qin's, but in exasperation. Carrying Peize, she walked down the stairs. Her gaze swept across the hall where all the servants of the Pei family lay on the ground unconscious. This was her ability. She merely stirred the servants' memories, causing them to fall asleep without endangering their lives. They would wake up shortly and forget everything that had just happened. However, Qing Yan squinted her eyes. She scanned each person 1-2. Strange. Why did it feel like one person was missing? As Qing Yan pondered this, Gu Qin spoke up beside her. Wow, great idea. Qing Yan, you are so smart. Hearing Qing Yan's words, Gu Qin seemed to have an epiphany. She actually fished her ID card out of her pocket and placed it prominently in the Pei family's living room. Qing Yan exclaimed. Are you crazy, Gu Qin? Why don't you just stand here and wait for the Pei family to bring your cop? Qing Yan shot Gu Qin an incredulous glare, suddenly feeling a killing intent coming from behind her. She turned sharply, and an old face was thrust right in front of her. Qing Yan's pupils trembled. She lifted her foot and kicked fiercely, then quickly moved closer to Gu Qin. Peize, who was slung over her back, jolted a few times and seemed to be waking up. Groggily opening his eyes, he was shocked by the scene before him. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in the center of the living room who had grown dark yellow tentacles, his face twisted in an extremely strange manner, covered in tentacles resembling a ginseng. Peize's heart skipped a beat as he quietly called out, Uncle Huang. WH. Why is there a monster? Oh, you're awake. Gu Qin leaned her head closer to Peize and reached out to lift him from Qing Yan's back, placing him at the stairway. She threw her coat over Peize's shoulders and said, Don't forget the money you owe me. You're mine now, so help me hold this. After saying this, Gu Qin stood next to Qing Yan, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the yellow ginseng in front of her. The ginseng was covered in uneven tentacles. No, it would be more accurate to say short roots. A tuft of green grass sprouted from its head, its complexion waxy yellow, resembling a moving ginseng. They say ginseng looks like a person when it ages, but this is the first time I've seen a person that looks like ginseng. Gu Qin stroked her chin and complained, feeling the air around her swirling ominously. She knew that what lay before her was not a different species, but a mutated one. A mutated species resembling ginseng. This is the first time I've seen this. Gu Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wondered if it could be made into an anti-diarrheal medicine. After all, ginseng is a great tonic. The yellow ginseng licked its lips, and the short roots on its face grew longer. Its greedy gaze remained fixed on Qing Yan as if wanting to devour her. Qing Yan stood still, a few drops of sweat dripping from her forehead. For some reason, she could clearly feel a mysterious power in the air that was continuously absorbing her abilities. Qing Yan had already spread her abilities throughout the entire Pei family, but now the energy within her was rapidly depleting. With no other choice, she could only retract her powers. Her form swayed unsteadily, and she quickly leaned against Gu Qin's shoulder, panting, her voice weak as she whispered in Gu Qin's ear, My abilities have been absorbed by him. Finally, I have found you. Huang Qi licked his lips, the short roots on his face swaying in the air, his eyes unable to suppress the greed within, as if Qing Yan were some delicious food. Gu Qin furrowed her brows, knowing the viciousness of Huang Qi's gaze. She quickly stepped in front of Qing Yan and coldly shouted, Do you enjoy eating the memories of mutated beings? Ha! So delicious, truly delicious. Memories are so tasty, ha ha ha. Huang Qi laughed heartily, his body covered in broken roots swaying along with his excitement. Gu Qin had never seen such a creature and had no idea what he meant by delicious. Like her, he was also an outsider. Moreover, the most critical issue was that Qing Yan could not use her abilities at all now, and she herself had no powers, and there were no potions with her. This is truly thrilling. Little girl, I won't touch you, since you carry the aura of death. Give me the one behind you, and I will spare your life, otherwise I will kill you both. Huang Qi licked his lips, clenching his fists. Gu Qin felt a surge of blood rising within her, as if it were about to explode out of her body. A hint of red blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, realizing the man before her had made his move. Qing Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, her face turning pale in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of her abilities left her gasping for breath, a suffocating sensation flooding her mind. Are you all okay? Peize hurried over, reaching out to help Qing Yan up. He glanced at Huang Qi, then immediately recoiled. He had never seen such a monster. Peize covered his mouth, not daring to breathe, his heart racing. Uncle Huang. Who exactly are you? Pei couldn't hold back peeking out from behind, Gu Qin asking softly. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Huang Qi glanced at Pei then looked back indifferently. He raised his hand, and Pei was instantly lifted into the air and tangled by the short roots. Let go of me. Pei suspended in the air shouted, struggling with his limbs, but could do nothing. Pain coursed through his entire body, every bone creaking ominously. Tears streamed down his face as he looked incredulously at Huang Qi before him. Uncle Huang was the closest person to him in the Pei family. His parents had always been abroad for work, leaving only Uncle Huang with him. But now Uncle Huang seemed so unfamiliar. I missed the old Uncle Huang. It wasn't in vain that I fed you so much blood. Now it's time for you to repay me. Huang Qi's lips curled up as he prepared to drain Pei's blood, when suddenly a violent impact struck his chest, sending him flying. Gu Qin rubbed her head and sat down hard on the ground feeling pain, yet her face remained flushed. The raging blood within her made her feel invigorated, and this impact knocked Huang Qi off balance, causing him to sit on a trash can. Unable to pull himself out, Huang Qi's rear end was firmly stuck in the gilded trash can, his body folded like a flower planted in a pot, the green leaves on his head adding to the absurdity. Gu Qin got up from the ground, rubbed her rear, and approached Huang Qi. What are you going to do? Huang Qi was struggling to free himself from the trash can, but he was stuck too tightly and couldn't muster any strength due to being folded. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him. He looked up just in time to receive a punch from Gu Qin to his left eye. This doesn't look symmetrical, let's fix that. Gu Qin jumped, her fists swinging down from the air currents swirling around her, creating a sonic boom as she struck. The surging blood made it impossible for Gu Qin to hold back, throwing punch after punch. Her spirit was equally exhilarated to the point where she didn't even feel the pain in her fists. Huang Qi felt like an immovable punching bag, thinking she was just an ordinary person without powers, but was actually a damn physical warrior, and one in an excited state at that. Why was she excited? It was all because of him. Huang Qi was about to explode. Even though Gu Qin's punches didn't hurt much, the relentless barrage was starting to crack his composure. The short roots on his body wound around Gu Qin's back, tightly binding her up. Gu Qin struggled against the bindings, feeling like a bug on the ground, trying to break free from the roots' control. But every effort only tightened their grip around her. After rolling for a few times, Gu Qin calmed down. The earlier surge of blood and excitement had made her lose her rationality, and she hadn't noticed the roots behind her. Gu Qin clicked her tongue, feeling somewhat guilty. She was the only combat power on the field now, and because of her impulsiveness, she had turned that power into a liability. She was completely unaware that the blood dripping from the corner of her mouth was falling onto the roots, binding her, and in an instant they absorbed it. Huang Qi smiled oddly. Suddenly his body stiffened, and his pupils trembled. It seemed that the roots had consumed something incredible, something sweeter than memories, making him unable to resist the urge to taste it. Huang Qi's gaze fell on Gu Qin, who was rolling on the ground, a faint smile appearing on his lips. No wonder the aura of death left a mark on you. Your blood is even more delicious. Good things should be shared last, so let me savor a little appetizer first. He manipulated the roots to lift himself up along with the gilded trash can. Although he looked like a hermit crab, at least he could move gradually, making his way towards Qing Yin, who was half kneeling on the ground, struggling to breathe, her entire body devoid of strength. You don't pass out, okay? Monster, let me go quickly. Pei hanging in the air struggled vigorously. The spines of the roots cut into his body, blood flowing profusely, quickly dying, all the roots wrapped around him red. The roots sensed something and gradually loosened their grip on Pei. Freed from the short roots' control, Pei crashed to the floor, tumbling until he collided with Gu Qin sprawled on the ground. A sharp blow to her head sent a bolt of pain through her. Gathering herself with a twist of her waist and abdomen, she forced herself upright, lips pressed tight, for fear of making any sound that might draw Huang Qi's notice. Huang Qi stepped before Qing Yin, seizing her by the throat. A vein stood out along his wrist, his throat bobbed, and his gaze slid over Qing Yin with ravenous appreciation of his delectable prey. Memory-consuming creatures were scarce. He had not smelled the scent of food in a very long time. Qing Yin's complexion had drained to a deathly pallor. Pain marked her features as she gripped Huang Qi's hand with both hands. A pale supernatural energy flared from within her in an effort to wrench free, but it was futile. The energy continued to leak away from her like water seeping through a crack. I'll undo it for you. Pei scrambled to his feet and hurried to Gu Qin's side, crouching to unwind the short roots that had bound her. His hands were stained with blood as the tendrils slackened and fell to the floor. Gu Qin unfastened and without hesitation seized a filthy mop soaked in dirty water. She leaned close to Pei and murmured, "After this is over, come find me. I will cure your blood ailment." Then she flung the mop, sending that foul water splattering everywhere. The rag landed over Huang Qi's head, drenching him. Huang Qi, who had been poised to begin his meal, froze for a moment. He released Qing Yin with a violent shove, turning toward Gu Qin as the predatory amusement in his eyes vanished and was replaced by the anger of one who had been denied his feast. "Have I been too lenient with you?" he demanded. Huang Qi clenched his fists. The short roots behind him swayed like coiled snakes ready to lunge at Gu Qin at his command. Qing Yin was hurled to the ground, rolling before striking the wall and slowly pushing herself upright. Filthy water soaked through her clothes, her face hung with grime and damp. She struggled to her feet and with what little strength she had raised a middle finger at Guqin. Guqin chuckled, rubbed her head, and seeing that Qingyan still had the energy for that rude gesture, allowed herself a small relieved smile. She was not in mortal danger. She exhaled, gave Qingyan a thumbs up and a playful wink. The exchange enraged Huangqi. He lunged in an instant, and in the next breath stood before Guqin, the short roots wrapping her tight and lifting her clear off the floor. Bound and immobile, Guqin ground her teeth and stared at the short roots coiled about her. "I've changed my mind," Huangqi purred. "I've decided to eat you first." Huangqi licked his lips and ran a rough finger along Guqin's cheek. The coarse touch traced the tender skin. The instant his finger brushed her, Guqin bit down hard. There was no iron tang of blood, only an intense ginseng taste. The ginseng dissolved within her, a warm current flooding her stomach. Her strength returned, and even the small abrasions left by the short roots were healed. Guqin's eyes lit up. Lowering her head, she chomped down on one of the short roots binding her. Though a little tough, its flavor was oddly like garlic and carried a restorative virtue. Startled, Huangqi stumbled back, his fingers swiftly regrew. He lacked a nervous system to truly feel pain, but the blow to his pride was profound. He, the predator, had never imagined becoming prey. The unexpected bite seeded a fear within him he had never known. He ground his teeth and glared at Guqin, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Fear gnawed at him, and his powers trembled with instability. The short roots binding Guqin fell away to the floor. Guqin, sated by the bite, wiped her mouth and allowed herself a rueful smile. If only it were skewered and roasted, she mused. A cool, indifferent voice flickered inside her mind. "Skewers?" Guqin's body stiffened, her pupils fluttered. "Lu Qingshi, are you in my head again?" Lu Qingshi's presence answered within her thoughts. He explained, "Qingjian's ability has been weakened. Besides, I checked. This ginseng before you is called Chakanmengzi. It feeds on memories and can steal or manipulate dreams. It likely followed along from Changshengling." Lu Qingshi continued, "I can handle it, but it'll need to borrow your body." Guqin raised an eyebrow. "Since when did you become so polite?" A faint smile tugged at Guqin's lips. She closed her eyes and yielded, allowing Lu Qingshi to steer her body. Lu Qingshi, sharing the borrowed frame, clung to the nearby tea table and retched, his face going ashen, as if he might. The pungent garlic-like scent overwhelmed him. "Guqin, what did you eat?" "Ugh," he gagged. "Don't vomit. It's all good stuff." Guqin urged, frantic to keep him from losing what she had ingested. Guqin forced the body to clamp its mouth shut, preventing Lu Qingshi from vomiting. He tried to press the tongue to induce retching, but she tightened her jaw and shook her head like a stubborn child. The two of them, one mind inside another's flesh, flailed in a grotesque dance, each fighting for control. Peize crouched behind the sofa, watching the bizarre spectacle with mounting dread. Terror crowded his thoughts. What if the creature mutated after they finished eating it? Is this the end of the world? Zombies. Qingjian's brow furrowed at the ugly sensation that crawled in the air. Sure enough, Lu Qingshi had returned. She slapped her own cheek, feeling both exasperated and oddly relieved. Lu Qingshi, though he irritated her, could be on occasion unexpectedly reliable. Then she saw her own reflection mirrored in the eyes of the Guqin before her, and in shock spat a mouthful of blood. What was happening here? A performance of acrobatics meant to mortify Huangqi. She closed her eyes and after a few seconds opened them again. The figure that wore Guqin's face was still at odds with itself, betraying none of the competence she had hoped for. Qingyan surrendered to the absurdity. Huangqi surrendered to it as well. He watched the Guqin alternately trying to induce vomit, and then clutching the wall to stop herself, as if two personalities warred within one body. He stroked his chin, baffled. When had his ginseng ever caused such a schism of spirit? It was supposed to be a life-saving herb, not a lethal one. Huangqi's small eyes brimmed with curiosity. He longed to see what further antics the Guqin might perform. Then a figure suddenly materialized before him, and his entire ginseng specimen was flung backward, as if struck by a gust. Huangqi gaped, utterly dumbstruck. Guqin's figure suddenly dashed out, directly appearing in front of Huangqi. She lifted her foot and kicked Huangqi in the stomach, sending him flying. Guqin shouted in her mind, "I said to lift the right foot first." Lu Qingshi rolled his eyes in silence. The two began to argue in their minds again. They had just been quarreling, but in the next moment they surprisingly agreed to kick Huangqi, simultaneously thinking it was a ceasefire, only to find it was the turning point of a second battle. Guqin rolled up her sleeves, controlling her body. "How about we both take a step back?" "All right." Lu Qingshi looked unwilling, no longer displaying the indifference from earlier. Now he was no different from a quarreling child, starting to control Guqin's feet, delivering a series of kicks to Huangqi, with one kick hitting Huangqi on the head. Huangqi flew up, controlling his short roots behind him to hang in the air, one hand rubbing his face, anger surging in his mind. He never expected that the little girl in front of him could kick him away after arguing with herself like this. He sneered, and the short roots grew back, a powerful ability bursting forth, surrounding the entire room, with bizarrely shaped roots, turning the once splendid villa into something eerie. "Huh. Without your abilities, what can you do now? Just obediently become my food." Huangqi raised his hand, and the short roots charged towards Guqin. "Moi." Guqin let out a disdainful sound, standing still with her hands in her pockets, allowing the short roots to rush towards her. As the roots transformed into sharp spikes and touched Guqin's body her eyes turned dark red, resembling a beast lurking in the night. The roots all softened and disintegrated, turning to ashes before they could reach Gu Qin. What? Huang Qi stared at this scene, momentarily stunned. A sense of panic surged within him, accompanied by a strong fear. What had just happened in that instant? Why had his short roots dissipated? Huang Qi, unwilling to accept this, manipulated the short roots to attack Gu Qin again, but it was futile. Before the roots could touch Gu Qin, they all vanished. Fear loomed like a bottomless black hole, expanding infinitely until it swallowed his rationality. His abilities were ineffective, and Huang Qi panicked, countless short roots flailing around the villa. Gu Qin kept weaving between the roots, using them as platforms to leap to the same height as Huang Qi. With a swift elbow strike, she slammed Huang Qi to the ground, causing all the short roots behind him to break. Gu Qin rubbed her wrist, jumped to the ground, and looked at the chaotic room tangled with roots, frowning slightly. So ugly. She gently raised her hand, and the short roots in the entire room instantly turned to ashes, scattering to the ground, like falling snow, disappearing without a trace. Peize watched this scene, his eyes widening in shock. He shrank back, curling up in fear of the ash burning him, but when it touched him, he felt nothing, and it soon vanished. Qing Yan had already propped herself up, leaning against the wall at the corner of the stairs, tilting her head to observe this scene. Yes, Lu Qingshi had acted to unleash such powers that Gu Qin, before her, had long been completely taken over by Lu Qingshi. Where did Gu Qin go? Once the soul leaves the body, it is challenging to restore it, and moreover Gu Qin had appeared here in the form of a soul. Qing Yan gritted her teeth, struggling to her feet, wobbling as she walked towards Gu Qin. She kicked up a rag at her feet, expertly twirling it in her hand. No matter what, she would not let Lu Qingshi harm Gu Qin, even if she could not even use her abilities in her current state. Qing Yan made up her mind, propping herself up as she charged at Gu Qin with the rag raised. Suddenly Gu Qin spoke up. Damn, is this your ability, Lu Qingshi? Not so impressive. Gu Qin exaggeratedly waved her wrist, mouth agape in disbelief. Qing Yan. The rag in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She clearly realized that the soul controlling the Gu Qin in front of her was Gu Qin herself, not Lu Qingshi. This. How could it be possible? Hearing the thud sound, Gu Qin turned around to see Qing Yan standing frozen with her hands raised, expression blank, the rag she had thrown rolling at her feet. Gu Qin blinked, asking, "What's wrong with you?" "You are Gu Qin?" Qing Yan exclaimed, staring incredulously at the girl before her. "It has always been me." "What's wrong?" Gu Qin pointed at herself, slightly confused as she ran her fingers through her hair. Lu Qingshi's voice echoed in her mind, "Don't get distracted." Got it. Gu Qin's voice was lazy as she patted Qing Yan's shoulder and leaned close to whisper in her ear, "Wait for me, okay?" The warmth by her ear dissipated, and a blush spread across Qing Yan's face. She touched her ear, muttering, "Hun Fu would wait for you." Gu Qin dashed towards Huang Qi, kicking his leg and striking his arm, then hooking Huang Qi up. Huang Qi was utterly unable to retaliate against Gu Qin's attack, and his abilities had vanished without. Now he was just an ordinary person. His physical prowess was no match for Gu Qin. Gu Qin stepped on his knee, delivering a side kick to his head, sending Huang Qi flying out, rolling several times before coming to a stop beside Peize. Peize, frightened, stepped back a few paces, his mind filled with the terror of Huang Qi tying him up earlier to extract his blood. Huang Qi looked at Peize's face as if he had seen a lifeline. He reached out to grab Peize's leg, pleading in agony, "Young master, please save me, I beg you. Senior, please. Don't kill him." Peize kicked Huang Qi's hand away, quickly running outside to hide behind Gu Qin. Though he did not understand what was happening, instinctively he wanted to get closer to Gu Qin. Gu Qin clenched her fist, stepping toward Huang Qi to deliver a fatal blow, when suddenly a white figure flashed in front of Huang Qi. "Senior, please. Don't kill him." P.S. Gu Qin is a joint entity manipulated by Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin is the true consciousness. I hope this does not cause any reading difficulties for everyone. Time rewound to the moment Gu Qin and Qing Yan departed. The books on the table dissolved into shadows, enveloping Xiao Yanqin. Gaoji bent down, placing his hand on Xiao Yanqin's forehead. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. "So this is the depths of that fool's memories, eh? Sigh. I thought I might find some clues, but it's all a mess. You should be grateful you helped me earlier. I've repaid that." Gaoji tossed a candy into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the surrounding supernatural energy shifted, enshrouding the entire ward in an impenetrable film. Gaoji himself transformed as well. His hair lengthened to his waist, cascading like a waterfall. His attire shifted into a Western-style magical robe etched with faint crimson ripples and embroidered with the character for fool at the cuffs. He wore a monocle, its golden pendant dangling in the air, swaying with his every movement. Sigh. If it weren't for that level-suppressing drug, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I was a PO rank level after all, and got crushed down to Xiao rank level. Oh well, let's get down to business. If I hadn't sensed the aura of Xiao Yan on you, I wouldn't have bothered. With that, Gao Ji's black supernatural energy trembled slightly. Xiao Yanqin's memories drifted out from his forehead fragment by fragment. Scenes of childhood, adulthood, youth, but none bore the shadow of Xiao Yan. Gao Ji sighed, helplessly arranged the memories from largest to smallest, then stuffed them back into Xiao Yanqin's head. He sat by the bed. Though I didn't find Xiao Yan, I did discover something else. like a little tail following behind Xiao Yan. What was her name? Qing Yan. That's some good news. So mission accomplished. Catch you later. Gao Ji withdrew the supernatural film from the room, closed his eyes, and as his energy dissipated, his hair returned to its original length, and his clothes reverted to the uniform of the Supernatural Academy. Then his figure vanished from the ward as if he had never been there. Lying in bed, Xiao Yanqin's brows were tightly furrowed. Memories flashed through his mind, cold sweat beating on his forehead and soaking his back. Senior sister. Brother Sure. Where's this? Xiao Yanqin stood still, surrounded by chaos. The air reeked of pungent blood, and even the sky was stained red. Bodies lay strewn across the ground in great numbers. He looked around at the corpses toppled, haphazardly clad in black cloaks embroidered with silver-white leaf emblems. Wasn't this the instant kill supernatural squad that Teacher Ace mentioned in class? The incredibly powerful special supernatural squad. How could they all be dead? Terror swelled in Xiao Yanqin's heart. Bodies everywhere. Some he recognized, some he didn't. Fragments of all kinds scattered on the ground. The stench of blood relentlessly assaulted his nerves, making him retch. He shut his eyes and started running, but suddenly his foot stepped on something. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a skull, cleaved in half. Holy crap! Xiao Yanqin jumped in fright, leaping onto a nearby tree. A dark red sword aura slashed through the air, grazing his hair and cutting off half his shirt hem. The tree he clung to was sheared into a bald stump. Xiao Yanqin. Just as he was about to flee, a familiar figure flashed before him. Lu Qingshi wielding Long In, his icy voice echoing through the bloody graveyard. Gu Qin, have you lost your mind? Gu Qin hovered coldly in the air. Green petals bloomed on her back, undulating like wings. Her white hair floated in the breeze like delicate silk threads, and her light green eyes shimmered with murderous intent. In her hand, she held a dark green whip. Step aside, Lu Qingshi, or I'll kill you too. Gu Qin, how far are you going to take this madness? Lu Qingshi knelt on one knee, blood at the corner of his mouth. One of his arms was severed, the stump exposed to the air, gushing blood. With his other hand, he raised Long In, whose golden scales were mostly shattered. What's the matter? For one person, you've sacrificed the entire supernatural organization. Lu Qingshi, don't you regret it? Or do you think not enough have died? Gu Qin's gaze was frigid, her voice devoid of emotion. Strangeness, fear, and incomprehension flooded Xiao Yanqin's mind. He licked his lips. Brother Sure, what exactly is going on? What is all this about? Seeing Lu Qingshi's wounds, Xiao Yanqin rushed to his side, stripping off his shirt to bandage him. But Lu Qingshi shoved him away. Stumbling backward, Xiao Yanqin fell to the ground. In an instant, a green whip mark struck the spot where he had just stood, gouging a deep furrow into the earth. Mud and blood splattered across Xiao Yanqin's face. Lu Qingshi was dead, killed, saving him. And the killer was his senior sister Gu Qin. Xiao Yanqin, this isn't real, is it? He stood frozen, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his cheeks, pattering onto the blood-soaked mud. Now it's your turn. Gu Qin lashed her whip, aiming straight for Xiao Yanqin. The whip cracked through the air with a sharp swish, hurtling directly toward his head. Holy crap! Xiao Yanqin sat bolt upright, hot tears still clinging to his eyes, soaking the hospital bed. A dream. Was this a dream? Was this all a dream? He clutched his chest, still reeling from the terror. Looking around at the quiet ward with its clean sheets, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant, and the washed fruit on the table, it was a world apart from the bloody graveyard. Here only warmth remained. Without even putting on clothes, Xiao Yanqin leaped out the window barefoot and dashed straight toward the Pei residence. Supernatural energy flickered beneath his feet, and within minutes he burst into the Pei residence. There he saw Gu Qin striking fiercely at Huang Qi. His heart lurched, the dream scene flashing before his eyes. Without a second thought, he flashed in front of Gu Qin, shielding Huang Qi behind him. Senior sister. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Xiao Yanqin, why are you here? No. You remember everything, don't you? Gu Qin withdrew her movement, raising an eyebrow as she observed Xiao Yanqin, who was still catching his breath. She found it rather amusing, or it seemed he had recalled something. Yes, I remember it all. Xiao Yanqin exclaimed excitedly, yet he remained standing before Gu Qin. He spread his arms in a protective stance, shielding Astragalus behind him. Senior. Don't kill him. Gu Qin blinked, shrugged, and expressed profound bewilderment. Why would I kill him? Hearing Gu Qin's words, and seeing her real presence before him, the face that overlapped with the one in his dream, yet lacked the murderous intent of that vision. Indeed, Senior was still Senior, not the monstrous killer of his nightmare. Xiao Yanqin breathed a sigh of relief, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Activating his ability right after waking had exhausted him, especially after such a vivid dream. Then he heard Gu Qin's even more terrifying declaration. This is a precious medicinal herb. Why would I kill it? I need to slice it off piece by piece and use it in my medicine, hee. Xiao Yanqin. No, Senior. He rushed forward, tugging at Gu Qin's clothes to stop her. Gu Qin flexed her wrist, a sinister grin spreading across her face as she approached Astragalus. By now Astragalus could barely even crawl, lying helpless on the ground at her mercy. Without his ability, he was merely an ordinary mutant, no match for Gu Qin in physical combat. Moreover, with the boost from his own ginseng flesh, she fought with reckless abandon. Astragalus regretted following the scent from Chongqing Ridge, and even more so attacking Xiao Yanqin in search of that delicious food. Nothing was more important than his own survival, and falling into Gu Qin's hands meant being devoured. The bites he had already endured were proof enough. Astragalus was weary. He lay sprawled on the ground, closing his eyes, surrendering to the arrival of death. Because. Once your hands are stained with blood, they can never be washed clean. Xiao Yanqin shouted, closing his eyes as he wrapped his arms around Gu Qin's waist, pulling her back with all his might. But he has no blood, he's just a plant. Gu Qin shrugged, pried open Xiao Yanqin's fingers, and walked over to poke Astragalus' face. To be honest, a ginseng shouldn't indulge in wild fantasies, nor should it become human. Astragalus froze his mouth agape before he finally managed to speak. How do you know? Isn't it easy to guess? You used Pei Ze's blood for refinement, making him believe his blood disease hadn't healed. In truth, the blood in his body hasn't been his own for a long time. Otherwise, why do you think I could break free from the bindings? The short root mistook Pei Ze's blood for yours. Gu Qin's eyes betrayed no emotion as she spoke each word deliberately. She was sharp-witted. From the scent of ginseng permeating the room to how Pei Ze's blood had loosened the short root's grip, everything pointed to one truth: this ginseng, before her, sought to become human. Using human blood for refinement is a grave taboo. Even if you hadn't succeeded, I wouldn't have spared you. By the way, my potion is absolutely effective. Xiao Yanqin stood still, listening to Gu Qin's words, stunned. What? Blood refinement? Having just awakened, he knew nothing about Astragalus. All he understood was that he didn't want Gu Qin's hands to be stained with blood, turning her into the terrifying figure from his dream. What do you mean? Pei Ze rushed over and grabbed Astragalus by the collar. What do you mean? Was everything she said true? My illness was cured long ago. Pei Ze's voice was hoarse, his eyes turning bloodshot, his volume rising several decibels. Before meeting Gu Qin, he had spoken so softly and weakly. Why? Why did you do this? Pei Ze erupted in fury as never before, a sight even Xiao Yanqin had never witnessed. Calm down. Gu Qin reached out and patted Pei Ze's shoulder, shaking her head. Letting rage cloud one's judgment was never a wise choice. Lu Qingshi, lend me the dragon's roar. Gu Qin closed her eyes, her voice calm, as if she had already made up her mind. All right. For once, Lu Qingshi didn't argue with Gu Qin. He condensed his ability into a long blade and placed it in her hand. Gu Qin raised the blade, ready to end Astragalus with a single stroke, when suddenly a hand reached toward her. Xiao Yanqin's eyes were filled with worry, his voice tinged with reluctance. But senior. Xiao Yanqin, I know what you're worried about, but rest assured I won't lose control. I promise you. Gu Qin grinned, her voice gentle, yet soothing like a tranquilizer, calming Xiao Yanqin's heart. He finally let go, stepping back and closing his eyes. There was no sound of a blade cutting through flesh. Xiao Yanqin slowly opened his eyes to see Gu Qin holding a ginseng in her hand. Pei Ze sat blankly on the ground, his eyes hollow and vacant, lost in thought. It's all over. Qing Yin whispered softly, struggling to prop herself up and prepare to leave. Now that she was sure Xiao Yanqin was safe and Astragalus was dead, there was no point in staying. She supported herself against the wall with one hand, the other pressed to her chest. The taste of blood in her mouth had faded. She moved her body inch by inch until her head grew heavy, her body light, and she collapsed toward the ground. Gu Qin, Qing Yin, watch out. A figure flashed by. Xiao Yanqin dove beneath Qing Yin, cushioning her fall. He scooped her up and sprinted toward the hospital, vanishing in an instant. Pei Ze remained seated on the ground, his eyes vacant. Gu Qin walked over and patted his shoulder. Hey, do you have a lab at home? I can mix you a potion. Startled by her touch, Pei Ze's pupils gradually focused, returning to normal. What? To treat your illness. Come on, your parents bought my potion, and if there's a problem with the after-sales service I have to fix. Gu Qin's reflection shimmered in Pei Ze's eyes. She slipped on her coat and casually tossed her hair, which cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Though her clothes were stained with a few traces of blood, she bore no wounds. She bent down and extended her hand to Pei Ze. Coming, bro. How is she? Xiao Yanqin paced in the hospital corridor and suddenly saw the operating room lights turn green. The door of the operating room was pulled open and a man in a blue surgical gown walked out. Xiao Yanqin immediately stood up and hurried over. Doctor, how is my aunt? The doctor removed his mask and said, fortunately you arrived early. Hearing the doctor's words, Xiao Yanqin sighed in relief. He patted his chest, but as he listened again he heard the doctor sigh and continue, otherwise she would have died outside. It's fine now. She died inside the room. Xiao Yanqin. He stood frozen, looking incredulously at the doctor behind him. What are you saying? Isn't this to keep her alive for you? The doctor shook his head helplessly. He took off his surgical cap, and behind him a hospital bed was pushed out with a person lying peacefully on it. Xiao Yanqin pressed his lips together, tears rolling in the corners of his eyes as he reached out to take the bed, looking at the quietly resting Qing Yin, as if everything had come to a standstill. Aunt. Xiao Yanqin was a bit choked up, he sobbed, unable to say a word. He half-kneeled on the ground, gently resting his head on the bed, tears soaking a large area of the white hospital sheet. Suddenly a hand poked Xiao Yanqin's head. Crying. Xiao Yanqin choked. No. Not at all. You're wet, and still saying you didn't cry. A gentle voice continued, the hand still ruffling Xiao Yanqin's hair. I told you I didn't cry. Xiao Yanqin suddenly looked up, his tear-blurred eyes focusing on the person speaking. You look so red, how can you say you haven't cried? Qing Yin reached out to wipe Xiao Yanqin's tears, rubbing her fingers roughly on his face. Surprisingly, it felt exactly the same as when they were young. Auntie, you are okay. Xiao Yanqin hurriedly pounced into Qing Yan's embrace, his hands resting on her back, holding her tightly, without letting go, his tears and snot smeared all over her. Qing Yin reached out to pat Xiao Yanqin's back. Okay, it's fine now, I just wanted to give you a surprise, didn't I? Xiao Yanqin. Are you sure it's a surprise and not a scare? But hearing that Qing Yin was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully she was fine. So good. Did I hear something? Even the smile of Su Peru is not as sweet as yours. Xiao Yanqin, why are you still listening to such old songs? Gu Qin bounced over. Seeing that Qing Yin was fine, she pushed Xiao Yanqin aside. Sorry, it's my turn now. Xiao Yanqin. He sat down on the ground, looking dumbfounded at Gu Qin, his eyes reflecting her triumphant smile. What are you doing, senior sister? That's my aunt. Then the two received affectionate pats on their heads from Qing Yin. You two keep it down in the hospital. Qing Yin swung her fist, giving Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin a couple of light punches. Is everything taken care of? Qing Yin looked at Gu Qin with a hint of annoyance, and Gu Qin nodded. Then I'm leaving. Qing Yan's lips curled slightly as she reached out to ruffle Xiao Yanqin's hair, smoothing it down. Aren't you going to ask? Gu Qin hummed lightly. She knew exactly what Qing Yin was referring to. She had too many questions. The captain of the Nightless team, her special ability could break the suppression of other abilities, and also, everyone has secrets and things they cannot speak of. She wouldn't ask Lu Qingshi until he was willing to tell her. As Gu Qin's words fell, her figure turned into fireworks, dissipating in the ward. At that moment, only Xiao Yanqin and Qing Yin remained in the room. Is she leaving just like that? Xiao Yanqin squatted on the ground, propping his chin in his hands, his eyes sparkling with reluctance. Auntie, will I be able to see you again? Of course, as long as my soul is here, you can always see me. Take care of yourself. Qing Yin pinched Xiao Yanqin's cheek, her eyes also revealing a hint of reluctance. I'll lend you my ability, you take and protect that coin bit is related to your destiny. Goodbye, Xiao Yanqin. Qing Yin gently pushed with her hand, and Xiao Yanqin fell towards the ground. The tiles beneath him transformed into a mysterious black hole tightly wrapping around Xiao Yanqin, until Xiao Yanqin was completely swallowed. Qing Yin looked at the empty ward and her somewhat transparent palm, shaking her head helplessly. Her time was running out. When Xiao Yanqin awoke, he vaguely heard some voices nearby. Lu Qingshi, is this ruler a bit short? It's a bit tight, you see, it can't even wrap around Xiao Yanqin's neck. Fool, can't you use a ruler? Don't shout here, if you can do it then go ahead. Alright, I'll do it. Xiao Yanqin couldn't hear clearly what was being said, he just felt something tightening around his neck. Wait. What a... tighten. Xiao Yanqin suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Lu Qingshi and Gu Qin's faces right in front of him, holding something that was tightly constricting his neck. Damn. I can't still be asleep, right? Don't come closer. Xiao Yanqin sat up, directly shaking his head. He looked at the half-open window, activated his ability, and his figure swiftly flashed through the window, followed by a pained cry from Xiao Yanqin. Help! I'm hanging up here. Gu Qin. She dropped the measuring tape and slapped her forehead, glancing at Lu Qingshi with some exasperation. I'll go save him. After saying that, Gu Qin propped herself up and jumped out of the window she had just come through. All that could be heard was the rustling of leaves and the snapping of branches. A few seconds later, Gu Qin's voice echoed through the room. Lu Qingshi. I'm stuck too. Help me. Lu Qingshi. A beautiful day began with the countdown to the monthly exam. The Ability Academy conducts a monthly exam every month, which is different from the entrance exam. The entrance exam tests abilities, while the monthly exam assesses what theoretical knowledge the students have learned over the month, so it is a written exam. A beautiful day begins with the countdown to the monthly exam. The Special Ability Academy conducts a monthly exam every month, which differs from the entrance exam. The entrance exam tests the abilities, while the monthly exam assesses the theoretical knowledge learned by the students over the past month, making it a written test. For Gu Qin, however, the material was already second nature. The questions in each monthly exam were always similar, and having spent 3 years at the academy, she had faced countless monthly exams. From initially struggling to barely passing to eventually being able to answer perfectly even with her eyes closed, the monthly exam felt as easy as drinking water. But for Xiao Yanqin, it was a different story. It was his first time experiencing the monthly exam. Despite taking meticulous notes in class, he still felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing that he wouldn't perform well and might fail. Every day after class, she would head to the library. Of course, Gu Qin had her own busy tasks, such as studying the shard of the dreaming mantra she had brought back from her memory and finishing that necklace she was working on. Gu Qin sent a message to Song Chashing, who quickly replied and promised that she could come by in the afternoon to pick it up. As soon as class was over, Gu Qin rushed straight to Song Chashing's office. At that moment, he was the only one in the teacher's office, holding several papers from a recent quiz analyzing each student's strengths and weaknesses. Upon hearing a knock on the door, he put down the report and called out, "Come in." Gu Qin walked in and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Seeing that it was Gu Qin, Song Chashing quickly stood up and pulled a chair for her. He took out the finished necklace from his drawer. The necklace had a blue rectangular outer ring with a dark red pendant resembling a beating heart. This is it made according to your design. Gu Qin accepted the necklace and placed the scar removal potion she had developed on Song Chashing's desk. As she gazed at the pendant, a ray of sunlight fell upon it, casting dark red ripples throughout the room. No wonder it's from the special ability team. Gu Qin couldn't help but exclaim while Song Chashing reacted with an expression of shock. Upon hearing about the special ability team, Song Chashing felt his heart racing. The leader had instructed him not to disclose anything about the Eternal Night to Gu Qin, so how did she know? He shouldn't have done anything out of the ordinary, right? Was he somehow unaware of something he did that leaked the secret? The Special Ability Academy had only him there now. Could it be? Oh no, if the leader found out, he would be doomed. With a forced smile, Song Chashing sent Gu Qin off. After she left, he took a running leap out of the window. In midair, he activated his ability, conjuring a motorcycle out of thin air. He rode off towards Lu Qingxi's apartment, wondering if Lu Qingshi was really home. This is a good question. In the principal's office, these are the matters we need to discuss in the meeting, Chao Xinyan said, while organizing the documents. He took a sip of coffee, feeling a bit parched after speaking so much. Do you really think we should let that kid go to a research institute? The higher-ups said they want to study abilities which could be life-threatening, right? That kid is just an ordinary person, he added somewhat helplessly. He had just returned that morning and was now summarizing the meeting details for Lu Qingshi and AC in the afternoon. AC felt overwhelmed and didn't want to be involved in the meeting at all. He thought, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a teacher. Teachers shouldn't have to worry about the principal's matters, they just need to teach. Yes, that's how it should be. On the surface, AC seemed calm, but internally, he was venting his frustrations. He didn't want to work overtime, and this meeting shouldn't have dragged on for an entire afternoon. Why don't you ask Gu Qin for her opinion? Lu Qingshi said, propping his head up. One long leg casually rested on his knee, and he leaned back on the sofa, speaking lazily. But what if the research is life-threatening? You must know that no one can defy the divine, let alone attempt to create an ability to become a deity. Chao Xinjian's voice rose excitedly, pounding the table, causing coffee to spill onto the documents. The coffee stains darkened the papers. If she stays at the Special Ability Academy, at least she won't be in danger. But outside, those people are all watching her, and the people from the anomalous cave have always been very interested in research. What if Gu Qin gets targeted? That kid has always wanted to leave here. AC shook his head, recalling that Gu Qin often asked him, teacher, how can I leave this school? She has always wanted to go home. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. Lu Qingshi lowered his gaze, lost in thought, as memories of Gu Qin's tired face flashed through his mind. She had said her goal in researching potions was to save people, yet inadvertently caused harm to others. Although her intentions were good, why did it lead to such an outcome? It seemed he was in a similar predicament. Wanting Gu Qin to stay was for her safety, but was that truly what she wished? Lu Qingshi fell silent, seemingly never having asked Gu Qin about her wishes. He'll go ask her. His expression grew serious as he left the principal's office. AC nodded at Chao Xinyan, then took his leave, leaving Chao Xinyan alone in the office. He sat heavily in his chair, picking up a nearby document. The flames at his fingertips incinerated the paper into ashes that scattered in the air. Propping his head with his hand, he closed his eyes, pondering whether he should ask Gu Qin for her opinion. Gu Qin hurried to the library with the necklace in hand. With the monthly exam approaching, the library was crowded, and there wasn't even a vacant seat. Even Xiao Yanqin had arrived early to secure a spot to study. Gu Qin quietly walked through the study areas, her gaze sweeping over the other students. Strange, where did Xiao Yanqin? Gu Qin pondered absent-mindedly, kicking a book that had fallen on the floor, startling someone leaning against the bookshelf nearby, who quickly covered their mouth to stifle a gasp. Turning around, Gu Qin discovered that the shadow nearby was Xiao Yanqin. His hair was a mess, dark circles under his eyes made him look like a panda that had escaped from a zoo. He was surrounded by a chaotic pile of books and notes, squatting on the floor studying under the light, though it appeared he had just woken up. Why aren't you finding a seat? Sitting feels less supportive than crouching. Squatting keeps me from dozing off. Yet exhaustion still weighs heavily upon. Xiao Yanqin awkwardly rubbed his temple, his eyelids drooping relentlessly, seconds away from collapsing into unconsciousness, his voice dwindling to a faint murmur. Xiao Yanqin drifted into sleep. Gu Qin sighed silently. She didn't need to guess he'd pulled several all-nighters in succession. Such relentless exhaustion would inevitably erode his health. Gu Qin retrieved a pill from her pocket and placed it gently into Xiao Yanqin's mouth. She too often burned the midnight oil, but countered it with self-crafted remedies to mitigate physical depletion and compensated with full daylight naps. She gathered the scattered notes from the floor. Her gaze lingered over their immaculate script, where her own handwriting resembled playful puppy scrawls. Xiao Yanqin's was precise as printed type. Each character upright and deliberate, key concepts meticulously highlighted in contrasting colors. Rumors had long claimed he consistently ranked at the top of his class. Now she realized the sheer magnitude of discipline behind that reputation far surpassed her imagination. Gu Qin neatly arranged the notes beside Xiao Yanqin, then drew out a pendant from her pocket and fastened it around his neck. I never gave you your birthday gift. Happy birthday. She leaned quietly against the bookshelf, idly flipping through a volume. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yanqin stirred awake. His eyes fluttered open, his fingers brushed a nearby book, and he shot upright in alarm. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what time is it? He frantically flipped through his notes, terrified the knowledge might vanish. Gu Qin stood nearby and calmly plucked the notebook from before him. Concepts aren't memorized by rote repetition, especially abstract ones. Senior, what are you doing? I'll forget everything. Xiao Yanqin ruffled his hair in agitation, the pendant at his throat catching the light with a deep crimson gleam. Huh. He noticed the unfamiliar pendant and lifted it curiously between thumb and forefinger. What's this? Memorization demands method, not mindless repetition. Gu Qin plopped down beside him, slung one arm over his shoulder and pointed directly at a passage in the textbook, ignoring his question entirely. Take this concept: independent social ability. I can independently deploy my ability in society to produce vast quantities of fecal matter. Xiao Yanqin stared speechless, his mouth agape in mute disbelief as if his ears had betrayed him. He rubbed them absently. And this one environmental adaptation ability. I prepare myself for harsh conditions by deploying my ability to defecate under duress. Xiao Yanqin fell silent, utterly stunned. Gu Qin confidently patted her chest. If feces offend you, substitute urine or flatulence instead. Do you seriously think urine or gas are less revolting? You know nothing. This is the supreme mnemonic method of the Shizong sect. I've mastered every concept this way. Strangely enough, and perhaps disturbingly, Xiao Yanqin had in fact memorized the material. Gratitude to the Shizong sect. Xiao Yanqin surrendered completely. Side by side, their heads nearly touching, they began reciting concepts using the Shizong sect's supreme mnemonic method, when suddenly a shadow fell over them. Gu Qin glanced up puzzled to find Lu Qingshi standing before them. You're here. Are you looking for me? Gu Qin blinked, tilted her head toward Xiao Yanqin in quiet farewell, then followed Lu Qingshi into the corridor. With a subtle exertion of his ability, Lu Qingshi sealed the space, rendering their conversation utterly inaudible to anyone else. Ever since Gu Qin learned Lu Qingshi commanded the Bai squad, he'd ceased concealing his ability. What's up? Gu Qin perched casually on the windowsill behind her, swinging her legs lightly. Higher-ups want you to join the Institute of Ability Research. Xiao Xingyan wishes you to remain at the academy. How do you feel about this? Lu Qingshi spoke with calm detachment. The Institute of Ability Research. Gu Qin's eyes flickered with sudden interest. What is that? A state-sponsored formal research institute dedicated to the scientific study of abilities, an unprecedented experiment inherently fraught with mortal peril. Sounds intriguing. Studying abilities, aren't they divine gifts? To probe them, to challenge the gods, is audacious indeed. Gu Qin popped a lollipop into her mouth, her legs still swinging, her expression alight with genuine fascination. A faint smile touched Lu Qingshi's lips as he leaned an elbow on the windowsill, gazing out at the crystalline azure sky. So your choice is? Lu Qingshi, go home. Gu Qin, home. They spoke almost in unison. Gu Qin withdrew the lollipop and arched a teasing eyebrow at Lu Qingshi. If you keep understanding me this well, I swear I'll defecate on your head. Lu Qingshi chuckled low and softly, resting his chin on his palm. Freedom has always been yours to claim, and I shall honor that choice without reservation. Gu Qin vaulted down from the sill, crunching the lollipop between her teeth, her gaze softening with concern. Will higher-ups pressure you? I only agreed to let you go, not to escort you there. If you wander onto a fatal path, no one will intervene. That's brutally unsavory. If you can't speak kindly, just stay silent. Gu Qin flung the lollipop stick toward Lu Qingshi, delivering a sharp, wordless glare. Undeterred, he channeled his ability, redirecting its flow to rebound the projectile. Gu Qin reacted instantly. She dropped low, executed a swift sliding dodge, then lunged straight at him. Lu Qingshi remained motionless, eyes closed, offering no resistance. Die, Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin roared, but mid-slide an unseen current diverted her trajectory, sending her skidding sideways into a trash bin. It toppled over, burying her completely beneath its metallic lid. Gu Qin, cheating ability user. Another underhanded ambush. Lu Qingshi withdrew his hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, from its subtle manipulation of airflow. Redirecting minor currents was child's play for him. A mischievous grin played across his lips, as if he'd just orchestrated something delightfully devious. Gu Qin crawled out of the trash can with a banana peel still hanging from her head. Clenching her fists, she tidied up the garbage and sat beside the trash can in a fit of impotent rage. Xiao Yanqin, after waiting for a long time, without seeing Gu Qin return, peered out from the library with his backpack, only to find Gu Qin sitting next to the trash can with the banana peel on her head. Need help, senior? Xiao Yanqin held his backpack in one hand and propped his knee with the other, bending down to extend his hand towards Gu Qin, a grin spreading across his face. Of course. Gu Qin extended her dirty hand, then picked up a piece of trash and threw it at Xiao Yanqin, saying, "Puff. What the, senior? How can you play with trash?" Xiao Yanqin reached out and pulled Gu Qin up, then took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe her face and hands, even removing the banana peel from her head. With a stern expression, he placed his hands on his hips to reprimand her like a little guardian, saying, "No playing with trash. Go take a shower." Gu Qin replied. "Oh." Gu Qin pouted and obediently went to take a shower. Xiao Yanqin returned to his room, ready to take a shower and get a good night's sleep. He had already gone over all the key points, and he was determined to ace the exam tomorrow. Unless they didn't refresh like NPCs in the principal's office at midnight. Xiao Yanqin held his phone using its flashlight to follow behind Gu Qin. Gu Qin bent down stealthily lurking in the teaching building. She turned around and pressed the light off on Xiao Yanqin's phone. Turn off the flashlight, we're about to move. But senior, why do we have to sneak into the principal's office at midnight? Xiao Yanqin shrank back in fear, turning off the flashlight in his hand, still puzzled about why Gu Qin suddenly wanted to go to the principal's office at such an hour. He had been sleeping and was woken by Gu Qin's call. The exam questions are always the same every year. How about we add some difficulty? Let's change the questions. Gu Qin's eyes sparkled in the darkness as she excitedly pointed at the quiet office, the cold moonlight streaming through the window, adding an eerie feel to the empty room. But senior. Xiao Yanqin shrank back in fear, hiding behind a vase, as he watched Gu Qin roll right into the principal's office. He glanced back at the dark corridor and hurried over, softly calling out, "Senior, wait for me." In his haste, he slipped and fell to the ground. Xiao Yanqin quickly covered his mouth to stifle a shout, while the door nearby creaked slightly in the wind. His pupils trembled, and he quickly crawled into the principal's office. Just as he stood up, Gu Qin turned on the light in the principal's office. The blinding light enveloped the entire room, causing a sharp pain in Xiao Yanqin's eyes. He abruptly shut them, only slowly opening them again a few minutes later. Xiao Yanqin exclaimed, "Senior, what are you doing?" He pointed at Gu Qin, shouting, "Turn off the light." Gu Qin raised an eyebrow, forcefully pushing a nearby chair which spun around to reveal a familiar face sitting in it. "Teacher AIC." Xiao Yanqin gasped, covering his mouth to keep his voice down. However, seeing Teacher AIC's face still sent a chill down his spine. Oh no, would he and Gu Qin be caught red-handed? "Good evening, Xiao Yanqin." Teacher AIC propped his chin on his hand, leaning back in his chair with a smile and nodding. The moment he smiled, Xiao Yanqin felt a chill down his spine. His powers activated, and he quickly grabbed Gu Qin and ran towards the exit. However, the door suddenly slammed shut, causing Xiao Yanqin to hit the brakes and nearly crash into it. Unfortunately, Gu Qin wasn't so fortunate. She stumbled forward and collided with the door, saying bang. Gu Qin fell straight to the ground. "Senior, are you okay?" Xiao Yanqin hurriedly reached out, shaking Gu Qin's head. She swayed back and forth like a sandbag, her eyes rolling back. Teacher AIC sighed helplessly. "Xiao Yanqin, if you keep shaking her like that, Gu Qin is going to get hurt." Hearing Teacher AIC's words, Xiao Yanqin immediately stopped, quickly stepping aside to address Gu Qin, who lay on the ground foaming at the mouth. "I'm sorry. I'm not gone." Gu Qin covered her mouth, feeling the world spin around her, her stomach churning, as if she were about to vomit everything she had eaten. "Looks like Gu Qin didn't notify you in advance. Xiao Yanqin, I have something to ask of you." Teacher AIC patted Gu Qin on the back, handing her a cup of water before turning his gaze to Xiao Yanqin. "What?" Xiao Yanqin stood there with his mouth agape in surprise. He hadn't heard Gu Qin mention that Teacher AIC had something to ask of them. So, were they supposed to walk into the office directly? They didn't even need to sneak around. Then what was his terrified reaction? Was it because he was timid? Xiao Yanqin's mouth twitched, while Gu Qin chuckled, standing up from the floor, patting her chest. After drinking a cup of water, her stomach felt much better. "It's thrilling, that's why I didn't tell you," Xiao Yanqin replied. "Thanks for not scaring me to death just now." Teacher AIC clapped his hands, clearing his throat. "Tonight, I would like to ask both of you for a favor. The answers to tomorrow's monthly exam were stolen, and now the principal and the student council are frantically searching for the culprit. If the answers leak, this exam will be useless, so I'm asking for your help to create a new set of questions tonight." Xiao Yanqin pointed at himself, feeling somewhat flattered. Senior can be excused. Oh, she has been stuck in the Ability Academy for so long. It doesn't matter if she hasn't passed. But why do you need my help? Gu Qin, who had been in the academy for 3 years, remained silent. "That's because you're the only one who listens seriously in class, so you two are the only ones who can help. You'll be exempt from the monthly exam, so don't worry." Teacher AIC explained, pulling out a full set of exam papers from the drawer along with a heavy stack of textbooks. After dividing the answer sections of the exam papers between the two, he sat down and created a new set of questions. "Senior, what do you think of this question?" Xiao Yanqin nudged Gu Qin's shoulder, but before she could respond, there was a loud explosion and the principal's office blew up. Bang! The principal's office exploded, dust permeating the entire room, blurring visibility. Xiao Yanqin covered his mouth, one hand fanning the air as he coughed incessantly. "Senior sister teacher. How are you all?" Cough, cough. His eyes stung from the dust. It was hard to even open them, let alone see. But apart from Xiao Yanqin's cough, the office was eerily quiet. Even after the thick smoke dissipated, he still couldn't hear Gu Qin and AC's voices. Looking around the empty office, he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly took out his phone to call Lu Qingshi, but in his haste it slipped from his hand, and only stopped when it hit a pair of shoes. Lu Qingshi picked up the phone, glancing around the empty principal's office. The papers that had been scattered on the desk were now strewn across the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of smoke. Only Xiao Yanqin remained with no sign of AC or Gu Qin. Lu Qingshi frowned slightly, as something warm suddenly collided with him. He chuckled lightly, reached out to pat Xiao Yanqin's head, his voice calm and reassuring, like a tranquilizer, soothing Xiao Yanqin's heart. He seemed to know what Xiao Yanqin wanted to say. "It's all right, Xiao Yanqin. Shige?" Xiao Yinxin choked back tears, gripping Lu Qingshi's clothing tightly, as he buried his head in Lu Qingshi's chest. Tears soaked Lu Qingshi's white shirt, leaving a humorous, yet horrifying crying face. Gu Qin will be fine. Oh, with AC around, he will bring her back safely. Lu Qingshi stuffed Xiao Yanqin's phone back into his pocket, allowing him to hold on to him, until Xiao Yinxin had cried enough to let go. Lu Qingshi said lightly, "Have you cried enough?" Xiao Yinxin sniffled, wiping the tears from his face. Suddenly a pair of handcuffs appeared on his wrist. Xiao Yinxin. Shige, what is this? Lu Qingshi shook the other end of the handcuffs, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his lips laced with mischief. Got you, little thief who altered the exam papers. Xiao Yinxin. Sai, do you know how much effort it took to get you out? Vizzy AI was rapidly moving while sitting on her staff, with Gu Qin tied up behind her, looking utterly confused. Just a moment ago she had been correcting questions for the exam, and now she was bound. I don't know, but your teacher is about to catch up to you. Gu Qin shook her head, glancing around at her surroundings. The forest sped past her back, and she squinted, sensing that this was no longer the Ability Academy. This was an unfamiliar forest. Behind them, AC was running on foot. He moved swiftly, wielding a long blade. With a gentle swing, the white sword energy severed all the surrounding trees, one of which blocked Vizzy A's path. Tisk! Vizzy AI frowned, jumping down from her staff. The staff flew into her hand as she looked at the man before her, feeling uneasy. This person was able to keep up with her speed. His strength was likely not inferior to hers. Who are you? This is my teacher. Gu Qin, completely bound, hopped to Vizzy A's side and skillfully introduced, Teacher. Gu Qin quickly bounced a few times, calling out loudly, "This is the one who caught me before." Hearing Gu Qin's words, AC's gaze sharpened, a chill radiating from him. The stones and leaves around them floated in the air. Even Gu Qin, who was hopping on the ground, began to levitate. Gu Qin. She floated higher and higher as Vizzy AI reached out to grab the ropes, binding her forcibly, pulling Gu Qin back. Is it an object manipulation ability? Vizzy AI squinted, realizing this seemingly useless ability suddenly evoked a sense of fear in her. There are many types of abilities: offensive, non-offensive, with offensive abilities including, but not limited to, natural attributes, elemental attributes, enhancement types, weapon types, etc. Non-offensive abilities encompass both practical and non-practical types, while AC's ability belonged to the lowest tier of non-practical abilities, object manipulation. With no offensive capabilities, it can only control lightweight objects. In other words, AC's ability is utterly useless. Let go of my student. AC held the long blade tightly, his brows furrowed, seemingly displeased. Having already worked overtime, now he had to take time to find his student. This was simply adding to his annoyance. AC was furious and decided to make a big move. Yes, let me go. You see, floating like this isn't a solution, right? Gu Qin nodded eagerly in agreement, swinging. Vizzy AI shot a glare at Gu Qin, gripping her staff as she cast a silent spell over Gu Qin's mouth. Gu Qin fell silent. Just a moment later, leaves began to fly towards Vizzy AI, blocking her view. Realizing the danger, she quickly stepped back a few paces and wove a defensive magic array with her staff. Bang! The sound of a blade striking the defensive array echoed sharply. Vizzy AI scoffed. Let me show you what true abilities are. She gripped her staff tightly, spinning it in the air before thrusting it straight into the ground. A crack appeared in the ground, and scorching magma erupted forth. The air around them thickened, and the hot currents swirled past Gu Qin's feet as she performed an impressive split to avoid the splattering magma. Gu Qin, that was close. AC sensed something was wrong and retreated rapidly. The crack in the ground pursued him relentlessly, and the earth beneath his feet also split open. In the next moment, scorching magma erupted, enveloping AC's figure. Gu Qin, teacher. As the magma engulfed AC, Vizzy AI closed her eyes tightly. She parted her lips slightly, ultimately merely saying in a calm tone, "Take care. Little one, let's go." After Vizzy AI finished speaking, she pulled on the rope binding Gu Qin, preparing to leave. She completely overlooked that Gu Qin was still floating in the air. Just as she was about to mount her staff, several sword energies suddenly slashed down from above her head. Where do you think you're going? Ace stood in midair, holding a long blade in his hand with slight scorch marks on the edges of his clothing. Well, apart from that, Weise's brows furrowed. How are you floating in the air? Gu Qin exclaimed. Look beneath his feet, my teacher is standing on leaves. The dead need not know. Ace lightly stepped on the leaves, appearing to float in the air. He could control objects to fly, so naturally, he could also control the leaves to hover. Just moments ago, he evaded the scorching lava by stepping on the leaves, yet even with his quick reflexes, the edges of his clothing were still burned. It seems that the person who kidnapped Gu Qin is definitely not simple. No wonder they dared to come alone to the Ability Academy to snatch someone. Ace pressed one foot on the leaves, and using their lift, charged straight towards Weisai. Weisai quickly spun her wand, summoning dozens of ice pillars to fly towards Ace, but all were severed by Ace. The shattered ice shards flew towards Gu Qin, who was floating in the air and had no way to dodge. As Gu Qin was about to be pierced by the flying ice shards, Ace quickly retracted his powers and landed on the ground, as did Gu Qin with her bottom. Unable to speak, she seemed to silently accuse something sitting down heavily on the ground. Taking advantage of the fight between Weisai and Ace, she quietly moved behind a nearby tree. Seeing that Gu Qin was fine, Ace nodded. and then fully re-engaged in the ongoing battle. Ace moved with great speed, continuously attacking Weisai, who matched him with her own rapid spellcasting. The two fought back and forth, making it hard to determine a victor. After much effort, Guqin managed to move behind a large tree. Just as her head leaned against it, a massive fireball burned through the tree behind her, nearly singeing her hair. Guqin exclaimed, "MMM. You all fight among yourselves, you just don't hit me. I was just Guqin hurriedly moved to the next safe spot, and just as she prepared to rest, a large ice ball smashed the rock behind her into pieces. Guqin thought to herself. This time she had learned her lesson. Taking a deep breath, she dove into her mouth, and a green vine grabbed her ankle directly, hanging her upside down in the air. Guqin exclaimed, "What? Are you all not fighting properly, and instead chasing me to kill?" Seeing Guqin hanging upside down, Ace twirled the long blade in his hand, unleashing a wave of sword chi that severed the vine around her ankle, and used his powers to lay a layer of leaves beneath her. Hell, layer of leaves won't do. Weisai looked at Guqin, who had fallen to the ground, and using her wand conjured a soft bed beneath her. She tilted her chin, glancing meaningfully at Ace. "Now this is comfortable." Ace replied. "Oh." He swiftly moved across the leaves, cutting off a thick branch. Carving it into a lump, he tossed it to Guqin, saying, "Now she has a toy." Guqin stared at the exquisitely carved lump lying quietly on the white bed, deep in thought. "What is this? What are you doing? Weren't you all just fighting? Why have you started fussing over her? Tisk, isn't it just a toy? What if Weisai activated her spell array, directly conjuring a large pile of food to cover Guqin, wrapping her like a quilt, leaving only her eyes and nostrils exposed. Guqin uttered, "I'm tired." She leaned back, causing the snacks to spill everywhere. Suddenly realizing she could speak again, she excitedly sat up, only to be covered again by another pile. Guqin blinked, looking at herself covered in leaves and dirt, and jumped up. "This is... Teacher, you aren't planning my funeral, are you? Smart." Ace nodded, admiring Guqin's cleverness. With just a hint, she could easily deduce the rest. Guqin said, "Thank you. I concede." Weisai completely admitted defeat, realizing she had even thought about planning for afterlife matters. She truly felt inadequate. But she certainly did not intend to let anyone be kidnapped. Weisai spun her staff in the air before forcefully slamming it into the ground. Ace furrowed his brows, quickly leaping onto the leaves and flying into the air. Contrary to his expectations, the lava did not erupt, but he heard a series of explosive sounds. Ice pupils constricted momentarily as he jumped down, and the long blade in his hand shattered into countless pieces. "Now that you have no weapon, how can you snatch someone from me?" Weisai smirked slightly, raising her chin meaningfully. Earlier she had summoned a sonic wave to shatter the knife in her hand, but this person in front of her could still sense her movements, and jumped down from the air, proving to be quite difficult to deal with. Thinking to herself, Weisai's staff emitted a dark light. Strands of white appeared in her originally pitch-black hair, as if life was slipping away from her side, visibly aging her skin. It seemed she needed to settle this quickly. "Without a weapon, you only have that flashy power to control objects. Oh, what else do you plan to use to fight me? I will take your dear disciple away." Weisai picked up the rope on the ground, raising her hand to tie one end to her staff, but when she looked up, she found the rope had already snapped, and Guqin was long gone. Where did Guqin go? Weisai turned and glared at Ace, demanding, "What did you do?" Ace, holding the remaining blade fragment, watched as the scattered pieces of the knife began to float in the air, reassembling into the long blade. However, the lower left corner of the blade was obviously missing, a chunk likely shattered into powder earlier. Ace pointed at Weisai, his tone mixed with anger. "Now it's just the two of us. 'Tis troublesome." Weisai, realizing her target had vanished and her life was fading, no longer wished to waste time. Moreover, the person in front of her seemed capable of fighting for several hundred rounds. Weisai's staff briefly glowed, and suddenly a teleportation circle flashed beneath her feet. Then her figure vanished from the spot. Ace watched Weisai disappear, sheathing the shattered long blade back into its scabbard and retracting his powers. The leaves and stones floating around him all fell to the ground. Guqin untied the rope, running aimlessly through the forest. After what felt like ages, she suddenly caught the scent of something burning in the air. Guqin halted and slowly moved closer, peering through the trees at a clearing by the river where several tents were set up. A familiar figure was cooking something, and the smell she had sensed earlier was emanating from there. "Wu Wang! Wu Wang!" And Guqin crouched low in the grass, her pupils contracting as she gazed upon the man tending a fire. He wore a straw hat, a garishly patterned shirt, and matching floral shorts that revealed pale calves. Sandals completing the ensemble, lending him the unmistakable air of a vacationer. Staring at that familiar face, Guqin fell into quiet contemplation. How had Wu Wang ended up here? She had first met Wu Wang at a pharmaceutical launch event. Thereafter, he served faithfully as her assistant. Only later did she learn the event had been hosted by the Wu family, and that Wu Wang, sole heir to a prestigious Beijing lineage, had chosen not to assume his inheritance, but instead spent his days beside her in laboratories. Recalling this, Guqin often rolled her eyes, but she also knew his passion for experimentation was genuine. Her lab itself had been funded by the Wu family. In return, many of her pharmaceutical formulations belonged to them. Thus their bond remained strong. Even during the 3 years she studied at the Esper Academy, they kept in close contact. She regularly shared newly developed formulas with Wu Wang, and he in turn kept her informed of his life. Yet she had heard nothing of his plans to vacation in this remote, unfamiliar forest. She narrowed her eyes, slipped silently through the underbrush, and climbed a nearby tree, vanishing into its foliage. Rustle rustle. And what was that sound? Wu Wang lifted his head at the call, scanning the woods. Only the wind-stirred leaves whispered back. No birdsong, no other trace of life. He scratched his head, murmuring, strange. Did I imagine it? Wu Wang ran a hand through his hair, then ducked back into his tent. Minutes later he emerged again, holding an electropin. Gu Qin recognized it instantly, a gift from her. Its surface delivered a jolt, but its true function lay within, a neuroparalytic agent that induced unconsciousness for 1 hour upon injection. She'd given it to him for self-defense. Their work placed them perpetually amid peril, and preparedness was non-negotiable. So Wu Wang's vigilance is sharper than I assumed. A faint smile curved Gu Qin's lips. An idea sparked. She flipped upside down, hanging from the branch, gripping two broad leaves to mimic rustling foliage. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, veiling her face. Wu Wang turned and froze at the sight of black furry strands drifting down from the tree. With a startled cry, he raised the electropin and hurled it. And damn! The pin struck the trunk and tumbled several times before coming to rest. Gu Qin dropped lightly to the ground, retrieved it, and held it aloft with a playful shake. Wu Wangzi, what's got you so spooked? You're Kuinjia. Recognizing her, Wu Wang's jaw dropped in delight. He sprinted forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Kuinjia, what are you doing here? Did you graduate from the Esper Academy? Before he could finish, Gu Qin swiftly clapped a hand over his mouth and pressed a finger to her lips, a silent command to hush. Wu Wang nodded, earnestly promising silence. She returned the electropin, leaned against the trunk, and spoke coolly. I escaped. For now I have nowhere to go. But why are you here? Oh, the Institute sent me to collect samples. Wu Wang suddenly remembered, darted into his tent, and re-emerged with compressed biscuits and bottled water, handing them to Gu Qin. The Institute. The bathroom. Gu Qin took a bite of biscuit, studying him with quiet curiosity. No. The Esper Research Institute. They sent me an invitation recently. I accepted because I heard you were going too. Wu Wang nodded, eagerly blinking with innocent brightness. Do you know what they actually do there? Gu Qin's gaze darkened. She had never agreed to join any such institute. Wu Wang had clearly been misled. They study Esper abilities. Though if everyone develops them, perhaps people like you and me won't be labeled aberrants anymore. Aberrant sounds like a slur. Wu Wang grinned, his clear eyes shimmering with the unjaded hope of a child voicing a By the way, Kuinjia, you were supposed to join the institute, right? How come you don't even know this? Did you skip the briefing? Gu Qin. She paused, silent for a beat, then draped an arm over Wu Wang's shoulders. Of course I knew. I was just testing whether you remembered. I definitely read it. Kuinjia, you wouldn't believe how much I've grown these past 3 years. Wu Wang puffed out his chest with pride, flashing a radiant smile as he guided Gu Qin to sit beside the fire. She set down her water bottle and nodded. So, where are your collected samples? I hired someone to gather them. They should be back any moment. Wu Wang glanced at his watch, just as a long blade slammed onto the earth with a tremor that shook the ground. Gu Qin rose instantly, stepping in front of Wu Wang, her gaze lifting to meet a face oddly familiar. She'd seen him somewhere before. Shang Duji held up a transparent specimen bag containing several slender green stalks. Is this it? The moment he raised the bag, he spotted the unexpected newcomer, and his brow furrowed. Her. The girl who'd feigned death after slipping in that cave. What was she doing here? And what are you doing here? Shang Duji's eyes sharpened with lethal intent as they locked onto Wu Wang behind Gu Qin. In one fluid motion, he dropped the specimen bag and leveled his greatsword at her. Release my employer. Employer? Gu Qin's eyes narrowed as she swept her gaze over Shang Duji, from head to toe, until they settled on his severed arm. Nah. It clicked. This was the man she'd tricked in that cave. Recognition dawning, Gu Qin gently pulled Wu Wang further behind her, then casually withdrew the electropin she'd earlier tucked into his pocket. Oh, it's you. Still alive, I see. Shang Duji. Why did this sharp-tongued woman sound just like Lu Qingshi? You. Words choked him. Teeth clenched, he braced to retort, only to realize he'd forgotten how to curse. Frustration made his hair practically bristle. But Sister Qin, Shang Duji isn't a bad person. I hired him to protect me. Wu Wang tugged at Gu Qin's sleeve, then ran to pick up the fallen sample from the ground, wiping it with his clothes. Gu Qin asked, are you sure? A question mark popped into her mind. She blinked, yet still couldn't see what made Shang Duji reliable enough for Wu Wang. Shang Duji rolled his eyes. He slung his greatsword onto his back and plopped down on the grass. What do you mean? Why can't I earn some extra cash? Can't I make some pocket money when I'm not on a mission? Oh, alright. Gu Qin nodded. Seeing that he no longer posed a threat, she tossed the electric pin back to Wu Wang. Got the sample. Sister Qin want to head back together. Wu Wang glanced at the plant in his hand and chuckled, extending his wrist toward Gu Qin in a friendly gesture. Gu Qin walked over and crouched down, resting her chin on her hand as she examined the few green samples in Wu Wang's grasp. The leaves had pale yellow edges but were a vivid green inside, irregular in shape, and covered in fine fuzz faintly wrapped in an aura of supernatural energy. Gu Qin looked up at Shang Duji. Where did you get this? What you want to go to? Shang Duji sneered. If not for the generous pay from Wu Wang, he wouldn't risk his life escorting someone raised in a hot. No, I have a feeling these leaves will bring us harm. Gu Qin shook her head. She didn't know why she had this premonition. These leaves came from a mutant creature, and they carried a heavy aura of killing intent. Sister Keen the Institute said the supernatural energy deep in the southern forest is too dense. I wanted to collect some samples here for research. After all, we're studying these powers, and I'm just an ordinary person. So you know you're ordinary. Gu Qin smacked Wu Wang on the head with her fist. She rubbed her wrist, then suddenly thought of something and turned to him. Do you have a knife or something for self-defense? I do. He'll get it. Wu Wang ducked into the tent and emerged with a bulging backpack, dumping its contents onto the ground. A clatter of knives scattered everywhere. Gu Qin said, That's more than enough, isn't it? She picked up a lightweight one and began to draw the sheath. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted and the grass behind Gu Qin suddenly collapsed into a pit. Her reflexes were lightning fast. She shoved Wu Wang away and plunged straight down into the deep hole. Shang Duji immediately activated his power, conjuring an ice wall beneath her to keep her from becoming a bloody mess. Though crashing onto ice wasn't much better. If the employer gets upset, they'll have to refund the money. Shang Duji glanced at Gu Qin with a cold snort, hoisting his greatsword in one hand as he warily eyed the pit below. Gu Qin stood on the ice struggling to balance and slide off, but the surface was too slippery. She dropped to all fours, somehow stabilizing herself. Remembering the knife she had been holding, which must have fallen with her, she scanned the area. It lay a few meters away. With a sliding lunge, she grabbed it. Driving the blade into the ice would stop her. She yanked it out expecting a sharp dagger, but instead felt a soft spring. Gu Qin said, Why would Wu Wang have a toy knife in his backpack? She stabbed it hard into the ice, but aside from leaving a few scratches, her speed didn't decrease one bit. Well, this is great. Gu Qin laughed in exasperation, lying flat on the ice as it carried her farther away. Wu Wang shouted from above. Just as he leaned over to look, Shang Duji yanked him back. Don't go near. It's dangerous, but I can't abandon Sister Keen. Wu Wang shook his head, his face full of worry as he gazed at Shang Duji. Without supernatural powers, he was just an ordinary man, utterly unable to save her. Shang Duji felt a chill under Wu Wang's stare. He drove his great sword into the ground, forming a pale blue barrier around Wu Wang. Remember to add to my pay. With that, he leaped down the icy slope. When he landed, Gu Qin was still spinning like a top on the ice. Shang Duji, what are you doing? Can't you see him in a figure skating competition? Gu Qin kept sliding across the ice, unstoppable, as if she had eaten a non-stop mint. I admire that mouth of yours. If it were half as hard as this ice, you wouldn't still be sliding around. Shang Duji walked on the ice as if it were solid ground, arms crossed as he watched her with mild exasperation. No sooner had he spoken than boom. A crack appeared in the ice beneath his feet as something relentlessly battered the surface. Boom. Another strike deepened the fissure. Not good. Shang Duji quickly leaped up. Boom. The ice shattered completely, and Gu Qin fell through. She clicked her tongue, adjusted her posture midair, and grabbed a sharp shard of ice, driving it into the soil beside her. The earth split open, and she dropped a bit further, her pale fingers cut by the icicle, bright red blood dripping down. Plop plop. Shang Duji used an ice pillar to leap into the pit. Looking up at Gu Qin dangling halfway, he raised his hand, and an ice slide lifted her up. Gu Qin slid down along it. Such quick reflexes, eh? Shang Duji was astonished by her speed. If they'd fought earlier, he might not have won, and she had never even used her supernatural power. Your ice isn't all that hard either. Gu Qin teased, her gaze sweeping over the massive sinkhole. Something felt off. Strange. How had such a large chunk of ground suddenly collapsed? The silence was unnerving. No, that's not right. Gu Qin felt the soil beneath her feet tremble violently. She sprang backward. Roar! A colossal black figure burst from the ground, emerging right where she had taken the sample. If she'd been a moment slower, she'd have been greeting the sky. The figure crashed to the ground, causing the entire surface to tremble slightly. Gu Qin's hand was hidden in her sleeve, and blood dripped continuously, staining her white shirt. She squinted her eyes at the enormous shadow, which was a giant hamster, its body covered in brown fur with white patterns on its back, resembling a gigantic seed with a thick layer of fluff. What is this? So big. Shang Duji concentrated his powers to form a large blade in the palm of his hand, watching the colossal creature in front of him warily. He hadn't seen this thing while sampling earlier. It's a hamster. Gu Qin looked at the fluffy giant hamster in front of her, swallowing nervously. She thought that all that fur should feel nice to touch, and without thinking she placed her hand on the hamster's body and gave it a gentle scratch. Shang Duji, watching Gu Qin act so boldly, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. Are you stupid? Why would you touch it with your hand? What if it attacks you? Shang Duji shouted, pointing at the giant hamster in front of him. Just as he finished speaking, the giant hamster lay down, exposing its fluffy belly, and its size seemed to shrink significantly, almost to the height that Gu Qin could reach with just a touch. Shang Duji, actually you have a gift, as well your words can manifest reality. Gu Qin teased while rubbing the giant hamster's belly, noting that the creature showed her no hostility. She could clearly feel that the entire forest bore no ill will toward her. The hostility aimed at her was not directed by anything in the surroundings. Strange, when did she start feeling this way? When did this closeness to nature develop? Gukeen was particularly sensitive to the changes within her. After noticing this trait, she decided to take advantage of it, bending down to look into the hamster's dark eyes. Why did you attack us? The hamster turned over, standing on the ground with its paws raised high in the air. Danger. Shang Duji extended his hand, and a massive ice wall formed, separating Gukeen and the hamster. He did not recklessly harm the hamster, but instead took defensive measures. Even so, the hamster seemed displeased with the ice wall, smashing it into pieces with its paw and roaring angrily at Gukeen and Shang Duji. Gukeen's hair was blown back as if she were caught in an explosion. However, she did not remain idle. She picked up a sharp shard of ice in her hand, taking a defensive posture. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. Why did this hamster suddenly decide to attack? Doubt filled Gukeen's mind. Such an inexplicable change must indicate a problem. But where did the issue arise? Gukeen squinted, scanning the empty pit around her, which was filled with pitch-black soil devoid of any signs of plant life. As she pondered, a massive paw slapped down towards the ground, and Gukeen quickly jumped back to avoid being crushed. The hamster's paw hit the ground, leaving deep claw marks, and dirt was sent flying, landing in Gukeen's mouth. She immediately stuck out her tongue, trying to spit out the salty, gritty earth. Ha! 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 Meanwhile, Shang Duji was not faring any better. Just as he prepared to charge forward with an ice blade, another hamster leaped from the ground, followed by a swarm of mice. These mice were entirely black, sporting sharp teeth and crimson eyes, in stark contrast to the previously gentle hamster Gukeen had touched. However, this frenzied horde was far more dangerous, surrounding Shang Duji, ready to attack, their teeth grinding ominously, as if he were a delicious piece of meat. Shang Duji sensed the danger and leaped into the air, using ice pillars created by his powers to weave through the mass of mice. Damn, are these mice insane! While Gukeen was busy dodging the hamster's attacks, she also had to pay attention to the direction from which Shang Duji's ice pillars were being generated. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to being flattened or squished alongside the sun. She slid beneath the hamster, grabbing its tail. The hamster let out a painful roar. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sent Gukeen flying. Gukeen opened her mouth wide, she curled herself up, and once she regained her bearings, shouted at Shang Duji, "Give me an ice wall." Shang Duji had just frozen a group of mice when another horde charged at him, seemingly endless. Hearing Gukeen's call, he turned to check her status. Gukeen was in freefall, like a physics problem, with nothing around her to grab onto. Shang Duji instantly understood. He generated an ice wall beneath her, catching her on the icy surface. Even so, when Gukeen landed, she still created a small dent in the ice. Pain shot through her ankle, and she let out a soft grunt. Enduring the pain, she leaned against the ice, trembling as she stood up. Seeing this, the hamster charged toward the ice wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. Just as Gukeen managed to stand up, she fell back down. Frustration boiled within her as she plunged the ice shard she held into the ground, her hot blood staining the shard red. Gukeen clicked her tongue. She then used the low friction of the ice to propel herself forward, heading straight for the hamster's head. Gukeen collided with the hamster's head, losing her balance and falling down. In a moment of panic, she grabbed onto the hamster's fur tightly. The harder she gripped, the more the hamster felt pain, and the more it shook, making it harder for Gukeen to hold on. Thus, she endured the sting in her palm, gripping even tighter. At that moment, the struggle between the girl and the hamster formed a closed loop. The hamster's sharp cry echoed throughout the forest, making the surrounding trees tremble. Wu Wang also felt the ground shaking as he clenched his fists, looking at the large sword embedded in the earth. Shang Duji had said he couldn't go out. What if he also had powers? Could he then fight alongside Gukeen and the others instead of hiding behind this barrier, only to be protected? Gukeen, what have you done? Shang Duji was momentarily stunned by the shock, his mind blank as he looked at Gukeen, who was hanging on to the hamster's head like a pendant. How was she in a worse situation than him? You are so unfortunate. After a long silence, Shang Duji managed to squeeze out these words, but his own situation wasn't much better. The black rats kept multiplying. For every group he killed, another would surge forth, even feasting on the corpses of their companions. The rats that devoured their kin grew stronger, larger, and Shang Duji's own abilities were nearly exhausted. If he couldn't think of a way out soon, he and Gukeen might truly perish here. Shang Duji gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ice, which was becoming thinner by the second. The ice blade in his hand shattered into pieces. He could no longer forge a new weapon. Gukeen hung onto the hamster's head, shaking her body as she began to pull on its fur to climb up. With great effort, she said, "Shang Duji, do you still have any powers left? What do you want to do?" Shang Duji propped himself up, his chest heaving violently, his face turning pale. He glanced down at his fingertips, which only emitted a faint blue aura. He could only forge one more ice blade, and once he did, the ice pillar beneath him would completely vanish, plunging him into a perilous situation. He looked up at the edge of the pit a few meters away. Though it was a stretch, he could still jump out and survive. But if he did that, Gukeen would die. After all, the group of rats below was no joke. The ice pillar under Shang Duji cracked under the rat's assault. Crack, crack. The fissures widened. There was no time to think. He had to make a quick decision. To survive. That does sound quite tempting. Shang Duji took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and in the next second an ice blade formed in his palm. The ice beneath him completely vanished. He no longer had the power to maintain the ice pillar. Take this. Shang Duji threw the ice blade to Gu Qin. She caught it standing on the hamster's head and fiercely plunged it into the hamster's eye. Blood splattered all over Gu Qin, yet she showed no fear, as if facing an ordinary little white mouse. The hamster howled in agony, its eyes blinded. In an instant the world turned black as it charged around the pit until its head smashed into the earth wall, knocking it unconscious. The surrounding black rats all gathered, beginning to gnaw on the hamster's body. The hamster twitched as it was devoured, gradually revealing crimson blood beneath its brown fur. Shang Duji fell to the ground. Since the rat's attention was focused on the hamster, he was safe for now. But Gu Qin was not so fortunate. She was thrown away, still airborne, clutching her shoulders in silence for a long time, realizing her combat power was indeed too low. Gu Qin held her chest, her gaze fixed on the pit. Just moments ago she seemed to have caught a glimpse of Shang Duji falling down. Bang! Before Gu Qin could locate Shang Duji's shadow, she collided with something. Turning around, she found Tang Xuanlu's grinning face right in front of her. "Oh, is that you, Qin?" Tang Xuanlu said with a smile as he landed on the ground, setting Gu Qin down. She hurried to the edge of the pit and saw a long whip wrapped around Shang Duji's wrist. In the next moment, he was yanked up. Su Ming knelt on one knee holding the whip in her hand, while Hong Xiao quickly washed the wounds of Gu Qin and Shang Duji with water. Shang Duji had already fainted. Gu Qin placed her hand on his wrist to confirm he was still alive, letting out a sigh of relief. She then rushed to Wu Wang's side, who was kneeling on the ground, his hands clasped together, as if praying for something. Gu Qin reached out and patted Wu Wang's shoulder. "Are you okay? Qinjia, where's Shang Duji?" Wu Wang looked up shocked and delighted at Gu Qin's face. He quickly stood up, but after kneeling for too long he stumbled and nearly fell, just in time to be steadied by Gu Qin. Gu Qin pointed to Shang Duji, who was leaning against a tree, passed out. He overexerted his abilities and fainted, but there's no danger to his life. "The divine heard my prayers," Wu Wang said excitedly. "There are no such things as deities." Gu Qin flicked Wu Wang's forehead and helped him to Shang Duji's side, her gaze falling on Tang Xuanlu and the others. They wore black cloaks with a silver-white leaf emblem in the center, the mark of the Instant Kill Squad. To her surprise, he was actually a member of the Instant Kill Squad. No wonder he understood them so well. Gu Qin looked at the leader among them, a face so familiar that her gaze darkened. AC hovered in the air, glancing at the growing black rats in the pit with a calm expression devoid of any emotion. He called out indifferently, "Instant Kill Squad, move in." As AC's words fell, Tang Xuanlu licked his lips, excitedly jumping down, wielding an axe taller than himself. "Oh, it's been a long time since I've heard the boss say that. Slow down, or I'll have to collect your corpse later," Su Ming said, but still followed Tang Xuanlu's pace as she jumped down, her whip cracking in the air. Hong Xiao was much calmer. He waved his hand and called out, "Slow down." It seemed he had no intention of jumping down. He stayed beside Gu Qin, protecting them. "Qinjia, who are these people? They're so powerful." Wu Wang nudged Gu Qin lightly with his elbow, whispering, "The ones here to save us are also my teachers, so don't worry, we're very familiar." Gu Qin confidently patted her chest. Wu Wang looked at her expression and simply nodded in belief. Indeed, she was worthy of being Qinjia, knowing so many big shots. After finishing their conversation, Gu Qin turned to tug at Hong Xiao's clothes. "Teacher Hong Xiao, how did you all come?" "To catch someone," Gu Qin exclaimed. She instantly felt something was wrong, awkwardly scratching her head. "Who did you catch? It can't be me, right?" "Ha!" Hong Xiao replied, "Exactly." Gu Qin's face collapsed in an instant. She turned to sneak away, but was caught by Hong Xiao, who grasped her by the throat, lifting her up and placing her beside him. "Gu Qin." "Teacher, I wasn't trying to escape, I just wanted to see the scenery over there, haha." "I don't believe you." Ace stepped on the leaves holding the shattered sword, his expression blank as he gazed into the depths of the pit below. Tang Xuanlu and Su Ming had cut a bloody path, but the countless black rats could not be eradicated. For every one that died, another would consume its corpse, growing stronger in the process. Even after one group was slain, another would emerge from below, an endless cycle of chaos. Ace closed his eyes, extending his finger to glide over the shattered sword, blood seeping into it. The wind rustled the leaves around him, a strange aura enveloping the entire forest. Gu Qin watched this scene, her mouth agape in surprise, unable to find words. To be honest, she had never seen Ace exert his full strength before. Could a broken sword wield such formidable power? Ace opened his eyes, and the broken sword in his hand transformed into countless small blades floating in the air. Even the piece from Gu Qin's pocket flew over. Yes, there was a small shard of ice sword in her pocket which had flown to her side when the sword shattered. She had used that little shard to cut the rope and escape. But now that she needed help, Ice's sudden appearance proved that. During her escape, Ace was aware and tacitly approved. It wasn't until the shard from Gu Qin flew out that she realized it. Gu Qin fell silent, unusually still, as she watched Ace gather his strength. Then he raised his hand and gently slashed down with the sword. The flying shards danced in the air, creating a symphony, intertwining as Ace swung his arm, forming beautiful musical notes. "Boss is almost ready, let's retreat." Tang Xuanlu swung his iron axe, turning to Su Ming. But before he could finish speaking, Su Ming had already jumped out. He shook his head helplessly and took a couple of steps forward, jumping up the nearly vertical earthen wall. As the saying goes, 90 degrees is a right angle and 89 degrees is a slope. Tang Xuanlu jumped a few steps up, completely ignoring the dense swarm of rats behind him when one charged toward his back. Smack! A black whip struck the rat, blood splattering as the creature flew off, landing on the ground devoured clean. Su Ming flicked her whip, raising her chin as she walked a little further away. Thanks, Xiaoming, I knew you were the best. Tang Xuanlu chuckled, propping one hand on the ground and leaping directly out of the pit. He gave Ace an okay gesture, saying, Boss, we're ready. Ace nodded slightly, his finger gently falling. Several blades descended simultaneously, transforming the entire pit into a sieve, almost instantly slaying all the rats. In a flash, using his weakest control ability, this was the power of Ace, the leader of the instant kill squad. It truly was a kill in an instant. Gu Qin's eyes widened, the chaotic wind around them came to a halt, and for a moment the forest returned to its former tranquility. Ace jumped down, raising his hand, the sword spinning in the air, and all the pieces in the pit flew out, reassembling into the broken sword. This time not a single shard was missing. Gu Qin, you are suspected of tampering with the monthly exam papers. Please come with us now. Ace held a pair of silver handcuffs that could suppress abilities. Although they were of no use to Gu Qin as she had no ability, Gu Qin said, Hey, wait. Wu Wang stood up, blocking Gu Qin's path. Who are you? What do you want to? Aren't you here to save us? Tang Xuanlu chuckled, quickly pulling Wu Wang up. Not quite, kid. We were initially here to capture Gu Qin, but we happened to save you. Alright, Hong Xiao, and I will take you and your friend back. Hong Xiao nodded, picking up Shang Duji and taking his sword as well. As Shang Duji was tossed aside, he slowly opened his eyes, seeing Gu Qin being cuffed by a strange man with a faint black skull visible on her wrist. Shang Duji hadn't seen clearly when his eyelids grew heavy and his thoughts seemed to snap like a broken line, falling asleep once more. Wu Wang flailed his limbs, trying to break free from Tang Xuanlu's grip, but Tang Xuanlu was too strong, lifting him into the air like a chick. Gu Qin glanced at Wu Wang, shaking her head, her lips slightly parted as she said a few words. Wu Wang's pupils contracted slightly, his expression complex as he looked at Gu Qin until she disappeared from his sight. Gu Qin was brought back to the Ability Academy by Ace. In the principal's office, Lu Qingshi sat on a nearby sofa, while Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin stood obediently at the door, their hands still shackled. Xiao Xingyan wore a stern expression, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Gu Qin, Xiao Yanqin, you tampered with the exam papers. Will you plead guilty? Gu Qin swung her handcuffs, making a clattering sound, and looked up at Xiao Xingyan. In that moment of eye contact, she understood something instantly. She and Xiao Yanqin had been set up. There was never any stolen paper at all. Why did Ace and Xiao Xingyan do this? Gu Qin thought to herself that she and Xiao Yanqin hadn't touched Ace or Xiao Xingyan's cake, so why set such a trap? She nodded, following Xiao Xingyan's words, saying, I plead guilty. Xiao Yanqin, standing nearby, gasped in surprise. He couldn't comprehend why they were being assigned a crime they didn't commit and why Gu Qin accepted this accusation. Why? Xiao Yanqin's gaze fell on Lu Qingshi, who nodded slightly, seemingly unwilling to say anything. A hand suddenly reached out to attract Xiao Yanqin's attention. He turned to look at Gu Qin, who gave a reassuring gesture. Xiao Yanqin didn't understand, but he respected it. As long as Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi didn't react too strongly, it should be fine, right? From today onward, you two will write self-criticisms in the small black room. Xiao Xingyan watched Gu Qin plead guilty, slamming his hand on the desk with a loud sound, as if pronouncing Gu Qin's sentence in a courtroom. Moi. Did our academy even have a small black room? By the way, principal, does your hand hurt from slamming so hard? They say one hand cannot clap alone. Gu Qin's eyes instantly lit up at the phrase black room. She had spent 3 years at the Esper Academy, yet had never heard those words before. Our academy actually has a black room. By the way, principal, does clapping your hands that hard hurt? They say one palm can't make a sound. Gu Qin chattered on incessantly beside him, bearing no resemblance to a suspect whatsoever, while Xiao Yanqin's mind flashed with a giant question mark. He stood utterly bewildered, no idea what had transpired. Reality had begun when Professor EIS summoned him to revise exam papers. Then an explosion hurled both EIS and Gu Qin into oblivion. Next thing he knew, he was shackled by Lu Qingshi, and now here they were facing judgment in the black room. Xiao Yanqin's thoughts swirled like discarded hair rinsed clean in a pool, chaotic and unmoored. Gu Qin paid it no mind. She kept talking, her voice feather-light, yet insistent, brushing against Xiao Xingyan's fraying nerves. Already agitated by Gu Qin's uncertain status, her ceaseless chatter pushed him over the edge. Flames erupted from his palms, engulfing the principal's desk in roaring fire. Gu Qin gasped woe, then casually tossed an empty bottle into the blaze. The principal's office exploded. Thick smoke billowed, instantly followed by Xiao Xingyan's furious roar. Gu Qin, seizing the chaos of the blast, Gu Qin whirled around and seized Xiao Yanqin's hand, sprinting away. We absolutely must find Professor EIS. He's the only one who can vouch for us. She whispered it to Xiao Yanqin, who, his Esper ability suppressed, shook his cuffed wrists restlessly. Senior, what exactly is going on? I'm not sure, but it's certainly not good. Something's being hidden from us. Let's find people first. Gu Qin shook her head, her gaze darkening. Could this be linked to the Esper Research Institute incident? Yet what did any of this have to do with Xiao Yanqin? Though they believed they were moving swiftly, Lu Qingshi moved faster, blocking their path at the stairwell. I'm afraid I can't let you run. Lu Qingshi leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, unyielding, impervious to persuasion. Why not? It wasn't us who did it. Why don't you ask Professor Eis? Gu Qin gave a light, hollow laugh. Their gazes locked, neither yielding an inch. Xiao Yanqin pressed his lips together, peering cautiously from behind her. Brother, sure, Professor Eis called us yesterday, saying the monthly exam papers had been stolen, and asked us to help draft new ones. After the explosion, Senior disappeared. You yourself said Eis went looking for her. So how did it become Gu Qin and I tampering with exam papers? How could exam papers possibly be stolen? Lu Qingshi raised a single eyebrow, coolly skeptical, as if to ask, do you truly expect anyone to believe that? No one would dare touch materials under student council custody. But Professor Eis can testify for us. Xiao Yanqin clenched his fists, his voice began to waver thick with unshed tears. Are you looking for me? Professor Eis appeared behind Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin, textbook in hand. He glanced at Lu Qingshi, puzzled. Is something wrong? Teacher, you summoned us to the principal's office yesterday. Xiao Yanqin solemnly lifted the handcuffs linking Gu Qin's wrists. After a moment's thoughtful pause, Eis shrugged. Did I? I don't recall. Gu Qin leaned in, suspicious. No explanation. Yes. He averted his eyes, an unconscious, habitual gesture betraying guilt. Whenever he wanted to dodge, overtime had feigned concern about disciplining Gu Qin and wear that exact expression before the principal. Having spent so long with Eis, Gu Qin knew him intimately. The moment she saw his silent, evasive face, comprehension struck. Eis had lied to her. Humph. A liar. Disappointment flooded Gu Qin's features, the bridge of trust collapsing in an instant. Monthly exams were always overseen by the student council, as its president Lu Qingshi would never misplace them. When Eis messaged her, she hadn't questioned it, not even once. Her expression grew complex, layered with sorrow and disillusionment. Without another word, she stepped past Eis, gripping Xiao Yanqin's sleeve. Still running. If you were, I'll run with you. Senior, are you all right? Your complexion looks off. Xiao Yanqin wore deep concern. He could see how shattered she felt, how fragile her composure had become. If something would break. Betrayal by someone close. Xiao Yanqin reached out and gently patted her shoulders, shaking. They were confined to the black room. Due to the severity of the incident, formal reprimands were issued school-wide. Everyone knew. Consequently, the monthly exam was postponed indefinitely with no announcement of a rescheduled date. Gao Ji rested his chin on his palm, scrolling listlessly through files on his phone. She's as slippery as wide rice noodles in hot pot, yet got caught. He lifted his gaze from the screen, stifling a yawn as the teacher droned on. His eyes drifted to the empty seat beside him. Something about this didn't sit right. Gu Qin wasn't foolish enough to tamper with exam papers, and Xiao Yanqin studied more diligently than anyone in Spoon Realm Class C. There was simply no reason for him to steal them. Moreover, Professor Eis hadn't taught class today. Intriguing, far more compelling than lectures. A faint smile curled Gao Ji's lips. Beside him, Han Sheng slid his notes across the desk. Brother Ji, here are your notes. Gu Qin and Xiao Yanqin were escorted into the black room. Lu Qingshi accompanied them. Gu Qin rolled her eyes. What are you doing here? Does the student council president need detention too? I'm here to ensure you don't blow up the black room. Lu Qingshi replied coolly, arms crossed, leaning against the pitch-black wall behind him. Would I bother? Gu Qin squatted on the floor, slamming her cuffed wrists against the ground, trying futilely to loosen the restraints. Xiao Yanqin stood quietly nearby, scanning the chamber. True to its name, the black room was a cramped, featureless void, walls swallowed in absolute darkness. How long would they be held in such suffocating silence? Xiao Yanqin felt a chill of fear. Instinctively, he stepped back, and his foot struck something hard. He leapt skyward with a startled curse. What the hell? Xiao Yanqin's shout startled Gu Qin, who forcefully slammed the handcuffs onto the ground. With a crack, the handcuffs shattered. She quickly stood up and ran to Xiao Yanqin's side, asking what happened. At that moment, Lu Qingshi also approached. Although his expression was calm, his eyes betrayed his concern for Xiao Yanqin until his gaze landed on the keys beneath Xiao Yanqin's feet. His worry turned into a moment of speechlessness. Lu Qingshi squatted down, picked up the key, and unlocked the handcuffs on Xiao Yanqin's wrist. Gu Qin. Lu Qingshi. Xiao Yanqin awkwardly scratched his head, saying, it's too dark here, I'm a bit scared. Gu Qin nodded. It was indeed a little dark, living up to its name as a small black room. But, does the Ability Academy even have a place like this? Why couldn't she remember? Or did she not cause enough trouble in the past 3 years to be thrown in here by Chao Xingyan? Gu Qin fell into a brief moment of introspection and concluded that she planned to blow up the principal's office again after she got out. And while she was at it, she might as well blow up Ace's dormitory too. Anyway, the teachers' dorms were separate and wouldn't affect other students. Gu Qin was generating mischievous ideas. Lu Qingshi sighed in silence. He could naturally see the rapid thoughts spinning in Gu Qin's eyes, and could only silently mock Chao Xingyan and Ace. He was merely an accomplice, not the mastermind. I can cover for you. Lu Qingshi began to placate Gu Qin, knowing her well enough to understand that she despised betrayal and deception. Yet ironically, they had deceived Gu Qin. Do you think you still have credibility with me? Seeing that Xiao Yanqin was fine, Gu Qin stood up directly and moved to a far corner away from Lu Qingshi, unwilling to engage with him. Anyone could deceive Gu Qin, but Lu Qingshi was an exception. She had given him one chance, and this time no matter what she wouldn't forgive him. I'll let you use my ability. Lu Qingshi approached and squatted down, playfully hooking Gu Qin's pinky with his finger. Gu Qin shifted sideways like a little crab, showing no intention of acknowledging Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin. She remained silent, her exterior showing no signs of disturbance, her expression even mellowed a bit. But inside her thoughts were anything but calm. Oh, is this for real? Abilities can be borrowed too. What should I do if I'm a bit tempted? Cough. Mainly because Lu Qingshi's ability is so awesome, ah? The more Gu Qin thought about it, the more moved she became. Lu Qingshi understood her too, while even knowing what she most wanted. How infuriating. The more Gu Qin thought about it, the more restless she became. She buried her head in her arms, seemingly unwilling to talk. Xiao Yanqin quietly observed this scene, feeling somewhat anxious. It was the first time he had seen Lu Qingshi and Gu Qin argue, and he felt the need to intervene. Xiao Yanqin pursed his lips, gripping his sleeve, and stood up to block Gu Qin's other side. Senior sister, perhaps we should interrogate why Shige did this. Good idea. Gu Qin instantly raised her head. The two reached a consensus, casting a sinister glance at Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi retreated slowly until he was cornered. What are you two planning to do? Lu Qingshi's tone was very calm, as if it were as easy as drinking water or eating. The three of them were in the small black room, playing an eerie game of judge and judged. I've never heard of this small black room. What is this place? What is the purpose of going through all this trouble to bring me and Xiao Yanqin here? And why are you still here and not leaving? Gu Qin kicked the wall behind Lu Qingshi, demanding, what is it you all want to do? The small black room does not belong to the Ability Academy. This is another space. But this space is closely connected to the Ability Academy established by its creator. The purpose is to seal something. Lu Qingshi answered honestly. Xiao Yanqin blinked, clearly not understanding Lu Qingshi's words. What do you mean? Gu Qin's eyes darkened. It means we are going to fight a dungeon. Lu Qingshi nodded. Yes, it is rumored that the sealed item is one of the 5 divine artifacts, the Divine Serpent. There must be a reason for entering the small black room, right? Don't you think? Are you asking us to go? Gu Qin pointed at herself, and then at Xiao Yanqin. She remembered that she didn't seem to have any abilities, did she? She also remembered that Xiao Yanqin's abilities weren't offensive. So was the entire effort to lock them up in the small black room, just to send them to their doom. The air fell into a brief silence, with only their breathing echoing in the pitch-black space. So I came here. Lu Qingshi's lips curled slightly as he smiled at Gu Qin. Gu Qin thoughtfully stroked her chin, but I have never heard of. She had spent the most time in this Ability Academy, and any rumor would normally be well known to her, yet she had never heard of the 5 divine artifacts. Because this matter was told to me by Longyin. Even the principal doesn't know. They deliberately set a trap, just to protect you. You know that the higher-ups have always wanted you. But if you want to go home, you need a reason to brush this matter aside. So I provided them with an excellent location. Lu Qingshi's lips curled slightly, his chin raised, looking at Gu Qin with big watery eyes like a dog seeking. Lu Qingshi's lips curled slightly, his chin raised. Lu Qingshi nodded, tacitly agreeing with Gu Qin's thoughts. In fact, it was Lu Qingshi who had told Chao Shengyan and Ace. After all, although they always made things difficult for Gu Qin, they cared about this student who had been at the Ability Academy for 3 years more than anyone. Gu Qin remained silent for a long time. She had actually guessed that it was pretty close, suddenly being called to revise papers, then suddenly being told she didn't know about this matter, conveniently pinning a crime on her. Previously, they had even brought the entire instant kill team to rescue her. But she still found it very annoying. They should have told her instead. The feeling of being deceived was terrible, and Gu Qin hated it the most, even if it was for her sake. She couldn't forgive Ace and Chao Shengyan. Just wait. Let's see if she doesn't blow up your place when she gets out. Blow it all up. Xiao Yanqin was utterly confused. He slowly raised his hands, somewhat awkwardly interrupting their conversation. Could you please tell me what my role is here? Xiao Yanqin listened, feeling confused. He slowly raised his hands and somewhat shyly interrupted the conversation between the two, saying, could I ask what my role is here? Xiao Yanqin, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Xiao Yanqin tilted his head, blinking in confusion as he looked at Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi smiled. Without saying a word, straightened up from the ground, resting one hand on Gu Qin's calf, his gaze returning to her face. Do you realize how dangerous this is? Hey, Gu Qin. After Lu Qingshi finished speaking, he forcefully flipped Gu Qin over, and Xiao Yanqin, who was behind her, was pinned down. Immediately after Xiao Yanqin's furious voice rang out, Lu Qingshi, I'm going to kill you. That tone and those words were definitely not something Xiao Yanqin would say. Gu Qin quickly propped herself up. With a backflip, she stood up and saw Xiao Yanqin directly rise, holding a white silk thread ready to strike at Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin. A huge question mark popped up in her mind. Xiao Yanqin was on top. The posture, the silk thread, it all seemed so familiar. Are you Qingyan? Who called me? Xiao Yanqin turned around, looking at Gu Qin, who was confused, and waved at her, saying, Oh, it's Xiao Yanqin. Oh no, it should be Qingyan now. She politely nodded, and then holding the white silk thread, she shouted at Lu Qingshi, Go die. The white silk thread lashed out at Lu Qingshi like a whip, almost hitting his face. In the next moment, the silk thread unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Lu Qingshi crossed his arms leaning against the black wall, his white shirt half open revealing his delicate collarbone. He exuded a lazy aura with his hair casually falling over his forehead, and he raised a hand to stifle a yawn. "You're so weak, Qingyan." Qingyan tugged at Lu Qingshi's shirt with one hand while the other was raised high preparing to give him a punch. What kind of supernatural ability do you have? Being able to suppress others' abilities is impressive. If you have guts. Gu Qian stood aside clapping her hands and shouting, "Fight, fight." Although it seemed strange to her that the usually gentle Xiao Yanqin was angrily gripping Lu Qingshi's collar, she couldn't resist her desire for chaos. It would be much more interesting if they fought. "Gu Qian, shut your mouth." Qingyan stuffed a white memory silk thread that was shaped like a pacifier into Gu Qian. "Gu Qian." She moved her mouth and the pacifier emitted a sweet milk fragrance. Surprisingly, it was quite tasty, but she felt like she had grown up. A pacifier. Never mind, it tastes good anyway. Lu Qingshi couldn't help but laugh, his brows curving slightly, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. He shrugged, completely unconcerned about the murderous aura emanating from Qingyan. "Are you sure you want to kill me here?" Qingyan paused for a moment, releasing her grip as her gaze swept across the pitch-black room. This is... In the pitch-black room, there was nothing at all. It was visible at a glance, but for some reason tears unconsciously welled up in Qingyan's eyes. She reached out her hand and gently placed it on the black wall. Closing her eyes, white memory silk threads appeared at her fingertips, and in an instant the black wall vanished, replaced by a warm room. Simple clean walls adorned only with a neatly made bed, and near the window a black chair. A few rays of sunlight fell on Qingyan's face as she murmured, "Master." Gu Qian squinted her eyes, carefully examining the room. It was an ordinary room, but she felt a strong aura of supernatural energy, just like at the Ability Academy. This was a room composed of supernatural abilities. She was drawn into the room, completely oblivious to what Lu Qingshi had just said. He seemed to know some incredible secret. Qingyan was also moved by the room, and this sudden change in her demeanor distracted her attention. Her voice trembled slightly. "This is the master's house." "Master? Who is he?" Gu Qian stroked her chin, recalling that Qingyan had always mentioned a mysterious man. However, during the memory sharing she had not seen his face. This stirred Gu Qian's curiosity as she squinted her eyes, staring at Qingyan's face. "You? Why are you staring at me?" Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze, Qingyan turned her head away, her face slightly flushed, her ears seemingly bleeding. Lu Qingshi explained, "Xiao Yan, codename 7034, a wanted criminal of the supernatural organization. He was originally fine in prison, but suddenly escaped one day, stealing the Tungsha, and then vanished without a trace. The last time he appeared was when Qingyan joined the Unnight. The master is not a wanted criminal. If it weren't for..." Qingyan shouted, suddenly realizing she had let something slip, quickly shutting her mouth. In fact, even she didn't know what the master had promised that guy. He had only told her to never reveal anything about him to anyone. Because of what? Gu Qian's curiosity grew stronger. She leaned in closer, but was pushed away by Qingyan. "It's nothing. If you're looking for the Tungsha, it was indeed taken by the master, and is locked in this space. He'll take you to it." Gu Qian narrowed her eyes. Qingyan definitely had something she couldn't say, which made Gu Qian itch with curiosity. Lu Qingshi was equally curious. He reached out and patted Gu Qian's shoulder, only to be shrugged off by her, as she still hadn't forgiven him. Although he meant well, Gu Qian's displeasure was palpable. Lu Qingshi looked at his hand, shrugged, and followed the two. The three exited the room. The moment Gu Qian pushed open the door, she opened her mouth, originally thinking the outside world would be the same as the small dark room. However, it was entirely the opposite. As soon as the door opened, warm sunlight enveloped Gu Qian, and around her were flowers in full bloom, looking like they were frequently tended to, exuding a fragrant aroma. A pebbled path led to a lounge chair where a small green snake basked in the sun, seemingly quite content, its tail swaying. The small green snake lay quietly on the lounge chair, basking in the sun, its tail swaying gently, as it occasionally took a sip of flower dew from the table beside it, enjoying a wonderfully leisurely life. Gu Qian was completely oblivious to the small snake, her eyes fixated on the automatically swaying lounge chair, which looked incredibly comfortable. So without a second thought, she plopped down onto it. Gu Yan's pupils instantly widened, and she was left speechless in shock, her hand pausing as she tried to... Lu Qingshi quickly accepted the situation, crossing his arms and lightly tapping his fingers, revealing a silver dragon-shaped ring on his distinctly knuckled pinky. "Just get used to it." Lu Qingshi shook his head helplessly as he walked up to Gu Qian and handed her the flower dew from the table. "Is it comfortable, eh? Do you want some water?" "Lu Qingshi, even if you're trying to please me, I still won't forgive you." Gu Qian turned over, presenting her backside to Lu Qingshi. At that moment, the small snake beneath her was finally able to breathe, wriggling out from under her, thankful that it hadn't been squished. The small snake thought to itself, furious, it jumped up and prepared to confront Gu Qian, cursing, "Are you blind?" Gu Qian, who had initially turned over with her back to Lu Qingshi, suddenly heard from behind, "Are you blind?" Clenching her fist in anger, she swung her arm back, shouting, "Are you blind? Open your eyes and see that I am a person, not a shrimp." Just then she sent the small snake flying. The little snake zipped away without leaving any regrets, only cursing Gu Qian, though it had never seen this person before. Lu Qingshi, being sensible, stepped back a few paces and did not catch the small snake, which landed with a thud at his feet. Lu Qingshi didn't notice this. He simply stepped forward and stomped down, although it wasn't fatal. Gu Yan. She watched everything unfold, her lips twitching involuntarily. If they knew that they were stepping on the very snake they were trying to find, she wondered what expression they would show. But it was none of her concern. Her time possessing this body was running a bit long, and Xiao Yanqin was about to wake up. Although seeing the familiar home made her a bit sentimental, the tongue snake was not so easily tamed. She snorted softly and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her initially murderous gaze had transformed into that of a clean, innocent dumpling. Xiao Yanqin awoke, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, blinking in confusion. Wasn't he just in a small black? How did he suddenly end up in the backyard? Xiao Yanqin was puzzled and decided to ask himself. He quickly dashed between the two people, only to accidentally kick the small snake that was crawling out from Lu Qingshi's feet. The small snake once again zipped away with a whoosh. Xiao Yanqin blinked, feeling like he had just kicked something. Well, he couldn't tell since he hadn't seen clearly. Xiao Yanqin slapped his face, asking, "Are you all okay? What on earth is happening?" Gu Qin turned around and recognized the person as Xiao Yanqin, not Gu Yan. "Oh, it's you. You've returned." Xiao Yanqin pointed at himself, confused, and said, "It's always been me." Lu Qingshi nodded and briefly explained to Xiao Yanqin that they were still in the small black room, but this was the true face of the small black room. They had come here to retrieve a divine artifact, the tongue snake. Gu Qin sat up from the lounge chair, her legs gently resting on it, propping her chin as she scanned the sea of flowers. "Strange, is the tongue snake really here?" Lu Qingshi replied, "Who knows?" At that moment the small snake had already flown far away, its ears filled with the chattering voices of Gu Qin and the others, each word adding to its annoyance, especially since it was flying in the air. It was already bad enough that they had barged into its garden, now they had even flattened and kicked it away. Enough was enough. Furious, the small snake flew in midair, its tail snagging Gu Qin's hair as it yelled, "You have gone too far." What was that sound? Gu Qin touched her ear, feeling a sound slip away like a feather, only to disappear. Sound? What sound? No, wait. Senior sister behind you. Xiao Yanqin tilted his head, his gaze falling onto Gu Qin's hand, then trailing down to the tips of her hair. A small green snake was coiling among her locks, its tail entwined in her hair, while its head peeked out into the air, looking somewhat comical, but it didn't stop Xiao Yanqin from being frightened. Gu Qin turned around, puzzled, as she felt no strange aura in the vicinity, especially since Lu Qingshi was still there. "What is behind me, eh?" Gu Qin's hair flicked back, and the snake followed suit, coincidentally facing Xiao Yanqin. The two locked eyes. Xiao Yanqin. The small snake flicked its tongue, its entire body green, with a silver crown-like adornment on its head, its yellow eyes and sharp fangs exposed, giving it a cuter appearance. Xiao Yanqin gulped, stepping back slightly, while waving his hand in greeting, "Hello." The small snake seemed displeased, but seeing Xiao Yanqin extend his hand, it responded with a greeting of its own, its tongue flicking across Xiao Yanqin's palm. Who cares if you're good or not?" The small snake awkwardly flicked its tail, completely forgetting that it was coiled in Gu Qin's hair, before falling to the ground with a thud. Where did this snake come from? Gu Qin heard the noise and squatted down, grabbing the small snake. Surprisingly, Gu Qin boldly poked the small snake's head with her finger. The small snake enjoyed the touch, its tongue extending outward, as if expressing its pleasure. "Senior sister, look at this head, this snake is poisonous." Xiao Yanqin kindly reminded her. "I know, but as the saying goes, there must be an antidote within 5 steps. I just scanned this garden, and there were only a few herbs I didn't recognize. I guess one of them is the antidote." Gu Qin said casually, the small snake coiled on her fair fingertip, feeling cool to the touch. She had a feeling that this little snake would not attack her, instead she was more inclined to tease it. Where did this sense of intimacy come from? "Oh, senior sister, you can't play with the snake recklessly." Xiao Yanqin stamped his feet in anxiety, hurriedly searching for the herbs Gu Qin mentioned, only to find that he did not recognize any of these plants. "Why can't she play with me?" "No, wait." The little snake saw Xiao Yanqin darting around, and finally drooped its head back, raising its chin in a haughty manner. Suddenly realizing something, it abruptly turned around. "Wait, are you playing with me?" Gu Qin nervously scratched the back of her head. "No, you're overthinking it." The little snake's eyes brightened, and Lu Qingshi timely interjected. "Yes, it's exactly as you think." The little snake's eyes dimmed, and Gu Qin replied. She shot a glare at Lu Qingshi, then continued, speaking to the little snake in her hands. "How could I deceive you?" The little snake's eyes brightened again, and Lu Qingshi said, "You guessed it right." The little snake's eyes dimmed once more, and Gu Qin continued. "You're so smart, you must understand me, right?" Lu Qingshi remarked. "Since you're so clever, you shouldn't ask too much, but it's just as you think I am playing with you." Gu Qin. She decided not to forgive Lu Qingshi anymore. This was a very significant decision. Gu Qin remained silent while the little snake nestled its body. It changed its position in Gu Qin's hands, wrapping its tail around her thumb, resting its head against her, as if it were holding a flower in its mouth, then shouted at Gu Qin, "Hey girl, shake it." Gu Qin couldn't help but laugh at the little snake's antics. She poked the little snake's face. "You must be a vine snake, right?" "How did you know?" The little snake, oh no, the vine snake, changed its posture, stretching its head to scan the 3 humans in front of it, its gaze landing on Lu Qingshi's tail ring, the owner of Longing. Lu Qingshi nodded. "That's me." The vine snake clicked its tongue, twisting its body to climb onto Gu Qin's shoulder, trying to distance itself from Lu Qingshi. No wonder you could find me. Owner. A huge question mark flashed in Xiao Yanqin's mind. What is an owner? Gu Qin also had some doubts, but she simply organized her thoughts. The owner is probably the user of the 5 great. While seeing your sister, how did you know? Xiao Yanqin followed behind Gu Qin in support. Gu Qin raised her chin but humbly said, "Oh, it's nothing, just a guess." In reality, her tail was wagging with excitement. The vine snake climbed up Gu Qin's ear to her head, raising its chin in a posture that screamed how impressive it was. Indeed, we are the users of the artifacts. The divine created us, allowing us to sign a contract with a human to become the owner. The owner can borrow our powers to enhance themselves, but of course there are conditions to becoming an owner. Of course our artifacts can sense each other, so that's how you could find me, right? The vine snake said, glancing at Lu Qingshi, especially at the tail ring on his hand, staring for dozens of seconds. So what are your conditions? Gu Qin suddenly spoke, seeming to understand why she and Xiao Yanqin had to be sent here. Gu Qin did not have any abilities and needed to possess the power to protect herself. Similarly, the green face within Xiao Yanqin was the key to unlocking the little black room. Their true purpose was to become the owners of the vine snake. My condition: defeat me. The vine snake snorted coldly, leaping into the air. In an instant, its small body suddenly enlarged, transforming into a giant python flying through the air, coiling its body and looking down at the three with an oppressive air. The tail ring on Lu Qingshi's hand trembled violently, as if expressing some intense emotion. Lu Qingshi reached out to pat the tail ring to soothe it. Xiao Yanqin was quite frightened and hurriedly hid behind Gu Qin and Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin felt unfazed. After all, it was necessary to borrow its power, and paying some price was acceptable. I will give you 3 days. As long as you defeat me, I will sign a contract with you. How about that? The vine snake looked down at the 3 of them. Although they were noble artifacts, they could only exert their original power after signing a contract with humans. They were born for this purpose. So it was quite willing to give Gu Qin a chance, especially since it liked the aura on her. From the moment it wrapped around her hair, it could subtly smell a hint of fragrance, fresh and elegant, making the snake unable to resist getting closer. Moreover, being able to find it here showcased some strength. 3 days. It won't even take 3 days. Let's do it now. Gu Qin lifted her head to look at the vine snake, confidently patting her chest. Oh, you've got guts. The vine snake flicked its tail, creating a loud sound as the air was displaced, scattering the surrounding clouds. Xiao Yanqin shrank back, peeking out from behind Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi's tail ring disappeared, and longing appeared in his hand. His expression remained indifferent, seemingly not intending to take action. It's fine, Xiao Yanqin, with my brother here, it should be an easy victory, right? Xiao Yanqin comforted himself, growing more resolute with each word, until Lu Qingshi spoke, shattering Xiao Yanqin's confidence entirely. Lu Qingshi said, I can't take action, the one challenging is Gu Qin, not me. Xiao Yanqin's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising. What? What? Senior sister is going to challenge this alone? Such a huge snake. Calm down, calm down. Gu Qin took a few steps forward, raising her head to wave at the vine snake. Hey vine snake, could you shrink a bit? Looking up at you is bad for my cervical spine. The vine snake replied. Who cares about your cervical spine? It looked at Gu Qin perplexed, but still shrank to a size similar to hers, so she wouldn't have to look up. The vine snake coiled its tail in a crossed arms manner, twisting its head proudly. If you can use all the tricks you want. All the flowers and plants in this garden are available to you, but you cannot damage them. This is all my careful tending. Gu Qin chuckled. What do I need flowers and plants for? Do you believe I can defeat you without using anything at all? Defeat me? Without using anything? You underestimate yourself too much. You aren't even as big as my tail. The vine snake flicked its tail, forgetting that it had already shrunk. Now Gu Qin was indeed larger than its tail. The corners of Gu Qin's lips curled slightly as she waved her fist in the air. Then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Let's play rock, paper, scissors then. Gu Qin shook her fist, grinning at the vine serpent, who stood about as tall as she did. The serpent shook its head in utter bewilderment. I told you to defeat me, not toy with me, understand? A faint smile curled at the corner of Gu Qin's lips. This isn't toying with you. I'm challenging you. Do you understand what a challenge is? The vine serpent flicked its tongue. A challenge means rock, paper, scissors. Gu Qin stretched out her hand, pointing at the serpent and shouting with an overwhelming momentum, as if she were a vendor hawking eggs at a supermarket. Am I challenging you or not? The vine serpent nodded. Yes. Gu Qin's voice rose steadily, exuding an aura, as if she alone could hold back a collapsing mountain. Then, since I'm the challenger, shouldn't I set the rules? Shouldn't I be allowed to challenge you however I want? So rock, paper, scissors is perfectly fine, isn't it? The vine serpent hesitated, listening to Gu Qin's words, but before it could think it through, her voice drilled into its ears again. Think about it. This is just an ordinary game of rock, paper, scissors. We don't need to wreck this beautiful garden or engage in pointless combat. It's just a simple game. Gu Qin had the vine serpent completely baffled. Even Xiao Yanqin's mouth hung open. He had never seen anyone challenge another and then dictate the terms. Yet somehow it all sounded so reasonable. Lu Qingshi, however, was used to it. His fingers gently pressed the dragon's roar sword in his hand, which flickered with a faint white light. Only he likely understood what the sword meant. Gu Qin kept chattering nonstop, her lips moving without pause. At an emotional moment, she even draped an arm over the vine serpent's head. Ah, so I'm saying no matter what rock, paper, scissors is the best deal. The vine serpent pondered for a moment, then flicked its tail. Fine. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Gu Qin licked her dry lips and swung her fist in the air, brimming with eagerness. Come on, Xiao Yanqin, you be the referee for us. Hearing his name, Xiao Yanqin quickly stepped forward. Oh, okay, senior sister. And so the two of them along with the serpent gathered in a circle. Xiao Yanqin stood between them chanting rock, scissors, paper. Gu Qin paper. The vine serpent extended its tail tip. Xiao Yanqin looked at the result, his eyes darting around, and decisively announced the outcome. Senior sister wins. Why, oi? The serpent's eyes were filled with immense confusion. It had shown its tail tip. Wait. A tail tip, eh? Right, it was a snake. How could it possibly form rock, scissors, or paper? You showed your tail tip, which isn't rock, scissors, or paper. So you broke the rules and I win. Gu Qin waved her hand, then mischievously squeezed the serpent's tail. The serpent's eyes widened as it spat its tongue and roared at her. You're bullying me. No, I'm not. You're a snake, not a person. Gu Qin shrugged, looking almost disappointed at the serpent's fury. I didn't think you'd refuse to accept this. The serpent reared up, flicking its tongue and shouting. I can't possibly make rock, scissors, or paper. You tricked me. Gu Qin looked at the serpent with pitiful eyes, tears glistening, her voice drooping like a forlorn puppy. I'm not lying. You could coil yourself into the shapes of rock, scissors, or paper. Hey. The serpent realized. Why hadn't it thought of that? It snorted, flicked its tail, and lifted its head. I was just testing you. Congratulations on passing my trial. Now let's begin for real. Hearing this, Gu Qin's lips curled slightly, and she clenched her fair hand into a fist. Alright, let's start over. Xiao Yanqin cleared his throat. Rock, scissors, paper. The vine serpent quickly coiled itself into a ball representing rock, while Gu Qin extended 2 fingers showing scissors. Xiao Yanqin looked at the two, swallowing hard. What now? It seemed senior sister had lost. He had to find an excuse. He glanced around, then reluctantly said senior sister wins. The vine serpent coiled into a tight ball, with only its head and tail poking out, strained to lift its head. Why, I showed rock. Your senior sister showed scissors? Xiao Yanqin stepped back, staring at the balled-up serpent, his mind racing. Finally, he stubbornly insisted, you showed. A ball of yarn. Scissors can cut that. Are you mocking me? It roared, its body turning red from being coiled too tightly. It couldn't break free. It flicked its tongue, glaring menacingly at Xiao Yanqin, but that was all it could do. Aside from its head, it was completely immobile. He's not mocking you. You did lose. Gu Qin walked up to the serpent and tapped its head. Now checkmate. You can't move, so you're at my mercy. That means I win. Gu Qin said it lightly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. From the very beginning, she had been scheming. She had no special abilities, no potions now, and fighting a giant serpent heathen was hopeless. But who said victory required fighting? Winning didn't have to draw blood. So Gu Qin deliberately tricked the vine serpent into playing rock, paper, scissors, guiding it step by step, all to make it coil itself up, trapping itself, unable to move. Clearly the serpent had fallen for her trap. Gu Qin tossed her phone to Lu Qingshi, draped one arm over Xiao Yanqin, then bent down and flashed a scissors gesture, oozing with mockery. You can't move, so I still win. Come on, little Lu, take a picture of us. You. The serpent was so furious it couldn't speak. Its originally green body turned red with rage. It had never met anyone so shamelessly thick-skinned. Its golden eyes trembled. Lu Qingshi took Gu Qin's phone and opened the camera. At that moment, Gu Qin was smugly leaning on Xiao Yanqin, one hand flashing a peace sign. Xiao Yanqin looked a bit embarrassed, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the serpent, but he still raised a peace sign too. The serpent, red with anger, flicked its tongue toward Gu Qin's hand, as if trying to bite it off. Click! The moment was frozen. Lu Qingshi tossed the phone back to Gu Qin, but his gaze lingered on the serpent's face. A bet is a bet. Accept your loss. TCH. The vine snake flicked its tongue. Gu Qin had indeed won. It could not defeat her now, though it was unwilling. It raised its head and nodded at Gu Qin. Hey, come here. Since you lost, let's sign a contract. Give me a drop of your blood. Coming right up. Gu Qin bit her fingers, squeezing out a drop of bright red blood and offering it to the vine snake. The snake leaned in, and the blood flew through the air, landing on its head. The white crown was adorned with a layer of red light, inscribed with the mark of Gu Qin's name. The snake shimmered with a glow, quickly shrinking down. It had a hint of curiosity in its tone. So this is your name, but sounds quite nice. After it spoke, its body transformed into a greenish-blue hairpin, fastening itself in Gu Qin's hair. The contract is sealed. Congratulations. Lu Qingshi clapped his hands and sincerely said, wow, you've already signed the contract. Xiao Yanqin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaned in, curiously looking at the greenish-blue hairpin adorning Gu Qin's hair. The hairpin was the vine snake, coiled up tightly like a yarn ball, with only its head and a small segment of its tail visible, looking rather ugly. By the way, what is this for? Xiao Yanqin tilted his head and asked. Gu Qin reached out to touch the hairpin. During the contract signing, something seemed to flash through her mind, perhaps the usage method of the vine snake. She opened her mouth somewhat confused and said, it seems like it can transform into some kind of weapon. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark green vine whip appeared in the palm of Gu Qin's hand. The whip handle bore silver snake patterns, and the end of the whip was inscribed with the large character, and the whip's body was dark green woven like vines. When Xiao Yanqin saw the whip, his pupils trembled. It was the whip from his dreams. At that time, Gu Qin wielded a whip that was as deadly as could be. How could it be? A dream is. Really? Gu Qin blinked her eyes, bending down to look at Xiao Yanqin. What's wrong? You look a bit pale. At this moment, Xiao Yanqin looked horrified, as if he had seen something terrifying. His face was pale, nearly matching the color of the wall. Xiao Yanqin opened his mouth slightly, his fingers pinching his sleeve. He lifted his gaze to meet Gu Qin's, and narrated the details of the dream, senior sister. I had a dream where you wielded this whip. And killed Shige. Do I really have that strength? Gu Qin's eyes flashed with light. She quickly whipped the long whip, which struck her face. Then yanking the whip's tail with force, she fell over. Thus she played out the scene of tripping herself with her own whip. Just after Xiao Yanqin mentioned that Gu Qin would kill Lu Qingshi with a vine whip, he fell silent. A dream. It must be false. It must be false. Gu Qin had just whipped herself and fell. She held her bottom, her face flushed red from embarrassment. Not believing in misfortune, she whipped a few more times, the whip uncontrollably flailing in the air, and successfully wrapped herself up like a rice dumpling. Gu Qin. I'm done for. Xiao Yanqin. That dream is definitely false. Lu Qingshi covered his mouth, unable to hold back. Ha! He clutched his belly, laughing heartily, the sound bright and generous, as if he had heard the greatest joke. His shoulders shook with laughter. This was the first time Xiao Yanqin had heard Lu Qingshi laugh like this. He had always been cool and reliable, but this childlike laughter was a first. Enough, Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin retracted the vine whip. She got up from the ground, ready to stomp her feet, but Lu Qingshi dodged her. Lu Qingshi wiped the smile from his face, his hand gently gripping Long Ying. Do you want to fight? Your whip can't defeat me. Who says the vine snake can only become a whip? Gu Qin flicked her hand. Her fingertips lightly brushed against the vine snake hairpin. Then a dark green scythe entwined with vines appeared in Gu Qin's hand. The dark green scythe was covered in vines with a few white flowers blooming on it. The handle of the scythe was wrapped with a silver snake, and a small snake fang protruded from the blade, resembling the harbinger of destruction. However, the deadly blade was adorned with blooming flowers of life. Every divine weapon has its own abilities. The vine snake can transform, that's its characteristic. A whip can't compare to the coolness of a scythe. Our righteous sect should use scythes. Xiao Yanqin said. Actually, this makes senior sister seem more. Though I say this, the stone in my heart has fallen. The dream is false, so what happened in the dream will not occur. It must not. Gu Qin swung the scythe, letting go. The handle spun around her waist before plunging firmly into the ground. She crossed her arms and leaned against it, picking up her phone to take a cool selfie. As soon as she opened the phone, she noticed a handsome photo of Lu Qingshi had mysteriously appeared in her album, while the photo she had just asked Lu Qingshi to take had vanished. Gu Qin exclaimed, Lu Qingshi, I asked you to take my picture, and you took a selfie instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Yanqin blinked and asked, by the way, if every divine weapon has its own ability, Shige, what is Long Yin's ability? Lu Qingshi shook his head, softly murmuring, Long Yin. Its ability is. Before Lu Qingshi could finish, Gu Qin brandished the scythe and charged out. Lu Qingshi hurriedly stepped back, drawing Long Yin to spar with Gu Qin. The two of them clashed noisily on the garden path. Xiao Yanqin shook his head, helplessly lying back on a chair, yawning. Fatigue swept over him, and he turned over and fell asleep. A sleepless night. Gu Qin herself did not expect that they would come out after spending a day in the small dark room. She rested her chin on her hand, feeling somewhat gloomy. She had not had enough time in the small dark room. The back garden inside had many rare herbs, and she had not finished studying them before being released. Moreover, she had to catch up on the homework and courses from these 2 days, and the upcoming monthly exam. After Gu Qin and the others emerged, the notice for the resumption of the monthly exam was issued, which meant Xiao Yanqin had to start preparing for the exam again. Lu Qingshi was also busy again. He had to handle student council affairs and the tasks assigned to him by the supernatural organization weighing on his shoulders, busy from morning till night, without a trace. Gu Qin, on the other hand, found herself leisurely sitting in the library looking at boring books while her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her small dark room. With a weapon, she had gained the power to protect herself. Suddenly a hand reached out towards her. Gu Qin turned around abruptly. Is it you? Aren't you surprised? Gao Ji pulled out a chair and sat down across from Gu Qin without a care, narrowing his eyes as a faint white light flickered in his brown irises. Gu Qin closed the boring book, yawning lazily like a sunbathing kitten. I might have guessed a bit. After all, that sudden book had your unique energy, albeit weak. Hasn't anyone mentioned that your perception of abilities is quite strong? Gao Ji squinted, his gaze sweeping from Gu Qin's head to her toes, and he found no trace of abilities on her. From the beginning to the end, he couldn't see through what kind of ability Gu Qin possessed, but he didn't discover anything. For example, Gu Qin was wearing an ugly green hairpin on her head and a skull bracelet on her wrist. Gao Ji. Sometimes I really doubt Gu Qin's sense of aesthetics. It's like the dress-up games we played as kids where to score high one would wear all kinds of ugly things. Guess what? Gu Qin's lips curled up in a smile, her eyes sparkling, yet she didn't answer Gao Ji's question. However, she wasn't even aware of this herself. Gu Qin's perception of abilities probably began after she arrived at the Ability Academy. Since she didn't possess any abilities herself, she had to be vigilant about abilities movements at all times or else she would eventually be riddled with holes from abilities. Gao Ji closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his irises had returned to their original color. He stood up, hands in pockets, looking rather arrogant. As expected, I can't play with you. There was no trace of abilities on Gu Qin. The skull on her wrist should be some kind of protective device, and the hairpin was just plain ugly, lacking any significance. Not getting what he wanted, Gao Ji turned and left. Gu Qin squinted, watching his retreating figure, realizing she needed to check Gao Ji's information with Lu Qingshi later. To be able to tamper with Xiao Yanqin's memories without their notice and even assist in sorting them out, this person is not so simple. However, it doesn't seem so boring now. After all, I suddenly discovered something interesting. Gu Qin returned the book to the library. She stood up and followed Gao Ji, deliberately applying a herbal agent on herself to avoid being detected. The agent would grow green grass on her skin, camouflaging her like a camouflage suit. This agent had no side effects, it merely emitted a faint jasmine scent that would attract small animals. Therefore Gu Qin felt at ease, as it was unlikely to find any small animals within the entire Ability Academy. Gu Qin covered herself with the agent and quietly slipped into the bushes, blending in with her surroundings. Gao Ji walked ahead, his ears twitching slightly. He heard rustling sounds coming from the grass behind him. He turned his gaze back, activating his ability to scan the bushes behind him, yet he found no trace of abilities. Strange. Gao Ji furrowed his brow, slightly curiosity pushing him forward. Quietly he pulled aside the grass, revealing dark soil, empty and devoid of anything. Gao Ji felt something was amiss. He squinted, scanning the surroundings. His ability magnified his vision, yet he still found nothing, only the faint jasmine scent lingering in the air. Achoo! Gao Ji suddenly sneezed, nearly jumping in surprise. He quickly covered his nose, which had already turned red, and his face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. His heart raced violently, and his breathing became labored. Gao Ji was allergic to jasmine, and it was a severe allergy. Just after a few breaths his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. What the hell happened? Gu Qin jumped down from the tree. She had been following him closely. How did he suddenly faint? Gu Qin crouched down, placing her hand on Gao Ji's wrist, frowning as she checked his heartbeat. However, when her fingers touched his wrist, his originally rosy arms were suddenly covered in dense hives, the shape corresponding exactly to the area her fingers had touched. Gu Qin, this is an allergy. Looking at the green fuzz growing on her body, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. It seemed Gao Ji had a severe allergy to the agent on her. She turned to ask other classmates to take Gao Ji to the infirmary, only to find that the previously bustling area had become eerily empty. Strange. Where did everyone go? Gu Qin scratched her head, pulling out her phone to call Han Cheng since Gao Ji was closest to him. Just as she took out her phone, a blue dragon descended from the sky. Lu Qingshi landed on Longyin, jumping down and looking at Gu Qin, who was covered in grass. He raised an eyebrow. Someone reported to the student council that they saw a human-shaped lawn trying to eat a student. At that moment Gu Qin was wrapped in green grass, and aside from her recognizable face, she looked like a moving patch of grass exuding an eerie fragrance. Nearby lay a half-conscious Gao Ji, seemingly poisoned. The classmates who had been strolling around upon witnessing this scene let out silent screams. Terrifying. So terrifying. Suddenly someone was killed without warning. The eerie feeling enveloped the entire path. All the students scattered, no one daring to approach, as it seemed so easy to kill a person, they didn't even see how it happened. If they got closer, would they also be killed? Thus many took photos and reported to the student council, hoping they could resolve the matter. Lu Qingshi, who was already swamped with work, suddenly received a report that a monster was killing people at school. Furious, his veins bulged, he thought he could avoid overtime this semester, only for endless extra work to fall upon him. With a dark expression, he drew Longyin and flew out, wanting to see exactly what was causing him trouble. Then he saw a human-shaped grass figure standing in the empty path, holding a mobile phone, with Gao Ji lying nearby, nearly unconscious. Upon hearing the noise, the grass figure turned around, revealing a beautiful face. The two locked eyes. Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin. Great, you're here. Quickly take Gao Ji to the hospital. He has a severe allergy to me. I can't touch him right now, just look. After saying this, Gu Qin squatted down, pointing at Gao Ji's face with her finger. Instantly a mass of red pimples erupted on his face, spreading around the area where Gu Qin had just touched his skin. Gu Qin poked another spot, and the same thing happened. I have to say, this is quite fun. Lu Qingshi. Gao Ji was taken to the infirmary, and after examination, it was confirmed that he had a severe allergy. Lu Qingshi, unable to do anything, notified Han Cheng and Xiao Yanqin to take care of the fainted Gao Ji. Meanwhile, he sat in the student council office, handling the public opinion that had arisen because of this incident. With a furrowed brow, Lu Qingshi lightly tapped his fingers on the table while reading the report in his hand. Gu Qin sat across from him, the effects of the medication having worn off, revealing her fair skin, though a faint jasmine fragrance lingered on her. Her eyes sparkled as she dashed around the entire student council office, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen this building." Indeed, it was Gu Qin's first time seeing this building. The student council building was only completed this semester, a proposal made by Lu Qingshi. Of course Chao Xingyan had no reason to refuse. He was delighted to have someone help him with the trivial matters. Thus this building rose from the ground, and only now were the student council's rules and regulations officially established, all of which were formulated by Lu Qingshi. Although he often claimed to dislike overtime, he possessed a natural leadership ability. Some positions could only be filled by him, and some tasks could only be accomplished through his efforts. How long are you going to sneak around? Lu Qingshi turned to the next page of the document, his eyes lowered, long eyelashes casting a shadow. He was currently reviewing the contents of the student suggestion box, which had originally been Chao Xingyan's responsibility. However, after the establishment of the student council, this duty fell to Lu Qingshi. He occasionally called AIC and Song Chaoxing to help, but only occasionally. AIC appeared in the student council office after class. He pushed open the door and saw Gu Qin rummaging through the entire office, while Lu Qingshi blandly read a document. Upon seeing Gu Qin, AIC froze for a moment, quickly using his abilities to conceal his presence. As long as Gu Qin didn't look this way, she wouldn't notice him. Ever since the incident in the small dark room, Gu Qin had deliberately been avoiding him, even skipping his classes. AIC had originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Gu Qin face-to-face, but every time he found her it was as if she had just left as he arrived, almost as if she was intentionally avoiding him. This left AIC with no choice but to seek out Lu Qingshi. He knew the two had a good relationship, and by leveraging Lu Qingshi's help he might find an opportunity to talk to Gu Qin. So taking advantage of Lu Qingshi's recent busyness, he would sneak into the student council office after class to handle some trivial matters simply to earn good favor in Lu Qingshi's eyes. However, seeing Gu Qin there, AIC suddenly felt like backing out. He concealed himself with his abilities and prepared to leave, his fingers about to twist the doorknob, when he heard Gu Qin's voice echoing in the empty room. "I'm not sneaking away, and my stomach has been fine lately." AIC. Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin tilted her head, casually grabbing a stack of documents and plopping down on the sofa. "What's up? Is that not correct?" Lu Qingshi chuckled, lightly shaking his head. "No, this is very much like Gu Qin. What do you think, teacher AIC?" Lu Qingshi emphasized the last 4 words as if stressing something. Standing at the doorway, AIC, who had deliberately concealed himself, thought. Gu Qin followed Lu Qingshi's gaze and saw AIC standing at the door, looking somewhat awkward. She quickly put down the documents in her hand. "Teacher, AIC. Do you have something to report to the student council as well?" AIC, being called out, replied. AIC had a secret. He wasn't very good at handling interpersonal relationships. Apart from his teammates, he was simply assigned tasks by his superiors. After signing a contract and going to the Abilities Academy as a teacher, he couldn't return to his team after completing tasks. He could have informed Tang Xuanlu about the tasks and the inability to leave, but he chose not to say anything because he didn't know how to express it. Even now, AIC sat awkwardly on the sofa, and Gu Qin, being very familiar, poured a cup of tea for him. "Teacher AIC, do you have any requests?" Lu Qingshi put down his pen. He separated the disorganized documents that contained little useful information and placed the valuable ones on the table. Listening to Gu Qin's nonsensical chatter, he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Gu Qin, this is the student council, not an adventure club, and you are not Catherine." Gu Qin coughed lightly, tilting her head back and resting her hand on AIC's shoulder. "You don't understand. Those who come here definitely have matters to discuss. After all, no one gets brought in like me for no reason." Lu Qingshi looked at Gu Qin speechlessly, his eyes seemingly saying, "Oh, you are aware then." AIC bit his lip, fingers gently pinching the hem of his clothes. "Actually." Before AIC could finish his sentence, the office door was pushed open with a thud. Tang Xuanlu, with a lollipop in his mouth, entered without any courtesy. Boss, what are you doing here?" Lu Qingshi smiled, propping his chin as he looked at Tang Xuanlu, but a strange smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "May I ask what request you have for the student council, teacher?" Gu Qin blinked, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Wasn't he just criticizing her for saying that the student council wasn't an adventure club? Look at this. This is the speed at which a man changes his face. The usually aloof and indifferent Lu Qingshi suddenly smiled like this, causing Tang Xuanlu to stiffen and stand up straight. "No, I was just passing by." "That's good to hear." Lu Qingshi nodded with a smile, but his eyes turned cold. It seemed these teachers were still not busy enough, or should he assign them more tasks? The office fell silent. AIC and Tang Xuanlu sat side by side on the sofa, while Gu Qin held a cup of tea, examining the report in her hands as she paced about the office. Bang! The door was pushed open again with a bang. Gu Qin was startled by the noise, nearly dropping the cup in her hand. She turned to look at the door where Song Chaoxing rushed in. "Captain, do you want some chocolate?" He held an unopened chocolate bar, chocolate stains still on his lips, one hand gripping the doorknob with considerable effort. Just as Lu Qingshi was about to take a sip of water, the air instantly fell silent. Crack! The sound of the door falling off its hinges echoed. Lu Qingshi. He took a deep breath, smiling at the teachers in front of him. "I'm sorry, but I seem to remember that this is the student council, not the teachers' meeting." From then on, a new rule was added to the student council, prohibiting teachers from appearing in the student council building, banning meetings in the student council office, and forbidding teachers from dismantling the student council office door. Gu Qin flipped through the file, propping her chin in puzzlement. Is this really Gao Ji's file? Why does the ability level I sense from him seem far from the spoon level A grade? Lu Qingshi leaned by the window. He took a sip of strawberry milk, his fingers lightly resting on the sill as he yawned wearily. A blue sleep cap pressed down his stray hair. The ability test wouldn't be wrong. He is indeed spoon level A grade, at least at the Ability Academy. At least at the Ability Academy. Gu Qin listened utterly bewildered. She gently traced the paper with her fingers. The file recorded Gao Zhi's ordinary biography. Just a freshman at a key university, nothing particularly special, except for the final entry under affiliation to the Yunsong Society. Gu Qin found the 3 characters novel, suspecting it was some peculiar grassroots organization. She neatly arranged the file and placed it back into the folder. Members of the Yunsong Society take suppression drugs upon enrollment to prevent them from threatening ordinary students, Lu Qingshi explained calmly. Gu Qin nodded but remained puzzled. Then why not just deny them admission outright? That's what one might say, but the records from back then state that if their members were barred from enrollment, they would cause chaos. They're a bunch of lunatics. Gave me quite a headache at the time. A grassroots organization that worships a deity, yet they are organized and disciplined, never harming innocents, and posing no threat to society. So the Ability Organization reached an agreement with the Yunsong Society, Lu Qingshi said, with a detached expression, his fingers tapping lightly on the window. Of course they only do what they find interesting. The deity they worship isn't a true god. It's the aberration codenamed 7034, Xiao Yan. Gu Qin was taken aback. What? They revere Xiao Yan as a deity. Why that name again? Qing Yan was also tasked with guarding Xiao Yanqin by him. Who exactly is he? Lu Qingshi shrugged. He tossed the empty strawberry milk carton into the trash, closed his eyes, and briefly recollected. I don't know either. I was only a few years old when Xiao Yan was running rampant. Perhaps he's connected to Xiao Yanqin's origins. Have you ever thought of seeking him out? Gu Qin rubbed her chin. Although she had shared memories with Qing Yan, it was only from Qing Yan's perspective. She hadn't seen Xiao Yan's face, nor how Xiao Yanqin had appeared. But the simultaneous disappearance and emergence seemed far too coincidental to be unrelated. No. Lu Qingshi's expression was indifferent, his reply succinct. He yawned drowsily. If Xiao Yan were still around, it would only mean endless overtime for him. Thank heavens for Xiao Yan's disappearance. You're not afraid of overtime, are you? Gu Qin leaned in, slyly hitting the nail on the head. Lu Qingshi. He smiled at her. I could have you work overtime for me. Gu Qin. She quickly stepped back, clutching her chest, wearing an expression of a virtuous woman refusing impropriety. Don't come near me, I'm warning you. Seeing her reaction, Lu Qingshi chuckled. The Yunsong Society doesn't harm the innocent, but they're by no means benevolent. Gao Zhi likely came here because he found something interesting. As long as there's no threat, the Ability Academy tends to turn a blind eye. As if recalling something, Lu Qingshi paused before continuing. There are many small groups in the civilian world. Compared to the Yunsong Society, the Anomaly Den is the real danger. And lately they seem to have their sights set on you. Be careful. Even I can't guarantee your safety entirely. Gu Qin suddenly remembered Visai and Xanadu Ji. One had burst into the Ability Academy to take her away, the other had formed an alliance to protect Wu Wang. But somehow, neither felt like a villain. She couldn't sense pure malice from either of them. Still, since Lu Qingshi had warned her she'd stay far away if she encountered them again. The Ability Academy isn't entirely safe either. Since there's nothing else, you should go. I need to sleep. Lu Qingshi's head bobbed with drowsiness. It was already his bedtime. Unlike Gu Qin, who stayed up late in the lab concocting potions for herself, he was just an ordinary office worker. Health came first. Gu Qin scoffed, glanced at the time, left a bottle of nutrient potion on the desk, and departed. Lu Qingshi also returned to his quarters, ready for a good night's sleep. The night deepened. Gu Qin sat by the fountain, her fingers gently brushing the cold water, recalling the strange array in the gymnasium, the sudden appearance of the mutant, and Visai directly abducting her out of the Ability Academy. Seriously, why could everyone come and go freely from the Ability Academy, except her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She decided to go to the gymnasium again. She had to figure out what was going on. Acting on impulse, Gu Qin walked toward the gymnasium in the moonlight. The moonlight was gentle, and with the summer night breeze it stirred an irresistible drowsiness. She gently pushed open the gymnasium door and, guided by memory, found the spot where the array had been. Her fingers lightly touched the ground, now coated in a layer of dust. She brushed the dust away, revealing extensive remnants of the array. Strange, wasn't this place sealed? Gu Qin found it odd. Logically, after Lu Qingshi had discovered it, the area should have been cordoned off. Yet there was no sign of any such action. She cleared the dust completely, exposing the residual traces of the array. Squinting, she traced them with her fingers, feeling a nagging familiarity. Wasn't this the ugly icon Lu Qingshi had casually doodled in his diary? She had mocked him for its ugliness, and even added a few strokes of her own. And those added strokes were all reflected in the array's remnants. A twitch tugged at the corner of Gu Qin's mouth. So this array was indeed left by Lu Qingshi, drawn in secret, which explained why it hadn't been sealed. Probably no one knew about it except him. Likely a way to evade the Ability Organization. How much had work tormented him? Dreadful Ability Organization. Thank the Ability Organization for its torment. Long live the Ability Organization. Having uncovered the array's origin, Gu Qin's lips curled into a smile. Could she use this array to escape the Ability Academy as well? The monthly exam can sometimes be quite magical. One enters cheerfully and comes out dejected. This was exactly the case for Xiao Yanqin, who felt as if a part of him had died, lying motionless on the floor of the empty classroom. Having learned from Gu Qin's experiences of napping anywhere, he felt indifferent lying there. Gu Qin, however, seemed unexpectedly relaxed with a lollipop in her mouth, dressed in loose shorts and a short-sleeved shirt that revealed her fair calves. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail cascading down like a waterfall, with her bangs pinned to the side by a snake-shaped hair clip exposing her full forehead. Gu Qin bent down looking at Xiao Yanqin, who lay on the ground, as if his soul had been displaced, and asked, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Seeing you're looking at you like this, does it mean you did well on the exam?" Xiao Yanqin opened his eyes, gazing at the girl in front of him, lamenting with tears in his eyes. "There were so many questions I couldn't answer. They weren't even in my notes." Yes, precisely, there were none. Gu Qin sat beside Xiao Yanqin, propping herself up with one hand, while holding the lollipop stick in the other, yawning slightly from drowsiness. Xiao Yanqin felt a bit dazed as he sat up from the floor, blinking in confusion. "Huh, what do you mean?" Gu Qin smirked, placing her hand on Xiao Yanqin's shoulder. "It's just the literal meaning. The exam was set by me, specifically avoiding what everyone else mentioned. You didn't know that, did you?" "Huh, the exam is..." Xiao Yanqin's eyes widened in shock. He wanted to shout, but quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glancing towards the corridor. Seeing no one was approaching, he quietly continued, "The exam was set by you. Yes, it was a way for teacher AIC to make amends. Last time he tricked us, though it was to find an excuse to go to the small black room to get the snake. I still hold a grudge about it." Gu Qin rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts drifting away with the gentle breeze. She understood AIC well. Whenever faced with a difficult question, he would fall silent, clearly wanting to solve the issue, but would shut up upon seeing her. She had noticed AIC secretly following her many times, but it was only after that encounter in the student council that Gu Qin casually came up with an excuse for herself. To dispel AIC's feelings of guilt, Gu Qin had an idea. In front of 3 teachers and the president of the student council, she crossed her arms and tilted her chin, saying, "Humph. If you want me to forgive you, it's not impossible. I'm not hard to talk to. Just write the monthly exam is coming up. How about I set the questions?" AIC nodded, giving a thumbs up without saying a word. Tang Xuanlu leaned back on the sofa and waved his hand. Since their team leader said nothing, he had no objections either. Song Chashing also agreed, as Gu Qin was a friend of Lu Qingshi, and since his face had healed thanks to her potion, he was more than willing to help. Thus the pressure shifted to Lu Qingshi. Gu Qin blinked, her eyes leaning on the table and looking at Lu Qingshi with a pitiful expression. "Can you please? I beg you." Lu Qingshi fell silent for a moment before squeezing out a phrase from between his teeth. "Looks like I have to work overtime again." He stood up, put the documents back in the filing cabinet, and donned a blue sleep cap on his head. "Remember to come back and write a self-critique." This was an indication of agreement. Gu Qin jumped up immediately, skillfully grabbing paper and a pen to start writing the exam. The questions were mostly the same each year, and Gu Qin had memorized them thoroughly. Since she was the one setting the questions, she decided to make it a bit more exciting. Thus Gu Qin created questions from all the Nanki content. With her memories settled, Gu Qin placed her hands on her hips, looking at Xiao Yanqin with a regretful expression, filled with a sense of disappointment. "I originally thought to have you join in, but when I messaged you, you said you were busy. Sigh, look at how this turned out." "Oh well, alright." The obedient Xiao Yanqin didn't feel angry at all. He opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Gu Qin, saying, "Senior, have some water. Just right, I'm a bit thirsty." Gu Qin took the bottle, and just as she was about to take a sip, a loud rumble shook the teaching building, causing the water that hadn't even reached her mouth to splash all over her. "Gu Qin, hurry, senior, wipe it off." Xiao Yanqin handed her a handkerchief, then scanned the classroom with concern. "What was that noise just now? Was it an earthquake? Should we run? The Ability Academy doesn't experience earthquakes. It should be outside. Let's go down and have a look." Gu Qin threw the water bottle to Xiao Yanqin and, drenched in water, stormed down the stairs. She then saw Song Chashing tinkering with a giant cannon at the entrance of the teaching building, which looked like something she had just created with her abilities. He held a lighter and gently touched the back of the cannon before crouching down and covering his ears. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out, and a white cannonball flew into the air, instantly exploding and creating a mushroom cloud. The teaching building trembled again. "Gu Qin." She slapped her forehead and then walked over, asking, "Teacher, are you giving someone a foot massage?" Hearing Gu Qin's voice, Song Chashing paused his action, stood up with a hearty laugh. "What foot massage? I use my abilities to form a cannon and am currently experimenting with it. It feels quite powerful." Gu Qin wore a deathly smile. "No, it's just a foot massage. The vibrations are making my feet numb." Her tone was flat, reminiscent of Lu Qingshi when he was angry. This expression made Song Chashing recall the time he was beaten by Lu Qingshi. He swallowed hard, looking away and forcing himself to reply, "It's okay, it's free of charge." Gu Qin's lips twitched. "How about you compensate me a bit instead?" She sighed, her gaze sweeping across the dark cannon, from which wisps of black smoke were still rising, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. "Why are you firing a cannon here? This isn't the ability training center, is it? Isn't there a barrier there that can nullify the effects of abilities on the outside?" Song Chashing felt embarrassed upon realizing this. He averted his gaze, awkwardly scratching his hair. It was supposed to be there, but one shot shattered the training center's barrier. My boss scolded me thoroughly, and then set up a barrier beside the teaching building for me to experiment with. I didn't expect anyone would come by. Oh, I'm really sorry. Gu Qin's expression darkened. A single shot could shatter the immunity barrier of the ability training center. The power of that shot was even stronger than she had imagined. Does this mean that the abilities contained here are remarkably vast? Gu Qin's eyes twirled several times, and she comfortingly placed her hand on Song Chashing's shoulder and patted it, saying, "With a subordinate like you, I would laugh awake from dreams if I were Lu Qingshi. Keep up the good work." Although Song Chashing was a bit stunned, he quickly nodded in response to Gu Qin's praise. "Okay." He was indeed the boss will surely be very happy. Can you lend it to me to play with after you finish your research? Gu Qin leaned in closely, her face adorned with a smile, blinking innocently. Song Chashing was not ambiguous and readily agreed. Since the boss had said so, he naturally had no reason to refuse Gu Qin's request. Sure. But you'll have to wait a couple of days. The recoil is a bit strong, and I plan to research a silencing one. The two secretly reached a certain consensus. Of course this was not a secret. Lu Qingshi stood above the teaching building, gazing down at this scene. His fingers gently rubbed the handle of the Longyin sword, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Gu Qin, the road ahead may require you to walk it on your own. The next time we meet may. Never mind, if it's you it will surely be possible." Gu Qin never expected Song Chashing to act so quickly. It had only been a day since he lent her the cannon, and in just one day he had completed the rough draft. He truly was a member of the special abilities team, the Nightless team. Pushing the cannon, Gu Qin gently touched its body, feeling a sense of disconnection. She never imagined she would secretly leave this place one day. This was something she had never dreamed of. Her long-cherished wish had finally come to fruition. Gu Qin, overjoyed, did not rest all night. She squatted down on the gym floor, looking at the remnants of the formation left on the ground. Her fair fingers flicked, and a small black knife appeared in her hand. The knife was adorned with small white flowers and a green snake coiled around the handle. After cutting her finger with the knife, bright red blood dripped onto it. In an instant the blood was absorbed by the formation, and a faint green light enveloped Gu Qin. Stepping back, she ignited the cannon with a lighter. Almost silently, black ammunition flew toward the formation, then was swallowed by the faint green light. The formation restarted, swirling around Gu Qin's feet. She did not inform anyone of her departure, but left a gift for everyone instead, hoping they would like it and forgive her leaving. Her life must ultimately be ruled by herself. Gu Qin stood in place, her figure gradually enveloped by the faint green light, when a familiar and anxious voice suddenly came from behind senior sister. Xiao Yanqin held a book in his hand, his abilities allowing him to move quickly as he extended his hand, calling out Gu Qin's name, then threw the book in her direction. "Be safe." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Qin's figure instantly vanished from the spot along with that book. Gu Qin was gone like drifting snowflakes melting away in the scorching sun. The students of the Ability Academy were not significantly affected. They merely grew a bit bored without the noisy leadership of Gu Qin, and life became monotonous. It seemed everyone reminisced about the days when Gu Qin led them in karaoke in the classroom. And the days spent standing as a punishment after being hit by chalk thrown by AIC, or being beaten up by Song Chashing as part of a teaching demonstration. Xiao Yanqin rested his chin on his hand, yawning as he looked at the vacant seat beside him, feeling a sense of emptiness. After Gu Qin left, Lu Qingshi became busy as well. The student council system was thoroughly perfected, and he returned to the ability organization, no longer in school. Xiao Yanqin felt like he had transformed into a different person. He sighed. Although he had grown accustomed to this feeling, there was still an inexplicable sadness. Today he would have to eat alone. A hand slapped down on his table. Xiao Yanqin curiously looked up, tilting his head and forcing a slight smile through his sadness. "What's wrong, Gaoji? Let's go eat." Gaoji tapped Xiao Yanqin's table, feeling a bit awkward as he grabbed his own hair, his gaze wandering. "Is Hanqing not here today?" Xiao Yanqin glanced behind Gaoji, but did not see the tall, sturdy figure. "I sent him to the cafeteria to get food first. Ya. Not going." Gaoji bent down, getting his head close to Xiao Yanqin's face, raising an eyebrow, suddenly putting pressure on Xiao Yanqin. Xiao Yanqin's throat tightened, and he jumped up, knocking Gaoji off balance. "Sorry, Gaoji. I'm not gay." "Gaoji." Oh, he almost forgot. There was a rumor that he himself was gay. He took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead, and shouted towards Xiao Yanqin's retreating figure. "Gu Qin asked me to take care of you. Are you going to eat or not?" Hearing Gu Qin's name, Xiao Yanqin's body stiffened. He turned and squatted next to Gaoji, asking, "Really?" "Of course." Gaoji rolled his eyes. "But didn't you hate senior sister the most?" Xiao Yanqin was half convinced. Everyone knew that Gaoji had initially picked on Gu Qin only to be beaten by her, which led to their covert rivalry. For example, Gaoji deliberately wrote the homework incorrectly and left it on the desk for Gu Qin to copy. Then the next day, AIC observed their messy, incoherent homework and fell into deep thought, ultimately resulting in both of them copying the homework 10 times. You might wonder how Xiao Yanqin knew about this. It was because of those 10 copies of homework, 5 of which he had done. Another instance was when Gu Qin was used as a living target by Song Chashing. Gu Qin instinctively ran toward Gaoji, carrying over a dozen movable bullets, causing Gaoji to curse while running, as his ability was not offensive and coupled with his frail body, it nearly led him to the school infirmary. And then there was the time Gao Ji was allergic to jasmine. Countless examples made it hard for Xiao Yanqin to believe Gao Ji's words. Sitting on the ground, Gao Ji hugged his shoulders, giving off a look of "What do you think I want? Oof. I dislike her, but I actually like you quite a bit." This was indeed true. After all, it was Xiao Yanqin who saved him the first time he made a fool of himself. Moreover, it was indeed Gu Qin who asked him to take care of Xiao Yanqin. In exchange, Gu Qin had informed him that Xiao Yanqin's background was related to Xiao Yin, and staying close to Xiao Yanqin might reveal secrets about Xiao Yin. After all, Xiao Yanqin carried the aura of Qin Yin, who was a little follower of Xiao Yin. The information Gu Qin provided was indeed tempting, so Gao Ji agreed. Gao Ji looked up at Xiao Yanqin beside him, only to hear Xiao Yanqin remain silent for a long time before squeezing out a few words between his teeth. "But I'm really not gay, Gao Ji." Gu Qin awoke in a forest unlike any she had ever seen before. As she opened her eyes, a sharp headache relentlessly reminded her that this was reality. She reached out to rub her head, noticing a book-like object lying beside her. Wrapped in old, crinkled yellow paper, it intrigued her. This was something given to her by Xiao Yanqin. Sitting on the ground, she began to flip through the pages of this book, which was more accurately a written manuscript. Gu Qin paused for a moment, and then turned to the next page, which was filled with recipes. In the bottom left corner, it was neatly written, "Senior sister, I may not possess any special abilities, but I can cook. I have written down a few recipes I researched for you. Please take care of your meals." A warm current spread from her fingertips, mingling with her blood and flowing into Gu Qin's heart. She chuckled softly and gently opened the manuscript titled Love. The content on the third page was very simple, containing only a few words: "I'm sorry, take care." There were no annotations, and the handwriting was indeed strong and powerful. Gu Qin knew this was a letter of apology from AIC. In AIC's eyes, deceiving his best student was perhaps a very cruel thing to do. Perhaps he was also tormented, but he didn't know how to express it. To him, Gu Qin was an outstanding student, aside from the fact that she often disrupted classes and failed her exams. Although the content in this manual was bizarre, it undeniably recorded the love from her friends and teachers. Love is light as the weight of a book. Love is heavy, unavoidably bringing Gu Qin a sense of peace. The pages were filled with records of gifts left by her friends and teachers. Perhaps they had long known that Gu Qin would leave. That is why they delivered this manuscript to her hands on the last night. Until Gu Qin turned to the last page, where there were incomprehensible spells below, which were small writings: "If you miss home, come back and take a look. Chao Xingyan." This was a spell that would only be learned after graduation, capable of traversing between the Academy of Special Abilities and reality. Gu Qin licked her chapped lips, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She gently tucked the manuscript away and patted her face to regain her spirits. The long-awaited event had finally come to fruition, and she could finally go home. However, the question remained, where was she? Gu Qin herself did not know where she had been transported. She wandered aimlessly in the forest when suddenly a pitch-black figure brushed past her, accompanied by a strange mechanical sound. Detection: key character found. Unlocking character: Gu Qin. Identity: the male leads, deceased, white, moonlight. Personality: aloof, mature, steady. Hobby: conducting various experimental studies, a true enthusiast of experimentation. Current status: a member of the Special Abilities Research Institute, studying mutated plants. Warning: warning detected, plot deviation. Request host to correct. Warning, warning. The mechanical voice faded, followed by a loud bang. A loud crash resounded as the previous shadow crashed heavily to the ground, creating a small pit at Gu Qin's feet. Gu aloof Kumaturin. She felt bewildered. Apart from the name and the love for experiments, nothing matched up. What was that mechanical voice babbling about? What host, what male led? It sounded somewhat familiar. Gu Qin pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling that recently Xiao Yanqin had mentioned reading a novel about transmigration, talking about systems, male leads, female leads, and the like. Gu Qin was not particularly interested in novels, but she had listened intently to Xiao Yanqin's vivid recounting. She lowered her gaze, observing the black figure lying at her feet, wrapped in a black cloak, silently lying still. Gu Qin shifted slightly to the side, instinctively distancing herself from the stranger before her. Again, a strange mechanical voice echoed in her ears: "Host, please don't sleep. Quickly get up to complete your tasks. Only by completing the tasks can you return home. Remember to maintain your innocent persona, or you might get electrocuted. Host, please accept the task. Return the plot character Gu Qin. Task: send Gu Qin back to the Special Abilities Research Institute. Host, get up now. If not, I will electrocute you." The black figure stammered. "Hurry up and get up. I'm going to discharge now." 3. As the mechanical voice counted to 3, the black figure suddenly sprang up, standing on the ground, awkwardly flipping the black cloak down to reveal a cute face. The little girl was slim, wearing a white dress that fluttered gently in the wind like falling petals. Her hair was styled in a small low bun on one side of her head, adorned with a cute strawberry hairpin resembling a delicate little flower. However, the words that came out sounded as if they were squeezed out from between her teeth. She smiled awkwardly. "You. I'm very pleased to meet you. Hello." Gu Qin observed the little girl in front of her, while the mechanical voice continued to chatter in her ears. "Yes. That's how to smile. Yes, let her lower her guard around you. That's right. Then take her to the Special Abilities Research Institute to let her die." Hearing the mechanical voice, Gu Qin stiffened. "Die? What does that mean? I'm very pleased to meet you. Hello." Gu Qin observed the little girl in front of her, while the mechanical voice continued to chatter in her ears. Yes. That's how to smile. Yes, let her lower her guard around you. That's right. Then take her to the earlier electric shock must have been the punishment. It seemed that the little girl in front of her was quite afraid of being electrocuted. But what did she mean by death? Would she die? Die in the Special Abilities Research Institute. What about Wu Wang? With this thought, Gu Qin furrowed her brows, deciding to extract some clues while instinctively taking a few steps back, watching the little girl in front of her warily. Who are you? How did you end up here? My name is Li Shi. Hello, sister. I came out to play with my friends, and ended up getting lost. I don't know where this is. Li Shi pouted, looking up at Gu Qin, with tearful eyes, her corners glistening with tears, presenting a pitiful demeanor that was hard to refuse. However, this was of no use to Gu Qin, who picked up a stick from the ground, and shook her head vigorously. I don't believe you. Li Shi. System, can I kill her? This time a cold female voice rang in Gu Qin's ears. System, can I kill her? The voice was different from the mechanical tone Gu Qin heard. It was a clearer, colder girl's voice. Gu Qin frowned, staring warily at Li Shi before her. Li Shi tilted her head with a sweet smile, her gentle saccharine voice a stark contrast to the cold tone Gu Qin had just heard. What's wrong, sister? Li Shi blinked, curiously stepping closer to Gu Qin. Green strands of psychic energy coiled around Gu Qin's fingers, a sign that her vine serpent was ready to take form. She stepped back, her expression icy as she regarded Li Shi. If the girl truly intended to kill her, she wouldn't hesitate to strike first. Just then the mechanical voice began chattering incessantly in Gu Qin's ear. No can do, host. She must conduct experimental research at the Psychic Research Institute. Only she can develop the vaccine to resist the apocalypse. The end is 2 months away, she cannot die before it arrives. What a pain. A flicker of disgust passed through Li Zai's eyes, vanishing into a dewy shimmer. She blinked, pinching the hem of her clothes as she looked pitifully at Gu Qin. Sister, please don't stay too far away. I'm scared. If not for the mechanical voice in her ear, Gu Qin might have believed Li Zai's act. But since the so-called system claimed Li Shi wouldn't kill her, it seemed safe for now. Gu Qin raised her hand to ruffle Li Zai's hair, the green psychic energy at her fingertips dissipating. She bent down to meet Li Zai's gaze. You wouldn't be planning to kill me, would you? The moment they touched, Li Zai's mind fell into rare silence. The clamorous mechanical sound vanished without warning, and her eyes widened in shock. System, are you there? System. Receiving no response from the grating mechanical voice, Li Shi lifted her eyes to Gu Qin and stepped back, evading her touch. She stared at Gu Qin, calling the system in her mind. System. What's up, host? Just do your task. Why call? The system's voice returned to Li Zai's mind. Naturally, Gu Qin overheard their exchange. A faint smile curved her lips as she amiably placed her hand on Li Zai's shoulder. What's wrong? Li Shi, I can call you that, right? The annoying mechanical voice vanished once more. Li Zai's brow furrowed as she studied Gu Qin. So contact with this person could sever her connection to the system. Could that mean she could escape the system's punishment? This person must live. Of course, sister Gu Qin. Li Shi smiled sweetly, reaching out to grasp Gu Qin's arm, feeling the warmth of her skin. I don't recall telling you Gu Qin said coldly, trying to pull her arm free, but Li Shi held it firmly. You've been listening all along, haven't you? Do we really need to keep testing each other? Sister. This time Li Zai's smile was no longer saccharine, but laced with a chilling edge. Her open eyes carried a murderous aura. Despite her youthful appearance, she was unnervingly frightening. But she was right. Gu Qin was testing her, just as she was testing Gu Qin. How did you figure it out? The moment Gu Qin spoke, a pitch-black scythe pressed against Li Zai's throat. Instead of retreating, Li Shi leaned and sliding her finger along the blade. Crimson blood dripped onto the grass like demonic blossoms. Seemingly unfazed by the pain, she smirked coldly. I never revealed any killing intent toward you. You couldn't have sensed it. Besides, who casually drapes an arm over a stranger's shoulder on first meeting, especially when I was seeking physical contact? That's too much of a coincidence. Li Shi stepped closer, but she was much shorter than Gu Qin. She strained on tiptoe, yet still couldn't meet Gu Qin's eye. Li Shi. Arg. Seriously, dude. A lady, why are you so tall? Li Shi fumed in silent rage, glaring at the top of Gu Qin's head. She was furious, ready to breathe fire. Gu Qin couldn't pull her arm free. She looked at the girl before her, a head shorter, and still struggling on tiptoe. What did she eat to be so small yet so strong? With an odd split, she crouched down. Should I just bend over? Li Zai's gaze dropped to Gu Qin, who was squatting in a horse stance. Her soft voice erupted in fury. Get up. Uff. Gu Qin couldn't help but laugh. At Gu Qin's laughter, Li Zai's face flushed crimson. She pulled a folding knife from her waist and pointed it at Gu Qin. Believe me, I'll kill you right now. Gu Qin bent down, her eyes carrying a hint of aggression as they swept over Li Shi from head to toe. A roguish smile curled her lips. Are you sure you want to kill me? Can you really kill me? Li Shi fell silent for a moment before retracting the knife, but her hand remained firmly clamped on Gu Qin's arm. Gu Qin was right. She couldn't kill her, or that damn system would torment her to death. She was done being electrocuted. Li Shi tilted her head up as if realizing something and fixed a determined gaze on Gu Qin. Can you hear some strange? Gu Qin pondered seriously for a moment, then reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Li Zai's ear. If you mean your blushing and racing heartbeat, then yes, I suppose I can. No one could resist a Li Shi who flew into a rage at the drop of a hat, and Gu Qin was no exception. She found Li Shi like a little firecracker, one poke and she'd explode. And indeed, Li Shi exploded again. Are you crazy? Don't touch me. Li Shi slapped Gu Qin's hand away, stepping back and finally releasing her grip on the arm. Host, don't curse. You can't curse. Your persona, your persona. The moment the contact broke, Li Zai's mind erupted with the system's mechanical roar. Li Shi. Arg, can you get out of my head? I don't want to do this damn mission. Host, you need to be reserved and soft. Make everyone think you're a harmless little flower. Or I really will electrocute you. The system's voice droned on, and the two argued in Gu Qin's ear. Amused, Gu Qin raised an eyebrow, curious to see what Li Shi would do next. Perhaps exhausted from arguing or threatened with electrocution, Li Zai's mouth twitched into a forced, ugly smile. Sister, I want a hug. Gu Qin shook her head playfully and said no. Li Shi replied. She glared at Gu Qin and then pounced directly, and the annoying mechanical sound vanished the moment their bodies collided. Gu Qin, are you crazy? Li Shi raised her head and scolded Gu Qin. Everyone says so. Gu Qin rubbed her nose, chuckled, but confirmed one thing: Li Shi needed her, and she also needed to extract the plot from Li Zai's words. Perhaps they could negotiate a consensus. Miss Li Shi, I want to know more about you. Gu Qin, can you hear the conversation between me and the system? The two spoke almost simultaneously, holding each other, briefly falling into silence. So you can indeed hear me. After a while, Li Shi finally spoke. So, I'm curious, what is your mission? It shouldn't belong here, right? Gu Qin nodded, pulling Li Shi to sit on a nearby stone. She placed her hand beneath Li Zai's, and they leaned against each other. That way communication will be easier. Li Shi sighed, awkwardly tugging at her hair, the little bun at the back of her head bursting into chaos. I'm not from this world. You can call me a traveler. I came to this world to complete a mission and then go home. So your mission is related to me. Gu Qin pointed at herself. She appeared here because of the array set up by Lu Qingshi, but why was Li Shi here? She didn't believe Li Shi was here for a vacation and got lost. Yes, I'm here for you. The plot of the original book has deviated. Under normal circumstances, you should have been researching at the Ability Research Institute. But I don't understand why your coordinates never appeared. I only managed to teleport beside you just now. Li Shi recalled the plot in the original book, her fingers gently rubbing the fabric of her clothes, as if this was the only way to feel the reality of the situation. To be honest, even she found it hard to believe such a dreamlike thing. The Ability Research Institute. I know about that. Gu Qin's eyes drooped. She knew the Ability Research Institute had always wanted her to join. But Li Shi couldn't find her coordinates. It should be because she had been in the Ability Academy. After all, it was a separate space that had little to do with this world. Li Shi patted Gu Qin on the shoulder. That makes it easier to say. You need to go back to the Ability Research Institute immediately and develop the vaccine to combat the apocalypse. Apocalypse? Vaccine. Gu Qin felt a bit confused, staring at Li Shi and leaning in to ask. Yes, it's part of the plot in the book. The apocalypse is about to arrive in 2 months. Without any warning, the entire world will fall into chaos with suffering and carnage. Zombie outbreaks and humans will turn against each other as a daily occurrence. Gu Qin was taken aback for a moment, recalling the dream she often had where an unstoppable zombie tide also occurred. Perhaps that was not a dream. Li Shi glanced at Gu Qin and continued, so you must return to the Ability Research Institute, because only you can develop the potion that will break the deadlock. With it, people can live better, at least survive amidst the zombie outbreak. What do you mean? Isn't the zombie outbreak resolved? Gu Qin asked. Li Shi shook her head. No, the book didn't mention that. It only said that the humans who survived moved away and lived in isolated spaces. Gu Qin tilted her head, grinning maliciously. Then what's the point of researching the potion? I also think it's pointless, but because of your potion, many key characters can unlock their abilities and survive in the chaotic world, leading everyone away from here. Li Shi nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to change the plot. I still need to fix the plot and send you to the Ability Research Institute. Otherwise, I would be electrocuted. Li Zai's last sentence was almost squeezed out between her teeth. Gu Qin reached out and patted Li Zai's shoulder. So what is the plot in the book like? Li Shi turned her head away, seemingly uncomfortable, as if the plot in the book was hard for her to speak about. Gu Qin curiously scrutinized Li Shi. You don't mean to say that you have to maintain a pure little flower persona to seduce some guy and have him protect you, right? Li Shi, who was called out, replied. No. You know the plot, and think I'm a fool. Li Shi widened her eyes, glaring at Gu Qin. I guessed it. I have a friend who often reads novels and tells me the stories. Gu Qin shrugged and replied easily, but Li Shi was not so relaxed. She started cursing in frustration. Damn it. What kind of idiot author writes such a broken story, making me have to seduce that stupid male lead and ask for protection? Can't I rely on myself? And what the hell is this author writing? The stupid male lead has a dead white moonlight and 7 women. Ooh, I'm damn. No. I watch films that are all 1v1, and here we have 1v7. Is this a team-building exercise? And that damn system making me maintain some pure little flower persona. If I don't, it zaps me. Does it really think I'm some freak? If you ask me, just kill them all. As Li Shi cursed, she suddenly remembered Gu Qin beside her, who was the white moonlight of the male lead in the original book, and seemed to have been insulted. Gu Qin replied, you have a lot of issues, huh? And remember to send me the link. Li Shi. Is that right? Li Shi exploded again. Gu Qin pulled the corner of her mouth. She knew Li Shi would explode, but she didn't expect it to be this explosive. However, she also organized all the details. She was the male lead's white moonlight had been conducting experiments at the Ability Research Institute, and ultimately an accident occurred leading to the death of all members of the institute. However, before dying, they had developed a vaccine to resist the apocalypse, and because of this vaccine the male lead awakened a super powerful ability, and thus upgraded to defeat monsters, gaining 7 harem members. And Li Shi was one of those 7 harem members. What she had to do now was to perfect the plot, and pretend to be a pure little flower to seduce the male lead, and be protected. Gu Qin fell into deep thought. If all the people at the Ability Research Institute were going to die, what about Wu Wang? Would he also die? It seems that I must visit the Ability Research Institute after all. As Gu Qin thought this, a book was suddenly thrust into her hands. She looked up and met Li Xie's sparkling eyes. This contains all the plot details. I wrote it while the system was resting. You can use it. You. Gu Qin paused for a moment, her fingers gently rubbing the notebook. She glanced at Li Xie and noticed the girl was not carrying any bag. The notebook appeared out of thin air, indicating that Li Xie was an extraordinary being with the ability to protect herself. You don't need to worry about me. I have a system that acts as a mobile plot. Li Xie shook her head. Gu Qin's lips curled into a slight smile as she raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. No, I meant to ask, are you worried about me? Who cares about you? Li Xie pushed Gu Qin out with a swift motion. She turned her head away, her fingers still resting on Gu Qin's palm, warmth spreading from her fingertips. I was worried that if you died no one would help me get rid of the system. Alright, I will survive. Thank you for your concern. Gu Qin propped her chin up, gazing at Li Xie with affection. Li Xie's face instantly flushed red. Are you sick? I told you I'm not worried about you. Gu Qin smiled and nodded. Alright, I'm sick. So dear Miss Li Xie, could you do me a— Li Xie was startled by Gu Qin's sudden change in demeanor. Once she calmed down, she asked in confusion, what for? Do you have the ability to teleport me to the Ability Research Institute? Yes, but you need to pretend to be unconscious. After all, if you suddenly teleport with your consciousness, I can't explain it. Li Xie nodded. She glanced at Gu Qin, and as their eyes met, Gu Qin suddenly fainted. Li Xie withdrew her fingers and coldly negotiated with the system. System, send her back. Understood, host. A mechanical voice sounded as Gu Qin's body was enveloped in a white light, then vanished with, Congratulations, host, for completing the plot repair task. A mechanical cheer echoed in Li Xie's ears. She felt her fingertips grow colder, and snorted, System, where did you go just now? I haven't gone anywhere, host. I'm right beside you. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Gu Qin appeared out of nowhere in the Ability Research Institute, right in Wu Wang's laboratory, startling him so much that he nearly spilled the reagent in his hands. Whoa, Sister Qin, how did you suddenly appear? Did you escape from the Ability Academy? Gu Qin landed on the ground, slowly opening her eyes to see a familiar face filled with anxiety. She reached out and patted Wu Wang's shoulder to comfort him. Where is this? Gu Qin scanned the entire laboratory. She dusted off her clothes and looked at the notebook in her hand. What had just happened felt like a dream. If it weren't for that notebook, she might have really thought she had just dreamt it. This is the Ability Research Institute. Wu Wang took off his lab coat and led Gu Qin out of the laboratory. The Ability Research Institute has been conducting research for several days now. Everyone has their own independent rooms and laboratories. Sister Qin, you have one too. He'll take you there. As he introduced the Ability Research Institute, he greeted the passing researchers. However, oddly enough, no one else in the institute seemed surprised by Gu Qin's sudden appearance. Everyone here rarely gathers together, so no one would notice if an extra person appeared. Wu Wang seemed to sense Gu Qin's doubts and smiled widely. He pointed to a nearby password door. Look, Sister Qin, this is your room. Just place your finger on it. Your fingerprint is registered. Next to it is your laboratory. Someone will deliver food to you regularly, but we can't go out, and the signals can't be transmitted. Gu Qin nodded and placed her hand on the door. Ding! Welcome home, special researcher of the Ability Research Institute, Gu Qin. Gu Qin gently pushed the door open and walked in. It was a simple room equipped with all the basic facilities, and the toilet had even been thoughtfully replaced with a Western-style one. She scanned the entire room, quickly grasping the rules of the Ability Research Institute. No wonder Wu Wang had suddenly gone missing a few days ago. He hadn't replied to any of the messages she sent him. So that's how it is. Gu Qin nodded, and she heard Wu Wang's somewhat apologetic voice behind her. Sister Qin, I still have research to do, so I'll head back now. Gu Qin turned around, her face bearing a scheming smile. Wait, have you considered letting me assist you? Wu Wang, huh? Gu Qin patted Wu Wang's shoulder, as if it were a matter of course. Usually you assist me. What's wrong with me assisting you? Besides, it's my first day at the Ability Research Institute, and I'm not familiar with many tasks. Can you show me? Wu Wang scratched his head uncomfortably. Well, that's true. Before Wu Wang could finish his sentence, Gu Qin pushed him out the door, chatting nonstop. Look, since you said that, let's get started. Wu Wang, well. Okay. The vine snake hanging in Gu Qin's hair twitched, unsure whether it was laughing at how easy Wu Wang was to fool, or expressing its displeasure towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin happily squeezed into a laboratory, with Wu Wang gently pinching the experimental specimen. Strange, doesn't this plant have a bit too much vitality? It's a bit. Unlike a human, more like an animal. Wu Wang was preparing the potion when he heard Gu Qin speak. He turned and smiled. Sister Qin, that's from our last collection in the forest. But too much vitality. I really hadn't noticed that. Can I borrow this from you? Go ahead, Sister Keen. I've been studying that thing for several days, and still haven't figured it out. Wu Wang was polite as he prepared to drip the white potion into a flask, when suddenly a hand blocked his action. Gu Qin raised an eyebrow, her smile, not reaching her eyes. Are you sure you want to turn into a lump of coal? Mixing these two potions together will cause an explosion, right? Huh, is that so? Wu Wang was taken aback, genuinely unaware that it would explode. Gu Qin placed her hand on the potion bottle. Don't ask how Gu Qin knew that mixing these two potions would cause an explosion. Because not long ago she had just blown up the hidden laboratory behind her study at the Ability Academy. Although she was unharmed, she caused quite a bit of trouble for Lu Qinshi and was punished with a day in the small black room. From there she managed to gather several rare plants and conducted explosive research, ultimately making the vine snake mourn for a long time, crying while holding its beloved flowers and plants. Gu Qin had to comfort it for quite a while. Of course, only Gu Qin knew about the vine snake's crying, otherwise it would have caused a scene again. Thinking of this, Gu Qin instinctively placed her hand on the small hairpin by her ear, a subtle curve of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her assistance to Wu Wang was not only because it was her first time at the Ability Research Institute, and she was unfamiliar with many things, but also because Wu Wang was even more keen on explosions than she was. She had the vine snake for protection, but Wu Wang was just an ordinary person. If an explosion occurred, it could very well cost him his life. Research was like that. One careless moment could lead to the loss of the most precious things. Many times one moment a person is well, and the next they are gone. Although Wu Wang had long been prepared for this realization, Gu Qin still felt a bit uneasy. After all, Wu Wang was her first friend in the research world. Moreover, in the storyline that Li Shi mentioned, everyone in the Ability Research Institute would die. Whether the plot would truly unfold still needed verification. Gu Qin's gaze grew serious as she turned around and handed a white potion to Wu Wang. Use this. Wu Wang had always unconditionally trusted Gu Qin. Upon hearing her suggest changing the potion, he did not hesitate, and directly dropped the white potion into the mixture. The two potions collided, making a sizzling sound, but no explosion occurred. Wu Wang dripped the potion onto a nearby plant, which shook slightly, and then suddenly grew larger, its vigorous stems and leaves rushing toward Wu Wang. Gu Qin quickly pulled Wu Wang behind her, and with a flick of her fingers a black sickle appeared in her palm, adorned with several small white flowers. Gu Qin swung the sickle, striking down fiercely. Several vines fell to the ground, wriggling like maggots. She crushed the fallen vines with the sickle, her brows slightly furrowed as her gaze swept over the massive plant. Good. So big. Wu Wang stammered in shock, quickly grabbing a nearby flamethrower and igniting it, turning the advancing vines into charred remains. Be careful. I want to see what this thing is. After saying this, Gu Qin turned to glance at the temporarily safe Wu Wang and stepped onto the green stems and leaves moving through the cramped laboratory. She twirled the sickle, keeping the vines at bay, until she spotted a large mass of green plants which seemed to be pulsating and looked like a gigantic meatball. Gu Qin looked at it with disgust, gripping the vine snake and slicing through the meatball. Green slime sprayed out, and Gu Qin quickly retreated. She spun the vine snake to block the slime, but it still splattered onto the back of her hand. A strong foul odor permeated the entire laboratory, causing her stomach to churn violently. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she grabbed some sulfuric acid and splashed it onto the mass. The moment the acid touched the green meatball, it emitted a sharp, burning smell. Sizzle! The meatball ceased its pulsating, and the surrounding plants fell silent, turning into withered grass. Gu Qin retracted the vine snake and washed her hands, observing a large wound on her hand from the corrosion. The pain made her lip twitch. Wu Wang set down the flamethrower and rushed to Gu Qin, peeking out from behind her. What is this thing, Gu Qin? Not too sure. Gu Qin shook her head, hiding her hand in her sleeve. If Wu Wang saw it, he would worry again. However, it seems we unintentionally created something extraordinary. In the month that followed, Gu Qin not only frequently visited Wu Wang's laboratory, but also began to focus more on her own experimental research. Occasionally she would flip through the book left by Li Shi, which didn't explain what had happened at the Ability Research Institute, but stated that everyone there had perished. Yes, everyone, including the guards outside the Ability Research Institute. But if everyone perished, why were the potions from the Ability Research Institute still circulated? Gu Qin always felt that there was something unspeakable behind this matter. She began to study the samples collected by Wu Wang day and night, extracting genes from them, and then preparing samples to drop onto the white mice. The mice quickly grew red flowers all over their bodies. The red flowers resembled a harbinger of death. In the next moment, the flowers scattered like blood-red petals, falling onto the laboratory table, erupting in a vivid display. Boom! The laboratory exploded. Gu Qin emerged from the smoke. Even though the vine snake had shielded her from most of the impact, her lab coat had been torn and her arm was cut by shattered glass from the explosion, leaving a trail of bright red blood. Gu Qin. Wu Wang rushed through the smoke and pulled Gu Qin out, worry etched on his face as he looked at her. Gu Qin clutched her arm, her complexion pale. The smoke alarm rang and water jets automatically extended from the ceiling of the laboratory to extinguish the flame. The two of them walked out of the laboratory. Gu Qin sat in the medical room staring at her continuously bleeding wound. Her beautiful eyes drooped slightly as she couldn't understand why those flowers would explode. Wu Wang worried opened the medicine box applying alcohol to disinfect Gu Qin's wound before looking up at her with concern. Gu Qin, bear with it. There are glass shards inside, I need to take them out. Wu Wang took a pair of tweezers glancing at Gu Qin. In this research base, apart from their more than 30 researchers, only a few guards remained outside, so they had to handle their injuries themselves. Fortunately, Wu Wang had studied medicine. Gu Qin nodded. The pain radiating from her arms stimulated her nerves as she watched the cold tweezers moving around in her wound, eventually extracting a few shards of glass. She gasped sharply, her beautiful face cracking as she gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain without crying out. Don't ask. It's just that she felt it was embarrassing to scream in front of Wu Wang. Sweat beads trickled down Wu Wang's forehead as he took a deep breath to calm himself. After removing all the glass shards, he applied recovery potion to the wound and bandaged it up. Finally, when the last bow was tied, Wu Wang sighed in relief. All done, Gu Qin. Thank you. Gu Qin forced a smile. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a lollipop suddenly appeared in her mouth. Wu Wang beamed, one hand holding the lollipop wrapper while the other still held the bloodied tweezers. This is a reward for Gu Qin. A researcher pushed open the door and stepped inside. As the one closest to Gu Qin's laboratory, he had rushed over upon hearing the explosion. He lowered his head, examining Gu Qin's wound, and immediately understood what had happened. Explosions were an inevitable part of research. However, it seemed Gu Qin had not sustained any serious injury. The researcher chuckled lightly, his gaze falling on the lollipop in Gu Qin's mouth, and teased, "Why are you keeping all the treats to yourself?" Gu Qin clutched the lollipop in her mouth and cast a sullen glance at the researcher at the door. "Shuebai, what do you want?" Her demeanor suggested that if he stared any longer, she would transform into something fluffy and fierce. Shuebai found Gu Qin amusing. He had assumed that as a prodigy in alchemy, she would be exceptionally aloof and taciturn. Yet she was nothing more than a child who loved sweets. Oh, and quite protective of her food. "Brother Shui, I have some here. Would you like some?" Wu Wang rose, tossing the blood-stained bandages into the trash bin. He turned, retrieved a large stash of other snacks from the cabinet, and handed them to Shuebai. Shuebai smiled and nodded. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." After finishing the lollipop in her mouth, Gu Qin stood up and walked into the laboratory. Before the explosion, she had seemed to discover something, and she hoped that item had not been blown to pieces. The fire in the laboratory had been extinguished, and there was no longer any danger. Shuebai, munching on potato chips, watched Gu Qin's retreating figure and murmured, "Are you sure you want to continue the experiment?" Gu Qin turned her head, flashing a wicked grin. "Oh, come on, I've made a new discovery. Unlike Brother Shui, who hasn't produced any results yet." Shuebai, odd child with a score to settle. Wu Wang watched Gu Qin dart straight into her laboratory and quickly trotted after her. "Sister Qin, your arm has just been bandaged. Perhaps you should rest a while." Gu Qin patted her arm cheerfully. Before she could finish, her expression shifted instantly. She clutched her arm and writhed on the ground in agony. Ouch, it hurts so much. She had inadvertently pulled at the wound. Next time she would prepare some pain relief potions first. Sob sob, she would never act tough again. It hurt so much. Gu Qin said this to herself inwardly. Day 15 of the Doomsday Countdown. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qin had spent over a month at the Supernatural Research Institute. Yet it was not without progress. At the very least, she had failed countless times, and the laboratory had exploded just as many times. Adhering to the principle of not repeating mistakes, Gu Qin stubbornly persisted until now. Standing in her research lab, she carefully dripped a potion onto the head of a white mouse. She watched as a small white flower bloomed on the mouse's back, its petals quickly falling. But this time there was no explosion. She placed a biscuit beside the white mouse. The mouse shook its head joyfully, and the small white flower on its back. Gu Qin removed the biscuit. The white mouse seemed a little annoyed, and the small white flower on its back fell again. It appeared the experiment was beginning to show progress. Day 7 of the Doomsday Countdown. Gu Qin continued her experiments. The scar on the back of her hand had completely healed. Holding a test tube with her fair arm, she shook the pale green liquid inside. "I must be crazy actually coming here to research supernatural powers." Gu Qin complained weakly, but in truth, she was also curious. It was said that supernatural powers were a divine gift not bestowed upon everyone. Yet if she could truly develop such powers, then even if the apocalypse arrived, could ordinary people survive in a world where the strong preyed on the weak? That would not be so bad. Gu Qin yawned. She returned the potion to its storage box, her body heavy with exhaustion. Weary, she had lost track of time in this endless research institute. She turned and walked out of the lab, ready to enjoy a good sleep. Achoo! A loud sneeze caught her attention. She turned to see Wu Wang standing at the dormitory door holding hot water and a packet of 666 GAN mailing granules. Catching a cold? Gu Qin glanced at Wu Wang. Wu Wang nodded awkwardly, his nose red and his cheeks flushed. Worry crept onto Gu Qin's face. Just yesterday Wu Wang had been perfectly fine, but today he had suddenly developed a high fever. This struck Gu Qin as suspicious. She pondered for a moment, then looked up at Wu Wang. "Should I prepare a potion for you?" Wu Wang chuckled, rubbed his head, and retreated to his room looking exhausted. "It's fine, I'll just sleep it off." Shuebai leaned against the door, yawning wearily. Like Gu Qin, he looked exhausted after his research. "Is Wu Wang sick too?" Who else is sick?" Gu Qin's expression shifted. She turned to look at Shuebai. Shuebai thought seriously for a moment, lightly gripping the door handle. "Quite a few people. Almost everyone I know has caught a cold. Since you've been in the lab all this time it's normal you wouldn't know? Be careful not to catch it. After his kind warning Shui Bai also returned to his room to rest. Gu Qin felt something was off. A sense of unease stirred in her heart, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. What time was it? How many days were left until the doomsday she had mentioned? Isolated in the research institute for too long, Gu Qin had begun to lose track. You've been here for over a month. 7 days left. The voice of the vine snake drifted softly into Gu Qin's ear from beside her. It was curled up on her pillow, reluctantly serving as her timer. Why? Because Gu Qin, driven mad by late-night experiments, had caught it secretly playing with her phone when she wasn't around. Though the snake hadn't been caught, its phone had been confiscated, leaving Gu Qin without a way to tell the time. Gu Qin, can you buy me a phone to play with once we get out? The vine snake's voice buzzed with excitement. In its mind, the time Gu Qin had asked it to track marked their departure from the research institute. Though the phone wasn't connected to the internet, Gu Qin had downloaded some offline games on it, which the snake played with great enthusiasm. Often when stuck on a level, it would pester Gu Qin to help it pass. It was purely a noob who loved to play. Sure, if we get out, I'll buy you an Apple 17. Gu Qin smiled. The vine snake wagged its tail joyfully. Gu Qin still hadn't rested. She simply couldn't let go of the sudden collective cold that had unexpectedly struck the Ability Research Institute, as if the claws of death had quietly reached out. She stood in front of Wu Wang's room, extending her hand to knock on the door, but there was not a sound from inside. Gu Qin felt a sense of unease. She crouched down, and the vine snake crawled down her clothes onto the ground, entering the room to open the door from the inside. Gu Qin walked in to find Wu Wang lying on the bed, his body flushed red, resembling a squid cooked on an iron plate. The vine snake jumped onto Gu Qin's shoulder. It licked Wu Wang's forehead and instantly retracted, wrapping around Gu Qin's neck while incessantly complaining. Hiss, so hot. This must be at least 40 degrees. Should I fry an egg? But it seems there are no raw eggs here. Gu Qin's gaze swept over the bedside table where the water and medicine had already been consumed. Normally a common cold shouldn't be this severe. She crouched down, gently touching Wu Wang's pulse with her fingers. Everything seemed normal, showing no signs of illness. Strange. Gu Qin muttered to herself, eventually taking a small vial of Wu Wang's blood and entering the laboratory for research. The vine snake volunteered to stay with Wu Wang. Its body temperature was low enough to alleviate Wu Wang's fever. It grew larger and coiled around Wu Wang, its scales feeling as if they were being scorched by fire, the pain spreading throughout its body. The vine snake had often been cared for by Wu Wang. Even though they had never spoken, Wu Wang would often bring snacks to Gu Qin, and each time, it would follow Gu Qin and enjoy various strange foods. Thus the vine snake remembered this human as a foolish treasure chest. Such a treasure chest the vine snake did not want to see him perish. A snake is good, illness is bad. Strange, is Wu Wang's blood a bit too active? Gu Qin murmured softly, comparing her blood with Wu Wang's, discovering that the molecular activity in Wu Wang's blood was absurdly high. She furrowed her brow, glancing at the light green sample she had been studying previously, which was an agent that could make a mouse's back bloom when dripped on it. This, perhaps. A bold idea flashed in Gu Qin's mind as she mixed the blood with the agent. 1 drop, 2 drops. Her heart raced, perhaps due to anxiety, beads of sweat forming at her temples as she held the pipette carefully, observing the liquid within. After a few minutes, the active factors had ceased their movement and stabilized. But she wondered if there would be any side effects once injected into the body. The time was too short to completely rule it out. Gu Qin bit her lip, glancing at the laboratory door. Her time was running out. If Wu Wang didn't pull through. Gu Qin slapped her face, rolled up her sleeve, and injected it into her own body. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her whole body feeling as if it had been tossed in a blender. She propped herself on one elbow, enduring the excruciating pain, trying to escape the laboratory. Next time, he'll definitely think twice. She had barely taken 2 steps when she collapsed to the ground, her eyelids heavy as if filled with lead, her vision gradually blurring. Her mind felt overwhelmed as if flooded with a torrent of information. After that, Gu Qin lost track of everything. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes to find herself walking in a forest where a small path of pebbles lay before her, surrounded by lush, vibrant trees. The air was filled with the essence of life. Where is this? Gu Qin felt that everything was familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She looked down at the pebble path and instinctively walked deeper into the forest where time seemed to stand still. Everything felt surreal. Gu Qin stepped carefully along the pebble path until she reached its end. An ancient giant tree stood in the depths of the forest, its massive trunk covered in leaves, as if attempting to obscure the entire sky. The dense leaves hung from the branches, and Gu Qin knew that this tree was older than she had anticipated. A gust of wind blew past, causing the branches to sway, as if waving at Gu Qin. She instinctively approached, reaching out to gently touch the giant tree. A warm sensation flowed from her fingertips into her body. This is... In an instant, Gu Qin felt as if she had been baptized, immersed in an ocean of vitality. In the next moment, the sky darkened and a multitude of leaves began to fall, obscuring her view. The leaves instantly withered as if they were sick, and the surrounding plants cried out in agony. Soon the once lush leaves began to decay, and the entire forest quickly withered away. Gu Qin's mind began to clash again, dizziness flooding her thoughts as if waves were crashing against her consciousness. Gu Qin fell into darkness, unable to see anything. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Wu Wang looking at her. Gu Qin, are you okay? What caused you to faint suddenly in the laboratory? Wu Wang handed her a cup of warm water, watching her with worried eyes. He had intended to boast about his recovery, but was taken aback to find Gu Qin lying on the ground when he arrived at the laboratory. Are you alright? Gu Qin took the warm water, feeling a bit dazed. The recent hallucination felt very unreal, but she could confirm that she had never been to such a place. I'm fine, Gu Qin. Look. After saying this, Wu Wang thumped his chest and flexed his muscles, reassuring Gu Qin that he was already better. Gu Qin stroked her chin, her eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Everything here seemed abnormal. Strange, she shouldn't have developed anything to treat a cold yet, right? Is Wu Wang really fine? Has he recovered so quickly? She pondered and suddenly noticed the cut on Wu Wang's wrist. Gu Qin waved her hand, expressing concern as she asked, "What happened to your hand?" "It's nothing. I just accidentally scratched it earlier." Wu Wang held out his hand to Gu Qin. The wound was small, merely seeping a bit of blood, a trivial matter compared to Gu Qin's prior injuries. Gu Qin reached out to apply a band-aid, and the moment her fingers touched Wu Wang's palm, a warm current surged into Wu Wang's body. In just a moment, his wound miraculously healed. Wu Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Qin, as if he had discovered a new continent. He jumped up in excitement in the lounge. "Qin Jia, have you awakened your healing powers?" Gu Qin looked at her palm, feeling a bit bewildered. She had only injected the serum into her body, and she could not remember what did that vial of serum awaken her powers. Is awakening powers that casual? Healing powers? How disappointing. Gu Qin pouted. Why can't I awaken some awesome powers? It sounds so much better. Wait, let me try again. Qin Jia, you should try it too. Wu Wang excitedly turned around and picked up a fruit knife, slashing it across his palm. A wound instantly appeared in the center of his hand, accompanied by a sharp pain as bright red blood flowed down. He extended his palm forward. Gu Qin held his palm, and the moment she touched Wu Wang's arm, she seemed to sense something. Something within Wu Wang. Wu Wang watched as his palm gradually healed, leaving no scar behind. His eyes widened as he joyously dashed around the lounge like a little dog. Qin Jia has awakened her powers. Qin Jia has awakened her powers. I've been hearing you all the way from afar. What's Shuebai stretched lazily. He had just finished organizing the test samples and was about to grab a snack when he heard Wu Wang energetically running around the lab. Qin Jia has awakened her powers. Let me tell you. Wu Wang babbled on incessantly, while Shuebai munched on chips, nodding along. Gu Qin looked at her palm and blinked. Does she have them too? She propped herself up, her expression slightly dazed. Shuebai, gee, what time is it now? Have the sick people recovered? You've been out for 5 days. The sick people have all recovered. Do you need more rest? Shuebai tossed the chip bag into the trash, wiped his hands with a tissue, and waved dismissively. No need for rest, I've made great progress recently. Congratulations on your progress, then Shuebai ji. Upon hearing that 5 days had passed, Gu Qin's face turned cold. She reached up to touch the vine snake hairpin in her hair, calculating that only 1 day remained. Bang! A loud sound erupted from the adjacent lab. The smoke alarm blared throughout the corridor as the loud noise shook the entire lab. Wu Wang also noticed the sound. He ripped the hose from the fire hydrant and ran over. The fire extinguisher hadn't been opened yet when a dark figure leaped out from the smoke of the explosion, charging directly at the nearest Wu Wang. Huh. Caught off guard, Wu Wang didn't react in time. Gu Qin appeared behind him, grabbing the fire extinguisher and throwing it. The extinguisher struck the shadow with a loud crash, knocking it to the ground. Wu Wang clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his chest. If it weren't for Gu Qin, that figure would have collided with him. Are you okay? If I didn't see it wrong, did a big chocolate just pop out? Gu Qin clapped her hands, feeling that things were getting increasingly strange. Her beautiful eyes slightly lowered as the smoke in the lab began to dissipate, revealing the true appearance of the shadow. A person dressed in a white lab coat. With a human body, its form was charred beyond recognition, half an arm lying on the ground, its burnt skin no longer resembling its original appearance. What is this? Wu Wang covered his mouth, staring at the dry corpse in front of him, feeling waves of nausea, as if his stomach was churning violently, wanting to vomit up last night's meal. It's a human. Gu Qin's eyelashes drooped, visible sorrow filling her expression. She bent down to carefully observe the dry corpse lying on the ground. Is anyone hurt? Are you all okay? Shuebai rushed over, carrying a medical kit, panting heavily. He wasn't good at running, especially having to retrieve the medical kit from the farthest medical room. Qin Jia, are you okay? Wu Wang reached out and patted Gu Qin's shoulder, his voice urgent and filled with concern. Gu Qin shook her head, using tweezers to pick up a small piece and placed it into a test tube. I'm fine. Seeing Gu Qin return to her usual self, Wu Wang finally let out a sigh of relief. Nearby researchers heard the commotion and rushed over, looking at the monster lying on the ground. Isn't that Albois? One of the researchers gasped, covering her mouth. She had been closest to Albois, and the bracelet on his wrist was a gift from her. What a coincidence, this lab belonged to Albois as well. God, how did he get hurt like this? He's definitely not going. Everyone silently lowered their heads, mourning Aobo's death. Death itself is an inevitable thing. From the beginning, the Power Research Institute had always had very few people. They couldn't leave the institute, so in a small corner of the facility they had created a burial site. A burial site dedicated to those who sacrificed for science. According to procedures, the nearest laboratory was responsible for collecting and burying the dead. This task fell to Gukin looked at Aobo's corpse, feeling that this matter was not so simple. She planned to take a small piece for research material. She squatted down, prepared to pick up a charred piece of flesh with tweezers when the researcher close to Alba slapped her tweezers away. Her sharp voice pierced Gukin's eardrums. What are you doing? He's already dead. Don't you know to respect the dead? Gukin pressed her lips together, standing up and bowing to the girl in front of her. I'm sorry. What good does that do? He's already dead. You don't even let him have a complete corpse. The girl stood in front of Gukin, pointing and scolding her. You mad woman who stays in the lab all day. Don't you have any humanity? Wu Wang found the words hard to bear. He was about to step forward when Gukin stopped him, shaking her head to signal him not to intervene. This matter was indeed her fault. When one makes a mistake, one must apologize and accept punishment. Gukin was someone who dared to own up to her actions. Dust to dust, earth to earth, we come to this world whole, and naturally, we must leave in the same manner. The girl had finished scolding, sniffing back tears streaming down her face. Gukin took a clean handkerchief from her pocket and offered it to the girl. The girl grabbed it and wiped her face, sniffing once more. Thank you, but leave the burial of Alba to me. You are not allowed to touch Aobo's corpse. Do you hear me? Okay. Gukin nodded slightly, standing quietly to the side as she watched the girl place the charred corpse of Alba into a box. She observed as the girl carried the box to the cemetery, finding the gravestone that belonged to Alba. The box was large enough to hold Aobo's body, which had been burned to a crisp like coal, yet small enough to encapsulate the entirety of his life dedicated to the pursuit of science until his last breath. The girl set the box down on the ground and began digging with a shovel, straining for a long time, but the soil was too hard for her to break through. Gukin stood by with her hands clasped behind her back, watching as the girl exerted herself alone. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the girl took a few deep breaths and glanced over at the idling Gukin exasperatedly, saying, Can't you come over and lend a hand? You won't let me touch anything. Gukin stepped aside, assertively placing her hands in front of her and shaking the rope around her wrists, which the girl had tied to prevent Gukin from interfering with Alba. Even if Gukin wanted to help, she couldn't. The girl who had hurt herself with a stone responded. Fine, I'll untie you. The girl, somewhat speechless, dropped the shovel and took a few steps forward, gesturing for Gukin to come over. Gukin blinked, her gaze landing on the box beside them. It trembled slightly, producing a clattering sound. In the next moment, the box shattered into pieces, and the blackened corpse leaped into the air, charging toward the girl's neck. Hearing the noise, the girl turned to see the charred, withered body flying towards her. Watch out! Gukin reached out and grabbed the girl, the rope on her wrist falling to the ground. A black scythe was firmly grasped in her hand as she sheltered the girl in her embrace, spinning the scythe and slicing the blackened corpse in two. Chuning, are you alright? Gukin flicked her wrist, transforming the scythe into a hairpin that nestled in her hair. At that moment, Chuning, overwhelmed with fear, sat down on the ground, her legs weak. You. Chuning was momentarily stunned. Gukin crouched down, resting Chuning's hand on her shoulder, then gently helped her to her feet. I know your name. I'm sorry about Alba, but this situation is indeed strange. Did Alba say anything to you recently? No, we haven't seen each other since he caught a cold. Chuning's face turned pale from fear as she shook her head. Supported by Gukin, she felt somewhat uncomfortable guilt wrapping around her as her mind replayed the scene of Gukin protecting her. Just moments ago, she had been so confrontational with Gukin. Then did you catch a cold? Gukin supported Chuning as they walked quietly down the corridor until they reached the door to Chuning's room. Chuning opened the door, and with Gukin's help returned to her bed. After a moment of serious thought, she shook her head. No, I'm the only one left in the research institute now. Schweb, I didn't catch a cold either. What about you? I didn't catch a cold either. Gukin's gaze swept across the room. Chuning's room was cozy with a pink bedspread adorned with cute cartoon patterns. The small lamp on the nightstand was shaped like a bow, and there were pink dolls scattered about. A white wall held a Hello Kitty clock, the hands ticking steadily. Gukin found a cup and poured a glass of warm water for Chuning, glancing at the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the hands pointed to 12. In her ears, the voice of the vine snake echoed, Gukin, it's time. Bang! The loud noise came from a heavy object, striking the door. Gukin stiffened, turning her gaze toward the door. He'll go open it. After finishing her water, Chuning felt much better and stood up from the bed, walking toward the door. Wait! Gukin raised her hand, wanting to pull Chuning back, but in the next moment Chuning turned her head. What's wrong? In just a heartbeat, the door was shattered and a dark figure lunged at Chuning. She stretched out her hand to fend off the dark figure, but was pinned down and struggled fiercely, receiving several cuts that oozed blood. The metallic scent filled the entire room. Gukin kicked the dark figure away, raising her scythe and bringing it down again, severing it in two. She pulled Chuning up, placing her fingers over Chuning's wounds, white light flowing into her body as the cuts gradually healed. Are you alright? Gukin's gaze swept over Chuning. This time Chuning was genuinely frightened, her heart racing. The bracelet on her wrist had shattered during the struggle. She stood up, looking at the corpse split in half, dressed in a black nightgown with disheveled hair and a face smeared with blood. Chu Ning closed her eyes, taking a moment to compose herself before speaking. She picked up the shattered pieces of the bracelet from the ground, her tone unnaturally calm, as if she had accepted the grim reality. This is Gong Jinhai, my classmate. Gu Qin nodded, indicating she understood, and extended her hand to Chu Ning. This isn't the place for conversation. Can you still run? No problem. Chu Ning nodded, her clothes smeared with dark blood, and torn her hair a mess, yet her eyes were filled with determination. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Gu Qin's lips as she grasped Chu Ning with one hand and held the scythe, with the other sprinting down the corridor of the Supernatural Research Institute. I didn't expect your coping ability to be quite strong. Gu Qin, do you know something? And what about the scythe behind you? Do you have supernatural powers? As Chu Ning was being pulled along, her gaze flicked to the scythe behind Gu Qin, which was unexpectedly adorned with white flowers. Moreover, she had clearly been injured earlier, yet her wounds had miraculously healed. Wait a minute. Gu Qin hadn't even come to the Supernatural Research Institute at the beginning. Who had been in front of her? Why was she only realizing this now? Chu Ning suddenly yanked her hand away from Gu Qin, fear flooding her mind as she instinctively stepped back a few paces. Who exactly are you? The warmth at her fingertips vanished, and Gu Qin halted, turning to look at Chu Ning. What's wrong? No. You are not Gu Qin. Did you cause the rampage of Gong Jinhai earlier? And Albla? Were you the one responsible for all of it? Stay away from me, you monster. Chu Ning flailed her arms, trembling all over, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of her eyes. She glared at Gu Qin, and before Gu Qin could explain, she turned and ran in the opposite direction. Sigh. You. Gu Qin extended her hand, but before she could stop him, Chu Ning had already vanished from her. The vine snake transformed into a small snake that coiled around Gu Qin's wrist, shaking its head in confusion. Why did she run? You were kind enough to save her. I don't know, let's go find Wu Wang first. Gu Qin shook her head, urging her memory to catch up. Chu Ning's behavior was too strange. She must have discovered something. She should pursue her, but she couldn't shake the worry for Wu Wang. Gu Qin decided to find Wu Wang first. She sprinted down the corridor when suddenly a loud crash echoed. Wu Wang was swinging a fire extinguisher wildly in the lounge, while Shuebai was spraying water from the fire hose at their former companions. The strong recoil forced him to stumble backwards, surrounded by figures in research uniforms, pressing Wu Wang and Shuebai into a corner, unable to move. Gu Qin directly threw the sickle, aiming straight for Wu Wang and Shuebai. Get down. Wu Wang dropped the already crumpled fire extinguisher, pressed down on Shuebai's head, and both of them ducked to the ground as the sickle embedded itself in the wall behind them. The sound of electricity crackled in Wu Wang's ears. Gu Qin raised her hand and activated the fire suppression system, causing a cascade of water to spray into the room, soaking the monstrous figures in research uniforms surrounding Wu Wang and Shuebai. Wu Wang grabbed a nearby raincoat and draped it over both of them, shouting, Shuebai, close your eyes. The personnel in research uniforms howled as they rigidly advanced toward Wu Wang and Gu Qin, water droplets falling to the ground. In an instant, the room was filled with flashing lights and thunderous sounds as all the figures in research uniforms collapsed, twitching with traces of electricity still flickering. Protected by the raincoat, Wu Wang and Shuebai were unharmed. Wu Wang helped Shuebai stand up and waved at Gu Qin from a distance. Qin, we're fine. Gu Qin nodded and, having cut off the power outside, beckoned Wu Wang and Shuebai to come out. The three of them moved to Wu Wang's laboratory. What happened, Qin? Weren't you at the graveyard just now? Wu Wang patted his chest, his face pale, and his heart still racing from the earlier shock. I was originally with Chu Ning, but she ran away. Gu Qin nodded. A greenish-blue small snake rested on her shoulder, its head adorned with a silver crown. The vine snake's tail coiled around her neck like a green scarf, showing no intention of hiding its presence during this dangerous time. Of course, Gu Qin had implicitly accepted its actions. Wu Wang opened his mouth in surprise and asked, ran away. It's understandable for her to run away. After all, Qin, everything seems off, and only Wu Wang wouldn't doubt you. Shuebai leaned against the lab table, crossing his arms casually. The Abilities Research Institute was established based on invited personnel, but we overlooked one issue. Gu Qin was not present during the invitation process. The Abilities Research Institute is inherently closed off, making it impossible for anyone to infiltrate Midway. Gu Qin, you suddenly appeared at the institute, right? I believe Chu Ning realized this too, which is why she suddenly ran away. She's afraid of you. After all, a bizarre sickle appearing out of nowhere would make anyone suspect you were the cause of this incident. Shuebai seemed unfazed as he picked up a potion from Wu Wang's table and flipped through Wu Wang's notes. Of course, I'm not interested in these matters, and you don't look like you're trying to kill us. This notebook has 2 types of handwriting. You must have written a lot, right? Then I should trust you. This is my perspective on good and evil. Gu Qin immediately understood. Shuebai was simply concerned about her purpose for coming to the Abilities Research Institute. If it was for research, he would indeed believe her. They were on the same side. Gu Qin naturally grasped Shuebai's meaning and smiled. Of course, but I really did conduct my experiments diligently. I never intended to harm you. How much do you know? Shuebai raised an eyebrow at Gu Qin. I don't know. Gu Qin shook her head and explained what had happened earlier with Chu Ning. Wu Wang stroked his chin deep in thought. After a moment he said, Shuebai and I were eating together in the lounge when someone suddenly collapsed on the floor. I was going to check it out, but Shuebai pulled me back. Then one by one more and more people fell down, and before long they all stood up again and bizarrely charged at us. Then Keen showed up. Were they zombies? Keen murmured softly, raising her hand. The vine snake obediently crawled into her palm, transforming into a sickle. She then looked at Wu Wang and Shuebai. I'm going to find survivors. Are you two staying here or not? Shuebai put down the experimental data. I want to retrieve the experimental results. It's impossible to conduct experiments here anymore, and those results can't go to waste. There are also results from other individuals that must be taken out regardless. Wu Wang swallowed nervously, looking steadfastly at Keen. Keen, I'm following you. No, you should stick with Shuebai. Oh, it's more convenient for me to act alone. Keen shook her head, pushed open the laboratory door, and dashed out. Keen. Wu Wang's outstretched hand curled up as he pressed his lips together, forcing a smile. Shuebai, let's go. Keen raced down the corridor with the sickle in hand. Li Shi was right, the apocalypse had indeed arrived. According to the next part of the plot, they would all die in the Abilities Research Institute. Is anyone there? Keen ran swiftly, shouting as she swung the sickle at the zombies. Compared to her speed, the zombies moved sluggishly, their joints seeming rusty, stained with blood, their eyes hollow, skin rough, and emitting a foul stench of decay. She spun the sickle, slicing a zombie in half, its pieces falling to the ground, dark green bubbles emerging as the flesh began to reassemble into new zombies. Keen paused momentarily, then swung the sickle again, causing the zombie's flesh to shatter and reassemble, transforming into new zombies. With each strike, the reconstituted flesh seemed to grow larger, as if undergoing some transformation. TSK. Keen furrowed her brow, retracting her scythe. She looked at the shattered and reassembled zombie, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. With a running start, she stepped on the wall and leaped over the zombie, landing smoothly on the ground before darting away. Since the zombies cannot be eliminated, she decided to postpone the attack. What she needed to do now was find the survivors and escape with them. But what triggers a person to become a zombie? Wu Wang mentioned that the fainting was utterly inexplicable. Previously, when Wu Wang had a cold, there were active factors. Cold. Everyone at the Ability Research Institute, except for Chu Ning and Shuebai, had caught a cold. She had to find Chu Ning first. Keen ran straight to Chu Ning's room, but the door was blocked by heavy objects completely sealed off. The zombies at the entrance stood orderly in place, guarding Chu Ning's room like soldiers. Keen's brow tightened. It seemed that Chu Ning had indeed returned here, but why were there so many zombies guarding? It wasn't an attack, it was a defense. Too strange. Keen's gaze swept over the entrance, estimating the number of zombies. Charging in would be no problem, but it would take a while to deal with these zombies. What if she tried to lure them away? Keen chuckled softly. Since it was already feasible to charge in, she would just swing her scythe. She charged into the small horde of zombies, slicing them into pieces with just a few strikes, but before long the pieces began to reassemble. Taking advantage of the reassembly, she used her scythe to carve a small gap at Chu Ning's door and squeezed inside. Keen called softly. Her gaze swept across the room, but she did not see Chu Ning's figure. Instead, the entire room was wrapped in white silk threads resembling a spider's cocoon. The originally cozy and lovely little room now appeared strangely eerie. White silk threads were entangled everywhere, sticky and foul-smelling. Keen sniffed the air and quickly took out an antidote, applying it to her arm. The air was permeated with the scent of neurotoxin. Keen had once researched tiger spiders, and this was the exact odor they emitted. Moreover, Chu Ning was studying tiger spiders. Chu Ning. Keen raised her voice, feeling sticky liquid drip onto her head. She stepped back, looking up to find a giant humanoid cocoon hanging directly above her. Now she understood why she couldn't find Chu Ning. Keen swung her scythe, tearing open the cocoon. Wrapped in silk threads, Chu Ning fell down. Keen kicked a nearby chair aside and caught the falling Chu Ning. Chu Ning's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing on Keen's somewhat anxious face. Are you okay? What happened? Keen reached out and pressed her finger against Chu Ning's wrist, but the fair wrist suddenly sprouted barbs, piercing through Keen's fingers. Hiss. Keen inhaled sharply, yanking her hand back. A white power enveloped her injured finger. I'm sorry. Chu Ning opened her eyes to see Keen injured by her own barbs. She froze in place just as she was about to speak when white silk sprayed onto Keen's face. Keen responded, there's no need to apologize, really. The wound gradually healed, but the lingering pain kept reminding Keen that she had been injured by Chu Ning's barbs. I didn't mean to, I couldn't control it. Chu Ning waved her hands. As she opened her mouth to speak, silk threads erupted from her mouth. Keen quickly dodged, and the threads splattered against the wall, sticking to the still-working Hello Kitty clock. At that moment, Chu Ning had also undergone a transformation. Several pairs of arms had sprouted from her back, each with dark barbs. One of her original arms bore a long scar with greenish-black corrosion marks, as if it had been scratched by something. What happened to you? Keen threw her scythe to the ground, crossing her arms, and staring at Chu Ning, who was no longer human nor ghost. Her gaze lingered on Chu Ning's corroded arm. You. Chu Ning turned her face away, biting her lip. Finally, she turned her head sharply to look at Keen. These monsters really weren't caused by you, were they? White silk sprayed onto Keen's face again. Keen swatted the silk away and shook her head no. Then why did you suddenly appear at the Ability Research Institute? You clearly refused. Chu Ning shouted at Gu Qin, pointing at her. Gu Qin sidestepped to avoid the silk, and shook her head, fabricating a lie. I ended up here by accident. I was originally on my way home, but the teleportation array malfunctioned. I have no idea how I ended up here. And besides, there are guards surrounding here, so it's impossible to leave, right? Gu Qin couldn't reveal the truth as the book system was simply too bizarre. The guards. The guards have turned into monsters just at the entrance. I wanted to escape the Ability Research Institute, but almost got bitten to death by them. Chu Ning hugged her 6 arms tightly together, trembling all over. Her little face turned pale, fear and terror enveloping her heart. I had no choice but to return to my room and block the door. I was so afraid. But I had to protect myself. The ability research I did was about spiders. I don't know how successful it was, but if I could gain abilities through this, I might be able to survive. Chu Ning did not finish her sentence, but Gu Qin understood. Chu Ning wanted to protect herself, used her half-finished research, and ended up becoming a creature that was neither human nor ghost. Does it hurt? Gu Qin pointed at Chu Ning's arm. That must be from a zombie, right? Chu Ning, frightened, covered the wound with her hand. Her throat moved, and her gaze gradually shifted towards Gu Qin. Gu Qin emitted an enticing fragrance that continuously attracted her, as if one bite would suffice. Don't move, let me see if I can help you heal it. Gu Qin extended her hand to touch Chu Ning's arm. Crack! Her hand was pierced through by dark barbs. Bright red blood gushed out like a burst pipe, and Gu Qin's expression was calm as she closed her eyes, feeling the flow of her powers gradually channeling to Chu Ning's arm. It should be fine now. Wait, what kind of look is that? Gu Qin's fingers were still dripping blood, her pale face exuding fatigue, and the wound on her hand had not healed, continuously oozing blood. Recalling what AIC had said about the exhaustion of supernatural powers leading to fatigue, her current state was likely due to excessive consumption of her abilities. Just treating a scratch had drained so much of her power. I really am weak. Gu Qin's gaze deepened as she retracted her hand, and looked up to see Chu Ning's shining eyes filled with the same desire as someone yearning for delicious food. Gu Qin was momentarily stunned, her gaze tracing over Chu Ning's face. Wait, what kind of look is that? Chu Ning instinctively wiped some saliva away, restraining her desires. Chu Ning deeply understood that she was beginning to crave flesh. Her current rationality could still overcome her desires, but she couldn't guarantee that her reason wouldn't eventually be defeated. Sooner or later, she would turn into a monstrous creature akin to a living corpse, a beast consumed by desire. I kinda wanna eat you. Chu Ning's gaze fell on Gu Qin's bleeding palm, awkwardly averting her eyes. She swallowed, conveying her thoughts to Gu Qin, while also warning her that she was dangerous. There's no need to be so enthusiastic. Gu Qin's mouth twitched as she stepped back a few paces, preparing to cut a piece of tablecloth with her sickle to bandage herself. I have a first aid kit in my room. Chu Ning stood up and pulled out a white box from under her bed filled with gauze and bandage. Chu Ning swallowed. Do you want me to help you? No. I can do it myself. Gu Qin snatched the first aid kit, unwrapped the bandage, and used her mouth to hold the gauze as she changed her dressing. Drip drip, water droplets fell onto the floor, producing a crisp sound. Gu Qin looked up. Chu Ning had her mouth open and white threads mixed with saliva dripped onto the floor. Chu Ning wiped her mouth. Can't I have just one bite? Gu Qin replied. What do you think? Chu Ning's eyes were watery as she leaned on the nearby table, looking at Gu Qin like a downcast puppy constantly yearning. The fragrance emanating from Gu Qin was too enticing, making it hard for her to look away. I'm sorry, I can't help but feel out of control. It's fine. I plan to look for survivors. Do you want to come with me? Gu Qin shook her head, looking at her palm. The pain dulled her, nerves causing her complexion to pale. She took out some painkillers from her pocket and tossed them into her mouth. This was a pill she only took during special times. After ingestion, she wouldn't feel any pain for 2 hours, but after that the pain would double. Of course, during the effect of the medication, she wouldn't be able to detect any wounds on her body, nor would she be able to react to them. If injured, she wouldn't even notice if her arm or leg was broken. Chu Ning recognized this pill, which had appeared in Gu Qin's works before, but it wasn't one of her proudest creations. She never expected Gu Qin would actually take it. You. Chu Ning stiffened for a moment. In the distance, Wu Wang's voice faintly called out, Sister Qin. Gu Qin's eyelashes fluttered. She grabbed the sickle beside her, assessing the heavy objects piled at the door, her tone tinged with urgency. Wu Wang is calling for me. They'll just cut a hole. Don't worry, I won't damage your defenses. I'm going with you. Chu Ning slammed her hand down on the table, causing it to splinter. Gu Qin said. It was indeed the right choice to not let her bandage herself. Wu Wang was running wildly in the Supernatural Research Institute, clutching a pile of bottles and jars, pursued by monstrous creatures. A zombie with a severely damaged head exposed crimson plasma, twisting its limbs as it charged towards Wu Wang, its sharp claws tearing through his clothes, revealing large patches of skin. Help! Sister Qin! Wu Wang shouted while running. Get down! Gu Qin swung her sickle, rushing past Wu Wang. With a single strike, she cleaved the monster in half, its flesh dropping to the ground, preparing to reassemble. Chu Ning spat out a silk thread, wrapping the meat chunks like living buns topped with a white bow. Ooh! Wu Wang exhaled deeply, looking at Gu Qin's figure, feeling inexplicably at ease. A voice of a girl echoed in his ears, and something sticky approached from behind. Wu Wang, what are you holding? Wu Wang turned in confusion, and Chu Ning's face was suddenly in his line of sight. Chu Ning's face had sprouted furry barbs, and she had grown 4 more arms on her back, each covered in jet black spikes, tightly embracing herself like a waving spider spirit. What the hell? A monster! Wu Wang's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, yet the bottles in his hands didn't spill. What monster? I'm Chu Ning. Chu Ning placed her hands on her hips, spitting out a silk sack. Just put the stuff here. Wu Wang shuffled backward, looking at Chu Ning with fear, shaking his head vigorously. She's Chu Ning. Gu Qin, having dealt with the zombie, returned, and tossed her sickle aside, smiling faintly. Wu Wang turned, and with Gu Qin was covered in various wounds, bleeding profusely. The bandages on her hands were soaked in blood, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, showing no concern for her injuries. Sister Qin, did you take that? Wu Wang was taken aback, looking at Gu Qin with a pained expression. Yeah, it's a special time. Gu Qin nodded with a smile, her gaze sweeping around, but only finding Wu Wang's figure. Where's Xue Bai? He's in the Eastern District. I've gathered most of the experimental subjects from the Western District, but let's hurry and find. Wu Wang carefully placed the experimental subjects into the silk-woven sack, then took out an iPhone 17 from his pocket. I found the entire structural layout of the Supernatural Research Institute in the Western District. I've uploaded it to my phone. You guys take a look. Aren't phones not allowed in the Supernatural Research Institute, Wu Wang? Gu Qin chuckled lightly, teasing, you hit it so well. Xue Bai was in the laboratory of the Eastern District, adjusting various experimental potions with a crazed look in his eyes. Outside, the sound of zombies banging against the iron door echoed violently. In the laboratory of the Eastern District, Xue Bai adjusted his glasses, frantically calibrating various experimental reagents with a nearly manic gleam in his eyes. Outside the door, zombies pounded against the iron door, producing a violent clatter. But Xue Bai seemed deaf to it all, absorbed in his experiments. His pristine white lab coat, now stained with a myriad of colors, clung to him, as madness lurked in his gaze. In his world, nothing remained but the experiments. Excellent. It's done, it's done. Xue Bai shouted in excitement. With a deafening crash, the iron door of the lab was battered open, a zombie thrusting its hand through the gap, clawing wildly. A pungent stench of decay wafted in, yet Xue Bai paid no heed, continuing his frenzied work. With a roar, the iron door shattered completely, zombies surging in like a relentless tide. Their sharp claws reached for Xue Bai's neck, but were abruptly yanked away by an unseen force. Chu Ning, using all 6 of her arms, pulled several zombies away with webs of silk, sealing the lab entrance. She shot a glare at Xue Bai and shouted, Xue Bai, are you insane? Xue Bai laughed, holding a capsule in his hand, his voice nearly delirious. Several notebooks lay scattered at his feet. Look, I've replicated Ober's experiment. I've succeeded in developing a powerful ice-type ability. Instead of fleeing your researching abilities now, eh? Chu Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation. She shot a web to pull Xue Bai back, but he burned it away with a flamethrower. Xue Bai placed the capsule into a small glass vial and tossed it to Chu Ning. Chu Ning, I've decided to stay. These experiments hold immense research value. They haven't been completed yet and cannot be abandoned. Take this and leave. This capsule is Ober's experimental creation. You two are lovers, aren't you? Xue Bai chuckled, squinting, as if stating a simple fact. You're impossible. How can you conduct experiments in such a situation? What's wrong with it? If we don't continue, these past 2 months would be wasted. How many people are still alive now? And how many can still perform experiments? Xue Bai packed his belongings, slinging a backpack over his shoulder as he headed for the next lab. By the way, is Gu Qin still alive? Didn't she come looking for you? I'm here. Gu Qin dropped down from above the lab, reaching a hand to help Wu Wang, who poked his head out. We've thoroughly mapped this place using the experimental blueprints of the Ability Research Institute. Gu Qin's expression was grim, her face pale. The small wounds on her body had begun to scab over her white lab coat, smeared with dried blood. She paused, her voice cold and detached. This place. There's no exit. It's a trap designed for entry only, with no way out. Once the doors of the Ability Research Institute descended, they could never be reopened. The entire facility was encased in steel. Its creators had never intended for anyone to leave. No wonder the book said everyone in the Ability Research Institute perished, not a single survivor. So that's how it was. That can't be. Then what about the water and food we've been using? Realizing the implication, Chu Ning asked. Wu Wang took off his backpack, pulling out some snacks and bread he had prepared earlier, handing them to the group. The water is stored and recycled. The food was only enough for 2 months, and it's already gone. From the start, they planned for us to survive just 2 months. Gu Qin tore open a wrapper, devoured the bread in 2 bites, then clapped her hands, and said flatly, Vine Serpent, how much time is left on the drug's effect? From her hairpin, a voice only she could hear replied, 30 minutes. Gu Qin glanced at Xue Bai and Chu Ning. I plan to blow this place up. Chu Ning froze, covering her mouth with her hand, as saliva mixed with mucus dripped down. What? There's no way out, so we have to blow it up. While mapping the structure, I discovered a self-destruct mechanism. What's the blast radius? Will it cover the entire institute? Chu Ning squinted, swallowing hard to control her rationality, her gaze fixed on Gu Qin, hungry, greedy. With each passing second, her sanity waned, and soon she would become a monstrous creature. No, there's one safe spot, the rest area farthest from the blast point. Wu Wang shook his head, sorrow in his eyes. The distance between the blast point and the safe zone spanned the entire institute, meaning someone would have to volunteer to trigger the explosion. No, absolutely not. The lab cannot explode. If it does, all the research data will be lost. Shui Bei's voice rose, shaking his head frantically as he gathered his things to leave. Chu Ning's voice came through gritted teeth, madman. Gu Qin, however, nodded calmly. Can you compile all the data in 2 days? Shui Bei nodded. With Wu Wang's help, yes. Then it's settled. 2 days from now, whether you've finished or not, I will detonate the lab. The bread Wu Wang left will last us 2 days. Gu Qin explained, hoisting her scythe. They'll gather all the zombies to make it easier for you to move. Chu Ning shot her a cold glance. You're a madwoman too. Who here isn't mad? Gu Qin let out a sudden laugh, then threw her scythe to the ground, stepping on it to leap up into the ventilation shaft above the lab. Coming. Gu Qin extended a friendly hand. I must be insane too. Chu Ning grasped her hand and leaped up effortlessly. But Gu Qin was right. Everyone in the Ability Research Institute was touched by a certain madness. Chu Ning, who recklessly injected herself with an incomplete serum, Wu Wang, who didn't hesitate to slice his own palm to verify Gu Qin's ability, a Shui Bei who remained utterly devoted to his research even in this dire situation, and Gu Qin, who popped the pill into her mouth without regard for side effects. Gu Qin crawled slowly through the ventilation duct when Chu Ning's voice came from behind. How much time on your drug? Gu Qin replied nonchalantly, about 20 minutes. Why? Chu Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are a complete and utter lunatic. Likewise. Gu Qin followed her memory, pushed open a vent, and dropped down. Need a hand getting down. No need. Chu Ning jumped down, her gaze sweeping across the empty laboratory, which had been cleared out likely by, let's make this quick. After Gu Qin finished speaking, she darted out, swinging her scythe left and right at the randomly respawning zombies. The flesh of the zombies splattered on the ground, which then oozed disgusting dark green bubbles only to merge back together into larger zombies. Chu Ning followed closely behind Gu Qin, spitting webs to hinder the zombies' movements, wrapping their flesh to slow down their recombination speed. Time passed second by second, and Gu Qin's stamina was nearly depleted. Weariness and pain crept upon her as she realized the effect of the medicine was waning, and she would soon face intense pain. With one hand gripping the scythe, she sprinted forward while her other hand lightly touched her wounds. White orbs of light emerged from her body, healing the injury between her fingers, and the various wounds on her body began to mend, swiftly disappearing without a trace. Gu Qin ran ahead while Chu Ning followed behind. The two surrounded the Ability Research Institute from the outside until they drove the zombies into the laboratory farthest away from Wu Wang and Shui Bei. That's enough. Gu Qin dropped her scythe, her face slightly pale, and her breathing became a bit hurried. The frantic running throughout the Ability Research Institute had exhausted her. She glanced back at Chu Ning, confirming she was keeping up, and then Gu Qin tossed her scythe aside. Losing her balance, she collapsed onto the ground. I seriously suspect you are trying to harm me. Chu Ning's expression remained unchanged as she appeared relaxed, and her physical abilities had improved after her transformation. Huh. Gu Qin forced a smile. The effect of the medicine had worn off and the pain was countered by her abilities. Now she was merely overly exhausted. Anything was better than rolling on the ground in agony. Gu Qin paused before saying, this is the last one, and it's the final boss we have to confront. Chu Ning wrapped her 6 arms around herself, raising her head. Then you should wait here obediently. Oh, I can handle this myself. Just as she took a step forward, a strange voice echoed in her ear. Come here. We need you. You will become our new king. Chu Ning froze, fear flashing in her eyes as she looked ahead. All the zombies fused into a giant zombie, its limbs thick and its skin continuously dripping fresh blood. Its chest twisted into a spiral, seemingly able to open, and its head was a mass of flesh pulsating, without features, staring at Chu Ning. What's wrong, Chu Ning? Gu Qin sensed Chu Ning's change and quickly propped herself up, asking, it's calling me. Chu Ning's expression darkened, her tone becoming flat. Gu Qin's pupils quivered. What? It's calling me. Chu Ning repeated. It wants to merge with me to become the new king and be crowned here. Gu Qin fell silent, suddenly realizing why the zombies had guarded her door like sentinels before finding Chu Ning. They were waiting for the birth of a king. But Chu Ning is human. Why would the zombies be waiting for a king? Gu Qin's gaze shifted to Chu Ning, who now had arms like a spider. Okay, no matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem human anymore. I am no longer human, Gu Qin. It says we are kindred. Chu Ning's voice was heavy, as if she couldn't accept this outcome. Oh, so? Are you saying zombies also have a hierarchy? Gu Qin sighed. Chu Ning pointed at Gu Qin, shouting, what? Not at all. Shouldn't you be trying to dissuade me from going over there? Gu Qin tilted her head, innocently laughing. Oh, then should we restart? Chu Ning, I really can't have a decent conversation with you. She hugged herself with her 6 arms. The fusion will take 3 days. During these 3 days you can do whatever you want and no one will disturb you. Have you made your decision? Gu Qin was not surprised by Chu Ning's choice, as if she had anticipated it. Chu Ning took off her lab coat and stepped toward the giant grotesque zombie. Gu Qin, promise me one thing. If you survive, please kill me. She had known for a long time that she was no longer human. The sudden craving for Gu Qin's flesh was already a warning indicating that she was a zombie with preserved consciousness. although she didn't know why she would eventually succumb to her desires and completely lose her sanity. Gu Qin's body had reached its limit. Once she lost her mind, Wu Wang and Shui Bai would undoubtedly perish. She had her pride. She didn't want to harm her comrades, even if they were a bunch of lunatics. The fusion would take 3 days, which was the most time she could buy for Gu Qin and the others. Gu Qin, you all must hold on and survive. Ooh, I have to face death now. Chu Ning walked steadily, having made up her mind. Since she couldn't live as a human, she would contribute to humanity. Why aren't you leaving yet? The scenes ahead will be bloody. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chu Ning took out a small glass vial from her pocket containing a capsule. She tossed it to Gu Qin, a semi-finished product from the Albor research perfected by Shui Bai. Take it and bring it out of the Ability Research Institute. Gu Qin stared at the small glass vial silent for a long time before saying, thank you. Chu Ning approached the giant zombie which knelt on one knee, its chest opened to reveal a hollow blood cavity, emitting a terrible stench. Chu Ning grimaced, waving her hand in front of her nose before stepping inside. Goodbye, Gu Qin. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. Gu Qin waved her hand, witnessing Chu Ning's final dignity as a human. Goodbye, Chu Ning. Brother Shui Bai, these are all the materials I found. Wu Wang entered the laboratory with a pile of documents. His organizing ability had always been strong, which is why Gu Qin enjoyed having him assist her. Wu Wang placed the documents on the table, turned, and saw Shui Bai lying in a pool of blood, a knife stabbed into his chest. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, still clutching an intact vial. Brother Shui Bai. Wu Wang rushed over, but by then Shui Bai had long lost his life. Shui Bai. Wu Wang rushed over and reached out to check Shui Bai's nostrils, only to find that he had already stopped breathing. How could this be? Wu Wang's tears fell like beads from a broken string, pattering down uncontrollably. He simply could not accept this reality. He had only stepped away for a moment. Why had a perfectly fine person suddenly died? Gu Qin also climbed down from the ventilation shaft. What met her eyes were Wu Wang sobbing breathlessly and Shui Bai lying in a pool of blood. What happened? Gu Qin frowned as she reached out and patted Wu Wang on the shoulder. Qinjia. Shui Bai is dead. I only left for a moment. Wu Wang kept sobbing, leaning his head against Gu Qin's shoulder, his voice choked and indistinct. Don't cry. Not yet. Gu Qin patted Wu Wang's back. She calmly surveyed the surroundings. The entire laboratory had been sealed by Chu Ning, so the intruder could not have come from outside. That meant the source was within the room itself. What was in this room? Gu Qin's gaze fell upon a scattered pile of notes. She reached out and picked them up. They were Shui Bai's notes. Notes about her ability. Name Gu Qin. Ability plant attribute half finished, not fully awakened. After effect unknown. Ability composition. A strange healing attribute has emerged with mutation factors. Prolonged use will cause irreversible damage to the user's life. Gu Qin Wu Wang. If you're reading this note, then I am most likely dead. Don't grieve over my death. Dedicating my life to science has always been my destiny. Gu Qin, I'm sorry. While you were unconscious, I took a vial of your blood without permission. In your blood, I discovered a flaw, strange active factors. I believe these are related to your ability. These factors are unstable, causing your ability to be uncontrollable. It wasn't until I saw the pain-suppressing pills you take that I confirmed your ability is incomplete. After some research, I found that your ability can only be used once a day, and it is not healing, but purification. You can extract and neutralize viruses, which is why Wu Wang did not turn into a zombie. Healing seems to be a byproduct. While mending wounds, it continuously drains your life force until death. Of course, I didn't have enough time to verify this fully. I only wanted to perfect that peculiar ability. To possess power is to pay an equal price with one's life. This subject is quite intriguing. As luck would have it, my research focuses on life force. I have long awakened an ability to transfer life energy, but it is not suited for combat, and seemed useless, until I discovered your ability. Perhaps I can also contribute my strength and stay by your side in another way, through sacrifice. Sacrificing my life to eliminate your side effects. Your ability will play a powerful role in the future. I hope you can go further, and only you can go further. Good luck. Oh, and remember to have Wu Wang put a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips on my grave. I love those. Gu Qin stared at the notes in her hands, heavy-hearted. She lifted her head, and was silent for a long time. Shui Bai committed suicide. She said. Chu Ning also made his choice. She said, Wu Wang, you must live well. She said, let's take all the research findings out. We're leaving. Gu Qin stood up, her eyes red and swollen, her voice choked, but unusually resolute. All right. Wu Wang nodded. He carried Shui Bai to the Research Institute's cemetery and buried him with his own hands. Beside his tombstone, he placed a bag of lemon-flavored potato chips. Sorry, Shui Bai, go. The cucumber flavor is all gone and this is all that's left. Can you eat this instead? Wu Wang wiped his tears, crying and shouting at the same time. Gu Qin remained silent, clutching a white pill in her hand. Shui Bai's research result. She raised her hand and placed the pill in her mouth. The moment it entered, it dissolved within her. A warm life force enveloped Gu Qin, washing away her fatigue, followed by a thick aura of vitality. Let's go. She reached out and patted Wu Wang's shoulder. Time was running out for them. They had to bring all the results out. The outside world would only grow more chaotic. Since the Ability Research Institute was only meant to exist for 2 months, someone must have foreseen that the apocalypse would arrive in 2 months. Therefore, their research findings had to be taken out. There was no time for grief. Gu Qin and Wu Wang worked swiftly, stuffing all the experimental results into their backpacks. Just sorting and carrying the results took them an entire day. 2 days remained. Gu Qin's ability had also refreshed. She now fully understood her own power. Each day she could purify the virus from one person once. She could heal wounds infinitely, without consuming her own life, but the ability drained quickly and could not be used frequently. If the ability was overused, the side effects it brought would be several times more severe than those ordinary mutants endured. But for Gu Qin this was already a blessing. It was something Schweb had bought with his life. Wu Wang, stay here. I'm going to detonate the institute. Gu Qin dropped her backpack, rolled her shoulders, and said calmly. But Qinjia. Wu Wang clutched his backpack strap, gritting his teeth. I have an ability. Even if I'm blown up, as long as I have a breath left, I won't die. But you can't. You're just an ordinary person. Gu Qin said flatly, her hand resting on the doorknob, ready to leave. Wu Wang naturally understood that the explosion carried a certain risk of death. If Gu Qin went, her chance of survival was 50%. For him, it would be 0. Wu Wang bit his lip and forced a bitter smile. Qinjia, good luck. Alright. Gu Qin left. She followed the route she remembered, running to the farthest control room. She successfully cracked the password and pressed the detonation button. The moment her finger touched it, a massive burst of flames erupted, and the entire base was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Boom! Bang! Explosions echoed one after another. In an instant, the Ability Research Institute was swallowed by flames. The towering building was leveled to the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose into the pitch-black dim sky. Gu Qin was charred black, her flesh mangled and sticking to her clothes. She was trapped in a corner by the collapsed structure, her head resting against the wall, unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, her fingers twitched slightly. A white light enveloped her, and her abilities swirled around her body. The scorched skin restored itself to its former smoothness and delicacy. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. She had survived. Boom! The scorching heat wave slammed into the lounge, causing Wu Wang's pupils to tremble. He watched as the lounge's walls were burned and twisted, ultimately collapsing, leaving only the wall he leaned against. Clutching his backpack filled with experimental data, he swallowed hard. Once the flames dissipated, he dashed out of the lounge. Kuanjia. Where are you, Kuanjia? Wu Wang oriented himself towards the control room, based on his memories. If an explosion occurred, Kuanjia was most likely to be there. She must be safe. She must be alright, Kuanjia. Kuanjia, where are you? Wu Wang shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth, yet he heard no response from Gu Kuan. Could you at least respond? Just say something, whether you are alive or dead. Kuanjia. Wu Wang cried out, his voice choked with emotion as hot tears plummeted to the ground. The entire forest reverberated with his cries, until from the corner a faint sound emerged. Squeak. Kuanjia, where are you? Wu Wang heard the sound and hurriedly ran over, moving aside the broken stones, while shouting loudly, his fingers trailing blood from the sharp edges. Beneath him, a weak voice of a girl emerged. Don't move any more. The stones you moved just now. Crush my hand. Kuanjia. Wu Wang exclaimed in surprise and joy, quickly removing the stones. Gu Kuan was pinned beneath the rubble, her body dirty, yet her skin remained unharmed. She smiled, saying, I'm still alive. Great. Kuanjia is still alive. The powers worked. Wu Wang reached out, wrapping his arms around Gu Kuan like an octopus. Alright, no more crying. Let's get out of here first. Gu Kuan patted Wu Wang's shoulders, softly comforting him, when suddenly the vine snake beside them spoke. Gu Kuan jerked her head up to meet the beautiful eyes of Wei Cai. A smile danced at the corners of Wei Cai's lips as she pointed her staff at Gu Kuan's head, saying, long time no see, little one. Gu Kuan pressed down on Wu Wang's head and rolled several times on the ground to evade the icy spikes erupting from Wei Cai's staff. Gu Kuan propped herself up from the wreckage, kneeling. The excessive drain on her spiritual energy left her exhausted, and the vine snake in her hand had morphed into the shape of a sickle gripped tightly in her palm. How old are you? Why is it always you? Gu Kuan stared at Wei Cai, her voice cold yet breathless. The side effects of her overexerted powers left her unable to fight, and the vine snake was now her only support. 28. Wei Cai instinctively responded to Gu Kuan, and a brief silence fell between them. Seizing the moment of their standoff, Wu Wang, clutching his backpack, began to inch away. Suddenly a knife was pressed against his throat. Don't move. Wu Wang froze, his pupils quivering as a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. Shang Duji chuckled softly, little young master of the Wu family, long time no see. Wei Cai twirled her staff, thunder rumbling behind her. A purple magic circle enveloped her elongated figure. With a smile on her lips, she said, sorry, the master has ordered that all research from the Special Ability Research Institute must be reclaimed. Hand over the items, and I'll let you live. No way. Absolutely not. We cannot give you these items. Wu Wang clutched his backpack, tightly shaking his head frantically. The blade grazed his skin, leaving a trail of blood that dripped down his wound. Shang Duji quickly retracted the knife, raising his hand to seize Wu Wang, but a sickle flew in to block his movement. Taking advantage of Shang Duji's momentary restraint, Wu Wang dashed behind Gu Kuan. Gu Kuan's face turned pale. Without the support of the sickle, her legs gave way, and she sat down on the ground. Yet her expression remained calm and indifferent, seemingly unimpressed by the two before her. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling. You don't want to kill us, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to retract the knife after. Shang Du-ji snorted coldly, kicking the sickle away. Who said that? If the hostage dies, what will I use for negotiations? But you could have packed up the data and taken it away just now. Oh, it's right behind the Wu Wang you're holding hostage. Gu Kuan placed Wu Wang's backpack on the ground, unzipping it to reveal various bottles and jars inside. Shang. He slapped his thigh in realization. How did he not think of that earlier? Wei Cai facepalmed, feeling a sense of embarrassment working with someone like him. Shang Du-ji, make it quick and decisive. Bring the items back. You're telling me how to command. Shang Du-ji hefted a large blade beside him, striding towards Wu Wang and Gu Kuan. Wu Wang bit his lip, peeking out from behind. Gu Kuan, the wound on his neck, still oozing blood. He looked pitifully at Shang Du-ji. Mr. Shang Du-ji, have your previous injuries healed completely? Shang Du-ji, this is killing me. He tossed the large blade aside and sat down on the ground. You go ahead, Wei Cai. I can't bring myself to do it. Shang Du-ji truly couldn't bring himself to harm an ordinary person without combat power, especially when the person was Wu Wang. He had known Wu Wang for not too long, as he often took on Wu Wang's jobs, so they were somewhat acquainted. That guy was simply a fool from a wealthy family. Not only did he offer high prices for jobs, but he also provided a hefty bonus or compensation if he was injured or exceeded task requirements. So Shang Du-ji quite liked taking on Wu Wang's jobs. The last time he returned from the forest, Wu Wang had even cried by his hospital bed all night. Thus, facing Wu Wang, Shang Du-ji couldn't bring himself to act against him. Even when Wu Wang was injured, he instinctively drew back the knife. How noble, maintaining such high moral standards. Wei Cai rolled her eyes, swirling her staff. The sound of purple lightning crackled throughout the forest as the magic circle behind her floated in the air. Gu Kuan's voice lightly drifted into Wei Cai's ears, causing her magic formation to halt. She stood there in disbelief, as if all the psychological defenses she had built up collapsed in that instant. What? Wei Cai was stunned in place, her body stiffening as she looked at Gu Qin in disbelief. Beads of sweat slid down her forehead as she swallowed hard, wondering how she knew. Gu Qin's lips curled slightly, her voice cool, yet firm, exposing the inner thoughts of Wei Cai. I was curious back in the forest why you closed your eyes when you unleashed your power. I thought you probably wouldn't dare to see how your victims perish. The abilities you used on me were all lethal, yet non-fatal. You cannot kill Wei Cai. So let's negotiate. Wei Cai said. She put down her staff and sat down, asking, what leverage do you have for this negotiation? Gu Qin tossed her backpack into the middle and propped her chin on her hand, fingers lightly resting on her cheek. I can give you the experimental data, but I want. Boom. A massive shell fell from the sky. Gu Qin quickly grabbed the backpack and shoved it into Wu Wang's hands before pushing him out. She herself braced for the explosion. Bang! An ice shield blocked Gu Qin's head, the shield melting into droplets, splashing down on her. Shang Du-ji sprang into action, lifting his large sword and shouting, come out. Who? Wei Cai also grasped her staff, hovering in the air, while thunder rumbled behind her. You all are too slow. You've been tasked with killing, and it's still not done. Then I'll have to step in. A man in a black skull cloak spread his arms wide, his figure descending from the sky, with flames surging from his hands. Jiang Yi, who sent you? Shang Du-ji frowned slightly, raising his sword toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi raised his hand, a pitch-black skull pendant appearing in his palm, his voice loud and arrogant. Of course it's the master. I advise you both to stay out of this. Otherwise I'll burn the two of you together. Shang Du-ji glanced at the skull pendant, hesitating. That was the master's pendant, Jiang. He was sent by the master, and they had no choice but to obey his orders. Didn't the master send us here? Why did he send you again? Wei Cai retracted her staff, snorting coldly as she landed on the ground. Because you all are weak, Jiang Yi chuckled, turning his gaze to search for the two people wearing the Ability Research Institute's uniforms, but found nothing. Are you playing cat and mouse? Interesting. Jiang Yi glanced at Shang Du-ji and Wei Cai, raising his hand as flames erupted from his palm. He hovered in the air. You two, just stay put. That's an order. Wei Cai clicked her tongue, standing still as Jiang Yi's figure disappeared from her sight. No, that foolish Wu family kid will die. Shang Du-ji lifted his sword to chase, but suddenly a confinement array appeared under his feet. What are you doing, Wei? Wei Cai shut her eyes, sitting on her staff in meditation. It's useless. If you go, you'll just die. You can't defeat Jiang Yi, nor can I. We can only pray those two little ones fend for themselves. Wu Wang, with a backpack on his back, and Gu Qin behind him, who also had a backpack, was riding on a greenish snake, gripping tightly onto a silver crown. The three of them dashed through the forest, Jiang Yi's voice echoing behind them. Little mice, where are you? Don't let me catch you, or you'll turn into roasted mice. And that wouldn't be fun, ha. Wu Wang, how are you? Gu Qin propped herself up, her head feeling a bit dizzy, her voice weak. I'm fine, Qinjia. Wu Wang shook his head. Boom. A massive fireball fell from the sky, crashing into the forest, and stirring up waves of flames, a tremendous shockwave erupting. Jiang Yi flew through the air, continuously destroying one piece of forest after another. Little mice. Run faster, ha. Otherwise becoming charred remains won't be fun at all. His speed was fast, gradually closing in on Gu Qin and Wu Wang. Wu Wang crouched on the vine snake, gazing at the massive snake that suddenly appeared before him, hesitant to speak. I'm called Vine Snake. The vine snake burrowed into a patch of bushes. Hello, vine snake, I'd like to be a decoy. Could you help protect Qin Jie for me? Wu Wang's voice was soft, but Gu Qin, who was resting on his back, still heard it. No. Gu Qin's voice was light as she shook her head weakly, shouting, but we will eventually be caught up with by him. Wu Wang glanced at Jiang Yi, who was flying chaotically in the sky. The fireballs were already spreading behind them, and he could distinctly feel the heat waves sweeping over. He lowered Gu Qin down, but her hands clutched tightly onto his clothes, her eyes reddening. No, we've already lost too many people, you can't die too. But Qin Jie, we don't have time. If I don't draw him away, he will soon catch up and kill both of us. And you're very weak now? You need time to recover. You have abilities, your path of growth is limitless, but I'm just an ordinary person with no abilities. Even research relies on you to complete. Moreover, without Qin Jie's abilities, I would have long become one of the zombies. My life was given by Qin Jie, so I also want to do something meaningful. I don't have Shueb, I guess, persistence, or Chu Ningjie's pride, but I have things I can do. So Qin Jie, live well, and bring our experimental results to bring new life to this apocalypse. Wu Wang reached out, prying Gu Qin's hand off his clothes. Tears rolled down from his eyes as he smiled, and then heavily patted Gu Qin's back. Don't. Gu Qin's vision gradually blurred, her head grew heavy, and she fainted. Wu Wang patted the vine snake's head. Goodbye, Qin Jie. Goodbye, vine snake. After saying that, he jumped off the back of the vine snake and ran resolutely in the opposite direction, throwing a stone that hit Jiang Yi in the head as he flew in the air. Hey, flying fireman, are you blind? Can't you see me here? Jiang Yi, hit by the stone, was not angry. Instead, he smirked playfully, saying, Oh, I found you, little mouse, huh? Fool. Wu Wang threw another stone up, sticking out his tongue and giving Jiang Yi the middle finger before quickly diving into a nearby thicket. This thoroughly enraged Jiang Yi, who conjured a massive fireball in his hand and hurled it fiercely toward the direction Wu Wang had disappeared. Sparks shot into the sky. The entire forest was engulfed in flames, and Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, licking his lips as he gazed at his masterpiece flying away leisurely. Splash! Large raindrops fell to the ground, extinguishing the raging fire. The withered earth sprouted blue forget-me-nots washed by the heavy rain, their soft petals drifting in the air, remembering Wu Wang. The sun rose as it always did. At a crossroad in S City, a bus careened recklessly through the streets. Inside, chaos had already erupted. The driver had fainted, and the passengers were tossed about like clothes in a washing machine, disoriented and battered. The bus crashed directly into a shopping mall. Crimson blood flowed from the carriage, and the wrecked bus lay sprawled across the mall floor, one while still spinning endlessly. The surrounding crowd scattered in panic. A traffic officer cautiously approached. The next second, the window shattered. A blood-covered hand reached out from the window, the palm mangled and torn. Sharp claws pierced straight through the officer's neck. His eyes instantly glazed over, and he collapsed on the spot. All the windows shattered completely, and a hand emerged from the wreckage. Monsters drenched in blood crawled out of the bus, some missing an arm or a leg, others with their heads barely hanging by a thread. Like zombies, they staggered out, and the next moment they lunged at a passerby, sinking their teeth into the victim. Blood splattered across the ground, triggering mass panic. People scattered like headless flies, and the entire street descended into chaos. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Song Chashing lay prone on a rooftop, his sniper rifle aimed. His eyes narrowed sharp as an eagle locking onto its prey in the sky. He licked his parched lips and pulled the trigger. Another bang echoed as a zombie collapsed to the ground. Boss, it's handled. Song Chashing withdrew his rifle and turned to look at Lu Qingshi, who stood behind him. Lu Qingshi nodded, his expression indifferent. In his hand, he held the dragon's roar. The blade unsheathed, cleaving a rift in the void. Leave this to Su Ming. Let's go. With that, Lu Qingshi stepped into the void. The dragon's roar possessed a special ability. It could cut open rifts in nothingness, linking two locations to form a passage. Each activation consumed immense psychic energy, usable only 3 times a day. When will this ever end? I've been fighting zombies for 3 days straight. 3 days without a wink of sleep. Song Chashing complained weakly. He had been battling zombies nonstop for 3 days. Even a beast of burden couldn't be pushed this hard. He missed his days teaching at the Psychic Academy, spending time with those little brats, and teasing them relentlessly. Stop dawdling. Keep up. Lu Qingshi's cool voice came from within the rift. Song Chashing ran a hand through his hair, chuckled, and followed Lu Qingshi's steps. Stop dawdling. Keep up. Lu Qingshi's cool voice came from within the rift. Song Chashing ran a hand. She blew a bubble, surveying the bloodstains splattered everywhere and the 2 corpses lying on the ground. With a snap of her fingers, everything around her froze, blurred, and shattered. The entire space twisted. Dream dispel. In an instant, the street returned to its original state. The blood and corpses had vanished without a trace. The traffic officer was still directing vehicles at the crossroad. A bus passed before her and stopped, opening its doors. Su Ming yawned and stepped aboard. He'll go buy a milk tea. S City returned to its usual stillness as if nothing had ever happened. A city. In a deserted alley, Ace decapitated a zombie with a single stroke of his blade. He turned to Tang Xuanlu. How many mutants are left in a city? None. Tang Xuanlu shook his head, pocketed his phone, and pulled out a white candy, tossing it in his hand. He'll go erase the witness's memories. Ace sheathed his blade, leaning wearily against the alley wall. He had been running between cities for 3 days straight, eliminating mutants that had turned into zombies, minimizing the risk of infection. He hadn't had a moment's rest. Even Ace, who normally hated overtime, could no longer see a future. As time passed, more mutants emerged. No matter how hard they tried to slow the infection rate, the cities were doomed to fall into ruin. The higher-ups remained inactive, their intentions unknown. All they left was an order wait for the Psychic Research Institute to develop a life-saving vaccine. Ace curled his lips in disdain. If they waited any longer, it would truly be the end of the world. He gently stroked the scabbard with his fingers. After this was over, he would hand in his resignation directly to Chao Xingyan, then send another resignation letter to the psychic organization. Finally let Gu Qin take care of him in his old age. Thinking of Gu Qin, that kid still hadn't replied to his message or reported his safety. Ace sighed. We'll take a sample. What for? Tang Xuanlu was puzzled, but complied. He turned to collect some blood, only to find the corpse had vanished without a trace. Even the bloodstains were gone. Captain, the body. It's gone. Ruins of the Psychic Research Institute. Ysai waited quietly, perched on her staff, idly fiddling with her hat. Jiang Yi had already flown back. He glanced at Ysai and snorted coldly. Where's that useless Shang Duji? Why haven't I seen him? Ysai didn't look up. She examined her manicure and said lazily, he went to the bathroom. Maybe he's too scared to come back after you burn his ass. What a waste of space. Jiang Yi snorted, withdrawing the flames from his hand. Open a teleportation array. Ysai's gaze swept over Jiang Yi's scorched hand. Are you sure you can bear the price of using such power? The price? Ha ha ha. What does that matter? What I want is power. Absolute power. As if he had heard the most ridiculous joke, Jiang Yi clutched his stomach and laughed wildly, completely indifferent to his burned hands. A madman, a complete and utter madman. Ysai cursed, inwardly tugging at the corner of her mouth. What about the man? Is he dead? And the item? Do you think anyone could escape from a forest burned like that? Jiang Yi didn't care. His hands were once again enveloped in flames. Just say the man and the item are both dead. The entire Psychic Research Institute, no survivors. Ysai's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips, uttered a soft mm, and after a long slow pause waved her hand to summon a teleportation formation. Then both of them vanished from the spot. Crash. A stone shifted with a loud noise. From beneath the charred rubble, a pitch-black hand emerged from the earth, stained with dark red blood, like a demonic claw crawling out of hell. Gu Qin awoke at the bottom of an abandoned well, damp, dim, and thick with the stench of decay. She rubbed her aching head and forced herself upright. Gu Qin, you're awake. Vine Serpent emerged from beneath her, coiling its body upward until its head hovered before hers. While fleeing, I sensed Xianren's aura here, so we took shelter in this place. Are you all right? Is anything troubling you? Gu Qin lay motionless atop. Vine Serpent eyes, vacant mind flooded with Wu Wang's final words. After a long silence, her fingers twitched faintly. You seem deeply distressed. Vine Serpent wrapped its tail gently around her arm, softly curling its tip around her fingers in quiet solace. I'm fine. Her long lashes lowered as she leapt down from Vine Serpent's back, voice calm and detached, as though nothing mattered anymore. Where is Xianren? Isn't it said that one may bind only a single divine artifact? Vine Serpent fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Gu Qin still bore the weight of Wu Wang's sacrifice. Within just 2 days, every member of the Paranormal Research Institute had perished save her alone. Anyone would need time to recover, but Gu Qin had none. Vine Serpent shook its head and lifted 2 crimson satchels with its tail. Their precious experimental data, painstakingly gathered. Xianren, though ranked last among the 5 divine artifacts, possesses a unique trait none of the others share, and its temperament is the gentlest of all. Persuade it, and it will surely aid you, even without formal covenant. As Vine Serpent spoke, Gu Qin murmured, is that so? Her hands clenched into tight fists, nails biting deep into her palms. Pain surged through her consciousness. Crimson droplets fell like tears onto the damp earth. Drip, drip, blending with the moisture on the ground, faint emerald glyphs flared beneath her feet. A youth's clear voice resonated through the air, blood composition detected, verification in progress, verification complete. Welcome home. The light faded, and Gu Qin vanished instantly. Vine Serpent, turning just in time to find her gone, blinked once. Gu Qin stirred awake beneath blinding fluorescent light. She raised a hand to shield her eyes, lashes fluttering as she slowly opened them, finding herself within an underground laboratory. A young man entered holding a cup of tea, his smile serene. You've returned at last. I've awaited you for a long while. Gu Qin recoiled, instinctively stepping backward with wary eyes fixed upon him. Who are you? A herald of the divine, or you may call me Xianren. The youth knelt on one knee, hand resting over his heart, the other cradling the teacup as he bowed slightly. A herald. Gu Qin pressed her lips together, brows furrowing. Xianren gestured lightly toward himself, smiling. What's wrong? Do you dislike the title? No. It's self-appointed, he added cheerfully. Not. Gu Qin shook her head. I meant, who is that? You've never heard of him? Xianren's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Did Elder Chao Xingyan fail to tell you about me? His shock was so profound he even forgot formal address. Gu Qin paused, then slowly shook her head. No, she truly hadn't heard of him. Yet Xianren knew Chao Xingyan. He clutched his hair in visible distress, shouting wildly as he thrust the teacup into her hands, then immediately resumed tugging at his own locks. Arg, Chao Xingyan, I loathe you. And yet I self-proclaimed herald of the divine begged him to keep you at the Paranormal Academy, to never let you leave. Gu Qin. What about her? After a brief collapse, Xianren straightened his attire, and hair approached Gu Qin and gently took her hand. 3 years ago I descended as herald of the divine and delivered a prophecy the world would fall into apocalyptic ruin 3 years hence. Not mere speculation, but truth imparted by my creator. Once the end begins. It has begun. Gu Qin withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze. Her lower lashes rimmed with faint red. So soon. Oh, right, 3 years have passed. Xianren collapsed onto the floor, arms hugging his knees, curling himself into a tight, trembling sphere. Gu Qin. She stepped back and accidentally knocked over a notebook. Her attention caught, she bent to retrieve it. Its pages brimmed with meticulously catalogued paranormal abilities, each assigned a number, source, and inspiration. No. 001, paranormal nullification. No. 002, paranormal seizure. No. 743, paranormal alchemy. These powers were not spontaneously awakened. They had been designed, deliberately engineered. Had that person already foreseen the coming apocalypse? Who is your creator? The divine. Xianren rose, composed himself, and spoke with quiet gravity. Gu Qin froze mid-turn of the page. So it's true, paranormal ability is divine blessing. She looked up, voice cool. But why forbid me from leaving? She pointed to herself. Xianren lifted his chin, unwavering. Because you must live. That is what my creator— Oh, her reply was terse and different. She set the notebook aside, and as it brushed against a crimson button beside her, a mechanical arm rose with a low groan, revealing a translucent emerald glass vat. Inside floated a youth, snow-white hair, pale arms etched with golden sigils, eyes closed, arms folded peacefully around himself, sleeping, as if suspended in eternal stillness. Gu Qin's pupils trembled. She instinctively stepped back. Beside her, Xianren spoke softly, subject no. 002, the wielder of paranormal seizure, and my covenant partner, Yi Jingxin. This. Entranced, Gu Qin placed her palm upon the glass. Yet the instant her skin made contact, the vat shattered. Viridian fluid gushed forth, and the youth within slowly opened his eyes. Hello, did you awaken me? Yi Jingxin slowly opened his eyes, standing barefoot on the floor as his golden irises blinked. He was tall with long limbs, his fair skin stretched taut over firm muscles. Gu Qin was not particularly short, yet before Yi Jingxin, she seemed like a mere fledgling. Perhaps. Gu Qin studied the experimental subject before her. It appeared human, but those golden eyes were far too striking. Could this truly be a human? Mother! Yi Jingxin crouched down and seized Gu Qin's hand, pressing it against his own cheek. The single word sent a chill down Gu Qin's spine. She yanked her hand back and vanished into a corner in an instant. Don't call me that, big boy. Xianren. Sometimes this all felt surreal. Truly, she's not your mother. He pointed at Gu Qin and shouted. Oh, then are you? Yi Jingxin drooped his head, gazing at Xianren with pitiful eyes. I am male. Xianren jabbed a finger at himself and let out a helpless roar. He dashed frantically to the corner, where Gu Qin hid, clutching his head. Gu Qin still hiding nearby. Well, then should I go squat in a corner too? Without waiting for an answer, Yi Jingxin squeezed between Gu Qin and Xianren and crouched down. His towering frame, nearly 2 meters tall, crashed into them like a mountain, toppling both Gu Qin and Xianren. Gu Qin confirmed one thing: the white-haired, golden-eyed youth was a fool. Xianren could no longer endure. He cupped Gu Qin's hands in his own and looked at her with pleading eyes. Gu Qin, take him away. Go save the world. Just leave here, I beg you. Before Gu Qin could even reply, Xianren transformed into an armlet, coiling around Yi Jingxin's arm and obscuring most of the golden patterns there. He's gone. Yi Jingxin lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow. He stood up and looked down at Gu Qin, who barely reached his collarbone. Pointing at the pitch-black armlet, he said, No, he's here. But he seems a bit tired and not in the mood to talk. What should I call you? Mother? Master? Or? Gu Qin raised a hand and clamped it over Yi Jingxin's mouth, silently lamenting that Xianren wasn't ignoring everyone. He simply didn't want to deal with him. Gu Qin. My name is Gu Qin. Very well, Gu Qin, mother. Yi Jingxin nodded obediently and replied. A chill ran down Gu Qin's spine and goosebumps erupted once more. The corner of her mouth twitched as she suddenly understood why Xianren had fled after a single sentence. She wanted to run too. Just call me by my name. No need for all those ridiculous suffixes. Understood, Gu Qin. Yi Jingxin replied dutifully. Gu Qin rummaged through the lab for clothes that would fit him and began examining the research. The creator of the 5 divine artifacts, the so-called deity who sowed supernatural abilities among humanity, had apparently foreseen everything. She had not only developed the abilities and the artifacts, but also created 2 experimental subjects, 001 and 002. 001 was Yi Jingxin, who possessed the power of acquisition. So where was 002? The entire lab held no records of 002, only a brief mention that 002 had already gained self-awareness. And that was all. Gu Qin committed all vital information to memory. She turned her head to look at the white-haired youth who was crouching obediently on the floor. Yi Jingsun wore a white hoodie that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His long legs were folded and his slender, defined fingers traced circles on the ground. His white hair cascaded down, partially veiling his golden eyes. Sensing her gaze, the youth broke into a grin like an energetic Samoyed. "What's up, Gu Qin?" Gu Qin stepped forward, bent down, and extended a hand toward Yi Jingsun while supporting herself on one knee. "Do you want to save the world with me?" Yi Jingsun's eyes sparkled. He smiled brilliantly and placed his hand in hers. "If Gu Qin wishes it, I will make it come true for you. Then let me pull you up." Gu Qin strained with all her might to lift Yi Jingsun, only to find him utterly immovable. "Gu Qin." Yi Jingsun blinked, innocently watching her struggle. Then he exerted a bit of his own strength, yanking her clean off her feet. Gu Qin tumbled across the floor several times, and a lollipop fell from her pocket. Startled, Gu Qin picked up the candy. Her beautiful lashes lowered, veiling her dark eyes. "Wu Wong." She murmured softly, then picked up the lollipop and handed it to Yi Jingsun with a smile. "Want some? It's delicious." Following the notes, Gu Qin found a way out and led Yi Jingsun from the lab. Meanwhile, Viper Snake had scoured the entire deep well, but found nothing except Xian Ren's lingering aura. It was empty, as if no one had ever been there. Viper Snake coiled up weakly, burying its head beneath its body as it awaited Gu Qin's return. Then a light flickered at the bottom of the pitch-black well. Gu Qin reappeared, but behind her stood another person radiating Xian Ren's presence. Viper Snake knew. This was Xian Ren's contractor. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Why are you with Gu Qin?" Viper Snake slithered in front of Gu Qin, coiling protectively around her and glaring at Yi Jingsun. Its massive form loomed over him, exuding an oppressive aura, as if it might devour him at any moment. "I am Yi Jingsun. I'm going to save the world. Together with Gu Qin." Yi Jingsun answered meekly. "Viper Snake." Gu Qin slapped her palm against her face. What does one do when a child is too naive? She sighed and recounted the entire story to Viper Snake. The snake nodded in acknowledgement, shrank its body, and extended its tail toward Yi Jingsun. "Hello, I'm Viper Snake, Gu Qin's partner." Hello. Yi Jingsun grasped Viper Snake's tail and shook it vigorously, attempting a handshake, but applying a bit too much force. With a whoosh, Viper Snake was launched straight out of the deep well. Gu Qin, why did it fly away? Gu Qin opened her mouth, then finally squeezed out a few words. "It's fine. It just loves to fly." "Gu Qin, where are we going?" Yi Jingsun sat obediently behind Gu Qin, carrying a backpack on his back and another strapped to his front. Gu Qin sat sideways on the vine serpent, one hand gripping its silver crown, and the other holding Wu Wang's phone, glancing at the coordinates displayed on it. "I never expected Wu Wang to stuff his phone into the backpack and leave behind his home coordinates," she remarked indifferently. "Gu Qin, who is Wu Wang? You keep mentioning him." Yi Jingsun sat cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees as he, "A very close friend," Gu Qin replied, a faint smile curving her lips. "I have many close friends. He'll introduce them to you someday." "All right. Gu Qin's friends are my friends." Yi Jingsun nodded, his smile radiant like a blooming white lotus, untouched by the mud from which it sprang. The two of them, along with the serpent, moved through the forest. The vine serpent's pace was not exceptionally fast, but it was far more efficient than if Gu Qin and Yi Jingsun had traveled on foot. The vine serpent flicked its tongue. "Gu Qin, how much further?" "I'm getting tired." "Then let's rest. Yi Jingsun and I will walk from here." Gu Qin patted the vine serpent's head, released her grip, and leaped off. Yi Jingsun obediently followed suit, trailing behind her like a little shadow. Perhaps stricken by a pang of conscience, Gu Qin cleared her throat, turned to face Yi Jingsun, and pointed at the backpack strapped to his chest. "Let me carry one for you." "No need, Gu Qin. This one's very light." Yi Jingsun gave it a little bounce and shook his head, not feeling any significant weight from his load. Just as the two were conversing, the forest erupted with strange sounds of combat. Startled birds took to the skies. A peculiar foul odor permeated the air. "Shoo!" Gu Qin reached out and covered Yi Jingsun's mouth. She narrowed her eyes, warily scanning their surroundings until the sounds of battle drew nearer and a black figure burst forth. "Watch out!" Gu Qin sprang onto a tree, intending to warn Yi Jingsun. Yi Jingsun merely blinked, watching the approaching shadow before swinging a punch. Bang! The black figure was sent flying backward, rolling several times across the ground. Only then did Gu Qin see clearly that the creature rampaging through the forest was a giant rhinoceros. It was a size larger than an ordinary rhinoceros, its pitch-black hide marred by irregular knife wounds of varying sizes. Blood seeped from the gashes, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. Yi Jingsun blinked, retracted his fist, and chuckled, looking like a Samoyed seeking praise. "What's wrong, Gu Qin? Gu Qin?" She fell silent for a moment, standing on the tree branch. One hand held the trunk, while the other covered her eyes. She emerged, a butterfly knife in her hand. She stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud, then concealed the knife up her sleeve. Gently cradling her wrist, she looked at Yi Jingsun with a pitiful expression. "Ouch, that hurts so much." Yi Jingsun blinked, observing Li Shi, who kept whimpering, and the rhinoceros lying silent. It had been so noisy before, but after he landed that punch it fell silent. So one punch equaled silence. For the sake of peace and quiet, to avoid disturbing Gu Qin, Yi Jingsun suddenly had an epiphany. He clapped his hands together. "Do you want to punch too, Li Shi?" The corner of her mouth twitched as she used her sleeve to mask her speechless expression. System scan that white-haired one. Who is he? Li Shi silently asked the system in her mind. Scan complete. He is not a major plot character. No need to maintain. The mechanical voice echoed in Li Zai's mind, and simultaneously it reached Gu Qin's ears. Upon hearing this, Li Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Her face turned cold. She stood up, pulled the butterfly knife from her sleeve, and plunged it into the rhinoceros skull with a single swift motion. Blood splattered onto her fair soft face, inadvertently adding a heavy air of brutality. Shut up and stand still. Otherwise the next time this knife goes in, it'll be your head. Yi Jingshan smiled and nodded. Okay, Li Shi. Forget it. Business first. Li Shi twirled the butterfly knife, forcibly digging a dark green stone out of the rhinoceros brain. She flicked the blood off it with a shake of her hand, then held it expressionlessly in her palm. What's that? Gu Qin jumped down from the tree and leaned in for a closer look. A crystal core. It can enhance one's ability level. Li Zai's voice was cold. She gripped the crystal core, and in an instant it shattered, dissolving into specks of starlight that vanished without a trace. Li Shi opened her eyes, and the first thing that filled her vision was Gu Qin's beautiful face. Her pupils trembled. Instantly switching to a delicate, innocent persona, she tugged at the corner of her clothes, pouted, and spoke in an unnaturally sweet voice. Sister, I've missed you so much. Gu Qin quickly wiped at the corner of her eye where no tears existed, and exclaimed, I've missed you too, little sister Li Shi. Yi Jingshan blinked beside them, then raised a hand. Should I join in? Gu Qin immediately made a stop gesture, cutting off Yi Jingshan's attempt. No need for that, buddy. As the two interacted, the system chimed in from the sidelines, giving a thumbs up. As expected of my host, still so dedicated even when facing a non-essential plot character. Li Shi, what do you mean? She's not a major plot character. System, no. Gu Qin naturally overheard the conversation between the system and Li Shi. She reached out and placed a hand on Li Zai's shoulder, a wild, uninhibited smile spreading across her face. Long time no see, Li Shi. So you're still alive, Gu Qin. Li Shi allowed Gu Qin's touch, all traces of her earlier affected demeanor gone. You heard that just now, didn't you? Li Shi closed her eyes, flicked the butterfly knife to remove the bloodstains, and tucked it back into her sleeve. Yeah, so you don't have to pretend in front of me anymore. Gu Qin narrowed her eyes, studying Li Shi. A strong smell of blood clung to her, suggesting she had killed many of them. She shifted her gaze to the dissected rhinoceros, a species she had never seen before. But Gu Qin was certain it wasn't a mutant. Mutants didn't carry such a heavy stench. Yeah, but why? Li Shi nodded, her gaze darkening. She couldn't figure out why Gu Qin, who had once been the male lead's first love, was suddenly no longer a major plot character. Is it because I'm already dead in the book? Is it true that in the story you mentioned I have already died, that I am a person who no longer exists, and therefore the system cannot determine my presence? Gu Qin analyzed for a moment, retracting her hand. Don't you want me, Li Shi, little sister? Get lost. Li Shi slapped towards her, but Gu Qin sidestepped, raising an eyebrow as the two locked eyes. There was no irritable voice from the system in her ear. System, please detect the person in front of you. Received. Detecting. Detection complete. Non-story task. No need to forcibly maintain character setting. Rest assured, host. The system remained unresponsive. Li Shi nodded slightly. Gu Qin understood and moved her shoulders. It seems my speculation was correct. So why are you here? Li Shi rolled her eyes. Thinking about this made her angry. She raised her hand to place the hat from behind on her head, covering most of her face. Originally I was supposed to enjoy a camping trip with the silly male lead from the company, but guess what? That stupid secretary of hers tried to scheme against me and threw me into this forest. Just right, I can take this opportunity to kill some mutated beasts and enhance myself. Li Shi snorted coldly, while Gu Qin squatted beside the dead rhinoceros, poking its body with a branch she picked up from the ground. Mutated beasts. Is it the rhinoceros from earlier? I haven't heard of this. I've only heard of mutated species. Li Shi understood and explained the post-apocalyptic worldview to Gu Qin again. Mutated species are plants or animals with special abilities, having their own survival system, and generally do not attack humans. However, mutated species are infectious beings that attack indiscriminately. They lack intelligence, and within them are crystal cores that can enhance extraordinary abilities. By the way, wounds left by mutated beasts will also become infected after being attacked, similar to zombies. Yi Jingzhan walked in front of Gu Qin, mimicking her, to poke the rhinoceros corpse with a branch. Then does that mean it can't be eaten? Li Shi asked. She pulled Gu Qin over and whispered in her ear, is he having issues? While speaking, she pointed at her own head. For Li Shi, this was already quite tactful. Gu Qin was silent for a moment before starting her nonsense mode. He's still young and doesn't understand many things. Young? Do you think I believe that? He stands taller than me by 2 heads. Li Shi turned to look at Yi Jingzhan, who was squatting down, but nearly as tall as her. There's no way this could be related to being young. Unless he grew up eating fertilizer, I really don't believe it. Li Shi continued to add while Gu Qin stroked her chin, recalling Yi Jingzhan's experimental report and the light green nutrient solution in which he was confined. She pursed her lips. Actually, it's not much different. Li Shi pouted, pulling her collar to cover half of her face. Forget it, he is your person after all. That group of guys must be getting anxious if they can't find me. I need to hurry back. Let's part ways here. Gu Qin reached out and grabbed Li Zai's arm. Do you know what the situation outside is? I've been at the Extraordinary Abilities Research Institute for 3 months, and still don't know what's happening outside. Li Shi crossed her arms, pausing for a moment before explaining. Everything is normal, someone is controlling the number of zombie infections, and there won't be any danger for now. But the future is uncertain. Alright, then Yi Jingzhan, and I will leave first. Gu Qin raised her hand to pat Yi Jingzhan's shoulder. Just as they were about to leave, shouts from boys and girls came from a distance. Li Shi, where are you? Li Shi, are you here? Li Shi. Gu Qin tilted her chin. They're looking for you. While the two were speaking, the shouts grew closer, until a boy jumped out from the grass. Gu Qin instinctively glanced over, and as their eyes met for an instant it felt as though time had stopped. The boy paused for a moment, his jet black hair cascading down like satin, with a high bridge nose and beautiful phoenix eyes. He had a tall, slender figure, and wore casual attire that exuded a unique charm, a living clothes hanger. He looked at Gu Qin in front of him, his ears unconsciously turning red, opening his mouth, but unable to speak. Gu Qin crossed her arms, watching the boy who was panting from running over, her eyebrows raised. Pei. He came out camping with Li Shi. What a small world. She had only seen him in Xiao Yanqin's dreams when he was still a child, but he has grown up now. Pei bit his lips, stammering as he called out Gu Qin. Gu Qin was slightly taken aback, changing her posture to stand, her eyes narrowing, as she looked Pei up and down. They had only seen each other in Xiao Yanqin's dreams, but this is reality. She had never appeared in Pei's sight. So how did Pei know her? Pei was a bit shy, tugging at his clothing sleeves, his face turning bright red, resembling a glowing red lantern. I'm not a bad person, it's just. Thank you for the potion that saved me. Pei waved his hands in a panic, stepping back a few steps before losing his balance and sitting on the ground. Li Shi, who was watching the show, couldn't help but exclaim, "Host, please pay attention to your words and actions, and maintain a pure flower image in front of the male lead." Gu Qin. Her gaze shifted to Li Shi, silently asking, "Are you saying this is the male lead?" Li Shi raised her eyebrows. "I also want to know if this is really the male lead." After all the effort she put into gaining his favor, pretending to be a pure flower in front of Pei, he was indifferent, and didn't even consider them friends. But now in front of Gu Qin, he turned as red as a monkey's. But is this the power of the white moonlight? I have gained some knowledge. Li Shi rolled her eyes, feeling a bit like giving up. It's like you devised a perfect strategy to clear a level connected with a high rank for so long, but the moment your new friend logs and they clear it instantly, anyone would feel numb. It's fine if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Gu Qin's expression turned cold as she took a few steps back, distancing herself from Pei. She almost forgot that she was the white moonlight of the male lead who had passed away, but never expected the male lead to be Pei. What a small world. Yi Jingzhan squeezed and standing between the two, blocking Pei's fiery gaze at Gu Qin. He softly asked, "Gu Qin, is he your friend? Gu Qin, is he your friend?" Yi Jingzhan stepped in front of Gu Qin, leaning down to gaze at the shorter girl as he asked, "No." Gu Qin shook her head, glancing at Li Shi to signal her intention to leave. Yi Jingzhan obediently nodded, acknowledging her decision. All right. Li Shi seemed to catch the tension crackling in the air. Oh my, a love battlefield indeed. A subtle smile curled at the corners of her lips as she hooked her arm around Gu Qin's, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. "Hiya, Sister Qin, since you're here, why not join us for some fun?" Gu Qin blinked in confusion. A twitch tugged at her mouth as she looked down at Li Shi, narrowing her eyes. "Did you misunderstand? I need to leave or things will spiral out of control." Li Shi giggled, squeezing her eyes shut to evade Gu Qin's unspoken plea, her hands gripping Gu Qin's arm, with stubborn resolve, determined to keep her there. Gu Qin understood. Li Shi was purely out to mess with her. Since Li Shi showed no mercy, she would reciprocate in kind. A sly chuckle escaped her. Pei pressed his lips together, shifting his gaze to Li Shi, and asked gently, "Li Shi, that? Do you know each other?" Of course, brother Pei. Sister Qin is my very best friend. I was just Li Shi deliberately pitched her voice higher, sending a shiver down Gu Qin's spine. "Yes, that's right. Li Shi and I are a family of mutual affection and aggravation." Gu Qin smiled, hiding her hands behind her back as she pinched Li Zai's arm hard. Pei returned the smile, lifting his chin to point at the tall youth beside them. "And this gentleman is?" Li Shi flashed a mischievous grin, eager to stir chaos, and blurted out recklessly to Pei, "Oh, his name is Yi Jingzhan. Sister Qin is his boyfriend." But before Li Shi could finish, Yi Jingzhan spoke first. "She is my mother." The lively scene fell into a dead silence. Gu Qin slapped her palm against her face. "It's a mess." Li Shi barely held back her laughter. She had planned to claim Yi Jingzhan was Gu Qin's boyfriend to provoke Pei, given her long, fruitless efforts to win him over. She wasn't unattractive. Yet Pei remained indifferent, his heart set only on his white moonlight. But who would have guessed that Yi Jingzhan and Gu Qin shared such a bond? What a bombshell. A colossal revelation. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of Pei shattering. He raised his hand stiffly. "You became a mother." Gu Qin was speechless. She had no desire to explain, only a faint wish to disappear. Pei stared at Gu Qin in prolonged silence, then bit his lip and lifted his face, as if steeling himself with resolve. "Is the child's father still around? If not, could you consider me? I could take on that role." Yi Jingzhan blinked, innocently looking at Pei. "So Gu Qin, is this my father?" Li Shi, who had been watching the drama unfold, gasped internally. Thrilling, utterly thrilling. She had never witnessed such a scene. What a scandal. Deliciously scandalous. In the end, Gu Qin spun a clumsy tale claiming Yi Jingshan was the child of a deceased friend entrusted to her care. Despite the blatant falsehood, Yi Jingshan and Pei Zhe listened with rapt attention. Li Shi remained skeptical, but still managed a theatrical gasp. Oh, is that so? I thought brother Yi Jingshan was Sister Qin's boyfriend. Pei Zhe let out a relieved sigh, patting his chest. You scared me. I thought you two were really in that kind of relationship. My affairs, regardless of their nature, have little to do with you, mister. Pei Zhe. Gu Qin's voice turned cold, signaling her intent to draw a clear boundary. He was Li Zai's target, and entangling with him would only bring trouble. Moreover, Pei Zhe had countless admirers. No, that's not it. I simply wish to befriend Miss Gu. Pei Zhe waved his hands hastily. In the distance, a strange, foul odor drifted over. Gu Qin looked up, her brows furrowing slightly. It was the same stench as the dead rhinoceros. Li Shi reached out and tugged Gu Qin, her gaze darting toward a patch of forest, hinting at something lurking there. A sharp, terror-filled scream erupted from afar. Help! Help! What is this thing? Gu Qin instantly whipped out a scythe, calling to the white-haired youth beside her. Yi Jingshan understood Gu Qin. Yi Jingshan nodded and sprinted toward the source of the scream. The two figures vanished from Li Shi tugged at Pei Zhe's sleeve, biting her lip with tearful eyes. Brother Pei Zhe, I'm so scared. Let's follow them. Pei Zhe pulled his sleeve free, his gaze fixed on the direction Gu Qin and Yi Jingshan had gone, and broke into a run. Come on, let's catch up. Gu Qin hoisted her scythe, glancing up at the height of a tree. With two swift leaps, she landed on a branch and raced along the trunks. Yi Jingshan attempted to mimic her, but as soon as he stepped onto a branch, it snapped under his uncontrolled force, sending him crashing to the ground. He let out an awkward chuckle, then rose and ran humbly on the earth. When they reached the riverbank, a girl in a beautiful Lolita dress was suspended in the air by strange tentacles, sobbing and screaming as tears smeared her delicate makeup. The river churned violently as a massive octopus thrashed its limbs, bearing rows of sharp circular teeth, grotesque and horrifying. A thick slimy tentacle coiled around the girl, dragging her toward its gaping maw. Gu Qin launched herself from the tree trunk, scythe in hand, and sliced through the tentacle, binding the girl's waist. The severed limb splashed into the river, sending up a spray of water. The girl fell, her arms opening wide in delight as she saw the white-haired youth rushing toward her, anticipating a romantic princess carry. Instead, the youth leaped past her, offering his hand as a stepping stone to the scythe-wielding girl. The girl crashed into the river with a splash. Yi Jingshan braced himself, propelling Gu Qin upward as she descended, sending her hurtling toward the mutated octopus. She spun midair, swinging her scythe in a brutal arc that cleaved the creature's head in two. A black core tumbled from its body. Gu Qin landed in the river, catching the core and shaking off the ink-like slime with distaste. So this is the core. Hey you. The Lolita-styled girl, drenched from head to toe, stood up from the river and shot a glare at Gu Qin. Gu Qin cast a brief glance at the soaked figure behind her, then nothing more. She lifted her head to look at Li Shi, who came running over and raised the crystal core in her hand, giving it a slight shake. Li Shi understood. She pouted her lips and weakly patted her own chest. Sister, how can you run so fast? I can't catch up to you at all. System, how do I use this crystal core? Just hold it in your hand and absorb it. Host, don't you already know that? The system replied in a puzzled tone. Li Shi, oh, nothing. It's been too long, oh, I forgot. Gu Qin heard this clearly. She held the crystal core in her hand, but made no move to absorb it. Could she not absorb it? Or was the method wrong? Gazing at the crystal core dripping with water, Gu Qin casually tossed it to Li Shi. This looks nice. It's yours, Li Shi. Wow. Thank you, Sister Qin. Li Shi let out a sweet laugh, but a chill ran through her heart. Li Shi, damn this system, host, you're doing great. Your persona hasn't cracked yet. Awesome. Pei Zhe also ran over, his face flushed. The intense sprint had left him panting heavily. Seeing Gu Qin standing in the river, he quickly extended his hand. Gu Qin, let me help you up. Gu Qin flipped herself up onto the bank with a single motion. She brushed past Pei Zhe, her tone indifferent. It's fine. I can manage on my own. Pei Zhe's hand hung in the air. He offered an apologetic smile, his fingers trembling slightly, then straightened himself. Li Shi, with a forced sweetness in her voice, noticed the drenched figure still standing in the river. She trotted over with small steps and raised her fair hand. Oh dear, Sister Su Tang, how did you end up like this? Come on, let me help you up. Su Tang glared at Li. She let out a cold snort and slapped Li Zai's hand away. Disgusting. If it weren't for Li Shi suddenly getting lost, would their entire group have had to leave the camp to search for her? And she had nearly become a monster's meal, nearly lost her life. With such a syrupy voice, why did Pei Zhe even invite her on this camping trip? It was supposed to be a spring outing for the wealthy kids, but he had to turn it into this. A pair of scumbags. Don't just stand there. Come on up. Li Shi smiled at Su Tang, showing no sign of anger. She crouched down and gently waved her hand. Splash. A huge sheet of water cascaded down, drenching Su Tang completely. Li Shi, holding an umbrella, deflected all the water onto Su Tang. Oh my god, Sister Su Tang, how could you be so careless? A faint smile curled on her lips as she cast an appreciative glance at the instigator nearby. Yi Jingshan, dragging a massive octopus tentacle, gave it a hard yank. The octopus flew up and crashed back into the river, sending another wave of water spraying everywhere. That kid was pure brute strength. Yi Jingshan, stopped playing. Let's go. Gu Qin, hands in her pockets, called out to Yi Jingshan, who was still wrestling with the octopus tentacle. Got it, Gu Qin. Hearing Gu Qin call him, Yi Jingshan casually tossed the octopus tentacle aside and got up to follow her. The tentacle splashed into the river, causing another localized downpour. Of course it soaked Su Tang again. She crawled out of the river like a drowned rat. Li Shi simply rested her chin on her hand and watched her quietly. Reaching out to help was a pretense, as she had no liking for this haughty young lady. Li Shi stood up and pounced onto Gu Qin's back, wrapping her arms around Gu Qin's neck. Her voice was syrupy sweet as she whispered in Gu Qin's ear. Sister, let's go on a spring outing together, okay? Gu Qin reached out to support Li Zai's bottom, afraid she might fall. She turned her head with a smile and said in a voice meant only for the two of them. You wouldn't want to experience what it's like to dance a pole dance in public, would you? Gu Qin's smile was sinister, sending a chill down Li Zai's spine. As an apothecary, though, it was unclear what kind of potions she could brew, making him dance a pole dance in public. She probably could do it. Li Shi didn't want to die of embarrassment. She let go and jumped down, pouting. Fine then. Goodbye, sister. Gu Qin. Pei Zhe softly called her name. He ran over and pressed his black bracelet into Gu Qin's hand. Seeing this is like seeing me. Take good care of yourself. Li Shi, watching from the side, covered her mouth and let out a wow. She communicated with Gu Qin through her eyes. Why doesn't he just give you his life? Gu Qin returned the bracelet to Pei Zhe, then glanced at Li Shi and rolled her eyes wearily. Though she didn't know what that bracelet meant, judging by Li Zai's expression, it must be important. But what did that have to do with her? Gu Qin looked at Pei Zhe coolly. Thank you for your gift, but I don't need it. Take your people and leave the forest. Go back to where you belong. Having said that, she walked away as if she had no intention of lingering. Yi Jingshan followed behind her like a little shadow. Pei Zhe watched Gu Qin's retreating figure with disappointment, gently pinching the black bracelet in his fingers. Words Su Tang caught this scene, perfectly recording it on her phone. She didn't recognize the girl with the scythe, but she must be connected to Pei Zhe. They say Pei Zhe had a childhood sweetheart, a first love. This was probably her. A love triangle. No, a love square, haha. Pei Zhe, I finally got something on you. You two scumbags, just wait. She was going to go write a juicy expose. System disable her phone. Understood, host. Su Tang fiddled with her phone, when suddenly a flood of 404 errors popped up, followed by black smoke rising from the device. Startled, she dropped the phone, which hit the ground and exploded like a small firecracker. Without any warning. Damn it. Such explosive gossip. This phone was utterly useless. Wasn't it supposed to be waterproof? It just gets a little water, and it blows up. Looks like this phone company won't be needed anymore. Su Tang clenched her fists, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Qin's fading silhouette. Due to the giant octopus attack, the camping trip was forced to end, and the entire forest was cordoned off with no entry signs. Fortunately, Pei Zhe and the others returned to school safely. Gu Qin, why don't we go with them? You seem to get along well with that Li Shi. Yi Jingshan followed behind Gu Qin, watching as she cleaved a mutated beast in half with a single stroke of her blade, then extracted a crystal core from its brain. Gu Qin held the crystal core in her hand, but made no move to absorb it. She casually tossed it to Yi Jingshan and said flatly, the fewer people who know my whereabouts, the better. Gu Qin threw the crystal core to Yi Jingsan, and the moment Yi Jingsan touched it, he absorbed it instantly, but no matter how Gu Qin tried to touch it, she could not absorb it. I seem unable to absorb the crystal core. Gu Qin retracted her sickle and pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling somewhat fatigued. It seems she can no longer enhance her abilities through the crystal core, which means being in the forest is just a waste of time. Let's go home first. Gu Qin and Yi Jingsan appeared in S City late at night. Fortunately, Gu Qin did not like living in the city center. She had a house in the suburbs of S City. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and as soon as she pushed the door open, she pressed the light switch. She got a pair of slippers for Yi Jingsan and then headed towards the living room. Looking at the clean floor, Gu Qin paused for a moment. Strange, the entire living room is tidy and clean, without a speck of dust. Clearly she hadn't stayed here for a long time. It should be covered in dust. Only she and Gu Qin turned to look at the half-open guest room. A dim bedside lamp peeked out from inside, illuminating a pair of plush cat slippers beside it. Those were Lu Qingshi's exclusive slippers, indicating he had been living here all along. Gu Qin shook her head and reached out to close the door. She waved to Yi Jingsan, saying, Come Yi Jingsan, you'll stay. After settling Yi Jingsan, Gu Qin returned to her room. She took a hot shower and then dove into bed. When she woke up, it was already the next evening. Gu Qin crawled out of bed wearing her plush, ugly fish pajamas. Her hair was a mess, and the two purple ugly slippers revealed their pink tongues. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked to the living room to find something to eat. Gu Qin, you're awake. Yi Jingsan, holding a bowl of popcorn, waved at Gu Qin as she stepped out of her room. Oh, you're awake too. Gu Qin turned to see Yi Jingsan's face smeared with popcorn. She pulled out a wet wipe from the table to clean the corner of his mouth. It's already evening, and Lu Qingshi will be back soon. Yi Jingsan pushed the popcorn towards Gu Qin with a grin. Gu Qin casually took a piece and tossed it into her mouth. Yes, Lu Qingshi bought me a lot of snacks. He also told me how to play with the TV and phone, but I found it boring and didn't play. I prefer eating instead. Yi Jingsan chuckled. A little snake wrapped in a blanket emerged, tossing out a phone, which then curled around Yi Jingsan's arm with a whimper. 5 kills. My 5 kills. Oh, Yi Jingsan, help me. Alright. Yi Jingsan took the phone and began to operate it. Soon a voice from the phone announced your team has reclaimed the crucial kill. Yi Jinkin eliminated the opposing team, and then tossed the phone to the snake sitting back down to continue eating popcorn. The ground was neatly lined with empty snack wrappers. Yi Jinkin had eaten well without making a mess. Instead, he organized everything so it could be easily disposed of later. Ding! The door opened. Song Chashing stood at the entrance carrying Lu Qingshi on his back. Seeing the lively atmosphere inside, he was momentarily stunned. Oh, Guqin, you're awake. Yi Jinkin hurried over and reached out to take Lu Qingshi, who was asleep on Song Chashing's back. Lu Qingshi's face was pale with dark circles under his eyes, and his eyelashes fluttered, indicating he hadn't slept well. Song Chashing also looked weary. After changing his shoes and taking a sip of water, he said, "Sorry for the abrupt intrusion. The captain is too tired," and fell asleep on the way. "I'm a bit sleepy too." As he spoke, Song Chashing nodded off and collapsed on the ground fast asleep. After tucking Lu Qingshi into bed, Yi Jinkin walked out of the bedroom and saw Song Chashing sleeping. He looked somewhat confused at Guqin and asked, "Guqin, should we move him out to bury him?" "No. He is just asleep." Guqin's gaze turned serious, her long eyelashes casting a shadow. The events in S-City are definitely not that simple, otherwise Lu Qingshi and Song Chashing wouldn't be this exhausted. Lishi mentioned that a mysterious organization has been intentionally controlling the spread of zombies. It's probably the Special Abilities Squad. It seems I need to go out for a while. Guqin raised her hand to pull the hood of her ugly fish hoodie over her head. Then she yanked the snake out of the blanket, saying, "Yi Jing-san, keep an eye on the house. I'm going out for a bit." "Snake, come on, stop playing, and let's go do something serious." After saying that, she dragged the snake out. The snake, looking unwilling, still followed Guqin. "Guqin, where are we going this late?" Guqin pressed the gas pedal and sped towards the city center. "Do you want to see what S-City looks like at night? It's beautiful." "Really?" The snake leaned against the passenger seat, wrapping its tail around the seatbelt buckle. "Of course." Guqin's lips curled into a slight smile as she slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The snake was suddenly pressed back into the seat, flattened against it. "Whoa, slow down, Guqin." Guqin's lips curled into a slight smile as she slammed the gas pedal to the floor. "Help! Someone save me." Su Tang covered her scratched arm as she sprinted down the street. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if she were the only person in the world. Blood trickled down from her wound, drip by drip, forming a blood-marked path. She was panting heavily, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground, scraping her knee and crying in pain. "Woo-woo, please don't kill me, woo-woo." Su Tang cried, her face filled with terror as she stared into the dark alley devoid of light. A shadow emerged from the alley, its movement stiff, fingers stained with blood, half of its mouth exposed, and its legs twisted, moving forward in a strange posture. "Close your eyes." A cold voice flashed past Su Tang's ear. She instinctively covered her eyes. Until hot blood splattered on her face, she peeked through the gaps between her fingers and saw the girl standing in front of her. She clicked her tongue, swinging her butterfly knife to sever the zombie's head. She picked up the dark green crystal core with the knife and wiped the blood off her face, saying, "Disgusting to death." Detection plot character appeared. "Please maintain your character setting, or I will zap you." The system politely said, "Wait, let me explain." Before she could finish, a surge of electricity coursed through her body, causing her to freeze and fall to her knees, her disheveled hair covering her face as her voice barely escaped through clenched teeth. Su Tang stared in shock for a long time, watching Lishi mutter to herself before suddenly collapsing to the ground. She reached out to touch Lishi, asking with concern, "Are you sick?" "You're the one who's sick." Li's eyes demeanor flared up like a startled kitten as she retorted back at Su Tang. The electric current intensified, causing her to gasp, hiss. Lishi braced herself with one hand, taking a deep breath as the electric shocks rendered her powerless, her eyes fixed intently on Su Tang. I didn't mean to." Su Tang stepped back a few paces, biting her lip as she shivered under Li's eyes gaze. Lishi took a deep breath, gritting her teeth, and shouted, "Get lost." A hand gently patted her back, dispersing the electric current, and leaving Lishi feeling weak as she collapsed towards the ground. Guqin jumped down, grabbing Li's arm, asking, "Is this for real?" "Then I'm leaving." Su Tang looked up, and a plush grotesque fish suddenly appeared before her, causing her to catch her breath and faint instantly. "Guqin." She awkwardly tugged at the ugly fish hat, wondering, is it really that terrifying? Guqin's gaze fell on the scarlet mark on Su Tang's arm, which was still oozing blood. She crouched down and placed her hand on Su Tang's arm. Gradually, Su Tang's arm began to heal. Guqin's face visibly paled as she murmured, realizing that the energy cost of purification was greater than she had anticipated. Just restoring one arm left her feeling fatigued. She pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Turning to look at Lishi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, Guqin raised an eyebrow and teased, "Feeling better now? Why do you keep lingering around?" Lishi curled her lips, replying with irritation. Guqin lifted her hand to pinch Li's cheek, shaking her head with concern. "I could hear you talking from far away." Lishi brushed off the dust from her clothes, pulling her hat down to cover her face, saying, "The plot has taken a huge turn. Under normal circumstances, the city would have already fallen rather than remaining so peaceful as it is now." Lishi paused, expressing her thoughts. "The male lead hasn't awakened any powers and the city is still functioning normally. I don't know whether this is good or bad." Gu Qin smiled and patted Li Zai's shoulder saying, "Isn't this great? At least there are no heavy casualties." Li Shi replied cautiously, "Never mind." Li Shi shook her head standing up and reaching out her hand to Gu Qin. "Let's go, I need to take her back." Gu Qin naturally took her hand and stood up saying, "How did her wound get like this? There's the scent of zombies on it. She must have been grabbed by a zombie, but the corpse." Li Shi hoisted Su Tang onto her back and tilted her chin up only to find that apart from the bloodstains the corpse had vanished without a trace. "Where's the corpse?" "There's a foul smell." Gu Qin's nose twitched slightly as she squinted scanning the alley. "You take her back first. He'll follow and check it out." After saying that, Gu Qin ran off in her fluffy slippers. Li Zai's lips twitched as she watched Gu Qin's plush fish toy, retreating momentarily unsure of what to say. She glanced at Su Tang's arm, her eyes heavy with thought, pondering the nature of healing abilities. Gu Qin followed the foul scent, exiting the alley and entering a bustling night market. She looked up at the sign for Changjiang Stinky Tofu, lost in thought. The Stinky Tofu vendor smiled at Gu Qin saying, "Miss, would you like a box of stinky tofu?" Gu Qin pulled out her phone to scan the payment code, nodding politely, "No cilantro, thank you." The Stinky Tofu vendor smiled slightly while preparing the tofu, chatting with Gu Qin. "Young lady out here looking for food so late." Gu Qin swallowed, taking a few steps forward, hands behind her back. "Yes, boss, mainly because your stinky tofu smells too good. I came just for this scent." The Stinky Tofu vendor chuckled at Gu Qin's compliment, frying 2 extra pieces of tofu for her saying, "Alright, you know how to talk. Here, have 2 more pieces." "Thank you," Gu Qin replied. In the shadows behind the alley, a young man adjusted his hood, licking the blood from his fingers, revealing sharp teeth. He lifted his hand to remove the black cloth covering his eyes, muttering, "This person is truly dangerous." A side suddenly pressed against his throat, and Gu Qin, still holding a piece of stinky tofu, snorted, "General. Tisk." The young man turned away, glaring at Gu Qin. Suddenly, Gu Qin's vision blurred, her mind felt heavy, as if filled with lead, her thoughts disrupted, causing her to drop the scythe onto the ground. "What did you do to me?" Gu Qin half knelt on the ground, reaching out to grasp the young man's clothing. Her ability activated within her body, quickly dispelling the negative effects he had imposed on her. As Gu Qin pulled down the young man's hood, it revealed his ragged clothing. "Sorry," he said coldly, preparing to flee when a fissure was suddenly sliced before him, blocking his path. Lu Qingshi, wearing a sleep cap, yawned sleepily, his white shirt half open, exposing his prominent collarbones. With one hand gripping Long Yin, he irritably looked at the young man, saying, "You're behind the recent cases of missing corpses in City S, right? Do you have anything to explain?" One E snorted, raising his hand, his fingers transforming into sharp claws as a wave of interference energy enveloped the entire alley. "Heh. What makes you think you can catch me?" Gu Qin stiffened, the dizziness returning as she picked up the vine snake to support herself. Unintentionally, her fingertip grazed the scythe's blade, leaving a small cut. Lu Qingshi, however, remained unfazed, glancing at Gu Qin behind when casting his ability over her. Mental abilities are indeed rare. Lu Qingshi grasped the hilt of Long Yin, raising his hand ready to draw the sword and strike, when he finding it rather tedious, as he was feeling drowsy and wanted to end things quickly. "Wait a minute." Gu Qin interrupted Lu Qingshi's words, picking up the stinky tofu box quietly lying on the ground, which still contained 2 pieces of stinky tofu covered in sauce. She gently inserted a bamboo stick into one and stuffed it into her mouth. "Alright, you may continue." Lu Qingshi. One E was also captivated by Gu Qin's words, his gaze falling on her finger where a faint wound was still oozing blood. "Wait, blood." Thud, when he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Gu Qin swallowed the stinky tofu in her mouth and pointed at the unconscious. "When why did he faint?" "Probably fainted from your stench," Lu Qingshi remarked indifferently. One E woke up in bed, dazed for a long time, propping himself up. "You faint from blood." Gu Qin approached with a glass of water and handed it to One E. "One E, do zombies faint from blood?" Gu Qin continued. "One E." Gu Qin leaned closer to One E. "You are quite the oddity. Can I study you?" One E replied coldly, "Aren't you odd too?" A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young man and reflecting off his fair skin. His long hair cascaded down his neck with the tips tied in a small braid and a black collar around his neck. Every time he spoke, his sharp teeth were revealed. "I sincerely invite you to be my test subject. You are unique, a zombie with self-awareness and the ability to use mental." Gu Qin blinked, her eyes sparkling as she gently cradled Wen Yi's hand. When he said indifferently, "I don't think I have much." "Oh, don't say that, you can still refuse." Gu Qin sat on the edge of the bed, resting her chin on her hand, pleadingly gazing at Wen Yi like a wet puppy. "Don't look at me like that, I agree. If you refuse, that guy outside might turn you into meat paste." Wen Yi said, glancing towards the door. Lu Qingshi leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed, his long legs crossed over each other, watching Wen Yi with keen interest, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. "Not that much. Alright, since you're so sincere, let's do the experiment now. Come on, my dear test subject." Gu Qin patted Wen Yi's shoulder with a look of regret. If he had refused, she could have forcibly thrown him into the lab, but unfortunately, he chose to cooperate. "Well then, it seems we can only coexist peacefully." Gu Qin drew a vial of Wen Yi's blood before diving into the lab, leaving Wen Yi alone in the living room. He closed his eyes, channeling his abilities, and was shocked to find that the entire room bore no restraints or traps. It was just an ordinary room. "Wen Yi, No way. Wen Yi frowned slightly, channeling his powers again, but still coming up empty. Did they simply disdain to restrain him, or was it that? Wen Yi pondered until he heard another voice behind him. Hey, are you here? Want some chips? Cucumber flavor. Yi Jingtan approached with an unopened bag of chips, sitting down beside Wen Yi. I don't eat human food. Wen Yi snorted coldly. Yi Jingtan thought for a moment before realizing Wen Yi was a zombie. Oh right, Gu Qin said you were a zombie. She asked me to take care of you. Wen Yi snorted again. Indeed they didn't set up any traps, because someone was watching over him. Heh. Wen Yi's expression darkened, his face icy until a muscular arm suddenly interrupted his thoughts, stretching out before. Yi Jingtan rolled up his sleeves and blocked Wen Yi with his arm. Do you want to drink blood? Here's some fresh, still warm. Being bitten by a zombie can cause infection. Wen Yi said in exasperation, then I'll cut you with a small knife, and you. After Yi Jingtan said this, he want to get a fruit knife? Wen Yi looked at Yi Jingtan, feeling as if he was looking at a fool. Are you normal? Yi Jingtan blinked, innocently gazing at Wen Yi. Huh? Wen Yi silent crossed his arms, feeling a bit speechless. He stood up, heading back to his room. Forget it, I can't explain anything to you. Yi Jingtan stood up, pointing at the door. Do you want to go out? This is the door. This statement took Wen Yi by surprise. He turned around to look at the white-haired simpleton in front of him. I can go out. Of course. Gu Qin said she would take good care of you. You can do whatever you want. Alright, she also said to give you this. Yi Jingtan jumped into the kitchen and pulled out a bottle of white potion. If you don't want to drink blood, you can try this. This is a drink similar in composition to blood that Gu Qin concocted yesterday. Do you want to give it a try? Wen Yi. He twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing speechlessly at Yi Jingtan. Don't disturb me. Then with a bang, Lu Qingshi yawned, watching this scene from the crack. He's quite obedient. After confirming that Wen Yi would not cause trouble, Lu Qingshi's figure vanished into the crack. Wen Yi had been stuck in this small house for 3 days, being pestered by Yi Jingtan for 3 days, and having not consumed a single drop of blood or a bite of meat, he directly experienced low blood sugar. He stood at the stairs and suddenly blacked out. Just finished washing up. Yi Jingtan saw this scene. He quickly grabbed Wen Yi to prevent him from falling to the ground, and carried him back to the room, using a small knife to cut his arm to feed Wen Yi blood. This was the method Gu Qin had instructed him. Although Yi Jingtan could not be certain if this method was correct since Gu Qin had said it, he chose to trust her. Blood dripped slowly into Wen Yi's mouth. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Wen Yi regained his senses, opened his eyes to see the bloody arm, and blacked out again. Hey, Wen Yi, don't die. Yi Jingtan watched as Wen Yi's head tilted back, and he fell backward. He hurriedly shook Wen Yi's body, anxiously calling out, completely forgetting his own strength. If it weren't for Gu Qin's timely appearance, Wen Yi would have already been shaken into a milkshake. This led to Yi Jingtan being punished by kneeling in the corner. Gu Qin sighed helplessly, her eyes dark and her face pale. After staying up 3 nights, she finally developed the serum that could neutralize the zombie virus. She called Lu Qingshi. Before the call had ended, Lu Qingshi had already appeared before her through the crack. It was evident that Lu Qingshi was tired of working. Is the stuff ready? He got straight to the point. Yeah, let the officials handle it. Everyone should get the serum. Gu Qin yawned, took a sip of water, and tossed the small vial in her hand to Lu Qingshi. Lu Qingshi nodded. Then I'll contact Xiao Yanqin. Subsequently, the ability organization acted as the official to administer the serum to everyone. The zombie virus was brought under control, and the city returned to its former state. Everything developed normally, as if the apocalypse had never happened. Li Shi leaned against the window, listening to the boring news, her thoughts heavy as her fingers lightly tapped on the window. The end of the text. BZZ, testing. The plot has undergone irreversible changes. BZZ. Interference underway. BZZ. Plot restoration in progress. Warning. Plot restoration completed. Are we going camping tomorrow? Gu Qin asked over the phone, tilting her head and wedging the phone between her neck and shoulder as she washed some fruit. Xiao Yanqin's voice came through the phone. Huh? So sudden. But I still have classes, and besides we can't leave the mutant academy. Lu Qingshi said calmly. Skip it. He'll pick you up. Xiao Yanqin replied. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Seem right. Right. Lu Qingshi hummed in acknowledgement. Why didn't you keep going? Gu Qin raised an eyebrow. She finished washing the fruit, walked out of the kitchen, and placed the fruit bowl on the table. Say what? Huh? Xiao Yanqin asked in confusion. Sigh. Lu Qingshi and Gu Qin spoke simultaneously. Xiao Yanqin said. Aren't you two way too in sync? The vine serpent saw Gu Qin emerge from the kitchen. It leaped into her arms and coiled its tail around her arm. Gu Qin, let me tell you. In the MVP. Yi Jingshi grinned, holding his phone. Yes, the vine serpent is super awesome. If you two could keep quiet, that would be even better. Wen Yi leaned back on the sofa, checking stocks on his laptop, his voice calm, unbothered by Yi Jingshi and the vine serpent playing games in the living room. Ever since he collaborated with Gu Qin to develop the serum, he had stayed at her place. The serum was ineffective on those already turned into zombies, so Wen Yi remained a zombie. With no food outside, he needed blood, but fortunately Gu Qin had created a blood substitute potion for him. He had gained quite a bit of weight now, but was still thin. Are we going camping tomorrow? Lu Qingshi and Xiao Yanqin are coming too. Gu Qin plopped down onto the sofa, grabbed an apple, and took a bite. With a crisp crunch, the sweet flesh burst in her mouth, filling it with apple fragrance. Yi Jingshi clapped. Great. The vine serpent had no objections either. It grew tired from playing, turned into a hairpin, and clipped itself onto Gukeen's hair. Gukeen turned her gaze to Won-E. Are you coming, President Won? Won-E looked up, glanced at Gukeen, then closed his laptop. No. I can't eat human food. Come on, come on. They'll whip up some other flavored potions for you. They're all people you know. Lu Qingshi, the one who tried to chop you with a knife, and Xiao Yanqin, the one who almost sent you off with a potion. Gukeen lay on the sofa, chin propped on her hands, the corners of her eyes drooping as she looked at Won-E with watery puppy dog eyes. Won-E fell silent. Not really keen on knowing. Yi Jingshan also edged closer, mimicking Gukeen's posture as he lay beside her, blinking at Won-E. Won-E sighed. Final go. Yage. Gukeen and Yi Jingshan high-fived, and then Gukeen was sent flying with a whoosh. Don't ask. She was slapped away by Yi Jingshan. Yi Jingshan then earned himself another session of facing the wall in reflection. Detecting. Non-existent entity found. Interference with the storyline. Interference repairing. Repair complete. Elimination mode activated. Gukeen drifted in and out of sleep, feeling cold liquid drip onto her cheek. She murmured groggily, what time is it now? Gukeen opened her eyes blearily as another droplet hit her face. She propped herself up, instinctively reaching for her hair. The vine serpent slid down from her hair and coiled around her wrist. Gukeen was stunned, staring into the deep forest in a silence as heavy as a ghost's. The vine serpent was also taken aback, flicking its tongue as it surveyed the dense lifelike woods. Weren't we at home? It stinks. Gukeen wrinkled her nose, covering it. The air was thick with a foul odor, like rotten tofu left in a sewer for a decade. Stinks. Where's the stench? It smells like a lovely forest. The vine serpent scratched its head with its tail, sniffing, but detecting no foul smell. No, this stenches. The smell of zombies. Why is there a zombie presence here? Gukeen shook her head. She distinctly remembered agreeing to go camping with Lu Qingshi and the others yesterday, so how did she end up here out of nowhere? She looked down at her clothes. A tattered lab coat stained with blood, definitely not the ugly fish pajamas she wore yesterday. Beside her lay 2 orange backpacks. Gukeen rushed over and opened them, finding the sample data she had taken from the Mutant Research Institute. She fished out her phone from the backpack. It displayed July 3rd, the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and the first day she had fled the Mutant Research Institute. If this wasn't an illusion, then time had changed. Had she returned to just after escaping the Mutant Research Institute? Vine Serpent, can you still sense Xianren's location? Gukeen calmed down instantly after figuring it out, gently stroking the Vine Serpent with her finger. Xianren's presence. No, there's no trace of Xianren here at all. The Vine Serpent shook its head. I can't tell where this is either, so. Watch out. Sharp claws swiped at Gukeen. The Vine Serpent in her hand transformed into a scythe, slashing straight behind her. With a thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, its body collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. Why are there still zombies? Wasn't the zombie virus supposed to have been eradicated long ago? The Vine Serpent shrieked. Gukeen, however, was eerily calm. She swung the scythe, chopping the fallen zombie into pieces. Time has rewound. It's probably the 3rd day of the apocalypse now. Zombies in the forest mean there are people nearby. Let's look around and see if we can find a village or something. Gukeen hoisted the scythe and leaped onto a tree in a few bounds, using the height to spot signs of campfire. We have to start over. A gentle, sweet voice reached Gukeen's ears. She poked her head out and saw a shadowy figure running in the distance. The black hood was blown back, revealing a delicate face. On her youthful features, brows were furrowed, and beneath long lashes her eyes held a chill. A few stray strands of hair fell, lending her an androgynous beauty. This is Li Shi. Li Shi. Gukeen. The two exchanged glances, sinking into a silence as heavy as death. What are you doing? They both spoke at once, followed by another round of silence. Sigh. Li Shi lost her balance and fell from the tree. Gukeen instinctively bent down to grab her, only to be pulled down with her. Bang. Li Shi landed beneath Gukeen, raising her hands to shield Gukeen's waist. Gukeen sat on top of her, and the two stared at each other in a bizarre position. How long are you going to stare? Hurry up and get down. Li Shi shouted angrily. Oh. Gukeen pouted as she stood up, and suddenly pulled out a sickle, swinging it directly at Li Shi. A gust of wind sliced off some of Li Xi's loose hair. Instinctively, Li Shi rolled back, leaning against the tree, her butterfly knife tightly gripped in her hand. Are you crazy, Gukeen? Why are you trying to cut me? Gukeen's sickle was buried in a small mound of dirt. With a vigorous flick, she sent a severed hand flying into the air, its stark whiteness devoid of flesh or blood. Gukeen watched as the severed hand hit the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. She clapped her hands in delight. Finally, the person who likes you can use 502 to piece you back together, shouting, this is mine, and that is mine too. Li Shi. Did a donkey kick your brain? She crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Gukeen rested one hand on the sickle, chopping through the dirt. The ground beneath her feet had been excavated, revealing stark, white bones that twisted in the pit, making a cracking sound. She used the sickle to shatter the bones, chatting with Li Shi as she worked. What are you doing here? Why am I here? Why have I returned to the apocalypse 3 days later? You are truly terrifying. You can still chat with me in a scene like this. Li Shi pouted, perhaps unable to calmly face the sight of so many corpses, let alone wield a sickle to chop them. Not bad. Do you know something? Keen said flatly, her cheeks scratched by flying bone fragments, blood trickling down her wound. She waved her hand, and the wound began to heal. Yes, but it wasn't caused by me. The main system detected irreversible changes in the plot resetting time. My system has gone to confront the main system, but I doubt it will win. Li leaned against the tree, explaining irritably as she twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Honestly, it really annoys me. The favorability I painstakingly built with the male lead has vanished. I have to start over. You have no idea how difficult it is to build favorability with that payse. I finally reached 50. 50. Do you understand the value of 50? I can't take it anymore. They say the white moonlight has a huge impact. Why not just kill me directly? As soon as the task was mentioned, she couldn't stop talking. She was really fed up. A zombie lunged at her, and Li swiftly swung her butterfly knife, decapitating it. Damn it, can't you see him talking? Li kicked the zombie away and continued her tirade. Let me continue. I'll tell you about what's happened in the past. Keen listened while dealing with the bones until everything was reduced to fragments. Li was responsible for handling the zombies that lunged at them. The two had clear roles, but continued to complain. Once they finished with the corpses, Keen drove the sickle into the ground. She crossed her arms, squeezing her nose with a tired expression. When will this end? Why do I feel like these things are coming for me? Keen waved her hand in front of her nose. The foul odor in the air made her feel uncomfortable. What would they want from you? I'm just here, and I'm fine. Li shook the blood off her butterfly knife, her fingers trembling slightly as she put it away. She walked over to the orange backpack, raised her hand, and the orange backpack instantly disappeared. Huh. It disappeared. Keen squinted. Spatial attributability. It can store items, and even people. Would you like to take a look? Li crossed her arms and did not treat Keen as an outsider. After Li finished speaking, a transparent ripple emanated from her, forming a circle that swiftly enveloped Keen. Their vision gradually cleared, the unpleasant odor vanished, replaced by the unique fragrance of the forest. This is my ability, space. Inside is an entire forest. Li introduced her ability as she led Keen to a quiet little cabin in the heart of the forest. Time reset doesn't only mean that I have to restart my strategy, it also signifies the outbreak of zombies and the apocalypse. You are special, possessing memories. I need your help. Li gently pushed open the cabin door, revealing it filled with seeds. This is my secret. I think I should be sincere enough. Keen entered the cabin, gently cupping the seeds in her hands. My ability is purification. Yes, it can purify zombie abilities and has healing properties, but it can only be used once a day. Sharing secrets, Keen also expressed her sincerity. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Li smiled lightly, putting away the butterfly knife hidden behind her. Should we plant the seeds? Li shook her head. No need. When the system returns, I'll let it plant them. She clenched her fist, and the space dissipated. The little cabin and the seeds in her hands vanished before Keen's eyes. She stood up, her nose twitching slightly, as the foul smell surged back into her senses. Li, haven't you noticed something? The zombies are increasing. Keen frowned, covering her nose with her hand. The stench in the air is getting worse. I really need to get some odor-blocking medicine for myself, otherwise I might just die from the smell. Li fell silent, glancing at the heads of the zombies rolling on the ground. Previously in the city, there would only be 1 or 2 appearing at night. But now during the day in the forest where human presence was scarce, it was impossible for so many zombies to appear. Something has happened. She suddenly raised her head, realizing what Keen meant. Lu Qingshi never expected that his plan to secretly take a day off would turn into a time rewind to July 3rd. The good news was that he hadn't taken his monthly leave yet this month. The bad news was that it seemed he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He stood atop a tall building, watching the chaotic streets as people fled in all directions, like headless flies, zombies twisting their bodies in pursuit, devouring them. Cries for help were heard one after another. The most terrifying thing had happened. Tungshi, can you go a bit faster? Keen sat atop the head of Tung, her fingers gently gripping the small silver crown on its head. I am already going as fast as I can, Keen. You can't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain. I'm not a speed-type artifact, and don't forget how far we are from— Tungshi complained, feeling as though its abdomen was about to spark from the effort, while also dodging zombies that sprang up from different directions. It was quite a struggle, you know. I'm not just standing here, I'm sitting. Can you transform into a car? Keen suddenly had a thought, and reached out to pat Tung. She replied, why didn't you say that earlier? It flicked its tail and transformed into an off-road vehicle. Keen immediately opened the car door and sat down, fastening her seatbelt, her fingers lightly gripping the steering wheel as she waved at Li get in the car. Li was a bit surprised as she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, gently tugging at her seatbelt, wanting to fasten it across her body. So Keen's weapon can transform into various things, and even talk, huh? How fascinating. I also want to find such a magical creature to keep as a pet and play with every day. Li sighed as she sat in the car, thinking that if it didn't play with her, she'd beat it. As for who is coaxing who, that's not your concern, just know it's not being coaxed. Alright then. Keen pressed the steering wheel with one hand, while reaching out the other hand through the window, grabbing a branch and jabbing it into the head of a nearby zombie. By the way, Li, what is life like in your world? Li was silent, propping her chin up with one hand, her long eyelashes drooping down, obscuring her thoughts. Do you want— Keen accelerated and crashed into the zombie in front, blood splattering across the window. She turned on the windshield wipers to clean the glass. I'm all ears. Once upon a time, there was an assassin organization that kidnapped many children to conduct inhumane trials until only one remained, becoming the chief. There was an unfortunate little girl in this organization who was weak in character and had poor abilities. Fortunately, she had a powerful friend by her side who protected her from the storms of life. The two relied on each other until they were the last two left in the assassin organization. However, all happiness is but an illusion. The organization only allowed one person to survive, and the little girl's friend had been deceiving her all along, merely using her innocence until the end, when the truth was revealed. The little girl killed her, ending the life of her only friend. So what do you think? This story is quite entertaining, right? Lishi rested her chin on her hand, the rearview mirror reflecting the redness at the corners of her eyes, her voice trembling slightly as she attempted to mask her distress with bravado. That friend was rather formidable, deceiving the little girl until the end, making her feel as though she was the one. Gu Qin remarked nonchalantly as she glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Li Zai's emotions. Lishi remained silent for quite some time. What does that have to do with your crossing over here? Gu Qin pursed her lips and asked. Just got lucky. Lishi reined in her sadness, opening the car window to let the warm wind hit her face. When I was on a night mission, I was hiding in the grass when a fatigued driver came rushing by. That indeed was a stroke of luck. Gu Qin drifted to a stop, immediately unbuckling her seatbelt. Lishi, we might need to get out of the car. I can sense a strong aura of supernatural power ahead. Let's go check it out. Lishi jumped out of the car, hiding her butterfly knife in her sleeve as she rushed towards the source of the supernatural energy. Gu Qin followed behind with the scythe tongue she had transformed into until a purple lightning bolt surged between them. Gu Qin swung the scythe, sending a cloud of dust towards the lightning. Wow! Gu Qin exclaimed, stopping to crouch down and examine the soft quicksand, casually prodding it with a stick. This stuff isn't commonly found in the forest. It should be a mutated beast. It looks a bit like a sandworm, but shouldn't this thing be in the desert? Lishi also paused, crouching down to lean closer. She wrapped a few strands of quicksand with a branch and sniffed it. Strange, what kind of devilish combination is sand and lightning? Lishi examined the 10 square meter quicksand pit in front of her, which was pitch black below. The quicksand obscured her vision, making it impossible to see what lay beneath, swirling like an hourglass. Suddenly a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the quicksand, piercing through it and creating a new opening. It can even spit lightning. Lishi marveled. No, there should be someone down there. Look at this. Gu Qin moved to the side, using her scythe to cut through the bushes, revealing 2 military backpacks. The bags were half buried, exposing pristine white bandages inside, with a few bloodstains leading to the edge of the quicksand. It looks like someone was injured. Lishi withdrew her butterfly knife, standing up to look at Gu Qin. Should we rescue them? Gu Qin's gaze fell on the badge hanging from the military bag, her expression darkening as she coldly replied, rescue. How do we rescue them? Are you going to jump down? Lishi crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. No way. Gu Qin looked at Lishi with malicious intent, causing her to shiver. What kind of look is that? Lishi swallowed hard, instinctively taking a few steps back. You go down. Gu Qin lunged forward, kicking towards Li Zai's abdomen. Are you insane? Gu Qin, you get down here too. Li Zai's pupils trembled as she pulled Gu Qin's clothing with one hand, giving it a hard tug. In an instant, both of them were engulfed by the quicksand, their figures disappearing without a trace, leaving only 2 military backpacks lying askew. This time Lishi was beneath, feeling as though her backside had been smashed into 8 pieces, a constant pain radiating through her. Gu Qin sat on top of her, propping herself up. Her vision was engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything around her. Gu Qin leaned forward, her hands groping until they touched something warm and soft. Lishi, are you there? Lishi raised her foot, kicking at the person groping around her, pulling the salty hand off her belly. She kicked at the heavy object, pressing down on her, shouting fiercely, Gu Qin, don't touch my belly. Get off me. Don't kick my face. Lishi, I can't see anything. Gu Qin had one hand pulled, and her face kicked, swaying back and forth like a pulled slime. Lishi was no better off, pinned beneath Gu Qin, whose hands kept groping her, leaving her completely powerless. Don't move. Stop. Don't move. Lishi shouted. Suddenly, a violet beam of light illuminated the two as a purple electric sphere crackled between the fingers of Thunder Dragon, brightening the pitch-black space. Who are you? Thunder Dragon froze, staring at the two girls tangled together, and asked in confusion. With the light, Gu Qin and Lishi instantly separated. Lishi awkwardly straightened her clothes while Gu Qin, unperturbed, approached Thunder Dragon and extended her right hand in a friendly gesture. Hello, Captain Lei. You? Who are you? How do you know? Thunder Dragon thrust the electric sphere closer to Gu Qin, lightning crackling in the air. Gu Qin remained unfazed. She stepped forward, eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile curling her lips as she spoke lazily. I saw your backpacks outside. Thunder Dragon, Captain of Special Abilities Squad 073. I am Lu Qingshi, Captain of the Special Elites Squad Sleepless. A pleasure to meet you. Using someone else's name so brazenly. If Lishi hadn't known Gu Qin's true nature, she might have believed it. This is my team member Song Chasheng. Come on, old Song, say hello. Gu Qin turned and waved at Lishi. Li Zai's mouth twitched, her voice barely escaping through gritted teeth. Hello, Captain Lei. I'm Song Chasheng. She directly adopted the persona Gu Qin handed her. As for who Lu Qingshi or Song Chashing really were, if Gu Qin wanted to spin a tale, just go along with it. Thunder Dragon was skeptical at first until he heard the names Lu Qingshi and Song Chashing. The special elite squad Sleepless had always been shrouded in mystery. Aside from their names, very few ability squads knew their true appearances. The information Gu Qin provided was enough to earn his trust. Thunder Dragon withdrew his hand and bowed slightly to Gu Qin with an apologetic tone. "My apologies, Captain Lu. But this isn't the place to talk. Please follow me." Gu Qin and Li Shi followed Thunder Dragon through the dark cave until they reached a corner where several people lay scattered on the ground. They were all in military uniforms wrapped in bandages, bearing severe injuries. One young man spotted Thunder Dragon approaching. He quickly stood and ran over. "Captain, you're back." "Who are they?" The youth eyed the two unfamiliar girls behind Thunder Dragon, warily brandishing his long blade at Gu Qin. Gu Qin smiled faintly, regarding him with cold indifference, as if he were beneath her notice. "Xiao Ming, be polite. This is the captain of the special elite squad Sleepless, and beside her is her team member." Xiao Ming pursed his lips, sheathed his blade, and bowed slightly, his voice tinged with apology. "Sorry, that was rude." Ignoring Xiao Ming, Gu Qin walked around him toward the injured resting on the ground. Li Shi followed, her gaze sweeping over them. Mostly severe wounds, mere shadows of their former strength. Injured like this, even if they escaped, death awaited them. Li Shi analyzed. Almost all are fall injuries with no signs of biological attacks. So we can't yet determine what that thing is, but it seems the creature only wanted to trap them. Perhaps it wasn't them it wanted to trap. Gu Qin rubbed her chin, eyes narrowing as she poked a person on the ground and asked politely, "Are you still alive?" Li Zai's mouth twitched and she muttered speechlessly, "You're so polite. Hey you." Seeing himself ignored, Xiao Ming swung his blade and yelled, but Thunder Dragon stopped him. "How are the brothers?" Thunder Dragon held up the electric sphere, its dim current illuminating his pale face. The side effects of overexerting his ability were setting in, fatigue overwhelming his mind as he forced himself to ask. "Not good. Bo Chi has fainted. Captain, if this continues, all our brothers will die. We have no food." Xiao Ming shook his head, his hand gripping the hilt tightly. A blinding flash erupted as Gu Qin crouched and released her ability. The intense light enveloped the fallen, persisting until it faded. Gu Qin then collapsed toward Li Shi, who caught her grimacing as the brightness stung her eyes. A pair of warm hands touched her eyelids, and the dryness vanished. "You?" Li Shi froze, then heard Gu Qin's cheeky voice. "I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Just got pins and needles. Get lost." Li Shi released her grip and tossed Gu Qin aside. Gu Qin sat on the ground, raising her hands with a smile. "Pretty please help me up? My legs are really numb." "What are you two doing?" Blinded by the intense light, Xiao Ming tried to confront Gu Qin, only to see his teammates who had been lying down all sit up. I'm healed. I can move too." It was that flash of light. She healed us all. Thunder Dragon watched the scene, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The electric sphere between his fingers grew weaker, its color fading until it was barely visible, his vision blurring as he collapsed to the side. Captain Lei." Several members rushed over, catching the unconscious Thunder Dragon. "Captain." Xiao Ming's pupils trembled as he shook Thunder Dragon, but there was no response. The noise around her was unbearable, and the darkness irritatedly she shouted, "Can't you let your dear captain? He just overexerted his ability. What's all the fuss about?" Hearing that Thunder Dragon was fine, the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Phew, scared me. Great, the captain's okay." Li Shi snorted coldly. "Shut up, all of you." The cave fell silent instantly, so quiet that only the violent pounding of hearts could be heard. Thump, thump. Whose heart was beating so loudly? Gu Qin sat on the ground listening. As her fingertips touched the floor, it emitted a thump thump sound, as if something was about to burst from beneath the earth. "Everyone move aside." Gu Qin spun her scythe in her hand, then plunged it deep into the earth. Cracks instantly tore across the ground, as a colossal entity erupted upward, hurling her violently into the air. She clung desperately to the scythe, suspended in utter darkness, unable to release her grip, without knowing what lay below. "Gu Qin, where are you?" Li Shi heard the strange sound and tightened her grip on the butterfly knife, scanning the impenetrable blackness. Unable to locate Gu Qin visually, she relied solely on voice to triangulate her position. "I think I'm hanging in midair." Her feet dangled freely. The massive entity she was wedged upon continued shifting unpredictably. Remaining suspended like this offered no certainty where it might carry her next. Gu Qin adjusted her posture midair, then deliberately released her grip and plummeted downward, enveloped by the sudden disorienting weightlessness. With a sharp cry, she shouted, "Tungsha." In an instant, Tungsha shrank into a slender serpent, coiled its tail around her wrist, and unfurled itself into a parachute, transforming their freefall into a controlled descent. "Gu Qin, are you alright?" Li Shi moved toward the source of Gu Qin's voice. Sensing breath ahead, she hurled the butterfly knife with lethal precision. The blade streaked toward Gu Qin just as she landed. At that very moment, Gu Qin activated Tungsha as a flashlight. Its brief beam illuminated the silver blade, hurtling straight at her face. "Damn!" Gu Qin dropped into a crouch, evading the strike. The flashlight clattered onto the ground, flooding the cavern with light. A vast, seamless grotto carved from rock and quicksand. A faint, ceaseless rustling echoed. The colossal entity that had surged moments earlier had vanished without. Team 073 formed a tight defensive circle around Lei Long, weapons drawn, vigilantly scanning the shadows, until a beam of light pierced the gloom, restoring stillness to the cavern. Gu Qin, were you trying to assassinate your own captain? Gu Qin retrieved the flashlight and cleared her throat awkwardly. Oh, my sincere apologies. Li Shi pursed her lips, almost disappointed she hadn't struck true. She stepped forward, retrieved her butterfly knife by the light, and admitted quietly, I saw you. I've long trained for nocturnal operations, but even my eyes need time to fully adjust to absolute darkness. What was that just now? Xiaoming's hand trembled as he gripped his blade. His chest still heaved from the shock. Gu Qin approached Team 073, narrowing her eyes as she studied them. You're not aberrants. Except for Xiaoming and our captain, we're all ordinary humans. Bo Qi spoke up, offering explanation to his savior. Xiaoming drew his longsword and pressed its edge against Gu Qin's throat. Only special ability squads consist entirely of aberrants. Other squads integrate a few aberrants with ordinary personnel. How could you possibly not know this? Then who are you? Unflinching beneath the blade, Gu Qin lowered her gaze to meet Xiaoming's, a faint, unsettling smile playing on her lips as her fingertip traced the cold steel, then slowly advanced toward him. And with what exactly do you dare speak to me? Why, you don't come closer. Xiaoming staggered backward, watching in horror as the blade sliced Gu Qin's neck. Blood welled briefly before vanishing, the wound sealing seamlessly within seconds. I said, don't come closer. His sword trembled violently in his grasp, and with a surge of panic he swung it down at her. Bang! The blade ricocheted off an unseen force and embedded itself deep into the cavern wall. Li Shi withdrew her silver butterfly knife, exhaling a contemptuous snort. You still think you can point blades at people? Her movement was liquid grace. Xiaoming didn't even register her motion before his weapon flew from his hand. Off balance, he collapsed onto the floor, staring up at the two women before him, utterly outmatched. He stood no chance. Miss Song, Miss Liu, I sincerely apologize. Xiaoming is young and his actions were never intentional. I offer my deepest regrets on his behalf. May you both set aside this misunderstanding. Bo Qi stepped protectively in front of Xiaoming, bowing with practiced deference. Their captain remained unconscious, so as deputy it fell to him to shield his team despite possessing neither strength nor skill to rival the two women before him. Then answer me this, what is that blade? It's rather exquisite. What material forged it? Gu Qin gestured toward the sword lodged in the wall, genuinely intrigued. Not angered, but deeply curious. Back at the Ability Academy, Ace had wielded a similar longsword crafted from the same alloy. Its texture even echoed Tengsh's subtle resonance, arousing her fascination. You're not angry. He just pointed a sword at your throat. Li Shi's lip twitched in disbelief. Why would I be angry? I'm truly curious. Gu Qin scratched her head, then slid her finger over her healed neck, pausing mid-motion before launching herself forward in a low sweeping slide, wrapping both arms around Li Shi's thighs, and launching into a tearless theatrical lament. Wah, it hurts. Wah, hurt your sixth uncle. Li Shi kicked Gu Qin squarely in the abdomen, followed by a sharp blow to the temple, sending her tumbling sideways. Gu Qin sat cross-legged on the ground, idly tracing circles in the dust with her fingertip. Li Shi brushed her palms together, gave a disdainful huff, and cast a cool glance toward Bo Qi. I have no interest in your affairs. Believe or disbelieve as you choose. Bo Qi bowed deeply, smiling apologetically. We deeply regret our comrade's rudeness toward Miss Song. Li Shi merely rolled her eyes, then nudged Gu Qin's hunched form with her boot. Hey, any idea how to get out of here? Bo Qi pulled Xiaoming upright. As Xiaoming brushed dirt from his pants, ready to glare at Li Shi, Bo Qi subtly blocked his view, speaking only loud enough for them to hear. Don't provoke them. Their power far surpasses ours. But they can't be from a special ability squad. No captain would ever act so subservient. Yet they don't seem malicious. Otherwise they wouldn't have saved us. Cooperation for now poses no harm. Bo Qi rested a reassuring hand on Xiaoming's shoulder. TCH. Xiaoming scoffed bitterly. I may have found a way. Gu Qin remained crouched, fingertips dusted with fine sand, rubbing thoughtfully as she lifted her gaze to Xiaoming. Did anything attack you while you were here? No. We fell, and nothing happened afterward. Xiaoming rolled his eyes, voice edged with irritation. How long have you been stranded here? So how many days have you been staying here? Gu Qin continued to inquire. 3 days. Xiaoming tapped on his watch. 3 days without a single attack. Yet the moment we both arrived, we were ambushed. Li Shi stroked her chin, calmly analyzing the situation until Gu Qin turned her head, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. You mean? Care to try? Gu Qin smirked wickedly. Li Shi fell silent for a moment, then raised her hand and slapped it against her own face. Did you never pass your elementary school ethics and law class? Gu Qin rolled up her sleeves and released her ability, a brilliant orb of light enveloping the entire cave as if caressed by the sun and immersed in a warm stream. Lei Long's fingers twitched slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. You? Captain, you're awake. Xiaoming quickly helped Lei Long sit up upon seeing him regain consciousness. Lei Long affectionately patted Xiaoming's head, then looked up at Bo Qi. You've worked hard. Having expended most of her power, Guqin withdrew her ability with a flick of her hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xiaoming stood up and pointed at Guqin, shouting, "Hey, Lu Qingshi, what are you on about?" As soon as he finished shouting, the ground began to tremble violently. A giant sandworm burst forth from the earth, its tawny carapace marked by a deep scar, seemingly fresh. Its enormous circular maw was lined with multiple rows of teeth that churned up and down, exposing the raw flesh behind. With its movement, layers of quicksand were swept up around it, causing the entire space to vibrate. Li Shi stood on the ground, but the sandworm's lashing tail sent her flying. Quick-witted, she adjusted her posture midair and grabbed hold of a long blade embedded in the wall. Just kidding. I still haven't passed it, actually. Guqin stuck out her tongue and tossed the flashlight in her hand into the air. Instantly, the space plunged into darkness so thick one couldn't see their own hand. The vine serpent transformed into a massive net, tightly ensnaring the sandworm's head. Beat it. Guqin stepped on the sandworm's vital spot, yanking hard at the net in her hands. Trapped, the sandworm thrashed wildly around the cave, careening about like a headless fly. Receiving the command, Li Shi pulled the long blade from the wall, leaped off the sandworm's body, and lunged through the air, stabbing fiercely towards Guqin's direction. Die? You again, eh? Guqin shouted quickly, rolling off the sandworm. The vine serpent slipped from her grasp as she hit the ground and tumbled several times. Li Shi drove her blade deep into the sandworm's vital point, but despite using all her strength, she couldn't sever the creature. The sandworm writhed violently, as hard to pin down as a hog for slaughter. Go help. Lei Long pushed himself up, conjuring a ball of lightning with his ability and hurling it at the sandworm. The thunderbolt struck its body, illuminating the pitch-black cave in an instant. A crackling sound filled the air, followed by a wafting aroma of burnt protein. Smells good. Li Shi had already jumped off the sandworm. She stepped onto Guqin's body, her nose twitching slightly as she caught the scent of scorched protein in the air. Is this a reward? Guqin reached up and grabbed Li Zai's ankle, grinning widely. Go to hell. Li Shi recoiled as if she had stepped on dog excrement, leaping off Guqin and furiously twisting her foot into the sandy ground. Guqin stood up, a bright smile on her face, and walked over to the sandworm. Placing her hand on its body, her ability enveloped it, restoring the scorched creature to its original state. It tried to flee, but Guqin grabbed the vine serpent and pinned it down again. Beat it. At Guqin's command, Li Shi charged forward again with her long blade. Watching the two, Lei Long, though puzzled, still summoned lightning and struck. Another burst of burnt aroma filled the air. Guqin healed the sandworm with her ability once more. After it recovered, it tried to escape again. Guqin led the others in another round of beating. No one knew how many cycles this went on, but eventually the sandworm submitted. The King of Hell wakes up to find himself dropped to second place. Li Shi dusted off her hands and cast a cold glance at Guqin. Oh, come on, weren't you having a blast beating it up too? Guqin clapped, then patted the sandworm. Take us out of here, or we'll beat you again. The sandworm lay on the ground, rolled over, and seemed unwilling to acknowledge Guqin. Exhausted from shouting, Guqin sat down and said coldly, beat it. No, please don't beat me anymore. The sandworm spoke. It can talk. Li Shi exclaimed in surprise. Some mutated species have gained intelligence. Lei Long explained, raising his hand as a ball of electric light illuminated the dark cave. Then take us out. Guqin rested her chin on her hand and snorted coldly. No, that Lord said I can't let you go, or it will be. The sandworm shook its head, sending layers of sand flying, covering Xiaoming from head to toe. Xiaoming spat out the sand in his mouth and pointed at the sandworm, yelling, Hey, watch where you're flinging that. I don't have eyes, I can't see. The sandworm buried its head in the sand. One beating, or endless beatings, take your pick. Guqin puffed out her chest, stepped on the sandworm's belly, and said coldly, Aye. The sandworm's muffled voice came from the sand. Beat it. Not wanting to waste more time, Guqin lowered her hand and stood up. The electric current in Lei Long's hand was ready. I'll take you out. Please don't beat me anymore. Hoo-hoo. The sandworm couldn't take it anymore. Its spirit was on the verge of collapse. It lifted its head and wailed in agony. It couldn't win in a fight, and it couldn't escape. Why was being a worm so hard? Guqin and the others rode the sandworm out. It feels so good to be back on the surface. Xiaoming sighed. The warm sunlight stung their eyes, accustomed to the dark. He raised his hand to shield his gaze, regaining his sight through the gaps between his fingers. After setting Guqin and the others down, the sandworm turned to leave, but Guqin stopped it. Wait. She grabbed its tail. What do you want now? The sandworm was traumatized from the beating and didn't dare resist, even as its tail was held. Nothing, you can go. Guqin released her grip and shook her head. Freed, the sandworm turned and burrowed into the sand pit, vanishing without a trace. Guqin's eyes darkened. She couldn't help but dwell on the sandworm's words. Who was that, Lord? Why did it want to trap? The sandworm meant no harm, otherwise it would have attacked Squad 073 long ago, instead of merely trapping them. The problem must lie with the squad itself. With this thought, Guqin turned to Lei Long. So is there something on you all? So is there something on you? Guqin looked at Lei Long warily, gripping the sickle tightly against his shoulder. Lei Long, not to be outdone, was surrounded by an aura of lightning, and he grunted, Miss, it seems you may not be able to handle this. You are definitely not from the Nightless Realm. Who exactly are you? Xiaoming stood beside Lei Long with a long knife, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Team 073 was fully armed, both sides locked in a stalemate until Li Shi, feeling overwhelmed, shouted to break the tension. Gu Qin, help me. What is this thing? What on earth? Li Shi pushed against an entire egg which was surrounded by a layer of golden red patterns clinging tightly to her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake it off. Gu Qin, come quickly. She was darting around like a kitten, wearing slippers for the first time on the ground. Thunder egg. Gu Qin turned and saw a large egg the size of an ostrich stuck to Li Zai's leg. Oh no. What's going on? Xiaoming shouted at the egg, throwing down his weapon and rushing over to pull it down with both hands. Li Shi repeatedly tried to pull her leg away, accidentally kicking Xiaoming several times. Lei Long retracted the electric ball without relaxing and asked, "Are you Gu Qin?" Gu Qin blinked in confusion, wondering when her name had become so well known. How does everyone know who I am? I thought I was being low-key. So what if I am? Gu Qin replied coldly. Are you the Gu Qin who has been at the Ability Academy for 3 years? Bo Chi stepped out from behind Lei Long, grabbing Gu Qin's hand with excitement. Are you the one who made the whole school a mess on the first day, and then led everyone to sing karaoke in the classroom? Gu Qin was tugged by Bo Chi, her lips twitching. Are you being polite? For the first time, Gu Qin felt embarrassed about her glorious deeds. She averted her gaze, feeling guilty. Bo Chi excitedly shook her hand. It really is you. I have a friend who often talks about you. He said he has an amazing senior sister, and I've been wanting to meet you, but I didn't expect to see you in person today. Bo Chi rambled on excitedly, leaving Gu Qin bewildered as she turned to Lei Long for help. Lei Long laughed. Well, Gu Qin, don't take it the wrong way. This kid has always been obsessed with you. Hey, can you two stop chatting? Who's going to get this thing off my leg? Li Shi kicked Xiaoming away and pointed her butterfly knife at Gu Qin's head. Gu Qin's face instantly turned red with blood. She smiled, blood starting to seep from the corner of her mouth. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaoming crawled out from the grass, covered in footprints left by Li Shi, looking utterly disheveled. He turned to look at Gu Qin, seeing blood spouting from her head like a small fountain. This doesn't look like it's fine at all. Gu Qin healed her head wound and returned the butterfly knife to Li Shi. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she looked at Lei Long across from her. So what you mean is after completing your mission you accidentally picked up an egg with golden red patterns, and shortly after you fell into a cave. Yes, we have no idea what that egg is. We just thought it was very special. Lei Long nodded, resting on his leg, showing no thoughts about the egg. Gu Qin stroked her chin, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her thoughts. As I guess someone doesn't want you to take the, but that person doesn't intend to steal the egg, nor do they harbor any killing intent, otherwise you wouldn't have lasted until Li Shi and I arrived. So can this ugly thing get off me quickly? How can I walk with this hanging on me? Li Shi tapped the egg hanging from her leg. Despite its smooth surface, how did it suddenly spring out of her backpack and cling to her leg? It was as if it had decided to stick to her. How strange. What on earth is this thing? Gu Qin, can you let me up? The vine snake spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. I feel like this egg has a very familiar aura. It feels very familiar. Although Gu Qin was puzzled, she still raised her hand and placed the hairpin on the egg. The moment the single shell was touched, it moved slightly, but remained stuck to Li Zai's leg, drawing Gu Qin's attention. She gently tapped the single shell. Should I break it? After saying that, Gu Qin stood up, gripping the giant hammer formed by the vine snake, ready to throw it at Li Shi. Li Shi hurriedly pulled her leg back, glaring at Gu Qin. Are you crazy, Gu Qin? If you hit me with that, I'm done for. No problem. Even if you turn to dust, I can use my abilities to restore you. Gu Qin gripped the hammer with both hands, squatting down to prepare to deal a fatal blow to Li Shi as revenge for poking her in the head. Get lost. Li Shi shouted, pushing against the egg with both hands. If that thing can understand what I'm saying, it should get off my leg, or we're both going to die. Gu Qin is going to kill us both. It seemed that the egg understood her as it released Li Zai's leg, and instead clung to her hand like handcuffs. Li Shi frantically swung her hands, but the stubborn egg didn't budge, sticking even tighter than super glue. Don't move. I'm going to smash it. Gu Qin got ready to lift the hammer with both hands, using all her strength to pull herself into action, resulting in her being thrown over her shoulder by the hammer. Her head plunged directly into a nearby thicket, while the hammer remained firmly on the ground. Xiaoming twitched his lips, nudging Bo Chi with his elbow. What are those two doing? Performing a comedy act. What do you know? The senior must have her reasons for doing this. Bo Chi shifted aside, gazing at Gu Qin with starry eyes. Xiaoming rolled his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction. Look at that foolish look on your face, he said, sounding sour like he had just eaten a lemon. You'd be better off dead. Li Shi yelled as the egg tightened its grip even more, her hand firmly stuck to it, and trembling. It seemed that the egg could understand what Li Shi was saying. Why are you trembling if I didn't curse you? Li Shi shook the egg in her hand, causing it to stop trembling. This egg can indeed understand her words. Since you can understand my words, get down from me. Li Shi shook the egg in her hand, and it began to tremble again. Trapped, Li Shi had no way out. She wanted to smash the egg onto Gu Qin's hammer, but was stopped by Gu Qin, who emerged from the ground. It can understand you. Gu Qin hugged her hammer, raising her foot to hang it on top. Should be. Li Shi lowered her head to look at the round egg. If you can understand me, move a little. The egg moved a little. Li Shi looked up. It understands. Well, then it's fine. Gu Qin waved her hand, jumped down from the hammer, and patted it. Vine snake turned into an egg beater or something. Today we're having a full egg feast. Then I will smash it now. Li Shi raised her hand ready to smash the egg onto the hammer. The egg was held high and cracks appeared in the shell. With a crack, a small red bird jumped out from the shell. No, no, don't eat me, it cried, breaking the egg in fear. Li Zai's hands were freed, and she grabbed the little red bird from the ground. Hey, why are you sticking to me? Gu Qin retracted the hammer and hung the vine snake in her hair. The vine snake whispered, audible only to two, this ugly bird is one of the 5 divine artifacts, Feng Ming. I wondered why I couldn't feel its aura. Turns out the eggshell was blocking it. One of the 5 divine artifacts, Feng Ming. Gu Qin mumbled quietly, stepping closer. Li Shi was still examining Feng Ming. Hey, why are you following me? Because you're beautiful. Feng Ming shrank its head, its claws dangling in the air, twisted into an inward 8, its voice weak. Li Shi. But you can't cling to me like this. Feng Ming's voice grew quieter. But you're really beautiful. Li Shi. I can't take care of you. A smile uncontrollably crept onto her lips, and she felt a secret delight inside, but she still wanted to refuse Feng Ming's clinginess. She was busy with no time to raise a bird. Please. I'm very obedient. Take me with you, you're really beautiful. Feng Ming looked at Li Shi with teary eyes, holding its wings, looking pitiful. This was the first time Gu Qin saw a bird version of Lin Daiyu. She covered her mouth, resting her arms on Li Zai's shoulder. Since it likes you, keep it. But Gu Qin leaned in closer, whispering to Li Shi, it can talk and play with you, how great is that? Li Shi silently glanced at the little bird in her hands. Its feathers hadn't fully grown, and its body looked dry and shriveled, with hints of its skin showing through except for its round eyes. There was no sign of beauty. Forget it, it'll throw you away sooner or later. She raised her hand and stuffed Feng Ming into her space. Oh, the proud little cat. Gu Qin chuckled, covering her mouth. Seeing that Li Shi and Gu Qin had finished handling things, Lei Long walked up to them. Have you two finished? Yes. Sorry I took the egg. Li Shi took out a whole bag of seeds from her space and placed it on the ground. This is an apology. It's fine, after all we picked up that egg too. Lei Long smiled. Xiaoming approached, reaching out to open the burlap sack, completely stunned by what lay before him. What? Seeds? So many. These are valuable. Food is a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Having seeds equals having food, and having food means survival. To say it bluntly, this person has given a life. It's fine, but it's all about reciprocity. Li Shi crossed her arms, waving goodbye to Gu Qin. Let's go, we need to head back. Okay. Gu Qin placed her hands behind her head, casually chewing on a twig, as she followed behind Gu Qin. Lei Long watched the two leave and lifted the seeds onto his shoulders. Let's go, we're heading back to the camp. Alright, given that he gave seeds, I won't hold it against them. Xiaoming threw his backpack over his shoulder, following behind Lei Long. Captain, we probably won't meet again, right? Bo Chi seemed a bit melancholic, turning back to look at Gu Qin's silhouette. What do we need to meet for? They're not from the ability user team. We still have tasks. Whether we can survive is a question. Just assume they are dead. Xiaoming placed a hand on Bo Chi's arm, patting it casually. The future is uncertain. If they're lucky, they will definitely. Gu Qin and Li Shi gradually approached City S. The closer they got to City S, the more zombies there were, causing them to waste several days. Until they approached the outer ring of City S, the empty buildings were stained with blood, and there were wandering zombies everywhere, blood dyeing half of the building, with a severed leg hanging precariously. Gu Qin stepped on the gas, crashing straight through the zombies, blocking the road. TSK. Disgusting. Li Shi rested her face in her hand, looking disgustedly at the bloodstained car window. No matter how accustomed she was to dancing with blood, her heart still twisted at this sight. Try to understand, him about to stink to death. Gu Qin's face turned pale. She had 2 blades of grass stuck in her nostrils. Even so, her stomach was churning terribly. The closer they got to the city center, the stronger the foul smell in the air. Li Shi, can your space hold a room? Gu Qin drifted, almost throwing Li Shi out. Can you even drive? Li Zai's face was pressed against the window, leaving half of her face on the blood-stained glass, which added a touch of eerie. Can I put my lab into your space? Gu Qin turned the steering wheel with both hands, casually saying. Li Shi was taken aback, regaining her emotions. Sure. She had forgotten that Gu Qin was a pharmacist with a mobile laboratory, which would be very convenient. Without the main system's involvement, perhaps the world would have been at peace long ago. Damn main system. Do you want to see my home? Gu Qin slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and another high-speed drift sent Li Shi once again pressed closely against the window. Gu Qin, can you slow down? Li Shi shouted, but Gu Qin suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly killing Li Shi with the seatbelt. Gu Qin. Gu Qin squinted, looking at the boy lying in front of the car. Wait, is that Winnie? She was none other than the Rian Empress of the original story. As she placed her hand upon the beast taming Steely, a hum rang out, and a fiery red, 3-tailed It seems that the time reversal has caused 1E to suffer quite a bit. 1E's hair was still medium length, cascading around his neck, but the white neck lacked a collar, and his whole body was covered in dust and blood, making him seem even more pitiful. You really know a lot of people. Li Shi pouted with a hint of jealousy as Gu Qin unfastened her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car, but a hand grabbed her arm. Don't get out. Haven't you noticed? There isn't a single zombie in this area. Then why don't you go down? Gu Qin grasped Li Zai's wrist, revealing an evil smile. Li Shi pulled her hand back, cursing Gu Qin, but her fingers pressed against the seatbelt, preparing to get out of the car, to pull Winnie up. Though she was cursing, her body was being quite honest. I'm just kidding. Gu Qin directly locked the car door, adjusting the gear with a smile that only grew wider. Just drop. Isn't he your friend? Li Zai's expression was complicated as she twitched her lips, pointing at the weak boy lying in front of the car. The boy had already stood up from the ground, his cold face devoid of expression, as he calmly said something very impactful. Gu Qin, are you trying to run me over? When he said indifferently, blood smudged across his face, the sticky sensation, making him uncomfortable. He wiped it off, casually glancing down at the blood on his hand, then fainted, quite naturally collapsing onto the car hood. Li Shi, your friend is dead. It's fine, he's just fainting from the sight of blood. Gu Qin shrugged nonchalantly. She had already noticed that this road was very strange with not a single zombie around. The moment she saw one, she instantly understood when had driven all the zombies away. Is this the power of a mental type ability? He'll go and carry him onto the car. Li Shi reached for the car door only to find it was already locked. She looked at Gu Qin in confusion. Gu Qin stroked her chin deep in thought for a long time before blurting out, I was wondering. If we just drive like this, will he fall off the front of the car? Should we give it a try? Gu Qin said, preparing to step on the gas, but Li Shi punched her on the head. Are you trying to kill him? Get down and haul him into the car. The follow-up showed Gu Qin driving with a lump on her head, pouting in disappointment for not validating her thought. When lay in the back seat, opening his eyes to see the fluffy ceiling. He coldly asked Gu Qin what is going on. Why has time returned to July 3rd? Hearing Wen Yi's words, Li Shi, who was originally in a daze, suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at Wen Yi's every move through the rearview mirror. Does he have memories too? Gu Qin also has memories. It was also her who first changed the plot. Without the system, perhaps the apocalypse wouldn't. She is indeed quite special. Li Shi propped her chin, glancing at Gu Qin. I don't know, but do you have memories? Gu Qin parked the car, unfastened her seatbelt, and opened the door. Let's go home and talk. Gu Qin brought the two back to her home, but for some reason it was very clean, not even a trace of a zombie's presence. Gu Qin turned on the lights. The room was already covered in dust, showing no signs of habitation or any zombie invasion. This time there was no sign of Lu Qingshi. As expected in this kind of situation, Lu Qingshi couldn't possibly be idle. Li Shi noticed this, her gaze sweeping across the room, holding a butterfly knife. This place is oddly quiet. When he closed his eyes, releasing his ability to sense the room, ultimately concluding, there is no one here, nor any zombies. That shouldn't be the case. Logically, there should be zombies wandering around here, even if no one is present given how many zombies we've encountered in the remote forest. Li Shi was analyzing rationally. Under normal circumstances, if there is no one, there shouldn't be any zombies. If you see zombies in a remote forest, it means they were attracted by something. Attracted? Li Shi murmured softly, indeed a direction she had never considered before, but what could have attracted them? Li Shi looked up at Gu Qin, who was stuffed like a hamster, still holding a half-eaten piece of bread. What are you doing? Gu Qin, are you hoarding food? Li Shi directly punched Gu Qin on the head, causing a lump to form on the other side of Gu Qin's head. I'm sorry. Gu Qin knelt on the ground, holding out the bread towards Li Shi, who was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, completely forgetting what she had been thinking about earlier. When Yi was somewhat surprised, previously the only one who would kneel on the ground was that absurdly strong idiot. Now someone could manage Gu Qin. Impressive. Li Shi took the bread, breaking off the piece that Gu Qin hadn't bitten, and handing it to Wen Yi. You haven't eaten for a long time, have you? I want to eat it. Wen Yi waved his hand. He indeed hadn't eaten for a long time, but he couldn't eat human food. They'll go get you something to eat. Gu Qin stood up from the ground, waving to Li Shi. Li Shi, come with me. What's wrong? Li Shi blinked in confusion, finishing the last bite of her bread, standing up, and following behind Gu Qin. Wen Yi stayed seated, looking around this room he had lived in for a long time. It had already lost all traces of his life, familiar, yet alien, as if he had never been there. Gu Qin's voice echoed from afar. Don't lay eggs, Wen Yi. Do you still like strawberry flavor? Wen Yi's eyes trembled as he looked at Gu Qin's distant figure, an almost imperceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qin took Li Shi to her laboratory, first preparing a nutrient solution that Wen Yi could consume. After that, she waved her hand, picking up a pile of solutions, and walking towards Li Shi. Come on, Lady Li, please start your performance. Li Zai's mouth could fit an entire fist as she pointed at the seemingly endless laboratory. No way, damn, your lab is this big. No way. Not bad, it's just a bit larger than the private laboratory of the Ability Research Institute. Gu Qin was quite accustomed to it, chuckling. Come on, Miss Li, please start your performance. Li Shi. She took a deep breath, raised her hand to snap her fingers, and emanated a translucent white ripple from herself, enveloping the entire laboratory. In the blink of an eye, the laboratory was left with nothing but an empty shell. Li Zai's small face turned as white as the wall behind her. Her legs felt weak as she sat down on the ground. The extensive use of her abilities left her completely exhausted. Even speaking felt like feathers tickling her ears. Are you trying to exhaust me to death? After saying this, her vision darkened, and she collapsed towards the ground. Gu Qin raised her hand to catch her, cradling Li Shi in her arms. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Qin's lips curled slightly as she tucked the stray hair on Li Zai's face behind her ears. She placed Li Shi on the ground and got up to walk towards the storage room, pushing out a small cart. Wen Yi watched Gu Qin and Li Shi go in upright, and he also saw them come out horizontally. Gu Qin lay on the cart, her hands gliding over the wheels as she played with drifting in the room. Li's eyes curled up body was tucked under the cart, several bottles of various colored nutrient potions placed on her. Gu Qin slid the cart in front of one. He then handed him 2 bottles of potions. You can take them yourself, I'm going to sleep now. Then oddly like an AI she slid away from Wen Yi's sight. Wen Yi stared at the potions in his hands, falling into a long. Having not eaten all day, Wen Yi twisted open a potion and poured the cool liquid into his mouth. The icy liquid slid down his throat with a faint strawberry flavor filling his mouth. Gu Qin's concocted nutrient liquid was still so delicious. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and accidentally caught sight of the blood smeared on his clothes. His eyes rolled back and he fainted again. When Wen Yi woke up, it was already dark. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He propped himself up and found that a blanket had been placed over him, and beside him were neatly folded clothes. He glanced at the clothes, his gaze sweeping across the room. The living room had already been tidied up. Do you know you almost caused a fire? Li Shi cursed as she walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sweet and sour eggs. The table was already filled with several beautifully presented dishes. And how could you find a few eggs in your room? If it weren't for me having space and planting some vegetables in it, I wouldn't know. Gu Qin followed behind Li Shi, her face covered in flour. She scratched her head with one hand, while holding a piece of burnt black chocolate in the other, exuding a bitter aroma. I thought I'd make you something to eat. Gu Qin drooped her head, looking pitifully at Li Shi, her eyes watery, like a little wet puppy. Stop that. Hurry and eat. Li Shi tilted her head back, closing one eye, and saying haughtily. Noticing Wen Yi in the living room had woken up, she called out, Wake up and change your clothes for dinner. When he opened his mouth, took the clothes, and walked towards the room he had previously stayed in. Wah. Li Shi, why are you so gentle with him? I'm so sad. Gu Qin tugged at Li Zai's clothes with one hand, and imitated Li Zai's previous high-pitched tone, which startled Li, she making her almost jump onto the table. Damn, how did you mutate during the zombie apocalypse? Li Shi immediately pulled the clothes away and hid behind the table. Gu Qin in despair knelt on the ground, performing a snowflake dance. The two continued to playfully bicker while waiting for Wen Yi to finish changing his clothes. Wen Yi wrapped a black cloth around his eyes, and then slowly took off the bloodstained clothes. He turned around and ripped off the cloth. Looking at the neatly folded clothes, he surprisingly remarked, So it's Lu Qingxi's clothes. He put on a simple white half-sleeve and jeans. He was a size smaller than Lu Qingxi, and also thinner. The clothes hung on him like a sack, and the pants piled up around his ankles, while the half-sleeve drooped like a dress. If time hadn't rewound, his room should have been filled with all the clothes Gu Qin and the others bought for him. Of course, most of them were dresses, commonly referred to as a mix of various styles DIY outfits. Suddenly, he felt a bit nostalgic. When he came out after changing his clothes, Gu Qin waved at him, signaling him to sit down. A few bottles of nutrient potions were placed on his spot. Gu Qin's gaze swept over Wen Yi's ill-fitting clothes. There are no other clothes, make do with it. If it doesn't work, you can wear my clothes. Do I have a few dresses? It's fine, no need, thank you. Wen Yi interrupted Gu Qin's offer. Li Zai's gaze fell on the potions beside Wen Yi. She paused in her action of picking up food. Why do you keep drinking potions and not eating? He can't eat, otherwise we wouldn't have met. Gu Qin stuffed an entire egg into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a hungry little hamster. Given that when he hadn't voluntarily spoken, she couldn't reveal his situation to Li Shi. Everyone had secrets, and so did she as well as Li Shi. Li Shi squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the boy in front of her, still having too many doubts about him. I have one more question, why were you on the road? Moreover, there wasn't a single zombie around. I wanted to find Gu Qin, but there was blood everywhere. So I fainted. Wen Yi's expression turned cold as he recounted the hardships he faced along the way. So you were fainting all. Li Shi had witnessed the extent of Wen Yi's blood fainting and believed what he said wholeheartedly. As for why there were no zombies, it's because my ability is mental control. I led the zombies away. When he continued to explain, then what about you two? How did you meet? Li Shi paused in her action of picking up food. After the time rewind, we encountered each other in the forest and have been together ever since. I see. When he nodded, his face showing little emotion as they simply ate together. In fact, it wasn't that simple. Gu Qin and Li Shi were constantly battling with their chopsticks, and Wen Yi just watched them play. She sipped her strawberry-flavored nutrient liquid through a straw and suddenly noticed something. When he abruptly raised his head, how did zombies wander here? Zombie. How did it wander here? Wen Yi looked astonished, his normally cold demeanor rarely revealing other expressions, which caught Gu Qin's attention. She walked out of the kitchen, shaking the water off her hands. What's wrong? It's rare to see you show this expression. 1 kilometer, 10 zombies. 2 kilometers, 50 zombies are coming this way. Wen Yi retracted his ability and looked at Gu Qin. Looking for you. We're looking for Li Shi. He had long ago sent out his abilities to detect. He could sense any slight movement. However, strangely, ever since Gu Qin and Li Shi appeared here, the zombies seemed to be drawn to something, moving mindlessly towards this direction, as if searching for something. Even though his mental control could disperse the zombies, he felt this matter should be discussed with Li Shi and Gu Qin. He speculated that they must possess something that attracts the zombies. Who is looking for whom? Gu Qin dug into her ear again and leaned closer to Wen Yi. Can you say that again? I didn't hear clearly. Li Shi walked out of the room after taking a shower, her hair still damp with water droplets, a white towel loosely wrapped around her hair. She overheard the conversation between Gu-keen and when have you become famous in the zombie world already? Gu-keen pouted and retorted, what are you talking about? What if the zombies are looking for you? How could it be me? Don't you realize? You are the most unique one among us. Li-shi stared at Gu-keen. After the world's time reset, she was immediately transported away. Logically, she should have been with Pei-zhe. Yet the first person she encountered was Gu-keen. The first one who didn't die in the plot and survived was also Gu-keen. Her existence had transcended the storyline. Her fate was already determined, but Gu-keen had not. She inherently possessed infinite possibilities. Me. Gu-keen pointed at herself, wondering what she had done to be considered special. There is indeed such a possibility. I am not a native of City S, I was drawn here by something. Wen calmly analyzed, recalling his previous experiences in City A, linking them to this apocalypse. However, after the time rewind, this attraction disappeared. I can no longer determine what drew me, but it is very likely that what attracted me is the same thing attracting these zombies. It is very likely among us. The delicacy of the zombie world. Interesting. Gu-keen rested her chin on her hand, chuckling lightly, as she stood up from the sofa, holding her scythe. She turned to leave. Give me the zombie locations, I'll take care of it. Alright. Wen threw his phone to Gu-keen, opened her computer, and skillfully unlocked the password, putting on the match. I'm going to. After Li-shi spoke, she draped the towel over a nearby drying rack, then pushed her damp hair back, revealing her full forehead. You should dry your hair first, otherwise you'll catch a cold, and I'll have to use my powers to treat you. Gu-keen made a face, quickly squatting down as a butterfly knife brushed past her head. Luckily, she wasn't cleaved into a Mediterranean hairstyle. This was a preemptive move, anticipating that Li-shi would try to cut her. Perfect. Gu-keen stood up ready to strike a pose, but was kicked in the rear, losing her balance, and rolling out the door. Li-shi reached the door, gripping the doorknob tightly before slamming it shut. Get lost. Gu-keen was pushed out of her own home. She stood up from the ground, just about to knock on the door when it swung open. I knew you were the best. You couldn't bear to kick me out. Gu-keen exclaimed as she lunged towards Li-shi, who threw the scythe in front of her, then clapped her hands, and said to the vine snake, you get lost too. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Gu-keen, what a coincidence, vine snake, you got kicked out too. Vine snake. She raised her hand to grip the scythe, checking the location marked by Wen on her phone, then raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Then let's go all out. Gu-keen went out to kill zombies. Li-shi stepped onto the windowsill, watching Gu-keen's figure grow smaller. She bit on a hair tie, tying her hair into a low ponytail, wrapped a cloak around herself, and then put on the other half of Wen-e's headset. Curious, she asked, are the headphones unlimited? Don't worry, as long as it's within the coverage of my abilities, you can hear everything. You really are concerned about her? Wen nodded. Who cares about her? I just want to see how she gets bitten into a pulp by zombies. Li-shi instantly exploded with anger, pulling the hood of the cloak over her head. Perhaps it was because she had just showered. The blush on her cheeks had not fully faded. Based on Gu-keen's strength and the number of zombies, she should not turn into pulp. So I conclude that you. Wen felt the fluctuation of his abilities, watching the red dot on the computer screen, but before he could finish, Li-shi interrupted him. You're talking too fast. Li-shi dropped that line and jumped out of the window. Gu-keen had killed over a dozen zombies. She watched the red dots on her phone multiply until suddenly a blue dot appeared behind her, rapidly moving towards her. What is this? Gu-keen's lips curled up slightly as she spun her scythe, preparing for battle again, watching the approaching zombies and shouting, come again. Gu-keen charged into the horde of zombies, and in an instant, she beheaded the zombie in front of her. She plunged her scythe into the ground, wiping the sweat from her forehead. A zombie lunged at her from behind, its blood-soaked maw aimed at her neck. Gu-keen remained still. Suddenly a dark figure appeared behind her, blocking the zombie's attack. Gu-keen, are you an idiot? Don't you even look behind you? Relaxing while fighting. If I hadn't shown up in time, you'd be a sieve, and no one would care. Li-shi kicked the zombie away, grabbing Gu-keen by the collar, and scolding, you finally decided to come out. Gu-keen tousled Li's eyes hair, her fingers entwining in Li's eyes strands, a mischievous smile on her face, as she lifted the scythe, striking a zombie right beside them. You finally decided to come out. Gu-keen lifted Li's eyes hair, her fingertips entwined with Li's eyes strands, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Holding a scythe, she struck it against the face of a nearby zombie and bowed slightly, performing a knight's salute. My lady, would you like to dance with me, eh? You still have the leisure to flirt with girls? Li-shi punched Gu-keen on the head, turning her butterfly knife into the head of the zombie behind Gu-keen, before pulling it out, forcefully splattering red blood across her face. She raised her hand to wipe the blood away. Be more serious. Understood. Gu-keen and Li-shi stood back to back, cleaning up the zombies approaching them according to Wen-e's instructions. Wen-e watched the two blue dots huddling together, somewhat surprised. His fingers moved over the mouse. Just a second ago they were slaughtering, and now they completely trusted each other, turning their backs to one another and entrusting their lives. Truly strange bonds. Although Wen-e didn't understand, he continued with his duties. He noticed that the red dots were increasing, gradually approaching Gu-keen, while on Li's eyes side the number of zombies was decreasing. It seems their target is Gu-keen. Gu-keen feigned ignorance. Huh. Me. Am famous in the zombie world. Wow, I'm so amazing. Is that a good— Li-shi maneuvered through the zombie horde, kicking Gu-keen in the back as she leaned forward to dodge a zombie's claw. It's getting a bit overwhelming. Come back first. When he spoke up, Gu Qin and Li Shi exchanged glances, and then split up to dive into the bushes. The zombies seemed to see Gu Qin all rushing toward her, while Li Zai's side was completely empty. So it really is Gu Qin. She glanced back and saw the zombies all veering toward Gu Qin. Suddenly the system's voice resonated in her ear. Host, I'm back. Li Shi lost. Yes. Then you really are useless. System. The system fell silent. Li Shi had anticipated that the system would lose as it faced the main system above its code. Now that the system returned, it merely meant it had to comply with the main system's directives for its tasks. However, Li Shi did not expect the system to apologize to her. Host, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Li Shi rolled her eyes. Did the main system take over you? The system's voice echoed in Li Zai's ear again. No, host. Although I lost, I brought back some news. The system paused before continuing. The main system intends to eliminate uncontrolled awakeners. So host, you need to keep your distance from the awakeners, or you'll only get caught up in it. As long as you complete the storyline, you can go home. Li Shi listened to the system's words, momentarily stunned. Elimination. No wonder the zombies were rushing toward Gu Qin from far away, as if they had a tracking device on her. Everything made sense. Gu Qin was a dangerous person. Should I leave? Li Shi stood on a branch watching Gu Qin fleeing from a distance, crying and shouting, wow, my flesh isn't tasty at all. While shouting, she kept killing, her mouth moving as her hands worked non-stop, both outputs fully engaged. Okay, you'll be careful. Li Shi said nonchalantly. By the way, one more thing, host. The main system has pulled the storyline back. You should hurry and reunite with the male lead. You just need to focus on looking beautiful while he handles the slaughtering. The system was quite excited, but Li Shi remained serious, ignoring the system's words, and got up to chase after Gu Qin. Why did it take you so long to catch up? Gu Qin teased Li Shi, who was behind her. Li Shi coldly replied, speeding up to get ahead of Gu Qin. Are you angry? Gu Qin looked up at Li Shi, who was constantly accelerating. She stroked her chin, still unable to figure out why Li Zai's emotions had shifted. When he observed the two, returning the atmosphere around them heavy, as if they had quarreled, although they had coordinated well before. What happened? You two. Li Shi pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice filled with exhaustion. I'm a bit tired, Wenyi. Can you deal with these zombies? I've tried, but it doesn't work. They are controlled and act unconsciously. My ability level is not that high. Wenyi shook his head. Li Shi raised her hand, dropping a large bag of crystal cores onto the ground, forming a small mound that reflected a beautiful light in the sunlight. Wenyi, what is this? You can handle it however you want. Li Shi crossed her arms, snorting coldly. That's it. You all rest, I haven't had enough fun yet, so I'm going out for a stroll. Gu Qin clapped her hands, grabbing a piece of bread to stuff in her mouth, before getting up to leave, clearly not having sat down on the sofa or rested at all. Li Shi was taken aback, looking at Gu Qin with her eyes downcast, saying nothing, just gripping the doorframe tightly. When he understood what Gu Qin meant, and nodded, be careful, come back early. Gu Qin drove off, and the nearby zombies all moved toward her direction, gradually quieting the area around the house, and when he no longer sensed the presence of zombies. He was somewhat surprised, puzzled. He was also a zombie, yet he couldn't sense the attraction emanating from Gu Qin. Was it because he had self-awareness? But even when time hadn't rewound, he could still feel something insidious that attracted. So what was different this time? When he picked up a crystal core, absorbing it, his eyes closed as he pondered. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, realizing, this time the difference is that I didn't eat the corpses that turned into zombies. He had long been accustomed to drinking the potions developed by Gu Qin, and hadn't touched blood and flesh for a long time. So, this was the difference between him and those zombies. Gu Qin would attract zombies that had consumed blood and flesh. When he quickly conveyed this information to Gu Qin, who held her phone in one hand while steering with the other. Oh, that sounds quite fun. Is Li Shi asleep? You've absorbed those crystal cores, right? After all, your ability is quite impressive. When he picked up another crystal core, placing it in his palm, and quickly absorbed it. Alright, come back early. After leaving that line, he hung up the phone. The system crouched beside the door, watching Wenyi and Gu Qin talking on the phone. It shrank its head in fear, feeling a bit overwhelmed as it clutched its head and cried. One is an awakened, and the other is a zombie king. What am I going to do? How did the host end up with these people? This is bad, this is bad. My dear host, do you want to die? No, 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 I must get the host to the male lead. Only the male lead won't harm the host, and will protect him. I need to act quickly. The system burrowed back into Li Zai's room. There was a small lump on Li Zai's bed, but she was nowhere to be seen. She had buried herself completely in the blankets, feeling the warmth they provided. The blankets gently enveloped her, giving her a sense of security. She didn't want to leave Gu Qin. This was her first thought. Why did she think this way? In truth, Li Shi didn't know. So she was quite troubled, should she stay or go. She was somewhat indecisive, and even now she still didn't understand why she felt this way. Oh, so annoying. I can't take it anymore, I don't want to think. I need to sleep. Li Shi crawled out from under the covers, letting out a helpless wail. In the end, she threw the blanket over herself, leaving only her fluffy head exposed. Perhaps Li Shi was too tired. As soon as her eyelids closed, she fell into a dream. The system watched her sleep, raising its hand to summon a teleportation array that enveloped Li Shi. Soon her figure vanished without a trace. I'm sorry, host, but your safety is more important than anything else. The system looked at the empty room and whispered, who was talking? When he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the system, and spoke coldly. The system was startled and shrank its head into the teleportation array. When he felt something was off about Li Zai's room, he stepped forward and gently knocked a few times. Li Shi, are you there? There was no response. The silence, as if nothing were there. Li Shi. Excuse me. When Yi's ominous premonition grew stronger, he used his abilities to scan the room, only to find it was already empty. The half-open window swayed gently with the wind's melody. Gu Qin rushed back through the door. When he nodded, he had already pried open the locked door. Li Zai's bedroom. Li Shi is gone. Gu Qin rushed back through the door. When he nodded, he had already pried open the locked door. Li Zai's bedroom door was half open. The blankets were scattered on the bed, still warm to the touch. Yes. Gone. She was clearly here just a moment ago. I sensed something over there. It must have taken Li Shi away. So, Gu Qin suddenly remembered the system. Li Shi wouldn't leave on her own, or it must have been taken by the system, just like how she was once taken to the abilities research facility. We need to find Li Shi quickly. Gu Qin, without taking a break, turned to leave to find Li Zai's figure. When he grasped her arm, shaking his head. You're already very tired, you need to rest. Your eyes have turned a faint blue with deep blue whorls in your pupils. He repeated, you need to rest. You? Dizziness surged in Gu Qin's mind. She slapped her head, her vision slowly darkening, and she soon fell asleep, half leaning on Wen Yi. I'm sorry, Gu Qin, but you really are very tired. Wen Yi supported Gu Qin with both hands, speaking coldly. After absorbing so many crystal cores, his power level had risen. Now he could attack Gu Qin's mind to induce deep sleep. Li Shi would definitely search, but not now. Gu Qin hadn't rested for several hours. If this continued, her body would eventually collapse, even if she could create a fatigue-relieving potion for herself. Wen Yi stood up and walked into Li Zai's room, his gaze falling on the half-open window as he raised his hand to close it. His eyes landed on the zombies wandering nearby, and he spoke softly, leave. The zombies seemed to receive some commands, starting to wander in another direction, leaving the villa. After driving away the zombies, Wen Yi covered the entire villa with his abilities and began to gather the supplies and equipment they needed to take. By the time Gu Qin woke up, they could set off to find Li Shi. If time rewinds, that fool won't remember me, right? Wen Yi suddenly thought of Yi Jingxian. In the current timeline, they had long missed each other, and perhaps from now on they would have no further intersection. Forget it, I hope you survive. Wen Yi tucked the blanket around Gu Qin, and then turned off the light in her room. Gu Qin didn't know how long she had slept. When she woke up, her head was groggy, as if Li Shi had punched her. Wait, where is Li Shi? Regarding Li Zai's absence, she needed to find her. Gu Qin quickly crawled out of the room. She suddenly pushed open the door, and saw Wen Yi already dressed, a backpack slung over his back. His clothes had been altered to fit him a few sizes smaller, and although they were slightly large, they no longer looked like a sack. You're awake. Then let's go. Wen Yi shook the keys in his hand. Let's go. To find Li Shi. Gu Qin grabbed the bag from the floor and hurriedly left the villa. Wen Yi, can you sense where Li Shi is? Gu Qin turned the steering wheel, her foot pressing on the gas pedal as she looked at the empty streets and the zombies avoiding them. It seemed Wen Yi was controlling the zombies to keep them away, saving a lot of time. I can in. Wen Yi's voice trailed off. Gu Qin called out again, Wen Yi. There was still no response, the only sound being the engine of the car. Gu Qin glanced back and saw Wen Yi lying in the seat, his head tilted to one side, already unconscious. Gu Qin turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the bloodstained road. She almost forgot that Wen Yi was fainting from blood loss. It was indeed hard for him to accompany her out. Without Wen Yi to guide her, Gu Qin had no choice but to drive towards City S. If it was indeed the system's doing, then Li Shi should be near the male lead who was attending S University. Therefore, understanding Pei Zhe's route was the fastest way to find Li Shi. Gu Qin couldn't find Li Shi, but she stumbled upon Lei Long's team. While driving, she accidentally knocked aside a zombie attacking 073, crashing straight into the team, barely avoiding sending any members off. Xiao Ming, wielding a long knife, stormed up to the front of the car ready to hurl insults, but upon recognizing Gu Qin in the driver's seat, his words faltered and his anger swiftly dissipated. Oh, it's Gu Qin, then it's all good. Wait. Gu Qin. Gu Qin, what are you doing here? Xiao Ming shouted. Where's Gu Qin? When Bo Chi heard Gu Qin's name, he dropped his knife and walked over to Xiao Ming. Gu Qin rolled down her car window, rested her hand on the edge, and whistled. Hey, did you miss me? Of course. Bo Chi cheered enthusiastically. Xiao Ming. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead, sliding it down to cover his eyes. He couldn't bear to look utterly embarrassed. He almost forgot that Bo Chi was a fan of Gu Qin, but seeing her made him a bit happy. Well, in this apocalypse, how could one not be pleased to meet an acquaintance? Gu Qin, how did you end up here? Never mind, wherever you are is fine. I need to help, so you take care of yourself. Xiao Ming's hand tightened around the long knife, muscles bulging as he turned and ran towards the distant purple light ball. Bo Chi excitedly grasped Gu Qin's hand, then released it to grab his own long knife. Sorry, Gu Qin, the captain is in danger. I have to save him. With that, he chased after Xiao Ming. Gu Qin watched their figures, stroking her chin as she turned the steering wheel to follow. She wondered why she hadn't seen Lei Long. It turned out they had been separated. Even from a distance, she could hear the conversation between Xiao Ming and Bo Chi. Unfortunately, she didn't crash into Xiao Ming, but instead knocked several zombies aside. It seemed her driving skills needed improvement. Hey you two, when will this running end? Gu Qin caught up to them, parking her car sideways in front of them. Get in. Xiao Ming and Bo Qi exchanged glances and quickly got into the car. When they opened the door, they found someone lying in the seat, their head tilted to the side, seemingly unconscious. Xiao Ming twitched at the corner of his mouth, but still got in. Gu Qin, are you trafficking people? And what about Li Shi? Why haven't I seen her? You haven't seen Li Shi either? Gu Qin slammed the accelerator, heading straight for the dark purple glowing ball in the sky. Bo Qi shook his head, his voice gentle, but his fingers gripped the long knife tightly. I didn't see her. Did you lose track of each other? Yes, she's gone. Gu Qin sighed, feeling a bit melancholic as she shrugged. Gu Qin, it's so noisy. When he moved his fingers, slightly covering his head as he slowly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse, as if he had just woken up, but his eyes remained closed. You're awake. Gu Qin glanced at Wen Yi through the rearview mirror. Wen Yi nodded, pulling out a black cloth from his pocket to cover his eyes. What happened? Such strong energy fluctuations. Gu Qin turned left, there's a wall ahead. Wen Yi said coldly. A wall? Where's the wall? Xiao Ming looked ahead, seeing nothing but emptiness, confusedly speaking, alright. However, Gu Qin completely trusted Wen Yi. She spun the car in a drift and veered onto a patch of grass with no road. The car swayed back and forth, and Xiao Ming's head banged against the car window several times. Frustrated, he clenched his fists. Gu Qin, are you deliberately trying to get back at me? Ah, you found out. Gu Qin exclaimed, covering her mouth, then pointed at the house ahead, tapping the steering wheel. Go straight. When he spoke, got it. Gu Qin floored the accelerator, charging straight towards the house. Hey, Gu Qin, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We still need to save the captain. Xiao Ming instinctively raised his hand to protect the nearby boy. Bo Qi remained silent, but raised his hand behind Gu Qin, ready to shield her head if she were in danger. The car got closer to the house until it touched the wall and suddenly passed right through it. The house was intact, the car was intact, only their hearts raced. What just happened? Xiao Ming slowly opened one eye, staring in disbelief at the house behind them. Wen Yi, an illusion. What you saw was all fake. The terrain here has been altered long ago, which is why you couldn't find your captain. What? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Logically, you should have been with the captain, but being this far apart only means you fell into an illusion. Someone wants to separate you. Wen Yi continued until he noticed something and pointed. Found it over there. Gu Qin immediately parked, jumped out of the car with her scythe in hand, and dashed into a tall building, passing through the Xiao Ming and Bo Qi quickly followed. When he stayed in the car, not moving, his fingers lightly brushing over the black cloth over his eyes. Suddenly realizing something, he sharply looked up, his gaze darting to a dark figure standing in the tall building. Who is it? Wen Yi released his powers, but the dark figure suddenly glanced at him. Wen Yi's powers were instantly bounced back, causing blood to flow from his eyes, soaking the black cloth. Everything went dark. He ripped off the blood-soaked cloth. Tisk. His vision blurred by blood, he could see nothing when he knew he might have gone blind. His power level was not higher than the opponent's, and he had been rebounded by their abilities. He sat in the car, not moving, pulling a medical kit from under the seat and applying medicine to himself according to memory. Gu Qin charged into the building where a giant zombie was pounding something in the shattered hall. Crimson blood burst like fireworks in the air, filling the space with an unbearable stench. A broken long blade was embedded in the ground, and a piece of the ability team's cloak hung over the blade. Behind the giant zombie was a half-head, its body a dark green covered in blood, muscles bursting out, and its eye sockets partially destroyed, still pierced by that half-long blade. The ground was in disarray with fresh bloodstains hanging on the broken walls. Captain! Captain! See, Captain! Xiao Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his long blade and charged forward. Wait! Gu Qin reached out to stop him, but Xiao Ming shook her off. Leave me alone. I'm going to save the captain. Gu Qin pointed at the pit beneath Xiao Ming's feet and gently reminded him. No, I mean there's a pit under you. Xiao Ming. He lowered his head, his gaze shifting downward to his foot that had already stepped into empty air, and then, whoosh, he fell straight to the bottom of the pit. I told you there was a pit, yet you still ran down. Gu Qin shrugged. As she muttered, the massive zombie before them noticed her. It roared and charged toward her. So fragrant. The giant zombie murmured. Before Gu Qin could finish speaking, she swiftly retreated, spinning her scythe and plunging it into the wall beside her. Using it as leverage, she leaped to the highest point of the wall. The giant zombie roared in fury and turned to chase after her. Taking advantage of this moment, Bo Qi pulled Xiao Ming out of the deep pit. Together they ran toward the bloody crater left by the giant zombie. Inside lay a blurry mass of flesh no longer recognizable as human, stained with fragments of dark green camouflage fabric that had fused with the blood and gore. Captain! Xiao Ming fell to his knees. His arms trembled violently as 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. He reached out, clutching the blood-soaked fabric to his chest. Propping himself up with one hand, he turned his gaze and fixed it on the giant zombie. You motherfucker! I'm going to kill you! Xiao Ming shouted. White wings sprouted from his back like a bird spreading its wings, and he shot forward at incredible speed. Xiao Ming, calm down. Bo Qi said this, but he himself charged forward no slower than Xiao Ming. He had no superpowers, just an ordinary man, but that didn't mean his blade skills were weak. The giant zombie's gaze seemed fixated on Gu Qin. It punched the wall beneath her feet again and again. Keen's lips curled slightly. She squinted as she watched the cracks in the stone pillar beneath her grow wider until they reached her feet. She spun her scythe and drove it into the pillar. The wall instantly collapsed. Keen seized the chance to leap off the pillar, and the stones crashed onto the giant zombie, piling up like dominoes until it was buried under the debris, only half its head exposed. Xiaoming flapped his wings, plunged his blade into the exposed half of the head, and twisted it with vengeance, stabbing again and again. Blinded by hatred, he completely failed to notice that the building above was already unstable. A massive stone hung precariously above him, swaying back and forth as if it could fall at any moment. Watch out! Bo Chi threw down his long blade and lunged at Xiaoming, shoving him out of the way. He himself stood still, looking up at the falling stone. Too late. A bolt of purple lightning instantly erupted, shattering the enormous stone into powder that scattered over Bo Chi but did not crush him into pulp. Bo Chi, you're okay. Are you alright? Xiaoming flew to Bo Chi's side and followed the direction of the lightning. Thunder Dragon knelt on the ground, his arm raised, a wisp of black smoke curling from his fingertips. The air reeked of burnt flesh. He gasped for breath, his dark green camouflage uniform torn and tattered, revealing half of his abdomen wrapped in scars. Are you alright? Thunder Dragon spoke, his vision blurring. His arm grew too heavy to lift. His body tilted, and he collapsed toward the ground. Captain! Xiaoming flapped his wings and flew over, catching Thunder Dragon in his arms. He wiped the blood from Thunder Dragon's face. Captain! Are you okay, Captain? Such a serious wound. Keen withdrew her scythe and clasped her hands behind her back. With a mischievous air, she hopped over to Xiaoming. She crouched down, her gaze sweeping over Thunder Dragon's arm. A bloody ink-black claw mark caught her eye. The torn area had turned black and was spreading outward. Keen shook her head helplessly. He's been scratched. We'll have to cut off this arm. This? Xiaoming fell silent. He too noticed the scratch on the arm. Anyone scratched or bitten would be infected and turn into a zombie. To prevent the captain from turning, he had to act, but cutting off an arm. The captain. Xiaoming's hand gripped the blade, silent and conflicted. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Bo Chi patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. He crouched down, pried open Xiaoming's fingers, and took the long blade. Keen clicked her tongue and shook her head. Ah, that's the old way before you met me. She placed her hand on Thunder Dragon's wounded arm. A white light enveloped him. The bloody, mangled arm began to regenerate. The claw mark vanished, replaced by wheat-colored skin. The scars on his waist also disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Thunder Dragon's brow twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiaoming embracing him with tears streaming down his face. Bo Chi also smiled with relief. Seeing that his team members were safe, Thunder Dragon let out a sigh of relief. Captain, we owe it all to Keen this time. Xiaoming turned to look at Keen. She had already fainted and lay on the ground. A cyan green snake coiled around her, protecting her. The small snake flicked its tongue, its head adorned with a silver crown. Xiaoming stared at this scene, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He spread his wings and glared at the vine snake. Keen, what's wrong with you? Hey, who are you? Let Keen go, or he'll cut you down. The vine snake flicked its tail and said with some annoyance, why are you so fierce? Keen overexerted her powers and passed out. I'm protecting her. If it weren't for Keen suddenly losing consciousness, and these three people here being all old, weak, and sick, aging Thunder Dragon, frail Bo Chi, and brainless Xiaoming, it wouldn't have shown itself. A snake, eh? A talking snake? Xiaoming's face was full of terror. He spread his wings and shielded Thunder Dragon and Bo Chi behind him. What are you? Foolish human. If Keen hadn't exhausted all her powers to save your captain, she wouldn't have fainted. You should be grateful to know Keen. The three humans and the snake were still talking. Roar. A furious roar shook the earth and the mountains. The gigantic zombie broke through the pile of stones, standing up with a long knife from Xiaoming still embedded in half of its head, its eyeball dangling grotesquely outside, eerie and terrifying. It fixed its bloody lips on Keen, muttering, so fragrant. Must eat. Like it was possessed, it charged towards the fainted Keen. Bo Chi, Xiaoming, prepare for battle. The Thunder Dragon propped himself up, unleashing lightning towards the gigantic zombie, which took the powerful current heat in without a scratch. Seemingly immune to pain, it charged straight towards Keen. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The vine snake coiled around Keen, lifting itself and crawling away, navigating through layers of buildings until it reached outside. Xiaoming soared in the air, pulling out the long blade from the gigantic zombie's head, then riding on its back, he plunged the blade in once more. I want. The zombie violently threw Xiaoming off, striding towards the vine snake, and Keen completely ignoring Bo Chi and the Thunder Dragon. Bo Chi, with a long knife in his mouth, glanced at the half-red cloth hanging in the air and hurried over, using his feet to push off the wall, leaping forward in a few steps. He grabbed the red cloth, swinging it in the air, catching the flying Xiaoming. Xiaoming flapped his wings in the air, hugging Bo Chi's waist, then, with a sudden thrust, pushed Bo Chi away. Bo Chi, clutching the red cloth, flew towards the gigantic zombie. The Thunder Dragon pressed his hand to the ground, directing purple electricity into the earth, forming a purple cage that blocked the gigantic zombie's path. Yet the gigantic zombie continued its pursuit of Keen, stepping right over the cage. A lightning was ineffective against it, as it felt no pain, strangely fixated on Keen. Bo Chi, seizing the opportunity while the Thunder Dragon slowed the gigantic zombie's speed, swiftly pulled the red cloth down to cover the zombie's face. He turned to adjust his position, wrapping the red cloth around the long knife, and then stabbing it into the zombie's back. The zombie halted, the red cloth obscuring its vision completely. As it could no longer see the direction of Gu Qin, it stood rigidly in place, exuding an air of confusion despite its concealed face. Hurry up. The Thunder Dragon waved his hand, leading Xiao Ming and Bo Chi away, while the gigantic zombie was momentarily dazed. Gu Qin lay on the ground, Wen Yi sitting beside her. Gu Qin's head rested on Wen Yi's lap, blood dripping continuously from her eyes. The vine snake coiled around the two, its head drooping to the ground, small wounds scattered across its body, likely from fleeing. Hearing footsteps, the vine snake looked warily towards the direction of the mall as the Thunder Dragon and the others ran out. Wen Yi also heard the sounds, and asked Vine Snake who was coming. It's a friend. The Vine Snake relaxed its vigilance, knowing that Gu Qin would exhaust her powers to heal the Thunder Dragon. Perhaps they could refer to the Thunder Dragon as a friend. A friend, huh? Wen Yi couldn't see anything, nor could he use his powers, but it seemed that even without his abilities he could fend off some zombies, leaving the area surprisingly empty of undead. Wen Yi spoke to the air. Can you drive? What's wrong with your eyes? Xiao Ming was the first to notice Wen Yi's eyes. They're blind. Wen Yi said calmly, offering no further explanation. He heard a noise and threw the car keys towards the sound drive. Bo Chi caught the car keys and turned to exchange a glance with the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon nodded. Let's go back to... He approached the Vine Snake, picking up the unconscious Gu Qin, while Xiao Ming helped Wen Yi up. Bo Chi drove the car, following his memories, breaking through the illusion and heading towards the camp. The camp was nestled in the forest with several tents set up. Some survivors temporarily resided here along with remaining members of Team 073. One of the team members immediately became alert, crouching in the bushes with a gun as he spotted the unfamiliar vehicle approaching. As soon as he recognized who was driving, he quickly stood up and called out, Bo Chi. It's Bo Chi back. The others from Team 073, who had been hiding nearby, emerged from the bushes to greet the vehicle rushing towards the camp. The car stopped near the camp, and Bo Chi got out, opening the car door. The Thunder Dragon carried Gu Qin down, his clothes tattered and stained with blood, yet he remained unharmed. Xiao Ming helped Wen Yi slowly follow behind the Thunder Dragon. Be careful. Thunder Team. Everything is normal. A member of Team 073 saluted, staring at the fainted Gu Qin, then asked what happened to her. She fainted from overexerting her powers. I'll take her to the tent and notify everyone for a meeting shortly. The Thunder Dragon walked forward, placing Gu Qin in the tent, just as a middle-aged woman emerged from another tent, noticing the scene. Oh dear, where did this girl come from? She's truly beautiful. The Thunder Dragon said, you saw, please take care of her. Lu Yu smiled and waved her hand. Oh, how could I refuse something Thunder Team entrusted to me? After settling Gu Qin, the Thunder Dragon hurriedly gathered all members of Team 073 for a meeting. How much food do we have left? Only enough for a day. A member of Team 073 said, what should we do, Captain? There are too many survivors. Even if we find more food, it will run out and seeds take time to grow. Another member of Team 073 added. The Thunder Dragon's fingers tightened. He certainly knew that his last food search had nearly cost him his life. If he hadn't hidden away and Gu Qin had not appeared to heal him, he might have become one of the zombies. What was the result of the report? Will the Power Organization send someone to support us? The Thunder Dragon looked at Bo Chi. Bo Chi shook his head, indicating he had received no news. Another member of Team 073, distressed, tugged at his hair, muttering, it's been 3 days, yet there's still no news. Do you think they have given up on us? Hey, that's a Power Organization. How could they abandon their teammates? If you keep whining like this, I'll gouge your eyes out. Do you believe it? Xiao Ming stood up, shaking his fist, as if to hit that team member. Xiao Ming, sit down. After a long silence, the Thunder Dragon finally spoke. Xiao Ming pouted, crossing his arms, sitting on the ground with an expression of discontent. The atmosphere instantly turned cold until a beam of light shone into the tent, and a figure pushed aside the tent flap and entered. Are we going to look for supplies? The first thing Gu Qin did upon waking was to look for Wen Yi. She quickly propped herself up and saw Wen Yi sitting beside her, his eyes wrapped in gauze slightly stained with red blood. What happened to your eyes? Gu Qin gently lifted her hand to touch Wen Yi's eyes. They were sitting facing each other, but Wen Yi remained indifferent. He calmly replied, after you all left, someone stood on the building. I wanted to see, but I was backfired. It should be that I'm blind now. You've worked hard. Stay by my side next time. A white light emerged from Gu Qin's fingertips, floating over Wen Yi's eyes and merging into them. Wen Yi felt as if his eyes were bathed in warm sunlight. As the gauze fell away, he slowly opened his eyes, his light blue irises sparkling. How does it feel? Gu Qin smiled and held up 3 fingers. Is this 1 or 2? This is a vow. Wen Yi raised his hand to lower Gu Qin's fingers, the corners of his lips curling into a barely perceptible arc. It felt wonderful to see the light. So, where's this? Gu Qin looked at the dark green military tent, which contained only a few sleeping bags. The sunlight could only filter through a small white window beside it. She nodded in satisfaction. This tent is perfect for camping, with spacious enough. We can all stay here and tell ghost stories at midnight to see who gets scared first. Then Xiao Yanqin will probably crawl into Lu Qingshi's sleeping bag. When he chuckled softly, seemingly recalling something, and added, after the apocalypse ends we can make up for the camping trip. Okay, let's bring Lishi along too. Gu Qin was filled with energy and determination, rolling up her sleeves, as if ready to go full throttle. So, where's this? Gu Qin still felt a bit dazed as she had only taken a nap. How did she end up here? This is the base of the 073 ability team, and some survivors live here as well. When he explained, Lu Yu pushed open the curtain, holding an iron basin filled with clear water and a white towel. Seeing Gu Qin sitting up, she exclaimed, "Oh, little girl, you're awake. Who are you?" Gu Qin smiled, and stood up, taking the iron basin from Lu Yu, and placing it on the ground before shaking Lu Yu's hand. Lu Yu, a survivor here. You can call me Yusao, everyone does. Team Lei asked me to take good care of you. Lu Yu patted Gu Qin's hand, smiling amiably. Your little boyfriend is very concerned about you. Even though he is injured, he insists on staying by your side. Oh my, has your eyesight improved, young man? You saw he is not my boyfriend, he is my brother. Gu Qin placed her hand on Lu Yu, smiling sweetly. Yes, his eyes just can't handle bright light, which is why he has the— Gu Qin spoke without hesitation, spinning a tail, while Wen Yi quietly watched. Had he not known the details, he might have believed Gu Qin's nonsense. He found it hard to understand how Gu Qin could talk to anyone so easily. Lu Yu giggled at Gu Qin's antics, pulling her down to sit. Little girl, you saw really likes you. If it weren't for this disaster, I would have loved to introduce you to some nice young men. Oh, you saw, you are too kind. I'm not into boys, they don't suit me. Gu Qin smiled, and continued to banter. Little Yusa could help you find someone as long as you tell her what type you like, Lu Yu said, patting Gu Qin's hand with ease. No wonder she's called Yusa, it turns out she's like the matchmaker. He remained silent, his fingertips slightly lifted and blue strands of spiritual energy quietly extended, enveloping the entire 073 camp. With 63 survivors and 17 members, a total of 70 people, there were no zombies nearby, and it was sufficiently remote, but Gu Qin had a physique that attracted zombies. They couldn't stay here for long, or else the 073 team and the survivors would all be affected. Gu Qin, we need to leave. Wen Yi stood up, interrupting the two's conversation. Gu Qin's expression darkened as she stood up and bowed to Lu Yu. Thank you for taking care of me, Yusa. We have to leave now. Oh, girl, aren't you also a survivor? You could just wait here for rescue. Team Lei will protect us. Lu Yu looked anxious as she saw Gu Qin wanting to leave. She had witnessed the terrifying sight of those wandering zombies. Leaving here would be like sending them to their doom. Team Lei, where are they? Gu Qin stood up straight and asked. As Gu Qin walked in, she happened to overhear the 073 team arguing about food shortages. She pushed the curtain aside and entered, breaking the cold atmosphere. Are you going to look for supplies? Wen Yi followed behind her, remaining silent. The gauze on his face had long been removed, his light blue eyes sparkling like gemstones. You're awake. Lei Long saw Gu Qin appear before him, and quickly propped himself up. The other members of the 073 team stood up as well. Sorry we embarrassed you. Lei Long scratched his head, his tough guy image faltering slightly. Wen Yi retracted his ability and said, there are 63 survivors and 17 members, 5 of whom are ordinary people. The remaining food is enough for one more day. Hey, how do you know that? Shouted the panicking team member, pointing at Wen Yi. Qiao Ming, unusually silent, raised a hand to pat the panicked member's shoulder. It's fine, he's one of us. Gu Qin stepped forward a few steps, protecting Wen Yi behind her. She stroked her chin, glancing over at Lei Long, completely ignoring the 073 team member who had pointed at Wen Yi earlier. The situation is quite dire. Lei Long. He called him by his name. Qiao Ming remained silent, his gaze shifting to Lei Long, waiting for his decision. Miss Gu, we would like to cooperate with you. Lei Long spoke, looking at Gu Qin with a pleading expression. Cooperate? What can we gain from this? Gu Qin crossed her arms, coolly looking at Lei Long. She and Wen Yi lacked nothing. If Lei Long wanted to discuss cooperation, she would consider what they could gain, but out of kindness, she couldn't just agree. Hey, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the captain bringing you back while you were unconscious, you would have long become one of the zombies. Another 073 team member retorted angrily. Qiao Ming, who had been silent, finally exploded. Kong Chung, shut up. After a long silence, Qiao Ming exploded, startling Kong Chung, who never expected Qiao Ming would tell them to be quiet. Oh, if your captain owes me a favor because of this. If it weren't for me, your captain would have long become one of the zombies. Isn't Lei Long the clearest about why I fainted? Gu Qin lightly tapped her arm with her fingertips, a slight smirk on her lips, yet her eyes were filled with disdain. Lei Long pressed his lips together, feeling at a loss, having been saved by Gu Qin time and again. If it weren't for her, he truly wouldn't have returned this time. Moreover, Qiao Ming and Bo Qi were also saved by her, and she could give nothing to Gu Qin. Miss Gu is right, I indeed have nothing to offer. The only life that belongs to me is this one. Oh, if Miss Gu wishes, she can take it anytime. Captain, no way. Absolutely not. Kong Chung shouted from the side, and Qiao Ming, unable to bear it, directly raised his hand to cover Kong Cheng's mouth, whispering in her ear, this is what we owe them. Captain, even my life is fine. Qiao Ming shouted, mine can be taken too. Bo Qi added, oh, so many. It's a pity I only want Lei Long's. Gu Qin lowered her eyes, her expression cold, her voice devoid of emotion, as she opened her hands before Lei Long. I agree to this deal. May our cooperation be pleasant. Pleasant cooperation, Lei Long said as he reached out exchanging one of his lives for the lives of 69 others which was worth it. So, when will Miss Gu kill me? Lei Long asked. Who knows? Gu Qin retracted her hand. Bo Chi Xiaoming follow me. When he keep up. Coming Bo Chi followed while Xiaoming released his grip on Kong Chung. He quickly walked to Bo Chi's side. We'll be back before 7 a.m. tomorrow. Gu Qin waved her hand, and when he snapped his fingers enveloping the entire camp with his abilities, he would sense any trace of zombie presence. Gu Qin led the group away and Lei Long breathed a sigh of relief as he watched them leave commanding the members of Team 073 behind him to complete their protective work. Gu Qin leaned against the passenger seat, her hands cradling her head, her long legs crossed, in a languid posture. Bo Chi was driving, his expression heavy and silent. Xiaoming was unusually silent, glancing at the relaxed Gu Qin, unsure of what to think. He used his abilities to search for directions, sensing Li Zai's location, while helping Team 073 gather supplies. Strange. When he furrowed his brows slightly, Gu Qin straightened up and asked, what's wrong? The entire city is shrouded in an illusion. When he said, pointing to a large tree on the left, crash into it. Bo Chi turned the wheel and accelerated toward the tree. The front of the car did not shatter, but instead passed straight through. The moment the car touched the tree, the surroundings instantly changed, transforming into an entire desert, with raging sand whipped by a hurricane wave after wave. Sand pounded heavily against the car windows, producing a bang-bang sound devoid of any human presence, only a chilling silence. This is... Gu Qin squinted at the sky full of yellow sand, curiously stroking her chin. An illusion? It is, and it isn't, when he shook his head, continuing. This place is both real and unreal. Here I cannot sense any presence. Then why did you have Bo Chi crash into it? Xiaoming weakly complained. I was just curious, when he said without conviction. Since we are here, let's go down and take a look. Gu Qin stretched lazily, unbuckling her seatbelt and preparing to get out of the car. Xiaoming took a deep breath, his lips half-parted, as if he had something to say, but couldn't find the words. Are you trying to ask about Lei Long? Gu Qin glanced at Xiaoming through the rearview mirror, curious to see this rare expression on his face. It was interesting. Xiaoming pressed his lips together tightly, his fingertips gripping his sleeve, mustering the courage to ask, Are you really going to kill the captain? What would I kill him for? Gu Qin shrugged nonchalantly, saying, in the apocalypse, life is the least valuable thing, and yet the most valuable at the same time. I'm not interested in killing you, I just want to make sure we get something from this transaction. Xiaoming listened to Gu Qin's words, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Gu Qin. You have such a sentimental side to you. Gu Qin shook her head, pushing the car door open and stepping out. The fierce wind whipped at her clothes, and the yellow sand blurred her vision. Xiaoming and Bo Chi followed closely behind while He was the slowest to exit. He had just used his abilities to mark a point in the car, so they could return along the anchor point after leaving. Gu Qin transformed a vine snake into ropes, wrapping it around several people. Let's go this way, we won't get lost. He took the lead. He walked in front with Xiaoming behind him. This way, if he encountered danger, Xiaoming could immediately use his wings to take him away. Gu Qin and Bo Chi brought up the rear. The four-person temporary team moved slowly through the desert. He took out a piece of black gauze from his pocket and tied it over his eyes to search for direction. The yellow sand could harm his eyes, and if his eyes were injured, his abilities would fail. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. Xiaoming, dazzled, couldn't see clearly and accidentally bumped into He's back, almost causing him to stumble. Are you okay, He? If you weren't stepping on my foot, I think I would be fine. He said coldly, placing his hand in the air as if he felt something, then raised his hand and pressed down. The ground instantly began to shake. Xiaoming immediately spread his wings, lifting He into the air. A gust of wind blew and he couldn't find his balance, flailing like a kite caught in the wind. Bo Chi also struggled to stand firm, gripping the rope with both hands, pulling downwards, trying to drag Xiaoming and He down. But the wind was too strong, pulling him several meters away. The ground continued to tremble, quicksand sinking ahead as a palace rose from the ground. Gu Qin crouched down, hugging the lion leg in front of the palace. The rope tightened behind Bo Chi, allowing him to regain his balance, and then he used all his strength to pull and Xiaoming down from the air. Next time I need to fly a lighter kite. Gu Qin released her grip, wiping non-existent sweat as she sighed. Xiaoming, are you okay? Bo Chi looked at the somewhat shaken Xiaoming and reached out to pat his face. I'm fine. So what exactly did you create? Gu Qin gazed at the desert palace rising from the flat ground. Its ochre-thick walls topped with crescent-shaped domes, the towering stone gate, half open, as if beckoning them inside. It resembled the millennia-old bones of the desert, yet held a pool of flowing gold. The wind swept sand against the walls, carving countless fine grooves, yet the palace remained resilient and unyielding, like the heart of the desert, silently hidden amidst the dead stillness. There's someone inside. He pointed at the desert palace before them. I can't see or sense directions, but I can clearly smell a familiar presence in there. Smell? Xiaoming squinted at He, curiosity piqued as he stepped closer. What's your ability? You can see through illusions, sniff out people, and even drive away zombies. Secret. He brushed past Xiaoming and entered the palace, offering no explanation. Gu Qin understood well enough. After all, being a zombie made sensitivity to human scent perfectly normal. Still she was curious, who could this familiar person that Xiao Ming mentioned be? Let's go follow him. Gu Qin waved at Bo Qi and Xiao Ming. Without further questions the two exchanged a glance. The desert palace was a labyrinth utterly devoid of light. After a few steps when he placed his hand on the wall groping until his fingertips pressed gently against a stone slab. Instantly torches on both sides of the stone wall flared to life, illuminating the pitch-black hall. The firelight was dim, flickering intermittently against the walls, casting the shadows of Gu Qin and her companions in blurred, indistinct forms. Is it really not an illusion? Xiao Ming instinctively reached out to touch the wall, marveling at its tangible reality. Don't move. When he had just begun to warn Xiao Ming, when the stone wall behind them suddenly sank inward, unleashing dozens of hidden arrows. Gu Qin spun her scythe, instantly appearing before the two, deflecting every arrow to the ground. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Ming quickly stepped back, only for the stone slab beneath his foot to loosen, as if he had triggered something. A sharp crack echoed. The palace began to tremble and torrents of sand poured from above. Gu Qin swung her scythe, and the vine serpent instantly transformed into a giant snake. She leaped onto it, pulling Wen Yi aboard. Xiao Ming and Bo Qi spotted the familiar serpent. Bo Qi spread his wings, carrying Xiao Ming as he flew alongside the vine snake. Wen Yi released his ability, and a mental map of the entire desert palace unfolded in his mind, rapidly calculating the fastest escape route. The vine snake's expression was complex as it flicked its tongue, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Why is it always about running away? I really don't want to run anymore. Then go get buried in sand like a fool. Gu Qin leaned against its silver scales, yawning lazily, exuding an air of utter relaxation. One might think she was on vacation rather than fleeing for her life. How can you be so carefree? Xiao Ming flew to her side, spinning midair, unable to resist, teasing her about her. If death's meant to catch you, there's no escape. If you're meant to survive, you won't die. Gu Qin propped her chin on her hand, turning over to face Xiao Ming, who was being carried by Bo Qi. Bo Qi suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Oh, is that so? Hey, Bo Qi, don't listen to. As Xiao Ming spoke, he dodged a falling boulder. Layers of yellow sand swirled through the air, gradually blurring their vision. Coughing, he flew out of the sandy haze, only to find that Gu Qin and Wen Yi had vanished. Behind them, the pursuing sand had also ceased. Separated. Gu Qin. Wen Yi. Where are you? Xiao Ming's pupils trembled as he shouted, but there was no response. Bo Qi's expression darkened as well. The sand had completely obscured his vision, leaving him unable to track where Gu Qin and Wen Yi had gone. Even they themselves couldn't orient themselves. Without Wen Yi as their guide, merely surviving in this palace was a monumental challenge. This was truly a dire situation. As the two pondered their next move, a beam of light shone toward them. Li Shi held a flashlight. Bo Qi, Xiao Ming, guided by Wen Yi, the vine serpent swiftly located the exit. The snake led the two into the palace's interior. A vast hall stretching endlessly, littered with bottles and jars with mounds of sand accumulated around. Tall stone bricks were stacked high, and at the center lay a tiered altar. At the altar's heart crouched a snow-white tiger. Its soft fur cascaded down immaculate, without a single blemish. Its broad skull and powerful jaws were flanked by ears tipped in pink, perked to catch the faintest sound. A thick, strong tail slapped the ground, rhythmically stirring up fine sand. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if awaiting something. Wen Yi stared at the white tiger before him. His pupils contracted and a faint, aching pain pulsed in his eyes. There was no mistake. This was the one that had blinded him. He turned to his companion. Gu Qin. Rarely did Wen Yi show such a hesitant, worried expression. Gu Qin instantly understood that this white tiger was no ordinary being. She leaped off the vine serpent without stepping into the hall's depths. The vine serpent coiled its tail around her hand, fixating on the tiger, as it explained, Gu Qin, be careful. That's one of the 5 divine artifacts, Tiger's Roar. It's the most dangerous and uncontrollable of them all. It refused to obey our creator's orders, deeming humans weak and unworthy of its aid. Gu Qin nodded. In the underground research facility, she had learned that the gods created the divine artifacts to protect humanity, but not all artifacts followed divine will. Such was the case with the Tiger's Roar before them. 5 divine artifacts. I've never heard of them before. Wen Yi stepped beside Gu Qin, stroking his chin as he observed the resting Tiger's Roar, careful not to unleash his ability recklessly. Just one glance had blinded him. What would happen if it used its full power? He and Gu Qin would be torn to shreds. With a loud crack, the gate on the left side of Gu Qin and Wen Yi slowly swung open. A figure charged through, carrying someone on its back. They sprinted at breakneck speed, chased by a blaze of sparks. So hot, so hot, so hot. Xiao Yanqin sprinted with Gao Ji on his back, his speed swift, as if he were treading on the wind, while fierce sparks erupted behind him. Hot, 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 hot. Xiao Yanqin shouted with his eyes closed as the scorching heat of the floor burned his feet. Gao Ji crouched on his back, his eyes shining as his abilities found a way out. Just as they shifted into the front hall, the stone door behind them slammed shut, engulfed in a shower of sparks, yet it was blocked by the heavy stone door. Xiao Yanqin, Gao Ji, Gu Qin recognized their figures and put down the vine snake she was holding. Xiao Yanqin dropped Gao Ji from his back and leaped forward, embracing Gu Qin tightly. Whoa, I miss you so much. He rubbed his head against Gu Qin's shoulder, then reached out, and pulled Wen-Yi into the embrace as well. Wen-Yi, you are here too. That's wonderful. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to go camping? Why is time reversed? And what about the apocalypse? Wasn't it said that your potion had already gotten us through the crisis? Xiao Yanqin saw Gu Qin, and his excited chatter drowned out Gao Ji. You really remember? Wen-Yi raised his hand to tuck the stray hair from Xiao Yanqin's forehead behind his ear. Held by Xiao Yanqin, his face pressed closed, tears mixed with the heat of his emotions. His expression grew complex. Gao Ji, who was left out, said, "Just throw it away after use, Xiao Yanqin." Xiao Yanqin released his grip, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and smiled apologetically at Gao Ji. "I'm fine, magnanimous, so I won't hold it against you." Gao Ji sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and raised a hand proudly. Gu Qin smiled slightly, walking over to help him up. "Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yanqin." She knew very well that Xiao Yanqin's presence here was likely due to Gao Ji's efforts, yet Xiao Yanqin and Gao Ji shouldn't be at the Ability Academy, right? With confusion, Gu Qin's gaze swept over Gao Ji. He had large burns on his back, evidently from their escape earlier. No wonder he said he smelled a familiar scent. It turned out to be a real acquaintance. This zombie's sense of smell is really sharp. Gu Qin gave Wen-Yi a thumbs up. He's also my classmate. Gao Ji clutched his shoulders, snorting coldly. He accidentally pulled at the wound on his back and gasped in pain. "When you close your eyes." Gu Qin inexplicably said something. Gao Ji's abilities swept over her, discovering a strange energy cluster surrounding her. "You have abilities now." "No way." Gao Ji couldn't discern what abilities Gu Qin possessed. The energy cluster was too chaotic, igniting his curiosity. He couldn't help but step closer to her. "You are really interesting, Gu Qin. Your gaze is making me uneasy." Gu Qin pouted, seizing the opportunity while Gao Ji leaned and she tugged at the burn on his back, yanked his shirt, and ripped it off without hesitation. "Damn you. Gu Qin, are you crazy yet?" Gao Ji yelped as the wound was torn, flying back. This was the first time Gu Qin saw Gao Ji fly. She held up the charred clothing, blood dripping from it. "I haven't seen you in a while, thought I'd give you a surprise." Gu Qin dropped the clothes in her hand, seized Gao Ji's arm, and pressed her fingers directly on the wound on his back. A white light surged from her palm, flowing directly into Gao Ji's back. Gao Ji was healed, but he was not happy. "Your ability is healing. Why didn't you say so sooner?" He shot a glare at Gu Qin, full of disdain for her annoying presence. He really couldn't like Gu Qin. "Aren't you able to see other people's abilities?" Gu Qin asked curiously. She remembered Gao Ji could see through abilities. Why didn't he know what her ability was? "I told you you're very special. I couldn't see your abilities from the beginning, and now you have this mixed energy cluster that I still can't see clearly." Gao Ji pouted, wrapping himself in Xiao Yanqin's coat. The playfulness and curiosity in his eyes turned to hatred. Gu Qin was utterly detestable. Gu Qin listened to Gao Ji's words, her fingertips gently brushing the sleeve. The reason Gao Ji couldn't discern his abilities before was that she hadn't had any. Now the reason he couldn't see was that her abilities were not chosen by a deity, but were self-developed and awakened. It seemed these two abilities were not the same. Gu Qin thought, suddenly realizing something, and asked, "Why are you? By the way, where's Han Cheng? Doesn't he often hang out with you?" When Xiao Yanqin mentioned this, he grew angry, sitting down heavily on the ground, his cheeks puffed with frustration. After the apocalypse, the Ability Academy was sealed. The principal wanted to evacuate all the students for support during the apocalypse, but the Ability Organization stopped them. They did not allow any students to leave, and even imprisoned the principal. "I wanted to contact you in Shirgu, but found I couldn't reach you. So I secretly brought the new students out with a teleportation array, and then we scattered. Gao Ji and I ended up in S City. We were doing fine until we suddenly got caught up in this palace, and then..." Gu Qin chuckled, patting Xiao Yanqin's shoulder. She glanced at Gao Ji with a mischievous smile. "And then we got our butts burned." Scram. Gao Ji snorted coldly, sitting on the ground, one eye open, and one closed, glancing at Wen-Yi, who was quietly pretending to be a mushroom. His golden eyes darkened instantly. "You? Are you a zombie?" Wen-Yi remained silent. He had already noticed that the boy named Gao Ji possessed a mental type ability, so it wasn't surprising for him to know what he was. "Gu Qin, you've brought back quite the character this time." Gao Ji's interest was palpable. It was truly fascinating that all the people around Gu Qin were a bunch of monsters. "He doesn't eat people, so you don't need to worry." Gu Qin stepped forward to block Gao Ji's view. "No, don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about him. Can I analyze you? As a zombie with self-awareness and possessing a mental type ability like mine, you are even more interesting than Gu Qin." Gao Ji's lips curled into a smile as he squinted, his gaze sweeping over Wen-Yi with an aggressive air. "Do as you like." Wen-Yi merely replied coldly. Gu Qin shook her head, raised 4 fingers, and then slowly bent them. Gu Qin shook her head, holding up 4 fingers, and then slowly bending them. Xiao Yanqin did not understand what it meant, scratching his head, and saying, "Huh? Bending 4. Gu Qin sighed, patting Xiao Yanqin's shoulder with a bit of frustration. "I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. Now look, you can't even do this." "But senior, ever since you and Brother Sher left, I've been first in every exam, and even became the president of the student council." Before Xiao Yanqin could finish, Gu Qin reached out and covered his mouth. "All right, enough. No one is asking you." "No one cares," Gu Qin said with a guilty look. "Oh. Senior, don't you care about me?" Xiao Yanqin's eyes turned slightly red, his fingertips gently pinching the hem of his clothes, looking at Gu Qin with a pitiful gaze. Of course I care about you, but I don't care about your grades. Your happiness is what matters most. Gu Qin coughed and quickly patted Xiao Yanqin's shoulder several times. Wow. I knew Senior was the best. Xiao Yanqin was so flattered that he wagged his tail, almost circling around Gu Qin. Meanwhile, Gao Ji had finished analyzing when his expression, one of surprise excitement, gleaming in his eyes. You are different from other zombies, I mean in every way. You are truly pure, devoid of any impurities. I really admire you. So what do you say? Do you want to join the Yusong Club? Wen Yi shook her head. Thank you for your confession, but I want to follow Gu Qin. Gu Qin, hearing her name mentioned in their conversation, rested her arm on Xiao Yanqin's shoulder, grinning broadly. That's not fair, Gao Ji. Why are you trying to steal my person? If you come back with me, you'll regret it. When Gao Ji's eyelashes drooped slightly, and upon hearing Wen Yi's firm answer, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, do as you please. He had already received answers to his curiosity about Wen Yi, and her decision was none of his concern. Gu Qin. Gao Ji turned to Gu Qin, his eyes glowing faintly golden, passing through her to focus on the approaching tiger roar. Where did this tiger come from? The moment Gao Ji analyzed tiger roar, its eyes suddenly opened wide, and a fierce mental shock surged towards him. Gao Ji managed to withstand it, though blood seeped from the corner of his eye, and the surrounding sandstorm seemed to be stirred by the shockwave floating in the air. Tiger roar. One of the divine artifacts. A product of the spiritual realm. Divine beings. Interesting, very interesting. He knew about divine artifacts. Gu Qin had a similar hairpin before, which was also a divine artifact. Now encountering another one, his curiosity piqued once again. Gao Ji unleashed all his powers to block this mental attack. A mere human can withstand my mental shock. Who gave you the courage? Tiger roar stood up, raising its head and letting out a furious roar. The intense sound waves blew Xiao Yanqin off balance, making him sit on the ground. Wen Yi was not idle either. She raised her hand, transforming her powers into a protective barrier around them to counter the mental shock from Tiger Roar's attack. Gu Qin patted Xiao Yanqin's shoulder, grabbing her scythe and rushing out, her fingers tightly gripping the weapon. She moved swiftly, almost instantaneously appearing behind Tiger Roar. Vine Snake, you really are a human's dog. Tiger Roar glanced at the scythe in Gu Qin's hand, snorting coldly and raising its paw to unleash a massive wave of claw winds towards her. Knowing she couldn't withstand this attack, Gu Qin plunged the scythe into a crack in the stone, stepping on it to leap into the air, dodging the claw winds. It's a snake, not a dog. But you have a dog face. Gu Qin flew in the air, raising her hand, as the vine snake transformed into a small serpent winding around her arm, then morphing into a red fist. She swung her fist down, striking Tiger Roar's head, forcing it down to the ground. Gu Qin flipped over and mounted Tiger Roar's neck, raining punches upon it. Tisk! Gao Ji's eyes began to ache, his vision blurring. He covered one eye with his hand, using his fingertips to pry it open, and stared at Tiger Roar, so close. Almost there. Even while battling the distraction and Gu Qin, the mental attack showed no sign of weakening, truly one of the divine artifacts. Let me borrow this. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Gao Ji turned to see Wen Yi nodding with a serious expression, visual sharing. With those words, Gu Qin's eyes turned blue as if seeing from a divine perspective, and her vision became clear. She turned to look at Wen Yi, who had his eyes tightly closed, his hand resting on Gao Ji's shoulder. Gao Ji covered one eye, his golden gaze reflecting Tiger Roar's figure. Amaterasu. Gu Qin imitated Gao Ji, placing her hand over her left eye. Get lost. Gu Qin, are you crazy? His weakness is his eyes, not mine. Why are you attacking me for nothing? Gao Ji cursed angrily. Oh. Gu Qin withdrew her hand, and while they were chatting, a sudden slap came towards her. Just as it seemed she would be pinned down, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Gu Qin, raising his hand to pick her up. Senior. Xiao Yanqin, holding Gu Qin, dodged the claw strike. His speed was so fast that it left an afterimage behind. A bunch of ants still have the time to chat. Tiger Roar's pupils trembled slightly, and with a furious roar the desert palace shook violently, grains of sand cascading down to form small hills. The ground under Xiao Yanqin's feet suddenly began to drop. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing to jump off the falling floor, when a wave of dizziness hit him, causing his movements to stall for a few seconds. The barrier is broken. This is bad. When he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, covering his mouth as the blood flowed through his fingers. Looking at the bright red blood, he fainted. Hey, are you okay? Gao Ji retracted his powers, turned around, and picked up Wen Yi to flee. Several arrows flew towards them, striking where Gao Ji and Wen Yi had just been, barely missing them. Senior, we're falling. Seeing himself descend faster and faster, Xiao Yanqin gritted his teeth and threw Gu Qin away, while he himself continued to fall towards the ground. Xiao Yanqin. Gu Qin lay on the stone bricks, trying to reach out to pull Xiao Yanqin from his fall, when suddenly a massive stone fell from above. True love descends. Li Shi rushed over, wielding the unique long knife of the special ability team, and directly chopped the stone on Gu Qin's head into fist-sized pieces. White feathers floated in the air as Chiu Ming, holding Xiao Yanqin, descended from the sky and placed him on the ground. I didn't arrive too late, did I? Gu Qin propped herself up from the ground, holding a sickle in her hand, and looked at Li Zai's face, breathing a sigh of relief. Where did you all come from? Just as Gu Qin finished speaking, Bo Chi slowly ran over from the last side door. It wasn't that he was slow, it was just that one could fly while the other was simply not human. Even if he ran with all his might, he couldn't catch up to the two. Okay, I got it. Gu Qin looked at everyone gathered and licked her cracked lips. What should we say, Li Shi? She raised her chin and placed her hand on Li Zai's shoulder. That stone should have crushed you earlier. Li Shi swatted Gu Qin's salty hand away. She shrugged her shoulders and coldly snorted, tossing the long knife in her hand to Bo Chi. Don't hold me back. As Li Shi charged forward, she twirled her butterfly knife and slid towards Hu Xiao. The moment the butterfly knife collided with the sharp claws, a dazzling spark erupted. Li Shi was pinned to the ground, while Gu Qin dodged and positioned herself behind, Hu Xiao swinging her sickle down onto his back. Roar! You vine snake! Hu Xiao roared angrily, and a powerful mental shockwave sent Gu Qin flying. In an instant her head throbbed painfully. She summoned her abilities to eliminate the negative effects of the mental shock. As she flew in the air, spikes suddenly erupted from the stone wall behind her. Xiaoming flapped his wings, catching the out-of-control Gu Qin, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Qin shook her head, the sickle in her hand turning into a hairpin that she clipped into her hair. The voice of the vine snake came from the hairpin. Gu Qin, I don't want to hurt Hu Xiao. Alright. Gu Qin looked at her empty hands and said no more. Since the vine snake was unwilling, she wouldn't. However, she would not back down from punishing Hu Xiao. She had seen it nearly send Xiao Yanqin away. Stop being so vine snake. You are truly hypocritical for siding with humans. Hu Xiao let out a furious roar and shockwaves rippled out one after another. Xiaoming had intended to set Gu Qin down, but the shockwaves caused his scalp to tingle, and he found his own movements uncontrollable. His body stiffened, and the wings behind him vanished instantly. Gu Qin quickly drew the long knife from his waist and plunged it into the wall beside them. She pulled Xiaoming up, and the two hung in midair. I'm going to let go. Gu Qin, lacking strength, felt her fingers slip, and the two began to fall. Xiaoming held onto Gu Qin's arm, without letting go, directly cushioning her fall beneath him. Hiss! Xiaoming gasped in pain. Xiaoming. Bo Chi wanted to provide support, but he glanced at Gao Ji and the unconscious Wen Yi behind him and hesitated. He couldn't leave, he had to protect Wen Yi and Gao Ji. Gu Qin. Li Shi was pinned under Hu Xiao's claws, unable to move. The tiles beneath her were cracking and her back was covered in a sticky layer, causing unbearable pain. Gu Qin stood up from the ground and kicked Xiaoming, sending him flying several meters away, landing right at Bo Chi's feet. Gu Qin, you're going to kill me with pain, Xiaoming shouted out loud. Gu Qin looked up, glancing at the long knife that was previously stuck in the wall. Her gaze swept over the surrounding stone walls, calculating something. Gu Qin, I've analyzed the structure of this secret room. There should be a protrusion over there on the left. Step on it. Gao Ji closed one eye while the other bled slightly, but his golden pupils were particularly striking. Gu Qin nodded, looking at the flat ground on the left. Without thinking, she stepped on it. The moment her foot touched the stone tile beneath her, sprang up. Using the tile and the spikes on the stone walls, she grabbed the long knife and yanked it free. She turned and swung it at Hu Xiao, but as Hu Xiao swung its tail to try and knock Gu Qin away, she reached out and grabbed its tail. She struck the long knife into Hu Xiao's body, but found it couldn't penetrate. The long knife was ultimately not the sickle transformed by the vine snake, unable to break through Hu Xiao's defenses. Gu Qin's hands began to weaken as Hu Xiao's tail slammed her against the ground repeatedly. In a moment, she became a bloody mess. She used her abilities to heal her wounds over and over again, drawing arcs with the long knife in the air before throwing it at Hu Xiao's rear. With her hands giving way, Gu Qin flew several meters away, crashing against the wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood, bracing herself as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Just a little snip, no need to thank me. Roar! You despicable humans. After Gu Qin's strike, Hu Xiao's eyes turned red with rage. It raised its claws, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Li Shi. Don't bully her. A flame burst forth and a small red bird blocked in front of Li Shi. Feng Ming spread its colorful wings, its tail shimmering like brilliant glass, and its feathers were glossy and soft. Foam! Hu Xiao looked at Feng Ming, momentarily stunned, its raised claws paused in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi quickly pulled Feng Ming and ducked under Hu Xiao. She playfully flicked